imagine. Better cool on your faction. Ready for the curtain call, lights, camera, action.
Well, hello and welcome to the 2024 Lifesaving World Championships from the beautiful Gold Coast, Australia. Hello to everybody watching at home and around the world. It's day one of the Interclub Teams Ocean competition. We've had almost 2.5 weeks of action so far at the Lifesaving World Championships, and it all comes down to this. Over the next 3 days, we are going to crown multiple world champions in each of the surf events. My name's Josh Minogue. Joining me in commentary is Christy Munro and Sam Jordan on the beach as well. Christy, it's been a huge couple of weeks, but it all comes down to this one. It's the big show, isn't it?
It's been a big, long build-up for our Ocean Open Interclub competition. We've got beautiful conditions down here at Currow Beach today, and we're very, very excited to see these next 3 days of racing unfold. Big
mix of events today. We'll kick things off with the board races. We'll head up to the beach for the beach relays as well. Board rescue for the men, surf ski for the women, rescue tube rescue for both men and women. The mixed ocean lifesaver relay, I believe that's going straight to a final on Sunday afternoon. Women's board rescue and beach relay as well. This is a cracking way to start the competition. A few of the real big events of the competition in this one, and the best in the business will be straight into the action, won't they?
They sure will, and I'm sure there's a few nerves on the beach this morning getting through these preliminary rounds. But for the moment, I think we'll throw down to Sam to get an update down on the beach.
Yeah, that's right, guys. Good morning. It's great to be with you again here at Currow Beach, and it is a beautiful day, just like you said. You can see in the background there, the heats of the men's board are starting to be marshalled now, but all eyes are on what the ocean is doing today as well, because for the first time in the last few days, or at least since the Interclub competition kicked off, it's looking like a very picturesque day out in the ocean too. There's a little bit of a wave. It's only about 1 foot. We're not really seeing those sets break out on that second bank like we have for the past few days. So it does look like it is going to be potentially a little bit more hard work, a little bit more paddling and effort than we have seen over the past few days of racing, but it will be great racing nonetheless.
Thank you, Sam. That is spot on. A few nervous faces down there. The first one of the season for a lot of these athletes. And you've been in this one before, Christy. You've been at the highest level in the sport. What does it take to win a world title?
Well, as you would expect, just as much as any competition, these guys will have done a really solid block of preparation leading up to these World Championships. The World titles only comes around every 2 years, so they are quite a hard title to win. You have to put everything together on that day, not just to get through all of the rounds, but to perform in that final. So a lot of pressure and a lot of prestige on the line. Everyone's going to be vying to walk off the beach being able to call themselves a world champion. Yeah, we saw how tough the racing's been over the last couple of days. They've had, obviously, the national teams competition to start the week, Masters, IRB, boat racing as well. Over the last couple of days, you've been here for that youth competition. We've crowned ourselves some youth world champions. And a couple girls you know really well did a fantastic job there. Zoe Woods taking out both the swim and the board, and Jasmine Raywood taking out the ski and the Iron Woman. That was very impressive from those girls, wasn't it? Yeah, it was really challenging conditions for our youth competitors over the last couple of days. First, they had a massive southerly to contend with, and yesterday it was a really, really strong northerly, as well as the Currow Ashore that it's so famous for. So the youth competitors did an amazing job to battle it out in those conditions. And yeah, as you mentioned, some new youth world champions crowned.
Yeah, and the men's side of things, Ethan Callahan had an absolute belter of a day out there taking out the Ironman title. Darby Meyer on the board got it done. And then in the surf race, I think Bull Eyes Brad Woodward they're part of that Australian team, and he's also the surf race world champion there. He had to fight for it at the very end. A big sprint finish up the beach with one of the Brennan boys there. But racing was fantastic, and Generation Next really shone through, didn't they? It was as good a World Championships in terms of the youth competition I've ever seen.
It sure was, and it was incredibly grueling racing. We saw yesterday afternoon that tide dropped really low, which meant the transitions were long. There was a lot of running, a lot of waiting, as well as the tricky surf that it threw up. So absolutely everything for our youth competitors to contend with, and they just rose to the top and were some of the toughest competitions I've ever seen.
Yeah, that's exactly right. From the youth to the open, a full gamut of athletes here. Everybody who's anybody, I think, except Ali Day. So his name is down on the start list. We'll have to wait to see whether he starts the World Championships this weekend. But a tough one for some of the athletes. Obviously, after the Australian Championships, for most of the local athletes, they would have had a break, 6 weeks off, 4 weeks off, depending on what they're doing, gone back to training, some of them halfway through a preparation, some of them working towards that Coolangatta gold. It's a bit of a mixed bag, but I think the athletes who would have focused on this World Championships, they're going to come and be really ready to race, aren't they?
Yeah, not a lot of break for a lot of athletes. Obviously, it's usually our off-season this time of the season. However, yeah, this is one they did not want to miss. Sam, are you seeing some familiar faces down there on the beach this morning?
Yeah, that's right, guys. I thought I'd just explain what the delay is that we're seeing just to start this program at the moment. It is, well, it's a good headache for organisers to have, but there's so many international competitors lining up in these men board heats that they're actually just trying to figure out how we can get all these boards to go around so that everyone actually has one to compete on as well. So it's so great to see all of our international competitors still here competing in the interclub competition after racing in the national teams last week. They are going to have 2 early rounds of the board. So the first heats are round 2, quarters and semis. This is going to be really cutthroat racing.
Yeah, really cutthroat down there. That's right. Of course, a big shout out to one of our major sponsors, Race One, who have provided a lot of the craft for the internationals. Obviously, very difficult to ship gear around the world, so got to make sure that these athletes sort of have the right opportunity down there. I just had a look before. I think it's 165 starters in the men's board race, one of the bigger events of the day, 165. I think there was just short of 200 entered, but we've had a couple withdraw this morning. And when you start to run through the heats there's some of the big guns up very, very early on. I just looked at heat number 1, and Joey Collins, well, really the heart and soul of that Kiwi team over the last couple of days. He will go in heat number 1, and he's got to be one of the favourites. He took out the Ocean Man event for that national teams competition, and we'll see how far he goes in this board race this morning. But as you said, the big guns have really come out to play, and they'll be fit and firing, and there's not many opportunities that you get to win a world title on home soil, so the Australians will be fired up. The Kiwis, obviously, big contingent over here, and a lot make the trip, but what really impressed me over the last week at that national teams competition, Team GB, the Welsh and the British athletes there on the skis, they led both the finals. Absolutely unbelievable. The South Africans, who actually got a win in the men's ski race out there. The French and German swimmers, really good. Obviously, there's, and we look at the Clifton Cup there of South Africa, but obviously a couple of Olympians coming back from Paris in the German team there, and a few others, a few former Olympians or Olympians from former Olympics in that French team. So the Aussies aren't going to have it all their own, and the Kiwis aren't going to have it all their own way down here. There is an international contingent that has come, and they've come out here to be competitive.
Yeah, they're ready to go. We spoke a little bit during the week about the advantage or the disadvantage for those who have already raced for their country and are then now backing up to race for their club. Joey Collins, as you mentioned, maybe coming in a little bit more fatigued than some of his fellow competitors who haven't just spent a week of racing. However, he's also got rid of those, first race of the season nerves, so he may be a little bit more settled. He's had some races here already at Kairoa Beach. He's familiar with the beach setup, with the course, and he won't necessarily be lining up for his first race of the season. No,
he went round in absolutely everything. I saw him do about 25 run-throughs of the beach flags the other day. So they gave him the nickname the Sand Crab because somehow he just managed to scuttle through every single time as the IRB gets a little bit of air out there. And yeah, it's one of those things. You've got the experience now. Maybe you've bounced the rust off the last couple of days in those national teams competition, but they raced hard for 6 straight days there in those national team setups. So we're talking about some of the guys and girls who can really, really be competitive over the weekend. Your Joe Collins, your Corey Taylor. On the men's side of things, you got your Corey Fletcher. And then for the girls, some of the best, or the best iron women in the world. Lana Rogers was there rolling around, Naomi Scott, Olivia Corrin, and these are the girls we expect to be at the top end of this racing. So I don't know if you'd rather have a few races. I don't know if you'd rather be fresh and fit and firing and ready to go. But either way, we're about to find out. And I think it's going to be the same names we've seen all summer. But in the end, it's those 1%ers, and whoever chooses their events, chooses their program, chooses their week, and how they manage that is going to come down to who wins the gold medals at the end of the day.
Yeah, I think the athletes will just have to assess how they're feeling after you said those 6 days of grueling racing, and not only the 6 days of competition, but as you mentioned, when they're competing for their country, they're often thrown into events that may not be their specialised events. So they'll have all sorts of soreness in muscles that they may not normally have, and we may see some of our competitors who did line up in that inter-country competition maybe choose for a lighter program. They might just really pick the events that they think they've got the best chance in and slightly reduce their program.
And then I guess you've got your own inter-club title you're racing for as well. We saw, I was out at the pool the last couple of days with that open competition. They had 3 days of pool competition, now 3 days on the beach, and the Rene Rosse team from Italy, super strong out there. I'd assume they'd be leading the point score. We don't have it at the moment, but the likes of Northcliffe, Currumbin, Burleigh Heads, Mowbray Park, their surf guys were out there filling in relays, doing events, trying to score points for the team, because there's individual world titles, and then there's the prestige of being named the Inter-Club World Champion, as well as Bella Williams warms up for her ski race later on today. So there's also maybe a little bit of element where coaches and team managers, if they're close in the point score and you say, I don't want to do the swim, or I don't want to do this, they might say, hang on, you've got to jump in there. We need 2 points, 1 point, maybe a 16th place might be enough to get us over the line against that super strong Italian setup. Rene Rosso, they're fantastic pool swimmers, and the Italians, they were improving in the surf is the best way to describe it. They were competitive, didn't get a win in any events, but picked up plenty of points there. So if the Aussies, the Kiwi teams, think they're going to have it all their own way, I don't think it's going to be the case, because they're chasing a very, very quality Italian life-saving club, and they're in front at the moment.
Yeah, it's interesting to watch that overall club point score unfold. Obviously, we have clubs that are very, very dominant in those pool events. You just mentioned those 3 days of racing have now concluded for our open inter-club teams. We're down here on the beach now, and it may be, yes, a completely different club that leads the charge here on the beach. But when we combine those 2 point scores, it's going to be a fascinating outcome as to see which club is crowned the world champion club after these 3 days of ocean racing.
And while it has been Northcliffe for the last couple of years, the history of that before was a mix of clubs from all over the world. We've had obviously South African clubs, Kiwi clubs, Australian clubs, the Italians. It is truly one of those events where you don't have to be from the heart and soul of surf sports here on the Gold Coast to win that one. You can literally come from everywhere. Maroochydore, I think Kurrawa as well. The action's not far away. The men's board race coming up. One man who will be lining up in that, but he'll have his eye on the Ocean Man event later on, is Dan Collins, the Australian Ironman champion, and he is with Sam on the sand.
Yeah, that's right, Josh. He's looking a little bit nervous at the moment, checking out these conditions. Daniel Collins, the Australian Ironman champion. Firstly, what are you making of what we're seeing here today?
Yeah, it looks a little bit tricky on the edge there, and then like a flat grind, so it'll test the fitness, that's for sure.
The last time we saw you in action was, of course, winning that Australian Ironman title. What have the last 6 months been like?
Yeah, the last 6 months have been pretty relaxing, just enjoying soaking it all up and enjoying the moment that was.
The World Championships is obviously a big one on the calendar, but it is also a long season. You know, for you, why was it so important to come up here and race and have this opportunity to compete against the best from around the world too?
Yeah, super early season for us here in Australia. Obviously, September's early racing, and definitely early racing for me. So it's a great opportunity to race the world titles, especially here in Australia, and show what our sport's got on our Gold Coast, and welcome the Euros and everyone else from the world to Australia.
Does it feel different stepping onto the beach now after winning a race like that? I guess everyone's looking at you a little bit more. I can actually hear us speaking over the beach PA system now too. I didn't expect that.
Yeah, I mean, there's been plenty of congratulations and stuff. It's really cool to to get a win like that under the belt, but it doesn't really change anything. We've all got to go out there and still get it done. So looking forward to a couple of hard races over the next couple of days.
And we look forward to seeing you, Dan. Thanks very much. Best of luck.
Thanks, Sam.
One of the nicest men on the beach, without a shadow of a doubt, and it was a famous victory on the Sunshine Coast earlier in the year. Christy, he is a great young Ironman, and that win at the Aussie Titles was a reward for effort for him. He was so close for so long, and he truly deserved what he got there. And I think he gives a lot of guys hope that if you knock at the door long enough, your luck and your day will come.
Yeah, he was a very, very popular winner there earlier this year at the Australian Championships. And I don't know, Sam said he looked a bit nervous. He sounded pretty relaxed to me. So I think he knows what needs to be done in these early rounds. Obviously, you don't want to lose focus too much and rely on your former performances to get you through. He mentioned there it's going to be a long, flat grind after they get through that small shore break here at Karoa. So I think they know that it is going to be a bit of a burn, and probably just conserving as much energy as they can to get through these next 3 days.
Yeah, IRB racing going on down the beach as well. Just a reminder that there is plenty of live streams happening today. We're not the only one, but thank you for joining us here at the Interclub Ocean Competition. We also have Jenny Parry out at the pool at the Gold Coast Aquatic Centre for the Youth Interclub Pool Rescue Championships. You can check out all that action live as well. And then a reminder that the finals packages, SBS On Demand, will be showing the final packages as well. So let everybody know, tune in. We'll make sure that you see all the finals from the beautiful Gold Coast here at the 2024 Lifesaving World Championships. And you can see the mass rescue going on down there in the IRB arena at the moment. Maybe Bribey Island with the Caps there. Not the best IRB competitors, but we are off and away, it looks like, in the board area as well. So here we go. The boys are off and into the action. Top nine going through this opening round of the men's board race. It looks like we have a number of heats there. 10 heats all up, so we'll be chasing 90 through to the next round. This is heat number one, and has really genuinely some of the big guns of the sport. That looks like Zach Morris out in the lead, flying at the moment. He's done a fantastic job there. And his brother Jake Morris alongside him. Now, for those of you watching at home that are used to seeing that white cap with the maroon star of Northcliffe, there has been a bit of a change from some of the clubs here, as you can only put 10 athletes in your team, in your interclub team. A lot of athletes who missed out on their sort of club teams have maybe jumped off over to another couple of clubs there. So second place, Jake Morris, we're used to seeing him, that's him on the green going to the front. We're used to seeing him in that Northcliffe cap, but he's currently wearing white cap with the maroon stripe down the centre of Nobby's Beach. So Nobby's got a lot of those Northcliffe competitors, and I'm not going to call them second tier, but maybe the ones who didn't qualify for that A team, and they might have a point to prove. So Jakey Morris out in front. Another club that did really well out of it actually is Half Moon Bay in Victoria. They picked up a few athletes that didn't sort of get picked in their teams. The likes of Tex Dixon, Olympian Brendan Smith down there as well. So watch for Half Moon Bay when we get into the action. And that is out in front, Jake Morris of the Nobby's Beach Surf Club just down the road there. The white cap, sorry, I said maroon stripe, blue stripe with a little red dot on the top there. His brother Morris on the inside there working his way around. So the Morris boys in 1 and 2. And this is heat number 1. Joe Collins in there as well. Riley Harland, Adam Palmer. I'll run through the heat. Moreno, Brackenbush from Mermaid, Warrener from Newport, Avalon down there. Kissel from Norderstadt in Germany. Rudolph from Baden-Broek in Switzerland. Stott from Avalon. Gorel from Clifton in South Africa, Benny Harris from Torquay, Hobus from Dordrecht Reddingsbrigade, and a big apology to all the Dutch for the pronunciations. Morris, Larvin from Glenelg, Marshall from Coolangatta, Morris out in front going back to the lead, and Armistead from Maroochydore. They're starting to work their way into it as well, the Maroochydore boys, so they're on their way home and very split up at the moment.
Yes, Jake Morris and Zach Morris, as you've called, doing a great job out in front. We spoke earlier just about how important these club point scores are, and as you said, there are only limited spots within each club team. So as a bit of a draft system, maybe get other clubs picking up some sort of former or upcoming superstars to join their club teams.
And having Jake, you're exactly right, having Jake Morris, Riley Harlan's in this one as well in the exact same situation. So that's Jake on the right, Zach on the left. Joe Collins in the background starting to wind his way up as well. But to have the likes of Riley Harlander and Jake Morris in there, you can go and win the point score with athletes like that. So Nobbies will be very, very happy. The Marucci boys work their way into third and fourth. Adam Palmer on the top side there, Cooper Armistead on the bottom, but that's just not enough to pick up the brothers from the Gold Coast there. It looks like Joey Collins is doing it very, very comfortably as well. Benny Harris working his way in from Torquay. That's the blue cap with a yellow stripe. And Adam Palmer joins our two leaders. And that will be very, very easy qualification for these three men, top 9 to go through.
Yeah, it's quite a nice qualifying number, 9. However, as we can see, the waves here at Kurrawa can break from a fairly long way out. So a bit of relief once you know that you're on that leading wave. Maybe a fourth competitor looking to join them now. Those top 5 all qualifying comfortably through this first round.
Yeah, easy work there. So it is Morris from Morris, Adam Palmer. Next few boys up the beach, Riley Harlan's there, Cooper Armistead, Benny Harris, Joe Collins. What's that? 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Your boys have got to go here. They've got to get through this one. Oh, the sprint up the beach, I'll leave it to the judges. I don't know who it was who snuck through there, but that one would have been very, very tight across. And we're going to say goodbye to Tanel Gorel there from the Clifton Beach Surf Lifesaving Club in South Africa, not to be confused with Clifton in Tasmania. And that is all she wrote for heat number 1. So a good way to start. This is our friend from the Netherlands, Ian Hobbes from Dordrecht Reddings Brigade. The toughest of any club names to say out there, and I'm going to get it wrong consistently, but I'm doing my best. But the Dutch competitor out there, a great performance. Let's take a look at the start.
You're doing a fantastic job with those pronunciations. I will absolutely leave those to you. But it was a fairly even start, a fairly even break across the beach here at Kurrawa. We'd expect that to get a little bit messier as the day goes on, and typically a little bit more wind will be picking up. Maybe the southern side just getting a better run out.
Yep. Yeah, you're spot on there. They just snuck around that one, and if you can pick a gap, that's where it's at here, because there's so few waves that it magnifies. You get hit by anything, and it seems like you get smashed by something huge. And these boys, that was all that far right-hand side that snuck out very, very well.
It's a nice spot to be in once you can just tuck into that maybe second, third or fourth position. Any further back, when you're in that 5th, 6th and 7th, you start to get a little bit nervous and having a few checks over the shoulder as to what's coming. You can see that the pace has not really let up for our front runners. They just know that they need to do enough work into that wave zone to make sure that they are completely safe and comfortable in qualifying.
Yeah, and they look very comfortable out in front. Joe Collins there in fourth, who looked like he was out for a Sunday paddle. Good skills on the way home and almost perfect conditions for a World Championships. Normal Australian Carnival, we'd like probably, I would double, maybe triple the size of the surf here to really shake things up. But here with a couple of internationals, and I spoke to the Swiss athletes during the week last week, and they said they train in a lake and sometimes boats go past, and that's the only waves they ever see. So perfect conditions for a World Champs.
Yes, I was also catching up with some of the athletes from Dubai yesterday,
Yes.
and they also mentioned they've had
Mother's out there doing a great job,
Yes,
isn't he?
He said they've had about 3 weeks of experience in waves, and and they just did amazing. It is very tricky conditions. Kurrawa is one of the hardest beaches,
Yeah.
and so very, very impressive from our international athletes who do have to take the opportunities of racing in the flat water.
That is how they finished heat number 1, race number 1 of the Interclub Teams competition here at the 2024 World Championships. Morris, Palmer, Harris, Armistead, Collins, Harland, Warrener and Brackenbush. He was the one who got up the beach there, and that was a sprint for 8, 9 and 10. Will Larvin, unfortunately from Glenelg, South Australia. We say goodbye to him. Glenelg's such a strong club. We go there a couple of times a year in the domestic season here at World Ocean Series, so they really love it down there. And looks like heat number 2 up next, and once again, very, very good little field here. The boys are lined up, set and ready to go. This might be heat number 3, actually. Frisbee from Williamstown, closest to us. Lockie Free from Southport, not too far behind him. Paolo Serrano from Italy, outside there. Autospree's Bashkin is next up. From Lee in Switzerland, Koenig there, working down. Monish from Badenbrug in Switzerland. Kai Onley from Coogin Headlands. That's the white cap with the blue star on the top. Coluccia from Italy, Tex Dixon from Half Moon Bay, the former Australian board race champion, Hayden Cotter, Zale Outram, Miller, Shiga from Nishiyama in Japan, Wilson, Bessel and Chapman. Chapman's off and away and flying. Sam is down on the sand with our winner from heat number 1.
Yeah, thank you, Josh. As we see the next heat going out into the water now, I'm joined by the winner of heat number 1, Jake Morris, who we've seen so many times before, but for this event, wearing a new cap.
Yeah, I got the Nobbies cap on today. With the Harlands and Odin, we moved to Nobbies to get some racing done. So, yeah, it was super good to get that first one out of the way, and still a long way to go.
How good is the opportunity to actually be able to do something like that as well and still be part of the event?
Yeah, definitely. It's so good for every club to just go have different clubs, because it's good looking across the line and seeing so many different caps you've never seen before. And it's just a good opportunity for everyone to come together and get some solid racing in.
And embracing being at Nobbies as well. Dinner for the team up there the other night. The surf club looks pretty good.
Yeah, surf club's good. We get around it. After the event's done, we'll head back to the club and celebrate.
And for you personally, it's been a big off-season as well, spending time overseas with the Australian junior kayak team. What was that experience like?
Oh, it's a great experience going over there. They're all like so big and strong, and it's just seeing, I guess, just get that experience and see what they do, and then you got to take it in for yourself and try and replicate that so you can get over there in the next year and be better.
They're looking pretty big and strong to you. They must be looking huge. You look very fit out there. Well done, Jake. Great win.
Thank you very much.
Sam hit the nail on the head there. He's 6'2", and I would say 85 to 90 kilos. And if he thinks the rest of those boys look big and strong, that's very, very scary.
Yeah, he did a great job qualifying through that early round. We could see the start there for this heat number 3. Interesting to see it was that side of that southern end just getting the best run of it. So our chase pack now, I think it was, as we mentioned, Tex Dixon on that red and white stripe board, having to work really quite hard to get onto the back of that lead pack.
Yeah, you're spot on there. The two men on that far sort of southern end are still out in front. That's Luke Chapman from the Kurrawa Surf Club. So hometown advantage here. It's his stretch of sand. He understands it very, very well. Cooper Bessel from Dicky Beach on the Sunshine Coast, not too far away either. Just behind him, Hayden Cotter in that sky blue cap of Manly. And the man with the blue and red corded cap, the orange and white board on the top side there, that is Tex Dixon. He'll be fired up to win this board title for sure. He won his Australian title a couple of years ago in Perth in similar conditions, super flat. Has made the move in the off-season to the Burleigh Heads Mowbray Park Club to train, and now racing for Half Moon Bay. If it sounds complicated, it kind of is, but a few of these guys sort of made a commitment to race for a few teams, and the big movers, I think, will be Half Moon Bay and Nobbies. We don't see we see a lot of Half Moon Bay, to be honest, in the domestic season. Very good club. We don't see a whole lot of Nobbies, and they'll be well up on top of the point score. Not too far away, really working their way into it, is Kai Onley there in the light blue star of the Coogin Club. So Coogin Headlands, Kingscliff, that's the last beach in New South Wales before you cross over the border down there. Coached by Scott McCartney, one of the best board paddlers in the sport, even though he's on the wrong side of 35 at the moment, but he can get it done. And have a look at Hayden Cotter go on that left-hand side. Pushes down it. Tex Dixon will try and get over the top. He will as well. Good skills there, but this is ominous signs, because I would say that the board's probably Hayden Cotter's worst leg, and he's absolutely smacked up this opening heat of his board race. And if he's improved his board in the off-season, he'll be a force to be reckoned with in the Ocean Man event.
Yeah, they've absolutely let their rivals know what they're up against in this third heat there. Our leader just crossing the line, and I think there's a top 7 competitors looking pretty safe, so the race will be on again for that 8th spot. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 coming into screen at the moment. Yeah,
great job there. It looks like Zal Outram cruised across. Onley's there, Bessel as well. Tex Dixon, no issues at all. He will get through. A couple more of these boys starting to roll up and across the line. A fantastic performance from a few of our internationals. And here goes the sprint. This will be the final one to get themselves into the final there. Maybe Frisbee from Williamstown. I think Frisbee from Williamstown might have just got there ahead of Lockie Free of Southport, but we'll leave it to the judges. That one was very, very tight in the end. Not what you want to be in the opening round, a sprint up the beach, but a spot in the next round is all that matters. And a few of our internationals making their way across the line. They will go out here, no longer take part in the board race, but plenty more events on the program coming up, plenty more opportunities to get some racing in. And after a couple of big weeks, I know a few of the athletes, they went around in the Masters, they raced for their national teams, now they're going to go around in the Open. So they've definitely made the trip worthwhile. And you called it, Christy Munro, as you should, former Australian Ironwoman champion, Australian team representative. That far side snuck through, and when there's a gap like that, you've got to use it to your advantage.
Yeah, I think the competitors that were on the northern end knew they were probably up against it. You can see that stripe board there of Tex Dixon. He had a few more waves to pop over, and that southern end just streaking out. So I would expect the conditions to stay the same for the heats that are following, and the guys on the line will have watched that, and they'll know that if they are at that northern end, they're going to have to really go for it off the start.
Yeah, you're spot on there. They really, this group of sort of 7 really broke free, no dramas at all, and I'm just getting results come through. It was Dan Miller, Joe Wilson from Marangi Bay in New Zealand, and Nick Frisbee was the last one through from Williamstown ahead of Lockie Free, so very tight there. I just didn't recognise the cap of Dan Miller there, the Sunshine Coast Grammar Pool Lifesaving Club. So the Sunshine Coast, obviously, there's the pool aspect and then the surf aspect as well. You can race both no matter what club you're in, but it's not a cap we see regularly around, so good to see the Grammar guys out there doing their job. Fantastic performance, and very cruisy from Connor and Tex Dixon. Zale Outram, Electra, his sister, one of the best iron women in the sport. Zale, a great competitor in his own right. And Sunshine Beach, I'm a little bit biased, but didn't they have a day out yesterday? Dylan Wilson, second in the Ocean Man event in the youth competition, had an absolute blinder. And then a couple of the girls, Neve Arthur and Claire Cameron, got second in the board rescue for the girls. I think they're still only under 15s or maybe first year 17, so racing 4 age groups up basically. They did a fantastic job, so a big shout out to Wes and the team there. So great performance all round. Heat number 5. Not too far away on screen for us. We're just getting a couple boards going back, and a few in this one we're looking forward to. That's Jesse Coulson in the middle there, Half Moon Bay regular. Odin Parrish in this one, second at the Australian board final, racing for Nobby's Beach, training at Burleigh Head. So another one of those complicated ones. He's in this one, so watch for him. The boys are off and away and immediately into their work, and on that far side, the orange board, that's Odin Parrish over 1, over 2. He'll go over 3, and once again, it's the far side that's proved the difference.
Yeah, nothing really separating our field there at the moment. They're getting a fairly gentle run out to sea, which they'll be somewhat happy about, although it will make it tighter as they come together, all aiming for that 1 turning marker. So all the field up and racing on their knees. That's the fastest way to paddle out through the break. We've got one choosing to lie down just to maybe get a little bit of wash, but up and on their knees again now. Typically, we'll see the competitors lie down again as they come up towards these turning cans.
Yeah, really good job, Patrick Elliott there from the Sorrento Lifesaving Club in WA. He's currently doing some training out here at Burleigh Heads Mowbray Park as well. They must have 150 kids at training every afternoon. It's such a big squad there under Coach Michael King. So he's still racing for the Sorrento Club. That's that lime green cap there in second place. Odin Parrish out in front at the moment, just cruising along, doing a really, really good job working his way through this one. So we love to see it at the moment. The boys are going to work. They're doing a fantastic effort right now. It looks like, I think that's Kai Howell there, who was racing for the Mount Maunganui Club. Yeah, it is in second place. So another lad training at Burleigh, racing for a different club. It makes sense at the World Championships if you understand it. Don't think about it, just enjoy it. Kai Harland in the middle there, rolling along in that Nobby's cap, doing a fantastic paddle as well. And then at the bottom, another one of the Kiwis there, working his way into it. So a fantastic performance from all these boys out in front. The speed's been on early. Benny Highfield just coming into shot there in the Allura Cup. The speed's on early, isn't it? If you don't have that first 100, 200 metres of pure power, you're going to get left behind, and then the job's so much harder to come around the outside and over the top.
Yeah, a lot of flat paddling in these early races. No chop to contend with, which is making the fields very, very bunched. You can see they're paddling around these about 3 wide, so a little bit of a disadvantage if you're being pushed as wide as that. They slowed up to that third apex, but you can see them really lift the rating again as they turn for home. Yeah,
that's exactly right there. So it is Odin Parrish of Nobby's Beach, Kai Howell of Mount Maunganui, Patrick Elliott of Sorrento in WA. On the far side, racing out of Allura at the moment, it is Benny Highfield there, really going to work, doing a fantastic job to work his way into it as well. Jesse Coulson starting to wind up closest to us on that light pink board. Tanner Baxter from Amanu, that is a red cap with the white star on the top. And then from Clifton Beach, starting to get into it is Conrad Sheepers there, the South African. So the South Africans have come to play over the last couple of days. They've done a really, really good job, and he's starting to work his way into it now. Looks like he's into qualification position, and that's your top 9 on screen. So if you're not in it, you're not going to be in the next round at the moment. It looks like there's been a gap and a bit of a break between the top 9 and the rest of the field.
Yeah, pushing into the wave zone now. You can see some are just having a look to see what sort of assistance is coming. Nothing too much on the horizon, but they only need a little bit of a bump as they are pushing in closer and closer to that break zone. A little ripple underneath our lead pack now, but it's not going to turn into a wave for them just yet.
I think Kai Howe was one of the most improved board paddlers sort of last season of the whole summer. He was fantastic, and everything he did, he got around. He was in that sort of age group racing, but he come to the Opens and compete every time. Here comes a little runner. It's going to pick a few of them up here. They look across. Great work from our top 2, 4, 6, 7, I think, on this one. So that's your top 7. Makes life really, really easy for these gentlemen. They won't stress too much. Connor Maggs, we didn't even speak about him the entire way through. So Connor Maggs is one to watch. He could win every event this weekend without a shadow of a doubt, and we didn't even speak to him there. That's him with the purple, the Newport cap in Sydney. Howland Parish, Maggs, Baxter, LA, there going up the beach. Kai Harland as well. That is your top 6, not too far behind him. Benny Highfield, and then it might have been Conrad Sheepers from Clifton in South Africa, the last one through, but we wait and see for the judges there. That one, it was very, very quick early and then very relaxed on the back end.
Yeah, Connor Maggs, as you mentioned, coming across the line there in 3rd. He was just tucked around 4th or 5th going around those cans, so he did a really great race, maybe conserving some energy on those wash, and certainly we would expect to see him fire in these next few rounds. Yeah,
you're spot on there. He did a fantastic job, and up the beach we say goodbye to a few more of the paddlers, and that is how it finished. Oh, sorry, it was Noah Lombard from Clifton Beach, not Sheepers there, so big apology to Noah. We called him the other day in the ski race. It wasn't him. So back and forth with Noah. We've got to get it right. But it was Howell, Parish, Maggs, Tanner Baxter, Highfield, Patrick L.A., Kai Harlan and Noah Lombard, plus Jesse Coulson, last one through. Jaden Munro misses out. Corbin Zahn from the Grammar Club. Sheepers, Thompson, Mazat, Frisbee, Haas and Raj all go home in that one. So great performance from the top 9 to get through that one in heat number 5 of the men's board race.
Yeah, there's a fair bit of paddling on the program this morning. Getting through round 1, they won't probably have too much of a rest, and they'll be lining up again for round 2. So just having a look at the replay on screen now, you can see it was Sorrento probably leading for most of that early heat. Happy to probably have a good early hit out. Sometimes it is nice to get that heart rate up and racing, and you feel a bit better in your second race, don't you?
Yeah, and you got to. It really becomes an issue when you get into finals day, or you really need to be performing straight off the jump. You've got to get that heart rate up, because if you don't, you're going to find yourself with a real spike. The lactic acid goes through the roof. It won't feel good, and some athletes can perceive that as, I'm not having a good day. So your first one's always your worst one. It gets better from there, but if you're into a finals package, that's where it's going to get really, really tough for these athletes. Heat number 7 of the Open Men's Board Race here at Interclub, and we're off and away. I'll run through the start list. Buck from Norderstedt in Germany. Jet Kenny, will be interested to see how he goes for Alexandra Headland. Wickham from Nasset. Charlie Brooks from Newport. Erskine from Tugun. Pan Hongzi from Hammerhead Swim School in Singapore. Sean Riley. Schultz from Kusel in Germany, Nick Green from Currumbin, Lockie Mercer, Wade Krieger from Durban, Kai Taylor from Burleigh, Greinhardt from Ottersbury in Germany, Jeremy Keane from Mermaid, Lucas Volger in Margenberg in Germany, and Piran Phillips. I'm interested to see how he goes. He led the ski race final at the national teams competition almost the entire way to the beach before he got caught. He maybe had a metre and then got absolutely swamped by 5 on a wave. So Piran Phillips, he'll be better in the ski race without a shadow of a doubt. And he's staying out here in Australia and said, I've come here to win some ski races this summer. So big, big words. And looks like he's just tacked onto the back of this group at the moment. That is him. Well, he's just out of shot right now. It's a green cap with a blue stripe through the centre. Jet Kenny out in front. Well, he hasn't been around all that much over the last couple of years. He's sort of had other things on, other projects. He's been a gladiator. He's been reality TVing. But I know he's been doing a little bit of training. And when Jet Kenny's good, there are very few better off the beach. And he has got all the talent in the world. Obviously, he's a Kenny. But it's whether he's fit or not.
Yeah, you're exactly right. He's got a lot going on, all sorts of different areas of his life. He always comes back to his sport, though.
Yeah, he loves it.
Loves it, and does a lot of training on his own as well as with the club there at Alexandra Headlands. So I'm also keen to see, how Jet progresses through the rounds. Looking really comfortable leading this Heat 7 out just ahead of Charlie Brooks there from Newport, going around on his inside, and a couple of competitors from Burleigh.
Yeah, Sean Riley there trying to take the long, long way around. Kai Taylor not too far away. A few in this one that, I guess, interesting names with interesting stories. Lockie Mercer, the son of the late, great Dean Mercer, in here as well. Wade Krieger from Durban in South Africa. Spent a lot of his time out here in Australia. Been a part of the Shaw and Partners Ironman series in the past. So it'll be interesting to see how Wade goes. He's, once again, probably on the wrong side of 30, heading into his 40s, but still competitive without a shadow of a doubt. And, that famous name of Mercer rolling around again. So that'll be interesting to see how Lockie goes. He's only young. That's him on the back there, up on his knees. He's sitting in about, I would say, 7th place right now and looking like qualifying. So it'll be good to see if he can get through a few rounds. His older brother, fantastic triathlete as well. Obviously, Reen and father Dean, unbelievable athletes. And they've passed that on as a little wave starts to push through.
Yeah, Lockie Mercer probably just sitting in about 6th spot as our lead 4 get an absolute dream wave from way at the back. It will fill up as they come across this gutter, so you can see some of them just trying to keep their board speed up. I don't know if it'll be enough to get them all the way through to the beach. That'd be a nice way to do it. Looks like it will. That's Jet Kenny on screen there on that red board. Just gets it on his own. So at the better end of that wave.
I think he's answered the question whether he's fit and firing. That is for sure, on a board named after his grandfather there. So it comes full circle for Jet Kenny. Wins heat number 7. Easy work. Looked like Kai Taylor and Sean Riley along with Charlie Brooks on that next one. But welcome back to Jet Kenny, and he looks fit, that's for sure. I don't know whether he is, but he looks very, very fit and strong at the moment. He battled some injuries as well in the past, but he did that one easy. And a fit Jet Kenny is a scary Jet Kenny. Charlie Brooks, the yellow cat with 2 maroon stripes of Newport, then the Burleigh black, yellow and green boys. That's Kai Taylor on the laydown and Sean Riley there on the light pink board. 4 across the line. We're chasing 5 more to go through to the next round, and that might have been the fastest of all these heats so far. Nick Green making his way up and across with Jeremy Neen as well. So those two will get through nice and easy, and we're just chasing a couple more.
Yeah, we'll keep an eye on Lockie Mercer. He was in a prime position to qualify out the back. Not sure if he was able to pick up some of those waves just to get one of those last qualifying. He's coming across the line there now.
Yeah, sprint on here, but it might be too little too late for these gentlemen. I don't think they would have got through. That was Piran Phillips, maybe even Wade Krieger there. So, yeah, Lockie Mercer in 7. Wade Krieger just sneaks home. He does in 8th place. Great work from Wade Krieger, and that's the start. Not so much on that right-hand side, so that's how unpredictable surf can be. Joel Erskine steals the final spot ahead of Piran Phillips there. So Erskine, great to see him get himself through for the Tugun Club there, and you can see how tough these conditions are for a few of our European athletes who maybe haven't seen waves this big in a long, long time.
Yeah, the northern side opening up after we've said the southern side's been the best. So, you can never really pick it here at Kurrawa, and the surf conditions will obviously continue to change, and these athletes keeping an eye on it. Every sort of 15 to 20 minutes or so, you need to go down and make sure the banks are still as they were, and with that tide, it'll push in for a little bit, and then we'll see it push right out this afternoon.
Yeah, and I think it helps the likes of Jet Kenny. Like when the tide's sort of out and gone, and the run's so long, he's got long legs, he's quick off the beach. I don't think there's anyone sort of more explosive, even though he's sort of starting to get a little bit older. But when that tide's out and the board race is reasonably short, Jet Kenny's a shot, because it's 50% running in the end. And when you've got skills like he does and the height and those long legs, it becomes sort of suited towards him. So that was heat number 7 of the men's board race. I might run through a couple of results from some of the heats we haven't seen as well while we've been here. But of course, if you want those results, we can head to liveheats.com to check all those results. And before I do that, let's head down the beach with one of the best looking men in the sand. And I'm talking about Sam, and Jet Kenny's not too bad either.
I was going to say, I think you must be talking about Jet Kenny with that, Josh. Jet, great to see you back racing. An injury-disrupted season last year, but you look like you're firing.
Yeah, I had shoulder surgery at the end of last season, at the start of it actually, October, and then 12 weeks to get back to Nationals, managed to make the ski final, so I was pretty happy with that. And then Worlds in September is a pretty quick turnaround. Training in the off-season is not what we usually do, or what I usually do anyway, but yeah, happy to be back racing, doing a board race at my weight and my age is getting harder and harder, but I'm just praying for this win to turn around.
I think we might get that win later this afternoon. Fitting that you said to have the World Championships now. It has been an international off-season for you. We've seen that you're on the Amazing Race this season. What was that experience like?
Yeah, I don't want to say it was amazing, but it was pretty incredible. Show starts on Monday night, so for those of you who are going to be around and can be bothered watching my head on TV, 7:30 Channel 10 Monday night. But it was incredible seeing different parts of the world that you typically would never go to and experience. Just a different culture. You sort of take a lot of what we have in Australia for granted.
Yeah, absolutely. And given, I guess, that time away, given the injury that we just spoke about as well, how much are you enjoying being here at the World Championships and competing against athletes from around the world too?
Yeah, it's incredible. Like I said, we sort of take it for granted being Australian. Coming to a beautiful beach like this and getting to race where I think everyone calls the best place for competitions, Karawa, and seeing other people come from other countries and test their luck out in the ocean like this, it's pretty incredible. I take my hat off to them, and it's not easy. I heard the other day a few of the competitors from Great Britain trained at a 600-metre man-made lake, and they were out there pushing it in the international championship and almost won a few ski races. So it was pretty incredible to see that the talent is there from around the world, and then they have to come here and try and prove it in the ocean and in the conditions that they don't usually get.
Yeah, well said, Jet. Great to see that racing. Great to see you racing too. We'll see you soon in the next round.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, he is one of the stars of the sport, but a true ambassador for the sport as well. Nobody loves it more than he does, that is for sure. And a fit and firing Jet Kenny is something we all like to see. And he's a good-looking cat too. I hate to say it, but he's very good-looking. The modelling thing, it makes a lot of sense now. I'll be tuning in for the Amazing Race. Don't normally watch it, but maybe I'll jump on. What about you, Christy?
I think he's pretty entertaining to watch on, whether he's out there on a board race or any of the other endeavours. So he certainly knows how to keep it fun. Yeah.
Spot on, 100%. I could never do that because the arguments would be non-stop at all. Josh Jones leads heat number 9 from Coogin Headland. White cap with the blue star on top of it. We'll run through the heat. The Spaniard, Puero there, Jones from Coogin, Marc-Antoine Bernier from Pacific Swim Academy in Canada. Big shout out to the Canadians. I got a connection there. I love them. Lockie Merchant from Surfers, Mika Thorswesten from Germany, Oliver Bergman from the Pirate Surf Rescue Academy in Dubai. We're going to talk about the Middle East and the movement in surf sports there in just a second. Darfour from Marangi Bay trains out here at Northcliffe. Patterson of Southport. Serrano from Italy. Waters from Clifton in South Africa. Cruz McKee, he's the lay-down paddler in the middle there, the red and black board. I think the coolest guy in surf sports. He could be a professional surfer. He could be a professional snowboarder. And he's one of the best board paddlers in the world. Very impressive for North Cronulla. Verco doing a great job. That's him in second place, that maroon and yellow Newport cap. Santo from Biarritz, we see him out here a bit. Bannister from Cronulla. Lucas Miller for Sunshine Coast Grammar. And Dickey from Harschwinkel in Germany. Now, the Pirates Surf Rescue Academy, there's a couple of the sort of surf rescue clubs popping up, I guess you'd call them, in the Middle East, Dubai, the UAE, around there. Mostly expats. You've had a little bit to do with them. It's great to see, isn't it?
Yeah, Vikings have also set up a club over there with Steve Munnery, who was in the Australian team in his day. So a huge amount of life-saving knowledge, and it's great to see that life-saving knowledge being shared around the world. We know that we have upwards of 50 countries competing at our World Championships, and it's great to see the number of clubs within those countries also expanding and growing. And it's one of those communities, the community of life-saving, where we just really want to share what we do and help to make everyone else better.
And I think they've lent on a lot of the sort of the Australian connection since being out here. I know yourself, Kirsty Holmes, a few of the others have come out and helped them, given them gear, showed them around, and I think they've done maybe 6 days of surf training, were you saying? Something like that. Outside of that, it's pretty flat in Dubai, but They train really hard. They do a great job, and I saw them wearing their shirts, and they're all sort of from different countries around the world, but they come together under those sort of surf club banners.
Yeah, and as you mentioned, coming from all sorts of different backgrounds, but very, very quickly forming a really great club and team spirit amongst themselves.
They're awesome, aren't they? So going to work at the moment, Charlie Verco, fresh off a win at the Molokai to Oahu World Paddleboarding Championship. He will get better as these ones go on, but Lockie Merchant put 2 board lengths into the field just like that. A great paddle from him there. Still hanging in Josh Jones, not too far away. Darfur as well, sitting in the mix. Here come a couple of the boys to start to work their way home. Cruz McKee's gone a long, long way to the left-hand side, just out of shot, but our leader Merchant doing his best at the moment to push through, and that's a 2 board length lead. He just put the accelerator down ever so slightly and went bang, 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 2 runners and out in front, and now he's going to be joined by Verco there. 52 kilometres between 2 islands of Hawaii is a long, long way, and to come back and have to race for sort of 3 or 4 minutes, it's a big, big change, isn't it, for Charlie Verco?
Yeah, certainly the fitness won't be a question, but he'll be trying to find some of that speed to come up against these traditional style board races. Smart racing there by Lockie Merchant. He saw Jet Kenny get the wave down that far end, so he was chasing that himself. He ended up getting joined by 5 other competitors on that wave, so that'll be our top 6 in this heat number 9 coming across the line.
Yeah, Bannister there as well. Darfur cruises through, no problems at all from Southport. No problems for Josh Patterson. That's Cruz McKee. And then on the far side from Grammar, Lucas Miller there gets through. I don't think we're going to have anyone else. Walters, he will not qualify, I don't think, for the next round. So Darfur, Verco, Merchant, 1, 2 and 3. Josh Jones, that was, the man coming down in the green and red cap. That was Santo from Biarritz in Spain, or France, sorry. And Bannister from the Cronulla Club, Patterson, Cruz McKee, and we saw the final man across the line there. Great performance, Lucas Miller from Sunshine Coast Grammar. That is heat 9, run and 1. That is all the men's board race heats. In the other heats, we had a couple of big name winners get through. Max Beattie won heat 10, ahead of Hamish Miller, Charlie Morris, Mitch Morris there. In heat number 8, it was the defending champion from 2018, Matt Bevilacqua, get the job done. In heat number 6, Corey Fletcher, one of those men in the Australian team, won heat 6. In heat number 4, Jackson Borg beat Braden Casamento, and Dan Collins got himself through that one as well. And Ollie Monahan from Maroochydore got the win there ahead of Seth Van Hoofden from Dordrecht Reddings Brigade in Netherlands, quickly becoming my favourite club anywhere in the world. So a bit of an international field. From that we had, 3, 4, 5 of the 9 get through non-Australian, so we love to see that. Big international field. What are the takeaways from the heats so far this morning, Christy?
Look, I think everyone's looking really on form. As you mentioned, quite a few of our international competitors making it through. It will be round 2 before we line up again for quarterfinals, so it'll be a fairly quick turnaround. Sam, how are the athletes looking after just finishing off round 1?
A lot of them, Christy, a little bit out of breath. You mentioned the quick turnaround. This is how quick it is. We're actually getting ready for the second round right now. That heat is back on the line as well. So we're just waiting on some of those athletes to be drawn into those heats. But yeah, like you mentioned, this is really, really sharp racing. Although in this round, they'll be taking 10 through to the quarterfinals. So that cut is a little friendlier, but of course, that quality is only rising and rising. Another interesting thing to note down here on the beach is that wind is now switched on out of the north too. So it isn't too strong at this stage, but you can see the flags are starting to fly more and more and more. The surface of the ocean is starting to become a little bit bumpier as well. So it's going to be interesting to see how strong it gets and which athletes can make the most of those runs and that assistance on the way back in.
Sam, while you're down there, who looked comfortable across the line? Who looked like they were breathing hard? Is there anyone that sort of you thought stood out from that opening round, or was it all a bit of just sort of feeling your way through?
It's hard to know, isn't it, Josh? I think you're right. There are a lot of people breathing quite heavily as they came across the line. Even a lot of our heat winners were saying the same thing as well. Jet Kenny making that joke that he wasn't fit enough to do it, where he looked pretty strong in that board race as well. So, look, I think that fitness is going to be a really big part of this too. You know, it's all about making that final later this afternoon. Once you're in it, anything can happen, but it is 4 races of board races around this course in order to get there, and we're not seeing that wave breaking across that back bank like we have in the last few days. So for a lot of the time, it's a pretty long paddle back to the beach.
We love your work, mate. Thank you for that. Bringing us all the interviews from deep in the sand there, Sam Jordan. And I think we're going to see Sammy go around in the ski race later in the weekend as well. So a certain crowd favourite and a fan favourite down there, that is for sure. Well, they're back to back, and it starts to come into, well, you talk about coaches and training and their ability. How do you find that balance between being fit enough to go round after round after round, but still managing to keep that speed and that spark and without going flat, and managing to weave your way through that sort of fine line of speed and endurance is something that these coaches do very, very well, but it's a dark art, and I can't figure it out.
And it's a skill in itself, working out which part of the race to really accelerate and which part of the race to start conserving some energy. If you get that balance wrong, you can find yourself in a lot of difficulty in these early rounds. I imagine, as we've seen in round one, a lot of the pace will be off from the start, then a bit more settling into positions. The athletes are always very aware of their positioning as they are paddling out. They're always counting numbers. Where am I sitting? What's the qualifying number? We know there are 10 going through, which is a pretty comfortable number. Yeah. So, more than half of the field will be qualifying through, but you won't be wanting to be sitting back there in 8th, 9th and 10th.
And is that more of like an experience thing? The more races you've been in, the more you understand what it takes to win one, the more you can sort of use your energy more efficiently as you go round, kind of thing. Know when to sprint, know when to ease back. And because you see some of the junior guys, heat one, race one, bang, let's go all in, and they might win by 10 board lengths, but they've burnt 3 or 4 matches they probably needed for later in the day. One of the Morris boys there fired up. Harry, one of our starters as well, in the mix. So this heat, I'm just looking at it now on the start list. A reminder, go to liveheats.com if you want to see all the results from the entire weekend. There's some point scores up as well, but we hide them late in the competition just to make things a little bit more interesting for everybody. But this one is a little bit stacked. There's probably more. I know 10's going through is pretty comfortable for most, but I would say there'd be more than 10 guys in this heat that you'd expect to get through to the semi-finals, quarterfinals in there. So that's an added layer of pressure as well. You might want to be able to take it easy and cruise around and conserve energy, but if you've got a stacked semi or a stacked round 2 race, this is going to be very, very tough. I'm just taking a look down there, and there is some absolute weapons in this one. Matt Bevilacqua there, red togs, white cap with the maroon star. He's the defending champion. Braden Casamento wearing that yellow cap with the 3 black stripes of Alexandra Headland there. I would say one of the best board paddlers the last 3 years. He is lightning quick off the beach. His run and his board are unbelievable, and he's coming together as an Ironman. Let's take a look at the start list. Callum Brennan, those Brennan boys, very, very good. Usain Bimba from Japan there. Riley Harland, we've seen him in the Professional Iron Series. Patterson of Southport, fresh off his last round race. Bevilacqua, the defending champion, one of the best board paddlers of all time, in my humble opinion, in the sport. He's won just about everything you can win. Saxon Coates there, watch for him. Says Glenelg from Newcastle, originally spent a bit of time on the Gold Coast. Jackson Borg, absolute weapon. Casamento, Baptiste from Biarritz. Archie Vernon can fly on the board as well. This is where things start to get really interesting. Campbell Guthrie had a couple of years out, but did Molokai recently, so he'll be super fit. Mitchy Morris, we know how good those Morris boys are. Nathan J will be in any board final at any carnival all year long. Hagen from Karawa, local advantage. Anuna Kata from Japan as well. And the Japanese, they're getting better and better and better. So this is going to be an interesting one, and a couple of the big guns here are going to have to be on point, and maybe we're just seeing a little prelude to the final.
Yeah, it's a stacked heat, this heat 1 of round 2 of the men's board race. And as you mentioned there, one of our competitors in particular, Josh Patterson, having to line back up after being in heat 9 of the first round. So they're all randomly drawn, and it can be a little bit of bad luck if you were in one of the late heats and then in one of the first heats of the next round. So a little bit of less rest there for Josh.
That's exactly right. Oh, well, you have to do it. You find a way to get through. Brennan closest to us, Harlan, Bevilacqua, Patterson there as well, Coates, Borg, Casamento, Santos from Bay Ritz off and away. The first 10 steps are so important in a board race. They're off, and look at Coates go, the lay-down paddler there. He's got speed to burn, snuck through one or two. Bevilacqua on the red and Casamento on the orange trying to go with him. But the man from Glenelg in South Australia has got off to an absolute flyer. Neil's up and over that one, shows great skill, and that's how important a start can be, because if you can get some clean water and sneak away, it's all smooth sailing. Our leaders will punch through, the back markers will get rolled by one. Coates looks around and goes, thank you very much. But the defending champ, Matt Bevilacqua, goes to the lead, starts to wind up and set his race up, and he's dragging Riley Harland with him.
We said this heat was stacked, and it almost looks like we're watching a semi or maybe even a final with the pace that is on. They know that they have got only 10 spots up for grabs, and could almost throw a blanket over the field as they are stretched right the way across. Two main packs forming. You can see there, Bevy leading out one pack, and I think that might be Mitch Morris leading out the other, both on those red boards. Yeah, that's exactly right. The way you can tell the Morris boys apart, Zach's got pink gear, Mitch has got red gear, and Jake's got green gear, so they do us a favour, because otherwise it would be almost impossible from this height. Working his way through the middle there, starting to really wind up. Actually, the two Alex boys, that's Braden Casamento on the orange, Campbell Guthrie on the blue. They're starting to really get a rig along, and they've gone straight past Morris, who's been forced to sit back and just put himself in the pack. And Bevilacqua, I spoke to him this morning. He has never been more excited to start a season than I think today. He's been doing some great work for the Coolangatta Gold. That's his big focus this off-season. Obviously, looking to win another title, looking to go head-to-head with Ali Day and a few others. Jackson Borg in this race, he'll do the gold as well. But Bevilacqua, taking the last 10 days off, decided to focus and really try and maybe win an Ocean Man title and sort of shorten things up from the gold. But he's done a lot of work, so the back half's not going to be an issue. It's just speed for him, and if he can find any. And on his outside, young gun and training partner Riley Harland at Nobby's there. He will go around the outside. Brennan and Casamento not too far away, but Bevilacqua's done it all. But I still feel like he's got a bit of a chip on his shoulder, and he's trying to prove himself. And when you're going head-to-head with the likes of Joe Collins and Ali Day, that's pretty understandable. Yeah, he's certainly one of the biggest names of our sport. You mentioned we'll be just seeing if he's got the speed. It certainly looks like he's got plenty of speed, even following an off-season of more endurance-based training. He's leading out this heat at the moment, as you mentioned, ahead of Riley Hartland from Nobby's. Braden Casamento working his way through the field. We spoke about the speed that he is known for off the start. He didn't get one of the best starts, so he's had to do a little bit more work later on in this board race. We can see some of the other Currumbin competitors also making their way through the middle of that field. Callum Brennan there on that grey and blue board. Yeah, that's exactly right. He's worked his way up into third past Casamento. Not too far behind him, Nathan J on the yellow, Jackson Borg on the grey board there, Mitch Morris on red hanging in, Campbell Guthrie on blue, and Saxon Coates just out of shot. Top 10 to go through, so they're looking fairly comfortable at the moment. Maybe the only one is Hagen, a long way off to that far right-hand side. He'll be a little bit under pressure, but 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, that top 9 sitting pretty at the moment. And you're right, Casamento didn't get the start he wanted, but he's got the endurance. Fourth in the Coolangatta Gold last year. Bevilacqua trying to go to work out in front, and that looks good. Gets a little runner there and almost a mistake, but he looks good. If that first and second round or anything to go by, he's in very, very good form. Yeah, he really wanted that wave on his own there, rewarded with a bit more of a rest on the way in. He was in a comfortable position, but wasn't happy to sit back and cruise in with the rest of the field. We can see there the chase, probably 8 competitors on that second wave. Yeah, that's 7 on that one, 8 there, so you spot on. Bevilacqua trots up and across, no dramas at all to get the win there. Morris worked his way through, Brennan as well, Borg, Casamento, Riley Harland, Nathan J in there, and Campbell Guthrie. So that is your top 8. We're just chasing one more up and across the line. Easy work. Archie Vernon, he works his way through. Saxon Coates, maybe we say goodbye to Coates there. I do not know, and we'll definitely say goodbye to Josh Patterson. Unfortunately for him, big shout out to Southport as well. They're in their 100th year, I think, of Lifesaving this year, so shout out to them, and your club as well, Alexandra Headland. They're in their 100th year, so big celebrations for some of these clubs, and 100 years of patrolling our beaches is pretty impressive. Yeah, it certainly is. Lots of history in many, many clubs as we have a look at the replay of the start of that first heat in round 2. It is not much of a run-in before you can see them getting into that ankle depth water and almost a straight jump onto the knees. Hardly any bunny hopping, which we will see increase as that tide drops later on this afternoon, but not a huge amount of running
at all is there. But yeah, Coates, no dramas there. The laydown start worked an absolute treat for him there, absolutely flying. But it was Bevilacqua from basically the back break who grabbed that one by the scruff of the neck, and then he just led the entire way round. And I don't think he burned any matches in that. He set himself up pretty comfortably, and like you said, went to work when it mattered most, and experience, it came to the fore.
Yeah, it ended up being Matt Bevilacqua across the line in first, Mitch Morris number 2, Campbell Guthrie in third, Jackson Borg crossing in fourth, Nathan Jay in fifth, Callum Brennan in sixth, Braden Casamento 7th, Riley Harland in 8th, Archie Vernon in 9, and Saxon Coates in 10.
So that's right, top 10 going through that one there. So there's 6 heats, top 10 going through. That'll mean 60 into the quarterfinals. From the men's board race, the women's ski race is also happening at the moment as well. So competition aplenty all up and down the coast, and a few big names I'm looking forward to seeing in this women's ski race as well. One lady in particular, she's the defending champion from Alexandra Headland, Ali Bull. Ali, three-time Olympian, fresh off 2 finals in kayaking at the Paris Olympic Games. She loves surf sports. She keeps coming back. I saw her do the line throw at the pool the other day. I said to her, what are you doing here? She's like, I love it. I just want to be a part of it. Unfortunately, they didn't make it through the opening round of that there, but we're not too far away from that women's surf ski round number 1. And she has to be the red-hot favourite. There's a lot of really, really good sort of ski paddlers who've come out of that kayaking world. Like most of the kayaking program at the Olympics has come out of surf sports. There's a few juniors coming through as well. I got a couple of girls that I think will do very, very well in this one. But Ali Bull, you've got to back her as the $1.50 favourite.
She'd have to be a strong favourite. As you mentioned there, just very, very recently home from the Paris Games. She won't have done a lot of work in her ski being an Olympic year.
I would say none.
None.
Yeah.
But, she's certainly done plenty of paddling in her career. So she will have done a really bit of a crash, refresh into the jump starts and just some of the surf skills. But it's sort of like riding a bike. It'll come back to her second nature.
I was going to say, but when you're the likes of Ali Bull and you're as good as you are, it comes back quickly, and she's done that much ski paddling over the years. It wasn't like she was a kayaker and made the jump into surf. She was a surf kid, Iron Woman, a champion Iron Woman as well, and she made the jump across to kayaking and has just made every poster winner since then. So back-to-back finals in Paris with Ella Beer in the K2 and Ella, Eve and Ali Clark in the K4 for women. So 2 finals there, an unbelievable performance. I think most of those girls, or some of those girls, will be going around. I can see Alice Wood as well from Maroochydore. She was our K1 paddler in Paris, just retired from kayaking, but hopefully she goes around in the surf. She's got a little one as well. So they're all here, they're the Olympians. And if I guess Ali's the favourite, then maybe Elise's second favourite in there. It's sort of A1, A2 sort of thing. So it'll be a really good final, and most of those girls, I can see Ali Clark down for Surfers Paradise as well. So a big Olympic contingent here at the World Championships, and a few from other countries as well.
Yeah, our Olympic paddlers won't have it their own way, though. I know there'll be a lot more of our traditional surf ski paddlers really wanting to test their speed against them as well. We'll have Naomi Scott, who'll be lining up. She's our current Australian ski champion, so and we've seen her in fine form over this last week and a half. But yeah, it's going to be a really interesting matchup. We believe we might have Sam down on the beach. Sam, have you had a chance to make your way down to the women's arena?
Yeah, we've just arrived down here now, and it's actually pretty interesting viewing at the moment because it does feel as though the women's arenas have just a little bit more of a wave than we have seen down in the men's arenas to the board as well. That tide is actually quite high this morning, so it's a great time to be running these ski races as well. But even though as that tide starts to drop throughout the day, I think we might just start to see maybe a little bit of water moving like we have throughout the last couple of days as well with the inter-club competition too. Just listening to that discussion as well about some of the talent that we do have in here. Of course, the Olympic field absolutely stacked, but keep an eye on Gemma Smith as well. She's actually moved away from the kayaking in this off-season and she's right back into surf lifesaving training. She's going to be lining up a crack at the Coolangatta Gold, so it will be very interesting to see how she races here today.
Oh, Sam, that is terrifying news for all the other Iron women in there, because the last time she did the Coolangatta Gold, she finished second by, I would say, 10 metres in a sprint finish. One of the best Iron women of all time going around in the series. How has the transition been for her, Sam? You probably speak to her a lot more than the rest of us. Is she finding it's coming back very easily? And I'm assuming it's that sort of swimming and board paddling that would be the struggle.
Yeah, that's right, Josh. And she's actually spoken really openly about it to the paddler.news, www.thepaddler.news as well, about that transition away from kayaking and ocean ski paddling. She said it was a bit of a shock to the system when she did jump back into the pool, but she's actually enjoyed it a lot more than she thought she would have as well. In that now that a little bit of time has passed since she debuted on the Nutrigrain Iron Woman series as a teenager, she said that she has a new appreciation for swimming and iron racing too. So she's certainly enjoying her training at the moment. And like you said, I think that's a really dangerous thing for the rest of the field as well, that she's been spending so much time in the ski and just loving it too.
Yeah, well, that is spot on. And we'll see how much it's hurt her ski paddling when we see her, I think, heat number 4 coming up a little later on. Thanks for that, Sam. Great insight down there on the beach. And he is one man who's in the thick of the action. He knows what's happening, and I think both yourself and Sam are spot on. There's going to be a couple of girls there trying to mix that up. A lot of them out of kayaking backgrounds. Jazzy from Newport down there. Sorry, Jazzy Locke from Newport. I don't know how I forgot that one. But a young up-and-comer, was really competitive all sort of summer long in those ski racing. And she's the future of ski paddling in the sport. Maybe not quite there yet. Was sitting in that sort of second tier just behind a couple of our Olympians. But she could jump up and win one of these. We saw last year that the range of ski race winners was huge. And like you said, Naomi Scott getting that Australian title. I wouldn't have picked her. She's become one of the best ski paddlers in the business, along with a training partner, Kimberly Doyle, but it certainly wasn't what we expected the final to be, given that huge surf on the Sunshine Coast. It was sort of more the athletes who could survive those early rounds and get a spot in the final. A lot of the big names went home early, didn't they?
They sure did, and we heard Sam mention that northerly is picked up again down there on the beach, so it's not going to be the flat conditions that some of our kayakers might be as used to. Not to say that they haven't all come from a surf background, so they're well and truly very, very good at paddling in that choppy, sloppy conditions as well. But with that outgoing tide, our surf ski final, maybe a little bit of a shorter course as well this afternoon. So perhaps relying some more on those skills, those jump starts and the speed out through the break. So still a wide open race, but a very, very exciting race with having the opportunity for at least 3 of our Olympians to line up.
Yeah, that is exactly right. And I guess maybe the shortness of it will help some of those kayakers who haven't been doing much. They'll be pretty fresh and fired up. Maybe a little bit too much celebrating over in Paris, but you don't blame them. 4 years of work is a long time, and they deserve everything they get. We'll take the opportunity before the girls go in to just take a massive thank you to all our strategic partners here at the Lifesaving World Championships. Of course, the Gold Coast City Council, the Queensland Government and Tourism and Events Queensland. It's live in Queensland. There is no place on earth I would rather be at this point in time. The beautiful Gold Coast, I call it the home of surf sports. We had the Australian Championships here for so long, well over a decade. And when I think surf carnivals, I think Kurrawa Beach. And the athletes who've come from around the world, never been here before, I think it's like Christmas for them. They walk down and it's a place they've seen on YouTube or online and watch these famous races and some of the most important races of all time. Michael King there from Burleigh Heads Mowbray Park, obviously not enjoying his coffee as he throws that one out. He is quite the coffee connoisseur, I know that for sure. He makes his own every morning, and that's his son Zachy boy there, so hopefully Kingy will get himself a coffee. But a huge shout out to everybody who made this event possible. Of course, our major partners and sponsors as well. And if you want to be part of the conversation on Instagram, Facebook or X, use the hashtag LWC2024, LWC24, so Lifesaving World Championships. Leave us a message. Let us know what you think. Let us know what you see. Give everybody a shout out. Let them know that you're watching back at home. My favourite interview all week were with the Irish boys at the national teams competition. They said all their mates were at the pub in Ireland. They put the Lifesaving World Championships on at the pub. They were playing it for everybody. Half the people there had no idea what they were watching, but they absolutely loved it. So a big shout out if you're watching at 2 a.m. at a pub in Ireland. We love to have you with us. And what a venue, what a place, what a competition. World Championships. We should have it here more often.
It's a very special beach, Karawa. You can see the shot there of our competition area and just how far it does stretch all the way down to the south. There's the IRBs, and then you can see in front of the surf club there the men's, and further to the north the women's arena. So we're stretched right along the beach. Not too far away now from a start in the women's surf ski. We've got a list up there of our first heat in round 1.
Yeah, that's it. Sedel from Halle Sakres in Germany. Tazaki racing for the US. So Sarah Tazaki trains here on the Gold Coast, raced for Japan last week, now is doing the club competition for Sussex County in the US. Hocking from Clifton. Dom Stitt from Mooloolaba, Bella McCabe from Burleigh, Chua Wan Ki from the Hammerhead Lifesaving Swim School in Singapore, Tila Garrett, Chelsea Jentz, watch for her from just down the road at Southport, Bree McCowett of Marangi Bay, Emily Hollyman from Surfers Paradise, April O'Gorman, she went around in the national teams competition for the US, Lily Finardi, another one of the Northcliffe girls racing for Sussex County, Grace Giblett of Surfers Paradise, Come from Club Deportivo Nacional Aladia from France, Carla Papak, formerly of the Noosa Club, now at Burleigh Heads Mowbray Park, so a big off-season move. And Schultz from Kusel in Germany, couple of big off-season moves. Carla Papak to Burleigh Heads Mowbray Park. It seems like Burleigh and Northcliffe have been the big winners in the off-season. Plenty of transfers. Actually, to be completely honest, along with Alexandra Headland, a big Victorian contingent making the move up to Alex. You love to see that. But Burleigh, big winners. They've got a lot. Carla Papak, former Coolangatta Gold champion there, making the move down to the Gold Coast.
Yeah, some big names lining up here in Heat 1. We've got 6 heats in our opening round of the women's surf ski race. We've talked about some of the high expectations. We don't see any of our Olympians lining up here in round 1. So in Heat 1, so a fairly open heat.
Yeah.
We're not quite sure how many will be going through. We'd be expecting around that 8 or 9.
Yeah, somewhere in there. I think with 6 heats, probably, 10, something in like that. Expect Bella McCabe to do really, really well. Chelsea Jentz will be on the front end of this one. Finardi and Papak as well. Don't count out Dom Stitch. He had quite the summer last year at the Mooloolaba Club under the tutelage of Reece Drury, a former Ironman champion himself. So watch for her and Tila Garrett of Manly in this opening heat. And that capped the dark or navy blue with the 2 yellow stripes. That's your Sussex County in LA. That's the US team there. They've had some big names from Australian surf sports sign up. You love to see it. So they'll be super competitive as well. And this World Championship sort of thing where you got to find another club, you got to get a team, a little transfer over for the championships, and you transfer out back when the rest of the season starts. It's pretty interesting to watch, that is for sure. Round 2 of the men's board race has been run and won. A couple of results from there. Heat 2 had Max Beattie, Dan Collins and Zach Morris get through with a couple other big names. No one missed out there. Heat 3 had Wenman from Mermaid, Darfur from Mayarangi Bay, Only Nick Green, TJ Hendy get through. We didn't say goodbye to anybody. Maybe Lockie Mercer, he missed out there. Odin Parrish, Kai Taylor, Sean Riley got through in heat number 4. Heat number 5, Connor Maggs, Corey Fletcher, Joe Collins, Joel Piper. They were your top 4 to go through. Remember, we had 10 to go through there. Tommy Lewis from Alexandra Headland and Lachlan Warrener missed out in that one. Heat number 6, Kai Howell, Adam Palmer, Zale Outram were the ones going through. Drew Green and Ollie Monaghan just snuck through there. And to be honest, none of the big names in that men's board race that I would expect to be in the quarters and the semis missed out. So all safe sailing from the men's board race. They are on to the quarterfinals, 4 of those coming up in just a few moments' time. But first, it's time for the women's ski race, round number 1. Bit of waiting around this morning. It hasn't been as smooth as we would have liked down here at Karawa, but we're about to get into the action. And the women's ski race set and ready to go. Heat number 1 of 6 down here in the women's ski race.
Yes, you can see that the athletes have just been given the instruction that they can now enter the water to line up on the start line. Obviously, this is a craft that starts in the water. We have seen over the last couple of days the starter having a huge amount of challenge just getting a clean start. Karawa has had a fairly even shore break this morning, but it can be known for its difficulty in getting a clean start, especially for these skis, the starter wanting to get the most even start as possible for our competitors. It was interesting to hear Sam say there that the surf is slightly larger in this northern arena where the women are lining up. It seems that the sandbank is just a little bit further out in this women's arena, so we saw some of the breaking waves out closer to the cans yesterday, which we would expect to be similar this morning. Yeah,
you're spot on. That is exactly right. That's Schultz from Kusel, that pink cap there, Carla Papak in the new colours. There from Burleigh Heads Mowbray Park, the red ski just inside her Kamei from Club Deportivo Nacional Aldea in Spain. Sorry for the mispronunciation. Bella McCabe on the light green of Burleigh. Next to her at the top end there on the yellow, Dom Stitt. So interesting to see how these ladies go. Lily Finardi was one of the young up-and-comers, and to be completely honest, that age group that Lily Finardi is in is one of the best age groups going around. I did an article on good age groups, and you know, some are really strong and others aren't. The one that Lily Finardi Dom Stitt was in, absolutely unbelievable. We'll see all those girls all day long. Carla Papak off very, very quick without much issue at all and absolutely flying. And it's Chelsea Gents in the middle. We talk about waves. They sit and stop and prop. Safety first there. Chelsea Gents almost stopped paddling. She got off to an absolute flyer. That's her in the middle there, the pink and green ski. Dom Stitt on the yellow, not too far behind. Schultz from Kusel is off.
Oh, Dom Stitt off.
Oh, rolls over there. No, not Stitt. No. Who was that in the middle there? Maybe Hollyman from Surfers Paradise rolled off. Dom Stitt, she's still sitting
different
pretty
yellow
in the
ski,
moment.
thankfully for Dom.
Yeah, she'll be happy with that one. But on the top side there, maybe Sarah Tazaki leads through. So Tazaki doing a fantastic job. Was unbelievable for Japan. Was in the thick of the action all week long there. Parents Japanese, speaks Japanese at home, out here on the Gold Coast training at Northcliffe with Floody there, a great competitor, and had a real impact on that overall point score because she's just kept stealing points from Australia and New Zealand. But it's Gents from Southport in 1, Dom Stitt in 2, Sarah Tazaki in 3, and it's been strong from Gents so far. She had a full ski length before that wave came through.
Yeah, she did get a great start. As you mentioned, a huge setback with that breaking wave landing right on the front of her ski. She's made her way back up into the lead, and she's got the inside leg as they'll head towards the turning cans there. Dom Stitt in second, just ahead of, I think it is Bella McCabe from the Burleigh Heads Surf Lifesaving Club. Yeah, they're doing a great job there. Fantastic technique. You can see Gents strong, powerful through the water. Dom Stitt sitting in very pretty. It's one of the US girls, maybe Lily Finardi, not too far behind. Carla Papak on that red ski comes floating around. Then another one of the US girls, maybe one of them from Maorangi Bay, and it's just too much for Schultz. She got hammered 2 or 3 times. So from Kusel, Vanessa Schultz, she's knocked out of that one. Unfortunately, not what you want to see. Southport Club, super strong, coached by two-time Australian Ironman champion Pierce Leonard, one of the best to ever do it. If Shannon Eckstein doesn't race, Pierce Leonard has a list of titles an arm's length long. Unfortunately, he just started racing at the same time as legitimately one of the all-time greats of the sport. But he was there. He had runner-up finishes in the Ironman series, did the Coolangatta Gold and 2 Australian titles. It doesn't get much better, and his ability to guide the next generation is second to none. Has a fantastic squad there at the Southport Club, and as you can see, Chelsea Jantz is leading the way. A little bit of a run for some of our back markers, but she'll be well and truly safe. We would expect there to be something around that 8, 9, 10 competitors taking their way through. A race in 3 at the moment. We've got Jantz closest to screen. Dom Stitt just dropping off the back there on that yellow ski. And Bella McCabe is it up on that red. Carla Papak up on the red there. She flew through, and you can see the wind just starting to affect the surf a little bit there. It's a little choppier than we've seen all morning. There's Papak. Looks very, very strong, very happy and healthy at the moment after the move down to the Gold Coast. So Noosa lose big, but Burleigh pick up one of the best competitors and a real endurance animal when it comes to the Coolangatta Gold. Had a great year there where she got the win.
Gents will get across the line in second. No sprint finish like we're used to seeing. Just a sprint to the line here. Dom Stitt, as long as she keeps it safe, will get through with very few issues. That is for sure. Crosses there. Looked like Lily Finardi, Sarah Tazaki were on the next one. So both racing for the US county team. Yep, that is exactly it as they cross the line. Here goes the sprint. Bella McCabe looks like she will shoot across. Maybe April O'Gorman as well. Bree McCowett from Marangi Bay. Try to get her way across. We'll leave the rest of that to the judges because it's very tough. Maybe Holliman and Tilla Garrett getting themselves through. There's Garrett there cruising across the line. She's just counting, doing the numbers, and it's something that all athletes do. If you're in the middle of the pack, you don't really know where you finished. You start to count numbers, you start to look and hope that you've got yourself through to the next round. Grace Giblett, I didn't speak much about her either. Young gun coming through. She'll be a very good competitor this week, so watch for her. One of the girls just goes sideways across the line. It doesn't matter. You just have to have your ski when you cross the line. So no dramas at all there for, I think that's Seidel from Halle Sakras in Germany. Another one of those clubs that was so strong in the pool. Unbelievable. They had 3, 4, 5 in A finals and B finals in just about every event. So it was basically the Germans, the Italians, some Australians over there in the pool, and they're continuing it out here in the surf.
Having a look back to the replay of that start, and we'll see here shortly some of our paddlers will stop paddling as they can see what is just about to hit them. They'll speed on into it, and you can see there, top of screen there, Gents just putting the power down, stopping now as they can see what is ahead. We can't see it yet, but there's going to be certainly some strong waves standing up on that bank. Yeah, she just went complete breaks, and that's what happened to the rest of these girls. If you time it wrong, that's the worst thing that can happen. You can see one or two. Oh, Papak absolutely got hammered. The girls on the far side, that was Sarah Tazaki snuck out, and it's all about timing. Maybe Giblett in the middle there with that Surface Paradise cap. I do not know if it was her. Just goes up and over, tips, flips. Not what you want. She did a fantastic job and just gets flipped over like that. You can see the rest of the girls start to go to work. Carla Papak did a fantastic job. She was in the worst position to get back where that wave broke, and just the power that she showed to push through that wave. And we're off and away, the next heat of the women's ski race. So we're jumping and we're straight back into the action. At the bottom of the screen there, Trinker looks like she's absolutely flying. It's Brodie Trinker there. She'll go up and over this one. Won the Australian board race title earlier in the year on the Sunshine Coast. Layla Hutchinson there from Coogin, just trying to push her way through. On the far side, though, well, one of the big guns, Tiani Massey, already out in front and in the lead, looking very, very comfortable, joined by Jasmine Locke on that red ski alongside her, and Phoebe Wills-Grace from Maroochydore. Gemma Smith-Welsh not too far away either, and Lucinda Kelly from Alexandra Headland there in the mix. So this is a good heat. This is maybe 5 girls that I expect to be in the final. You list those 5 off and you say, I could see those making it all the way. Yeah, we can see Tiani Massey there from the Maroochydore Club just leading that small pack out. She had a fantastic season in the Iron season last year. We've also got a competitor a little bit out to sea. I think that's Phoebe Wills-Grace on that green ski. She'll join them as they head towards the turning marker. Obviously spotted something out wide, or maybe she's just happy to stay out of trouble. Tiani Massey there on screen, alongside her Lucinda Kelly and Jasmine Locke from the Newport Surf Lifesaving Club. Yeah, that's it. Lockie there. Wollongong originally a great paddler. One of the girls really struggling to get herself through here. Maybe Seidel from Halasakras there. It's time for Tiani Massey to really make the jump. It might sound, I don't know, it might sound pretty harsh there, but she made the step up last year and she's been winning races. But I think now's the time in the season for her that if she's going to win a title, and she's going to win a big title, it's now or never for Tiani Massey. She is one of the best in the business, and she's always sort of sat around that 3, 4, 5, won races and won important races, but I think this might be the year where she goes to win an Australian title, a world title, an Iron Series, a Summer Surf title, one of those big crowning, or a Coolangatta Gold, one of those big sort of 5 crowning achievements, and I reckon now's the time, and she'll never have a better run to it. She needs to do it. Tiani Massey leads, Locke there on the right-hand side. Wills-Grace starts to wind up. Lucinda Kelly, Gemma Smith-Welsh
She had a breakout season last year as well. Jumped up into that Iron Woman series. Super talented. Just needs confidence. The more success she has, the more confidence she get, the better she'll be, and it'll be scary. If she believes in herself for 5 seconds, she will be unbelievable. Gemma Smith-Wells, she's working her way through on that blue ski, the red, yellow and black cap of Sunshine Beach, and I can't speak highly enough of Brodie Trinker there in 5th place. An absolute superstar on the board. She's a great Iron Woman as well, and more than that, she's just a lovely person on the beach. Great personality, always positive. You love to see her be successful, and she's cruising through this one.
She's a hugely popular competitor. You can see there, that was our top 7 on screen. Tiani Massey just pulling down a nice wave, being rewarded for her early work. Followed closely there, still in 2nd place, Phoebe Wills-Grace.
Oh, sideways from lock. That's not what you want. So she spent the winter in Europe kayaking, and she's just gone sideways. One of the best kayakers in the country. She's going to have to turn it around. Usually the skills are a lot better than that, but paddling sideways there. We got 3 across, 4, 5, 6, 7 on that one. So looks like Grace Harris will get there. Lucinda Kelly's across as well. Kaya Sugars will be there. Oh, lock goes sideways again. Oh, Huey blowing up. Look at the yelling there from Dickie Beach. You can't do anything about it. You got to shoot across. Anastasia Huey, Jasmine Locke, she's had an absolute disaster. I'm pretty sure this might be the first paddle in the surf for Jazzy Locke in maybe 5 or 6 months, so she'll be absolutely blowing up. So Huey there from Dickie Beach, not happy at all, but that's ski racing. Sometimes you just got to survive and get through. Coogin Headland not having a great day either. Jazzy Locke, she's got to turn around, go back out and do a couple of ins and outs through the break to get ready for the second round.
Yeah, it is very, very tricky. Hard to pick up on screen at the moment, but there's a little bit of inshore water heading to the north. They've got that wind coming from the north, so a whole lot of weather conditions for these athletes to contend with. A lot of them, no problems at all, but as you mentioned, some of the athletes haven't spent the time in the ocean. We don't get a lot of swell at a lot of our beaches in winter, so it's not like our summer season where you get better and better as the summer goes on. But they'll be really, really brushing up on those skills as they progress through the rounds.
Let's take a look at the start. Tiani Massey has half ski length in front after about 6 strokes, and Trinker tried to go with her, maybe just got a little bit of a better run. This is the shot of Trinker's start there, and you can see the speed into that ski and the way she got that wound up. Very, very good.
Yeah, she's going to be looking for a position come the finals. Brodie Trinker there, just getting slammed closest to screen on that pink ski. She had a tougher run out of it, so paddled her way back in once she cleared that break zone. There's a shot of our competitors just rounding the cans, and you can see those early waves just split the field up a little bit, so they weren't as congested as we might see some of the other heats.
Is it just me, or does Tiani Massey look very comfortable there? And you can see Locke going sideways, and then you've been there. Well, you probably haven't been there. I've been there. It's panic stations from that. After that, it's just pure red line, spin the ski, get back on. How do I get through? We got 7 across there, 8, 9. A couple of the girls, maybe Punter and Huey from Dickie Beach, just looking to scrape through. These girls are being pulled out of the start. I don't know why, but an absolute disaster there, and heart-in-the-mouth stuff for a couple of the ladies down on the sand, and girls will get pulled back, set and ready to go. A slow start to the morning, not what we like to see, not what we're used to seeing here. And I guess it sounds harsh from me talking about Tiani Massey, but I guess pressure is a privilege, and when you've done as much as she has and when you're as good as she is, the expectation is that you spend a couple of years maybe winning races and sitting in that 3, 4 and 5 overall behind the likes of Lana Rogers, behind the likes of Georgia Miller, but eventually you've got to make the jump to being one of the best in the business, and Tiani Massey's at that precipice. A big fan of her work, and I think this is the year that we could see her really make that jump to maybe become the best Iron Woman in the sport. And I don't want to put the commentator's curse on her, but she's got the talent and she's got the ability. Sam on the sand, what is happening down there at the moment? Slow starts of the day, but the action's been great when they do get going.
This is what makes Surf Carnivals great, though, isn't it, Shoshi? Look, while we... I thought it was a good time to have a chat about what you and Chrissy were touching on with this finish line here as well, because with this wind now starting to get stronger and stronger, we're seeing that the runs are starting to come across the course as well, and they are really pushing to the south. That northerly wind is actually getting quite strong now, and we saw in that last heat that a number of those paddlers took the temptation. They started chasing those runs as soon as they turned that third can, which is directly in line with this finish line here. So that's why we had so many athletes pushing further to the south. But on this finish line here, there's actually a lot of water rushing out at that exact spot as well. So it'd be something interesting to look for as we do start to work through these rounds as well, and these wind gets stronger and stronger. But if I was out there in the water, I'd be cutting sharp around that third can. Do the work early to set yourself up, and then that allows you to come across the line with the momentum.
If there is someone to listen to, it is you, Sam. We love to hear it down on the sand. He's got a wealth of experience both in the boat and on the beach. So if he's saying cut right and ride it back, that is what I would be doing if I were these ladies. Thank you for that, mate. We appreciate it. We might see if we can get you to have a chat with a couple of the ladies post-race as well to fill a bit of time while we wait for these girls to go. The next heat up is heat number 3 down on the line, and one that I've been looking forward to seeing all winter long. Gemma Smith, we spoke about her earlier. A little bit less kayaking, a little bit more Iron Woman world training. So that one's going to be interesting. Heat number 3, Gemma Smith from Newport, Libby Waugh from Mermaid Beach, Grace Davies from Sunshine Beach, Poppy Cook from Alexandra Headland, Melina Gesner from Norderstadt in Germany, Elizabeth Rudlin from Coolangatta Lifesaving Club, Fenella Gibbs-Beale, former open water swimmer, part of the Australian team. Good to see her on the ski here. Huey Minte from Singapore, Michaela Whitney from Kurrawa, Caitlin Miller from Sunshine Coast Grammar, Helena Gullian from Club Salvamento in España, Sophie Boyd from Coogin, Brianna Massey, another great ski paddler here. She's probably one of the more ski specialists that can put it to these kayaking girls. Anna Sophia Lepar from the Canadian club Naval Sauvetage Sportif Lifesaving Club, Emily Mathers from North Cronulla, and Dal Hussein from Dordrecht Reddings Brigade in Netherlands. Closest to the screen there, off and away, but it is Brianna Massey who's got the jump so far, absolutely flying. She says, if little sister can do it, I can do it as well. And then the Massey sister's absolutely on fire at the moment. Whitney with a great start, and that's Gemma Smith on the far side. Will get a ramp up and over that whitewater. Very well done from Gemma Smith. You can see the skills coming to the fore as one goes off. Maybe Boyd from Coogin Headland rolls her ski, and the back half of the field has been absolutely obliterated by these waves. And it's either end of the field, Massey on this side, Gemma Smith on the other side, and it doesn't look like that Iron Woman training slowing her down.
No, you're spot on there. Gemma Smith at the top of the screen. We can see just some of our competitors struggling back there in the break. Brianna Massey on that striped ski closest to the bottom of the screen. Both of these competitors had a real shot at the kayaking world. They aimed for those Olympic Games, just falling short. Not many spots are on offer to make a spot in the boat for the kayaking. So it's great to see them coming back to the surf skis, and they have not missed a beat.
Yeah, you're spot on. Brianna Massey, more 2016, 2020. We only took 5 athletes to Paris as well, and Gemma Smith just on the outside of those 5 athletes. So incredibly tough. You can be the 6th or 7th best paddler in the country and not even get an opportunity at the Olympic Games because there's just limited opportunities there. The K4 has 4 in it. The K2, they took 2 of those K4 girls in there with Ali Bull and Ella Beer, and Elise Wood, she paddles the K1 on her own. So Gemma Smith sits somewhere in that sort of, let's say 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 paddlers in the country, as does Jazzy Locke and a few others, and you can be that good and not even get a shot at the best in the world. So we see the girls go round. It is Gemma Smith out in 1, Brianna Massey in 2, Michaela Whitney in 3, working her way around as well. And look at the technique, absolutely perfect. And a couple of these girls struggling to get through the break. That's Fenella Gibbs-Beale. They're just battling to get themselves through the break at the moment. Poppy Cook, a great paddle from her so far to sit in 3rd place, I think, coming around those, 4th place to come around those cans. So only a young gun and right in the mix at the moment. But if you want to see what class ski paddling looks like, this lady, there has not been very many girls better than her in the last decade.
No, Gemma Smith so strong in all disciplines. We would expect to see her probably the strongest on the ski, as we've spoken about, really putting that time in the kayak. Brianna just pulling alongside of her. Beautiful techniques from both of the girls, really, really focusing on that ski stroke. And yeah, Gemma, she's just such a popular athlete on the beach, a beautiful girl, a really passionate lifesaver. She loves her club, and you'll see her line up in absolutely anything to get some points for her club.
That's exactly right. You have people in a surf club that they heart and soul is a bit airy-fairy for mine, but they're the ones you want there. They have the right attitude. They keep everyone in line. They make sure that if there's any whinging, they sort of put a nail on, they put it in perspective. And Gemma Smith's one of those girls, and Newport have a lot of them, and that's why they've become such a great club. They build culture. That's what they do. And Gemma Smith is part of that culture at Newport, and someone that I really, really respect on the sand, and a fantastic performance. Massey in second place, so the Massey sisters are having a great day out. Oh, Whitney absolutely flying through there. Poppy Cook shooting through as well. Someone else has just snuck across.
Might be Libby Wall from Mermaid.
Oh, perfect. Great pick there. Yeah, Libby there. Great paddle from her. So that's our top 5 that have got through. This is that Sunshine Coast Grammar Cat working their way through that one. So a great paddle for Caitlin Miller across the line. She will survive as well. A good paddle, and Sunshine Coast Grammar having a great little day out. It's a world-class facility up there, great school as well, and it's good to see them here at the World Lifesaving Championships, and I don't know if we'll see them again at any carnivals, but they're doing a great job. I hope they do, because a fantastic performance from all these girls. There is Emily Mathers from North Cronulla making her way back to the beach, and that was heat number 3 of the women's ski race.
Yeah, great to see, as you mentioned there, the club from the Sunshine Coast Grammar, probably better known for their pool lifesaving. They do a lot of work up there with Jeannie Baxter leading the way, and she's another one of those very, very passionate lifesavers, and an unusual cap to see in our ocean racing, but they're obviously going for club points, and hopefully picking a few up. I know that they'll probably be up there in the point score coming out of the pool, and it'll be exciting to see where that lands when we add these ocean points.
Yeah, that's exactly right. They'll be one of those teams that you probably don't expect, but they get enough points in the pool, like you said, and then they can just get, if you can scrap 1s and 2s, make a semi-final. If you can get a couple in a final, it might be enough to end up finishing inside the top 10, top 5, who knows? And that's how the Italians do it, that Rene Rossi team. Haven't seen any of them in the surf so far, but they score so much in the pool that it's half over by the time the pool competition finishes. They've got that many points that no one will catch them, and they end up in the top 2, 3, 4 every single World Championships off the pool alone. And that's how Northcliffe get it done. Currumbin are pretty good. They manage to just do both very, very well.
Just having a look at the replay on screen there now. Gemma Smith coming across in what was heat number 3. So they'll have a little bit of a rest. We've seen these qualifying rounds running through back-to-back. So our ski paddlers, we've got a few more heats, I think 6 heats. So we're halfway through round 1, and they will line straight back up for the quarterfinals and then the semi-finals before a short rest for our finals package this afternoon. So heat 4 we are looking at lining up on screen now. A little bit of a delay in the ski area. We saw this yesterday just with some of those very, very tight finishes, and our judging officials sometimes having to come down out of that judging stand just to re-look at the video footage of the skis crossing the line. They don't want to have any errors here at the World Championships in these early qualifying rounds. So
yeah, you're spot on. Give everyone an equal opportunity. Make sure we get the right people through. They've travelled a long, long way to get here, so a fair run is spot on. Heat number 4 coming up, and a couple in here that I expect to be in the final as well. Abby Tolano was at Alex, now at Mooloolaba this summer, so made the move just one beach down. Kirsty Hardstaff of Burleigh Heads Mowbray Park, she'll be super competitive in here. Laurie Lepage from the Canadian club. Morgan Trinker, we saw her sister Brodie go round from Southport. Christina Malian from Clifton doing great things with South African Lifesaving, was part of that team's competition. Does a bit of media for them, some updates online, so check her stuff out as well. Didas from Kusel in Germany. Menfi from Burleigh Heads Mowbray Park. Mills from Clifton, watch for her, very good all week long. Kat O'Leary, pretty sure Olympian in the kayaks as well. Ali Clark, an Olympian from Paris 2024 in the kayaks, so plenty of speed in the centre there. O'Leary for Mermaid, Clark for Surfers Beach. Rodriguez from Club Deportivo Nacional. in Spain. De Koning from Dordrecht Reddings Brigade. Zoe Campbell from Coogin. Kate Irwin from Dickey Beach. Big shout out to the Dickey Beach guys. They've been doing a great job. Strobel from Otterspray in Germany on the far left-hand side, and on the edge, Jasmine Graham from Coolangatta Surf Lifesaving Club. Interesting mix in this one. Plenty of speed, plenty of big names, some kayaking experience there as well. It'll be interesting to see how Kat O'Leary does. A little bit of time not away from the sport, but haven't seen her at the top end of events much lately, so welcome back to her. And Ali Clark, welcome back to Australia after a big Paris campaign, part of that women's K4 team that made the final.
Yeah, they're lining up in the centre of this field, so we would expect some speed coming out of that middle. You can see Ali Clark there with the Surfers Paradise cap. Kat O'Leary probably happy to be lining up next to her. And yeah, I'd say her plan might be just to stick it next to Ali on the way out. That would be my game plan if I was in that position. You can see the Czech starter there, fairly happy that the field is in position and the starter just waiting for a clean opportunity to set them on their way. Yeah,
one of the toughest jobs in surf sports, starting ski races. The ladies are a little nicer. The gentlemen, not so much. They do not act like gentlemen on the start. Off and away. A couple certainly not ready there on that far edge. So Graham, she really has to get on and go off immediately. You can see that. The girls start to wind up, get in on the action, and that is Ali Clark there. She's not easing back. She's going to go straight into this one. Sneaks through and down on this side, absolutely flying away as well. Maybe Kate Irwin from the Dickey Beach Club. So no dramas at all. This is the centre of the screen. That's Menfee there. Maybe alongside her, it is Mills from Clifton Beach. And it was Ali Clark who got off to a flyer, then 2 or 3 waves slowed her down, and the girls at the back, that's Didus from Kusel in Germany. Get on, get that ski going, because these girls are paddling very fast. Closest to us on the purple ski there, that is Ali Clark. Above her, Mills on the white. It is Hardstaff on the light green. Abby Tolano on the pink there. Kat O'Leary on that two-tone purple, starting to really wind up and into it. That is ski paddling technique. For all the nippers sitting at home, if you want to know what you should look like when you're paddling it, that is it. High, strong, and very, very good from Ali Clark out in front.
Yeah, she looks fantastic. She spent a lot of her youth on the Sunshine Coast, formerly of the Maroochydore Surf Club. They, a lot of the paddlers do have to move to the Gold Coast with the kayaking program that is down
based
there.
Out of here, yep.
So racing under the Surfers Paradise Club here and leading the way in this 4th heat of the Open Women's Ski. They've got a bit of a breakaway pack there of what looks like to be 8 paddlers, so fairly comfortable. I don't know if they'll know that they have broken away from the field as much as they have. So Ali Clark there in number 1. Kirsty Hardstaff from the Burleigh Heads Club. She's been a fantastic ski paddler as well for many, many years. So very, very experienced is Kirsty Hardstaff on that aqua coloured ski there. And it looks like the paddler might be Kat O'Leary from Mermaid. Yep. There in 3rd.
Yeah, Kat O'Leary's really paddled in this one. A fantastic performance as well. Abby Tolano in the light pink there. Maybe Mills as well from the Clifton Beach. Mallion's in the mix as well, starting to work their way home. These two ladies. Clark just slowing down. Hardstaff starting to work her way home. And, well, the push comes here as they start to wind up. You got to look around. If you can get a little runner, set yourself up very, very comfortably for the ride home. That is what you're looking for, but we wait and see. Not much on offer out the back, and I wonder whether they've listened to our man on the sand, Sam Jordan, because he said you've got to take a little bit of a right-hand turn and let it run all the way back to that finishing chute, because if you go the wrong side, it is so tough to get back across, and it is Hardstaff who just gets herself half a ski length out in front from Ali Clark, who's looking over the shoulder. Kat O'Leary looking very, very good, starting to wind up. There's a wave out the back that's got a couple on it as well. I can see the Clifton cap. I can see Abby Tolano, maybe Trinker from Surfers Paradise. Menfee out the back there, Burleigh at the top of the screen, the light pink, and then another one of those Clifton Beach South African caps as well. But our leaders will push down a little run, and they should have no dramas. Can't imagine Clark spent a lot of time in the surf recently, given her commitments in Europe at the Olympic Games, but she does that one very, very well.
Yeah, she does not look out of place in this ski heat. We can see Kirsty Hardstaff coming across the line there. It's a fairly narrow finishing line as far as the ski finishing goes, and you can see what Sam was talking about, those competitors who are not giving themselves quite enough room on that southern side, just leaving a little bit to chance. There is a huge amount of water movement, and you don't want to have to allow for your other competitors, but as we've seen, some of these skis are very, very easy to slew, so you don't want to be pushed outside of that finishing arena if that is the situation you find yourself in.
There is literally nothing worse than coming down a wave, and to be honest, the boys will probably say this about me, coming down a wave, looking across and going, oh no, this guy slews more often than not, oh please stay away from me, please. And you end up just going off yourself because you're so worried about the guy or girl next to you, and it happens so often. You can see them just have a little look, oh no, and then it's all gone south. And that's the brutal part about these races, is that somebody can take you out, and it's not your fault, but that's just racing sometimes, and we try and keep it very fair, but it's the beauty of surf sports. It's the least unfair sport, if that makes sense. There's so many elements that just aren't consistent, and that's why I love it, because you learn as a young athlete that sometimes things are out of your hands that you can't control, and you just have to roll with them. And the great athletes, they manage to overcome that sort of element of luck better than most. And if you're watching at home and you're thinking, oh, it's not fair, well, some of the best in the business, they don't need any luck at all. They make their own luck and get it done. And we can see the start here. A funny start, to be completely honest. A few sides got off reasonably well, then got clipped by waves. A couple got out clean, and a few sort of worked their way into it. But in the end, it's split up basically in half.
Yeah, you could see this, just the depth variation on the start line. Some of our ski paddlers able to probably stand a metre or so forward, which made a huge difference when they did jump on their skis. And as you mentioned there, the absolute tippiest craft that these competitors will race on. It doesn't take much to kick these rudders sideways, so we'll expect to see less and less of that happening as we progress through the rounds, and the real skill of these athletes shine through. So that's our 8 or 9 competitors from this heat. We saw there that mix-up or that difference on the start there, really splitting this field. So there wasn't any of that sprint finishing that we've seen in some of the other races there.
And that'll grow as the rounds go on. It'll get more and more and more. And every time it gets a little bit more serious, those finishes get a little tighter, and then it becomes just a little bit harder to sort of to get through, and you've got a sprint at the end, that is for sure. From the women's ski race, we're back to the men's board race, and this one has been an absolute cracker all morning long. We'll just pick up where we were up to. Semi-final number 1, the open men's board race, on the line, off and away. The start list: Bevel Aqua, Kai Taylor, Nathan J, Archie Vernon, Ben Highfield, Jet Kenny, Corey Fletcher, Joe Collins, Noah Steiner, Brooks, Neen, Hendy, Howell, Callum Brennan, Kai Harlan, Sean Riley, Connor Maggs. That could be the final. This end looks like it's going to sneak out. Bevel Aqua's got to go to get round it. He gets round it. The middle gets smashed, and maybe the right-hand side as well. So either end looks very pretty, but Matt Bevel Aqua, the defending champion for 2018, because we haven't had an interclub title since 2018 in Adelaide, he has got off to an absolute flyer, and Corey Fletcher goes with him, along with a couple of the other boys there, maybe Kai Taylor as well. So the two from Burleigh Heads, Mowbray Park, chasing very, very hard with Ben Highfield on his tail. Sean Riley going after them with Connor Maggs on the top side there. But Bevel Aqua has looked unbelievable today. He's in very good form.
Yeah, he looks like he is. When you sort of see athletes getting a lot of luck, it might look different, but I think he's just so clever. He's putting himself in those right positions. He saw that little gap opening, and he found a whole nother gear, which has just set his race up beautifully. He's leading that pack out from the two competitors there from Burleigh Heads. We can see Cronulla Surface Paradise, and I think might be a Coogin cap in there as well, but absolutely no doubt about our leader. He is happy to race from the front, so he's certainly feeling confident with his speed and his fitness. Yeah,
endurance isn't an issue, that is for sure. He'll have to go to work, and the boy's just sitting in pretty at the moment. You don't want to be in that pack. This is going to really test Jet Kenny. He's on that red board, sort of 5 or 6 off the back there. He's close to getting a top 8 through a final of 16, but it's probably from that third line as they start to go around. That's Connor Maggs in the middle, that line of purple, light pink, and It looks like maybe Benny Highfield there, the orange and grey with the Allura cap. You don't want to be any further back than that because you're going to have to absolutely work. Bevilacqua just slows it down ever so slightly. Corey Fletcher looks super comfortable. He knows he's just going to sit in. And this is go time. Turn the cans on the knees, accelerate. And Bevilacqua was doing exactly what Sam said before. Cut it back, do the work early, and then use the runners late. And you've got to have nerves of steel because some of the more lazy athletes, they'll spread out and use the runners early, but they're going to have to come back eventually, and you just got to trust yourself that you're doing the right thing.
Yeah, you can see the different options that our competitors are making there. As you said, Matt Bevilacqua really choosing to cut back early and have the reward of chasing those runners as he gets closer to that wave zone. We've got another competitor out there on the top. Connor Maggs has made the opposite decision. He's chasing a wave out wide, and waves now coming, so we'll see who has made the right decision.
Big wave coming. This could be very interesting. There's 4 there from Burleigh Heads Mowbray Park. Good luck picking their board relay team. Kai Taylor in 3rd place, paddled up into 2nd place. Bevilacqua's got a little push at the bottom here, starts to go. Kai Howell, he's from racing for New Zealand, has worked his way up into 4th as well. Similar cap to the Burleigh Heads Mowbray Park one there. That's Bevilacqua in the lead. Not a lot on offer, and this is where it starts to get really, really scary when you're a leader because you've paddled a long way in. You haven't got yourself a wave. You know that the back markers can pick one up if you're not careful. Bevilacqua's got to go. He gets down it. So does Connor Maggs. So that paid off for Connor Maggs. Great skill. He would have looked at it. I called him lazy. I said, they might run down, but maybe sometimes they got a little bit of surf skill there. Kai Howell in the mix as well. So he is paddling for the New Zealand club out there from Mount Maunganui. That's that black, white and yellow. It looks like a Burleigh cap. He races for Burleigh. He will get through 3 through. We're looking for another 5, I think, through this one. And the race is on. The boys starting to charge up the beach. Highfield's there. Kai Taylor, Corey Fletcher as well. Noah Steiner. This might be the run for the final spots there. Joey Collins, I don't think he will get through. So really dramatic stuff, and maybe Noah Steiner might be the last man through inside the top 8. I think we're going to say goodbye to a couple that I would have expected to be in the final.
Yeah, I think both of our Surfers Paradise competitors, Archie Vernon and Trevor Hendy, just finishing outside of those qualifying 8 we assume will be going through from this semi-final. That was a stacked semi, and they had to race that like a final. I definitely think Matt Bevilacqua is looking so strong for a final contender.
Yeah, look fantastic there, that is for sure. And the quality of the athletes that missed out talks to the quality of the athletes that got in. When you got guys that you'd say, they'll be in the final, and they don't even get through the semi, that can be very, very dramatic. See the start here, off and away. That's Jet Kenny in the centre with Corey Fletcher. So Corey Fletcher, the best starter, I would say, in the business. Joe Collins not far off him. Maybe Jet on his feet a little bit too long and had to sit and stop. You see Bevilacqua, the difference. That's the difference there and then. His rating super high when everybody else was sort of making decisions about popping through waves. You can see that far side getting away as well, and everyone's got an excuse. TJ Hendy goes up and over Brennan as well, and not Bevilacqua. He went absolutely flying.
Yeah, an absolute tough day in the office for some of our open men in this first semi-final. That shore break is so, so strong, and we can't reiterate enough just how important it is to get your start right. You mentioned there Jet choosing to stay on his feet with those bunny hops, and it probably did cost him. You can see how much that means.
So happy with himself, and he should be. He's young, he's hungry, and he wants to do well, and slaps the board there. This was the sprint for the final spot, and I think Steiner definitely got ahead of the other 2 gentlemen. I think that'll be all she wrote for the other 2, but we'll wait and try and get the results. There are the judges there going over what they think were the finishes down in that ski race arena. What a first semi-final. Second semi coming up as well, and I don't think it's any easier. I think it's slightly, it may be a little bit easier. That first one, tough as nails, but there's plenty of quality in that second one. I wouldn't like to be in either of them, to be completely honest. They're very, very good.
No, we're watching, they may have even run in a parallel arena, so we're watching one of these board finishes coming across the line there now. We'll bring that to you if that was, in fact, the second semi of the open men's board.
Sorry, I'm just on live heats now. Campbell Guthrie, Tex Dixon, Odin Parrish, Charlie Verco all got through that second semi-final in their great performance from those 4 gentlemen. Braden Casamento, has got there as well. Joel Piper has snuck through. And it looks like we're going to have some real casualties from that second semi, that is for sure. Max Beattie gets there. Good to see Big Max, a great competitor for New Zealand for a long, long time. On the twilight of his career, and I don't think he'd mind me saying that, but a lot that look like they've missed out. So maybe the Australian board champion, Zach Morris, goes home on that one. We're just waiting to see who finishes in 8th place. He'll be right on the edge, but I think we're going to lose the Australian champion, and casualties are plenty down there, that is for sure. What a performance from all these gentlemen. The board race semis run and done, and we'll have the full list of finalists when we have them for you. But who did you like out of those ones?
Well, as we've heard, there was a huge upset in that semi-final number 2. Some of the names we would expect to make it through. We've got that 8th position there now. It went to Patrick. Is it Ellie from Sorrento?
Yeah,
so
nice.
That means Mitch Morris has missed out, as well as Jake Morris. Some of the big names we would have expected to make it through there, as well as Nick Green from Currumbin, and Riley Harland will go home in this men's board. So huge upset there in semi-final number 2.
This is the result from semi-final number 1. If we're chasing 8, Hal Maggs, Bevel Aqua, Taylor Highfield, Fletcher Riley and Steiner. That was the sprint for 8th place there. So Nathan J and Joey Collins, and massive casualties, like you said, from both semi-finals. That is drama aplenty for those gentlemen. But at a World Championships and at the top level, this is what I mean. Let's take a look at the results from the second semi-final. Guthrie, good paddling from him. Dixon, Parrish, Verco, Casamento, Piper, Beattie and Pat L.A. Bereswick from Currumbin. Zach Morris, the Australian champion, goes home. So he's had a huge 2 weeks racing for the Australian team there, and maybe it's just caught up with him. I do not know. Hopefully it is 10 through, but I don't think so. I think we're chasing 16 to the final, and that is, well, they've been good semis, and that's what we like to see. It looks like the women's ski race not too far away either from these. We're going to keep rolling through all morning long. The action continues. The IRBs are racing down the beach as well. The boats have been here for the last couple of days. There has been plenty of surf sports action, a festival of surf sports action, we like to call it. And don't we love to see it down here, a beautiful Kurrawa day here at the World Championships for Lifesaving 2024.
So much action and upsets early on down there on the beach. We can also see there from that semi-final number 2, Jake Morris was actually DQ'd, so not sure what happened there. We'll be able to catch up with Sam a little bit later on to bring you the inside there. We can see here one of our women's
ski
not
race,
quite sure if that's still one of our
heats.
early rounds. I don't think they're up to quarters just yet.
No, we've still got a couple more. This looks like it might be the 6th semi-final. There's Carly Nerthen. Yeah, 6, heat on the line. Carly Nerthen, one of the best in the business, the defending champion in the Ocean Woman and the board race. Hasn't raced for, I would say, 3 seasons now, 2 seasons now maybe. Decided just to come back for this one, lining up for Half Moon Bay like we've seen so many. And this is an absolutely stacked heat, just 2 down from Carly. Elise Wood from Maroochydore on that green and gold. Allowed to use the green and gold. Went to the Paris Olympics, 3-time Olympian there. That's her on the CTC. The white, blue and black cap. On the yellow race 1 ski, Lizzie Wellborn of the Newport Club, the yellow cap there. She'll be one to watch as well. So this is an absolute cracker. And alongside Carly Nerthen, Naomi Scott, the current Australian ski race champion. Georgia Miller in there as well. This is an absolute flyer. I'll run you through the heats. From Magdeburg in Germany, Hedler, Reed from Nova Scotia in Canada, Hamaji from Nishiyama, Wellborn, Wood, Kaiser from Otisbury, Nerthen, Scott, Rigatti from Italy, Miller, Wilson from Sunshine, Chloe Jones from Kujin, DeCellis from Spain, Kiro from India, and Olivia Corrin on this bottom end. This one's a cracker. This is one that I would not like to be on. And it's the Olympian Wood in the lead, but in the centre, Georgia Miller goes absolutely flying. Olivia Corrin got off to a cracker as well. Carly Nerthen and Lizzie Wellborn, and all the big guns come to the fore. And maybe only Naomi Scott got hit the worst out of that one, because she is a long, long way back. And Georgia Miller, but have a look at Wood go on the outside, absolutely flying.
She got checked there on the way out, a big one landing right on her chest, but it didn't upset her too much. She's pulling up right alongside Georgia Miller from Northcliffe, who looks like she's just comfortably settling into second place. Happy for Wood to take the lead. I think she's just keen for a little wash ride, and why wouldn't you be?
Yeah, absolutely. If you've got that kind of speed, the best individual kayaker in the country, you're going to use it. And Wood there sitting pretty, and like we said before, maybe hasn't done a lot of paddling in the surf since coming back to Paris. Has a little family as well, a little one, so mum duties there with her partner, and yeah, they're a great family. I know them really, really well, and she's a great paddler, one of the all-time greats of the sport. Has won a ski title, won a Taplin relay, used to be a pretty handy competitor on swim and board as well, so don't count her out. She's got skills, and I'm not saying an Iron Woman comeback's on the cards, but you've seen stranger things. Georgia Miller in second place, Olivia Corrin in third, Carly Nerthen in fourth on that purple and white ski. The yellow is Lizzie Wellborn, the pink and white is Naomi Scott, and there is a massive gap back to the rest of the field. I think that's maybe Freya Wilson from Sunshine Beach there just coming around. So there's 6 in this who belong in the final and could potentially win the final. They're our top 6 right now, and that is the cream of the crop. And I don't know how all 6 of these girls have ended up in the same heat, but you couldn't draw it any worse for a heat. This looks like an absolute final.
Yeah, they're looking very, very comfortable. Our top 6, as you mentioned there, our 7th and 8th competitor just rounding that ski can out of shot, so they'll be hoping for a wave, not too big of a wave to get them through. You can see Wood there on that green ski is heading further to the south. Georgia Miller heading up to the north, which is probably the more strategic end, the safer end to finish on.
Yeah, and it's funny, you see a couple of girls closest to us in Wood and Nerthen who we haven't seen a whole lot of racing all summer long, and the 2 girls at the top, Corrin and Georgia Miller, who we've seen an absolute ton of racing. But Wood and Nerthen, very different. Wood's obviously done a lot of flat water work, and that Carly Nerthen, she's all skills. When the surf gets big, when it's pounding down, when it takes a bit of fire, it's all about Carly Nerthen's skills, and that's how she's so successful. And just as we see that, Olivia Corrin goes straight past Georgia Miller to get down this wave. Wood there cracks one as well, so they'll cruise through to this next round with no dramas at all. Olivia Corrin, super strong for the Blackfins last week, did a great job there, and we'll see how she goes. Board's probably her better leg, but could win this ski race. Next 3 down this one, Georgia Miller at the top, Lizzie Wellborn, Carly Nerthen, no problems at all to cruise through, and I expect Naomi Scott to be the next one. Across the line as well, there she is with Wilson's done a great job. Freya Wilson, not someone we sort of, if we're talking the big guns of surf sports, Freya Wilson wouldn't be one of them, but she's mixed it up with them here, and that's what we like to see. Somebody goes off across the line. It's what we'd like to see. Anybody's got a shot. You can have your shot at the title. Freya Wilson's paddled very, very well here for Sunshine Beach.
She's matching it with some of the biggest names of the sport. You mentioned there the skills of Carly Nerthen, and she's also just one of those paddlers who is just a real racer. She really rises to those big events, and despite the amount of work that she's done, she seems to find the speed and the endurance that she needs to just get it done when it counts. So don't count out Carly Nerthen as we move through these ski rounds. No upsets in this heat number 6, so the last and final heat of the first round of the women's skis. Just taking a look back at the replay from that start, Elise Wood just so powerful. As you mentioned, she paddled the K1 for the 500 metres for Australia, so we would expect her to be out in front. She cops a fairly big one right on the front of her ski just before hitting that green water, which set her back a little bit behind. Here it is now, just a little bit behind Georgia Miller, but paddles right up alongside her.
You could tell in that flat water just how much speed she's got. Went straight sort of up alongside Miller and then out in front, but then when they started to turn from home, she broke away, but the girls worked their way back into it, and Georgia Miller looks like she's very, very relaxed out there. Had the trip to Paris as well, like a couple of the girls here had partners racing. Her partner, Ryla Fitz, will be coming up a little bit later on in the ski race. A silver medalist himself, along with Brianna Massey's partner in that men's K4, Jacko Collins. So a couple of these girls spent a bit of time in Paris, but not so much for racing, a little shopping, sightseeing and supporting. And Well, to be an Olympian, it takes a team, and Georgia Miller certainly part of Riley Fitz's team, and we see Rizza be part of Georgia Miller's team when it comes to that Iron Woman series. And I guess that relationship, it must be tough to have two top-level athletes there. I guess Jacko Collins and Brianna Massey is exactly the same, but they would understand what it takes to be at the top level of their sport, and that understanding would make life a whole lot easier, wouldn't it?
Yeah, it's very much a unique type of a lifestyle, living the elite athlete, and it might probably seem like more of a normal lifestyle, for yourself and also for myself, but it's not until you speak to, other people out there and, they sort of look at what we do as very, very strange. So it does take an understanding family to really support and get behind the commitment that these athletes have to put in to not only make it to this level of a world championships in surf lifesaving, but also that Olympic level in the chosen sport that you're following.
Yeah, and it's not just the athletes at Paris, like you said. It's the guys, and it might be nippers coming through. It might be the guys just trying to get through the first round. It might be people trying to make a final. It takes a family and a team, that is for sure. A few results from a couple of the other rounds as well. A reminder, you can go to liveheats.com to check them all out. Ella Garrett won heat number 5 ahead of Ali Bull, so a great paddle from Ellie Garrett there to get through. We saw heat number 4 with Kirsty Hardstaff. Heat 3 had Gemma Smith. Heat 2 had Tiani Massey. And heat number 1 was won by Carla Pack. Great performance from all the girls here. Doesn't look like any have missed out. We've taken the top 10 through, so no major casualties from the opening round there. I think a few very tight ones there. Hannah Scully might have just snuck through into the second round. And that is all she wrote from the opening round of the ski race. You can see the girls having a laugh there. Carly Nerthen on the left. She's got the war braids on. Always put those in when she'd go to race. Having a chat with Lizzie Wellborn and Freya Wilson there with that red, yellow and black cap of sunshine. Wood from Maroochydore, the white cap, black and blue stripes there. And of course, the distinctive Northcliffe cap, white with a maroon star. We've seen it so many times on the beach. And that is all she wrote from the opening round of the women's ski race. We'll head through to the second round of that, and it looks like we will go straight to 4 quarterfinals for these ladies. They shouldn't be too far away. They look like they'll go back onto the line. So a couple of these girls from that final race will go into the line in the first one, and for some of these guys and girls, it might be a good thing, and for others, they might need more of a rest. Did you like to keep that consistency and just keep them ticking over, or did you need big rests between your races when you used to be back in the day, Christy?
I did like a long warm-up, so for me, having those back-to-back races was good for me. I didn't like having too much time back under the tent because I would just find that I would cool down too much, and then, I'd almost need to then warm up before each individual round. So for me, having those back-to-back races was quite good, and we've seen fairly generous cuts, I suppose, in these early rounds. So that's why we're seeing a few more rounds from round 1 to quarters to semis. Sometimes in other competitions, we might go from a round 1 straight to perhaps, a semi-final if they were really harsh on those cuts. So lots of rounds to get through, which means, plenty of opportunities for our competitors just to settle those nerves, check out the conditions, make sure they're really right, I suppose, in their minds with their paddling and their tactics and their strategies once they do make it to that finals package.
I think you're spot on. If there's generous cuts and we've got a little bit of leeway there, you're happy to go back to back. But when it gets down to quarters and semis, you like to have a little bit of a break. But those boys, they sent it in the board races this morning. Heats, quarters, semi-final, all done within basically an hour and a bit. So they went back to back to back to back. And we're going to see not too far away 4 quarterfinals of the women's ski race here at the World Championships. Big thank you to everybody tuning in today as part of the live stream. A reminder, you can catch all the action of the finals package this afternoon. They've been kicking off around 1 o'clock, but a little bit later the last couple of days. We've been running a little slow down on the sand, that is for sure. 2:30 was the kickoff yesterday. Make sure you check out the socials. We'll have it all there. Let's check out some highlights now of the last couple of days. And, well, what a way to kick off this morning, these ski races. As I was saying, a big shout out to everybody watching at home. Make sure you leave a message and a comment there. Use the hashtag LWC24, so Lifesaving World Championships. Instagram, Facebook, X, I'm sure it's on TikTok, whatever the young kids are doing, whatever you guys are into and I'm too old for, make sure you post. We've seen a couple of great clips from the last couple of days, especially the pool action, the line throw boys, and love to see them. That was an absolute cracker. And then from those youth finals yesterday, and what a huge 2 weeks it's been so far. And we really reach a crescendo here at Kurrawa for this open inter-club competition. And the true World Championships of surf sports, it's going to be decided here over the next 72 hours.
Yeah, some beautiful vision being brought to us here. We're in probably one of their best seats, having the front row seats to what is being shown here. As you mentioned, Kurrawa Beach, it's day one of the interclub teams competition for our senior competitors. Plenty of thrills and spills across the finish line.
Yeah.
And I would hope that a lot of the athletes might go home and rewatch this vision. You don't get to see yourself race a lot, so it's always good to go back and reassess and analyse your race.
You don't get to see yourself race a lot in our day because you were only on television once, twice, 6 times a year, whatever it was for the series. But these athletes, you can go back and watch the live stream 5 minutes after you've done it. And I don't know if it's a real bugbear for me. I don't know if the athletes have learned and are using the advantages they have. And you have done a bit of coaching and you guide a lot of athletes. And are the athletes going back and watching their races? Are they spending time, sort of have a look at the shots here and you go, oh, I needed to lean back and up and over that wave, or I should have propped when I should have gone, or whatever it is. Are the athletes doing it, or are they just not worried about it because they're in that old school mentality of, oh, it's all too hard?
Yeah, I don't think it is that common to go back and re-watch races. I think everyone's always looking to that next race, but it's one of the best training and teaching tools just to go back and re-look at yourself. And you always look a little bit different on screen to what you think you look like in your mind, which sometimes can be a little bit hard to face up to.
I can understand that because I will never go back and... Actually, I do it, but I don't like listening to the commentary. It's absolutely horrendous when you got to listen to yourself and you don't love your own work. But I think it's something the athletes are missing out on, and maybe it's not an in-between races thing, but if it was me, I would jump back on a Monday, maybe after a carnival, have a look and go, oh, coming off that last can, there was just a 10-second period where I kind of didn't put the pressure on, and I'm going to focus on that this week. I'm going to come off that can with speed and use my momentum. And it's maybe something that in sport these days, the technology's growing, the opportunity to learn and grow and learn from other athletes. Or if you're a young athlete, go and watch Matt Bevilacqua win the board race, or Elise Wood go and win the ski race, or an Ali Day win the Coolangatta Gold. Figure out what they do that you don't, and go and practice it and learn and grow. And you don't get to sit on the beach and watch from the Can-Am like these guys do, but the opportunity's there for these athletes to learn and grow from the ones that come before them, and the level's going to grow and grow and grow every single year. And I think maybe it's an opportunity lost.
Yeah, and it might be something that we see improve a little bit in the future for our sport. It's not a typical sport like a football game that you can really break down and analyse when you go back and watch the footage from a weekend game. Sometimes people will say, well, what's the point? Because the beach conditions are going to be completely different the next time I line up and race. So what I take out of that race, I might never get to use again. But I think, like, as you mentioned, there's a real opportunity there to use some of this amazing technology that we have now in our sport, and the vision that is captured and recorded, just to go back and learn from. And
I think the other thing that makes me laugh now as well is that the athletes' understanding of what happened during the race as well. It used to happen a bit when I was coaching. Kids would say, oh, I was leading by 10 lengths and they all got a wave on me. And I said, well, and you drag up the live stream and there was one group on one side and another group, and they were kind of in the mix, and it wasn't as cutthroat. And I don't think you can get a better picture of what actually happened while you're in the race yourself. So you could go back and maybe see that, oh, I thought I was leading, but I was actually in third because there was another group that I didn't see. And I think they're mad if they don't use it, because every little bit of information, if you want to be at the very, very top end, if you're trying to be a champion and want to win this sport, I would use every little bit that you possibly can. And you go to the Olympics, they've got sports scientists, they've got readouts, they've got a whole bunch of different things. And I think that, if we don't take that on in our sport, and go back and watch the live stream, watch our great work this afternoon. After you're done, I think it's a missed opportunity for the athletes, but we'll wait and see who jumps on it. Big shout out to our supporting partners, Risk Intelligence, Kurrawa Surf Club, Race One Surf Club, Ampol, and the Event Co. Make sure you go to liveheats.com to catch all the results from the World Championships here, or you can go to lwc24.com.au. A big shout out to the Queensland Government, Tourism and Events Queensland, and the Gold Coast City Council. Also, Surf Lifesaving Queensland, who are presenting partners here. They do a fantastic job. The entire team from SLSQ, they put on some of the best events all year. They're in a partnership here with ILS and the World Championships. They also partner with the World Ocean Series to bring that domestic competition here every single year, and don't we love to see it? Big shout out to all our officials as well who make this event possible. They've come from all over the world, a gathering of the clan here every year, and it's been a slow old start on this Friday morning. I know it's the end of the week, but it hasn't been probably the smooth sailing we'd like to see so far this week, and hopefully we'll ramp things up over the next couple of days, and we're not too far away from the start of the second round of the women's ski race. There's IRB racing going on down the beach as well. The beach action will kick off in just a little bit as well up on the beach competition. Some of the big guns of coaching there on the sand. Piercy Leonard there with the hat on the phone. He's probably ordering coffees from someone. Michael King there in the Burleigh Heads Mowbray Park Club. Those coaches like to stick together down on the beach there. They all they get upset. There's blow-ups and all that sort of thing down there when their athletes don't exactly do what they want. But it's a frustrating job coaching, because you can lead a horse to water, but you can't make them drink.
Yeah, it's been a big couple of weeks. As you mentioned there, our officials doing a fantastic job. Many of our officials having been on the beach right through the international competition last week, and then backing up again here for the inter-club competition. So certainly a huge thank you to all of our officials and the workforce that is involved in putting this competition on.
And I'm not 100% there, but I think that might have been the Seagull, Corey Jones, as one of the lifeguards carrying up. So if you're a big surf sports fan, you'll remember the Seagull, one of the best Ironmen. I think he's Australian board race champion as well down there. He's a lifeguard now up on the Sunshine Coast, but he's spent a bit of time doing some work down here. There's a few of the boys down here working during the championship. So a big shout out to the Seagull. We love to see it. The Indian contingent, there has been a lot of nations that I did not know race surf sports that have come out here and done a great job. The national teams, my highlights, the Egyptians winning both the men's and women's beach relay. The Iranian ladies finishing with silver. Fantastic performance there. We saw a lot of different countries. The Swiss out here doing a great job in the surf, and the Indians. The Indians make sense. There's a lot of beaches in India and a lot of beautiful beaches there. So they love the water, the Indian people, and they're a lovely people. They've come out here and done a fantastic job out in the surf pool and on the beach as well. It looks like we're finally getting to the second round or the quarterfinals of this women's ski race. It's been a wait, but it'll be worth it without a shadow of a doubt. The girls aren't too far away. Warm-ups are going on for rescue, tube rescue, and all other kinds of events down on the sand. That is for sure. It's been a slow old start. Thank you for sticking with us. Scott McCartney down there talking to Zane Hamill in the centre of shot. A couple more coaches. The coaches get around together, that is for sure. And Scott with Kujin Headland on the left. Zane Hamill, one of the toughest jobs or the easiest jobs. I don't know which one it is. He's at Service Paradise, but he coaches Ali Day, and I think there'll be a hell of a lot of pressure that comes with that when you coach the best possibly to ever do it. But you coach Ali Day, I think he works that hard. He does all the right things. I think at times it could be incredibly easy, because Ali Day is so driven, so motivated, so committed that it would be an absolute pleasure.
He'd be a dream athlete to coach, wouldn't he, Ali? I can imagine.
Spot on.
It wouldn't be many times you'd have to call him to get out of bed. I'm sure he'd be the first one down the beach. So, still a very, very tough job our coaches do for our athletes. But, I'd imagine you'd have a dream with the likes of Ali in your stable.
Finally into a quarter-final. Let's take a look at the quarter-final number one of the women's ski race. Maroochydore Eve Warren, good young competitor coming through. Another one likewise, next beach over, your beach, Alexandra Headland and Poppy Cook. The Olympian Kat O'Leary, Freya Wilson, we saw her have a great paddle just in that last semi. Lucinda Kelly from Alex has been in the mix as one Taplin relays for Alex, and I think medals in the ski race, maybe a bronze in the ski race at the Aussie titles. Phoebe Wills-Grace, Kelsey Punter from Dicky Beach, big Sunshine Coast contingent in this one. Libby War from Mermaid, Kiana O'Fee from Mount Maunganui spends a bit of time out of here training. Ali Clark, the Paris Olympian. from Surfers Paradise. Over the page, Brittany Hooton from Emu Park up north. Emu Park, great club in northern Queensland. They don't have a lot of waves to deal with, but they do a great job. Emily Holliman, Ella Garrett from Manly in Sydney. Sarah Hamaji from Japan in Nishiyama, and Bella McCabe. So this one's probably young guns and Olympians, if I'm going to give it a tag, because it's a lot of young girls in this one who are super competitive, but probably the quarterfinal you'd like to be in here. So there's a bit of quality. Expect Clark, Kat O'Leary to really go to the fore, Bella McCabe as well, and then you can't count out any of these young girls because they're generation next in women's ski paddling.
Yeah, and sometimes having that no pressure on your shoulders is a real advantage, particularly lining up in a quarterfinal at a World Championships. You've just got nothing to lose and everything to gain, so they'll absolutely be going for it. Starter's got them away now, and as we would expect, Ali Clark is so fast off the start line. She's somewhat in the middle of the field there. We'll have a look at who's lining up next to her. It might be the competitor there from Emu Park as well.
Yeah, absolutely flying. Garrett from Manly, closest to us, has got off to an absolute cracker. Really doing a fantastic job. Kiana O'Fee there on the yellow ski, got off to a fly, but for the second time in as many rounds, Ali Clark has blown this one out of the water in the first 10 strokes. Garrett just trying to hold on. It's what you've got to do if you've got an absolute speed demon next to you. When she goes, you go to sit on, hold on, and hope that she drags you around. I think that's Hooton there, the green and white ski in that next group from Emu Park, trying to bridge back across to our leaders. But Ali Clark absolutely flying at the moment. Looks absolutely... Well, she looked spectacular this morning and has had great surf skills in that first race. I think we expect more of the same in this one as well. So Clark looks comfortable fresh off Paris.
She looks great. You could see there the chase pack happy to sort of sit in her wash, but she's dropped them now from that wash, and she's not happy just to be leading. She's really breaking away from that chase pack. She's got about a ski length lead on them and looking to extend that with every stroke. Yeah,
O'Fee in second place from Mount Maunganui, and Lucinda Kelly just outside her in fourth place there. So not too far back, Phoebe Wills-Grace, she is the lone paddler between the two groups there. And then a real logjam, Bella McCabe coming around. This is where it starts to get interesting because we will probably only be chasing sort of your top, I would say your top 8 to go through from each of these rounds. Out in front, looks so strong, so comfortable, continually to go away from Garrett is Ali Clark of Surfers Paradise, absolutely flying at the moment. The rest of the girls are chasing. There's a gap back to Bella McCabe, and maybe even not too far behind Holliman as well. So yeah, it is Holliman. Freya Wilson's having a great paddle, just sitting on the edge of the top 8 there. So that is all she wrote at the moment, 2, 4, 6, 8. If you're not in this group, you're not getting through. So a bit of work to do for maybe Britt Hooton, Libby Waugh, Kelsey Punter, and a few of the other girls. Kat O'Leary, where's she? She's got to get a real wriggle on if she wants to get through at the moment. But it's her fellow Olympian out in front, absolutely flying, Ali Clark, and I think she can drop it into second gear. Here comes Garrett, gets a little run and goes up alongside Clark. This wave is a welcome one for Garrett and Clark out in front, and you get a little bit of reward for effort.
Yeah, it's just going to drop them off there, but they won't be too worried about that. They're right in that wave zone. I'm sure they'll pick up the next one on offer, and here it is, just a nice little bump forming behind our two leaders there, Ali Clark and the competitor there, Ella Garrett from Manly. So they'll be comfortably through this first quarterfinal. As you mentioned, we'll take a look back now to see where Kat O'Leary is.
To try and work their way through. So we're looking for spots in the semi. These two will roll through, no dramas at all. Garrett, a little sideways on shore, but it doesn't matter too much. That next wave will have another couple there, so that's where it's at. Here we go. The girls start to push for home. Wills-Grace there, O'Fee, Bella, McCabe, up and across the line. We'll take a look back. They're going to push for the line there. Those 5 girls are sweet. It's the next one that's interesting. Freya Wilson there. Maybe Freya Wilson will just sneak through. I think she'll get the last spot in that one. So no dramas at all. It looks like for Lucinda Kelly, O'Fee, Brittany Hooton, Bella McCabe, Phoebe Wills-Grace, and I think Freya Wilson will get the last spot through to the next round. Apologies there. We just saw the girls coming up the beach. I do not know, but I think Wilson gets home and into the semi-final. She'd be very happy with that. She was sitting pretty, but a few little waves came through. But Ali Clark out in front, she looks very strong, and her odds would be coming in at the moment in terms of the overall title. And I think Kat O'Leary may be out there. That's just her on the left-hand side. Doesn't seem real happy with her performance, and I think she's gone in this ski race competition.
Yeah, something happened at the start there. We might have a look at the replay just to see what. We'll have a look here now, the replay on screen, just to see what might have happened to Kat from the Mermaid Beach Surf Lifesaving Club. It didn't look like there were many waves thrown up.
Yeah, she just might have caught one on the way out there. Got off reasonably clean. Garrett and Ali Clark, the best of them with O'Fee on the far side there. But she just got clipped, and you can see battling away at the back, Kat O'Leary. So she must have got absolutely hammered out there, and very tough for her. Ali Clark absolutely flying out in front, a full ski length there, and on the way home it was only this runner that it looked like Tilla Garrett picked up from the Manly club that proved the difference there. You can see her running down this one here, and we could say goodbye in commentary to Christy Munro. She'll head down on the beach. Sam Jordan will join me up here, and after morning in the sand, must be nice to get out of that wind, mate. What did you see down there? A lot of good racing when we got some done, but a lot of gaps between that down there. We haven't had much racing, but what we have had has been very, very good.
Yeah, thank you, Josh. Great to be up in the commentary booth now after this morning's races. And yeah, it's a funny feeling down on the beach because, you know, there is that conversation that everyone's having where you say, you know, it's still early in the year, but we've just raced semi-finals of a World Championship Open Men's Board race. And for that period, the intensity really, really climbed. And a lot of the athletes saying that they really have already taken a lot out of that 4 rounds of back-to-back board racing with that final to come this afternoon.
You're spot on.
It's valuable, isn't it?
Yeah, it's been unbelievable. And the racing, you flicked me a little text there, some big name casualties going out in those men's board races. Some, obviously the Australian champion gone, but there was a lot that I would say weren't the favourite, but if they won, you wouldn't have been surprised that have missed out on the final.
Yeah, and I almost caught myself when I was watching those races too, because you have the thought thinking, wow, there's a lot of big names going out, but then you almost catch yourself and say, well, it's a World Championship semi-final. And I think that even the intensity of that racing was a shock to the system of a lot of the guys as well. And that's also the beauty of having this, you know, early in the Australian season, but for all of our international athletes, this is, you know, the crescendo of their season as well. So, look, there's never any margin for error, but especially here at the World Championships in conditions like these as well, you just have to execute your races.
You're exactly right. And then we've got the local athletes as well who are coming off both. Well, I guess you're either doing a Coolangatta Gold prep, you've prepped exactly for these World Championships, you might have a domestic season that you're focused on as well, or maybe you had a bit of time off, you've done a little bit of work, and so everybody's at a different stage of their preparation, and the expectation of performance, the expectation of results will be super interesting for all of these athletes. And we wait to see quarterfinal number 2 of this women's ski race in the water. I'll run you through the start list. Massey at the top, Jazzy Locke. Let's hope she did. Got a few waves and ins and outs after that first round there, Jazzy. Kate Irwin from Dickey Beach, Electra Outram from Sunshine Beach, Brianna Massey, Carla Papak, Caitlin Miller of Sunshine Coast Grammar, Sarah Tazaki, Brie McCowett, Gullian from Club Salvamento, Arezzo from Spain, Menfi from Burleigh Heads Mowbray Park, Singleton of Manly, Dom Stitt, Carly Northern and Sophia Boyd. This is a good one. This one, like we saw in a couple of those men's board heats and second rounders, it's got a couple in it that I think, maybe 5 or 6 that I'd expect to be in the final, and that's danger territory when you're getting it in just the quarters. This is how a couple go out. You get off to a bad start like Kat O'Leary did in the last one, and you're playing catch-up. The quality of the field's far too good.
Well, the challenge now is fatigue starts to set in as they make their way through these rounds, the athletes. But also as that wind starts to get up as well, making things that little bit trickier is executing your skills. There is no way that you can slip up and have 4 to come out of your ski off the start, slip a leg over the side, maybe don't get the connections on the runs that you want as well. So it's all about clean racing. It may not be as fast as you're used to going at this time of year, as we're now underway, but you need to make sure that you take advantage of every opportunity that you get.
And if you don't have that speed or you don't have that endurance, depending on your prep, just the mistakes will make it even worse and they'll magnify it. So I think racing with, exactly like you said, with good skills and no mistakes will really prove the difference here. Tiani Massey goes off on the right-hand side, and just as we talk about racing with no mistakes, Tiani Massey goes in after a really good start, and it's her sister Brianna Massey who's got the best of it. A full ski length out in front, Jazzy Locke going after her on the right-hand side, and she's not in last, but she may as well be. Tiani Massey has a lot of work to do if she wants to get back into this one. So in 1, Brianna Massey. 2, Locke. 3, I think on the left-hand side, Carly Nervin. And after, a couple of quiet summers, apart from when the surf really pumps, Carly Nervin has looked fantastic so far racing for Half Moon Bay.
Yeah, that's exactly right. It's great to have her back in the sport as well, but at the moment, it's Brianna Massey out in front. Her younger sister, Tiani, that is exactly what we were speaking about making sure that you're switched on. And I think that concentration also early in the Australian season is something that a lot of the athletes will be trying to fire back up as well, because it's those little things that make all the difference. Jasmine Locke now starting to make a move on the outside to draw alongside Brianna Massey as they come into that turn. So it's Kurrawa in 1, Newport in 2 at this stage. And looks like they're starting to get away, Josh.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Those back of the field really starting to wind up at the moment. Massey in 1, Locke in 2, Papak there with Nervin. And on the far side, on the outside, maybe that Burley cap there. We'll just take a look to see who that is trying to get around, because it's Memphis, on the outside, really starting to go to work. Dom Stitt not too far away. Georgia Singleton there. Bree McCoward as well. Sarah Tazaki. I keep listing names that should be at the front end, as well as Electra Outram, but they're well down in this one and have really got to start to get a wriggle on. Here we go on the way home. Outram there starting to work her way up into it. Dom Stitt comes around in the race on the way home. We saw Bevilacqua take your advice in the men's board race. Cut back early, really start to work and push on the way home late to get those waves. That's still the plan with this northerly.
Well, it was Jasmine Locke who triggered that conversation that we had down on the beach about making sure you get your line right. She was on the outside of that field. She's on the right of screen, out in front at the moment. And you really saw that around that third can, she forced the field to cut back. It's something that she's very conscious of. That shot tells the story perfectly in that the swell is pushing across the face of the skis as we start to see Dominic Stitt from Mooloolaba on the far side on that yellow ski push back towards the front. It is all about getting through these rounds. It will be interesting, Josh, to know where Tiani Massey is after that spill at the start. It's very even racing right now as the wave starts to build.
Yeah, out the back, it's going to bring a couple through. Oh, there's been a collision out the back behind. We've just seen off shot. You can see a couple go through. There's Tiani Massey. She almost came off as somebody cleaned her up. Our leaders will get this one out in front. So 2, 4, 6 on that one. Massey's in 7, living dangerously. Dom Stitt on the yellow. Carly Nervin on the purple. Electra Outram there in the centre. Brianna Massey's missed that one, so this hasn't been the best one for the Massey sisters. Carla Papak, Jasmine Locke, no mistakes this time from Locke. She was locked in, excuse the pun. But then on the next wave, it'll be Brianna Massey, Tiani Massey there, so the girls survive, and great paddling from Brianna. Oh, and here's the race to get through. They're going to have to go. Maybe Memphis there sneaks through ahead of McCoward. I don't know who snuck through that one there, so we'll have to wait and see. The lady, no, it wasn't Macau, it was from Dickey Beach, so Huey there, unfortunately, I think misses out, and Charlize Memphis sneaks through in the final spot.
Well, that was what we spoke about at the start of the race. Mistake-free racing in Tiani Massey's case. She still had enough in the tank to be able to paddle around the field as well. That's a very impressive performance to be able to come back from where she did at the start of that race, but plenty of pace out in front. Jasmine Locke learning those lessons from her opening round of the ski. She's on the right of frame there in that orange-yellow boat from Newport. But it was Brianna Massey who got the best of the early exchanges.
Yeah, just as we got to this point, the start from the Massey sisters was absolutely spectacular. Both of them were absolutely flying. I think Tiani got the best of it, but it was just this wave that caused a bit of havoc. You can see how far back Tiani Massey was on that far right-hand side, and she still managed to sneak through. Brianna looks so strong out there, a much better and probably more relaxed paddle from Jazzy Locke there. And she'll have learnt from that one and probably blew the rust off a little bit. She spent a lot of time in Europe with that kayaking program, had to come back, wouldn't have done any ocean paddling at all, and lobbed in today, and that first one was a little bit dramatic, but this one was a lot better.
Well, in conditions like these as well, those skills are amplified more and more. You know, you can be mistaken thinking that it's the big surf where those kind of decisions have such a big influence. But as you saw on that shot, even on screen now, you can see that the wind is pushing almost directly from the north across the face of the beach. That's certainly unusual to what we might normally see anywhere else in the country, but here on the Gold Coast, that's the prevailing wind, and that makes things quite difficult, not just to find a rhythm with your paddling, but also to set that line and hold on to it too. Even there, Locke and Papak just sneaking into the left-hand side of those flags.
And then sometimes as well, you get caught in sort of athletes pushing you down. Like if you take that wide line out, you've sort of set yourself. You have to be a long way out in front to be able to cut back late in the game, because if you've got 2 or 3 inside you, it limits your options on the way home, doesn't it? So a lot of these guys, they might sort of fight to get the inside line and then run, because it forces the rest of the field away. And that was an interesting one. A very, very good quarterfinal from these ladies. Tough racing in there, and no major casualties, but a few girls that I thought would have done a little bit better there, get themselves through. And, well, it was panic stations for a while for Tiani Massey, but that's what comes with champions. They manage to find a way even when the luck doesn't go their way.
Yeah, that's right. So we are still waiting for those results to be made official of quarterfinal number 2 in this Open Women's Ski. On day 1 of Open competition at the Interclub World Lifesaving Championships, we'll have those finals coming up later this afternoon. The men's board final is going to be an absolute belter as well. So much to get through here at beautiful Kurrawa Beach. And Josh, that's a really great shot to show exactly what's starting to happen with these conditions as well. It was picturesque this morning. Now it's starting to get pretty tricky.
Yeah, it is definitely. And you're spot on. You said it, you called it this morning, that the wind was going to come through and that it was going to change conditions in the afternoon. And we've seen so many different versions of Kurrawa. There's the shore break with the big gutter double break out the back. There's the long bank with that shore break that really punches you in the face if you try and get through it. That's what we've got today. Or there's the whitewash and chaos of huge Kurrawa there. Sometimes you don't know what you're going to get, and the beauty of this place is it can change throughout the day and it tests the athletes, and that's what we're seeing this morning. The big long wave that comes through, that sort of now changed a little bit. It started to fill up, but that shore is really tough, and if you can manage that one wave, you can get through it nice and clean. You set your race up for the rest of the event, and that's what's super tough out here. It's literally maybe a 20-metre period that if you do well, you're going to get through comfortably, and if you don't, it's panic stations.
Yeah, and that was on show at the Youth Championships over the past 3 days as well. It's a very different looking beach when that tide starts to drop out, and that is what we're going to see this afternoon as well. For now, though, this is quarterfinal number 3 from the top of the screen. Grace Davies from Sunshine Beach, Olivia Corrin from Northcliffe, Deandra Godoy from Newport, Anya Hocking from Clifton Surf Life Saving Club, Georgia Miller from Northcliffe, Kaya Sugars from Kurrawa, Wood from Maroochydore, Smith from Newport, Williams representing Cooks Hill, Fernardi, Sussex County, Maylon from Clifton Surf Life Saving Club, Whitney from Kurrawa, Jones from Coogin Headland, Mathers from North Cronulla, and Talano from Mooloolaba Surf Life Saving Club. Another quality quarter-final as the pressure starts to build here in the Open Women's Ski races. We've had 2 quarterfinals, 2 to go. Those semis, they're going to be on very soon. Very
good. Wood impressed me in her heat, because you don't know what you're going to expect coming back from the Olympics. It's such a high, such an important time. You don't know if they're just going to completely shut off and they're coming here for a good time, but Elise Wood looked fantastic, and this is a real showdown here. Have a look at Gemma Smith go alongside Wood, Georgia Miller, and a couple other girls that I expect to be right at the top end of this one when we get to the business end of the ski competition. One side of this field has been absolutely smacked, and the other side's got off relatively clean, but Gemma Smith, Mathers there, has been obliterated by that shore break. Gemma Smith looks very comfortable out in front. So's Talano on this side, been hammered. Smith looks good. She leads the Olympian out and the Iron Woman champion as well. Deandra Godoy, a very handy ski paddler on the older end of the spectrum. I don't think she mind me saying, but very experienced out there and can be super competitive in this one. And those Northcliffe girls, obviously 2 in the top sort of 6 there. They're very, very good. But these are the girls we expected to be competitive, and they're putting on a great show right now.
And Smith taking control of this race as well, representing Newport on that pink ski. She's starting to find a rhythm as they move out to that can as well, and more than happy to lead things around too. We've been speaking about all the talent that we have across this field. That was a really interesting little moment there, wasn't it? Because there was almost a glance to each side as they got through that break. They were side by side, Wood and Smith, and it was Gemma who decided to put the foot down. Georgia Miller now just sliding back
ever so slightly behind Smith and Wood as they come into that first turn.
Yeah, looking very comfortable in there. Corin Godoy not too far away either. But I think the two out in front would really, and Georgia Miller, to be honest, would really like this. They would have got the opportunity to sort of feel each other out, look and go, okay, this is where the pace is at, and they'd know that they're sitting pretty at the top end of the food chain when it comes to women's ski paddling. They start to push around. Godoy there as well. Maybe Whitney working her way into it. Finardi from Sussex County in the US, but trains up here on the Gold Coast, formerly of North Bondi in Sydney. So a lot of the girls, originally Sydney-siders, made the move to the Gold Coast to train now, and it's good to see them racing for a few different clubs. And Smith, this is where she starts to go to work. She's quick off the beach, but it's from that sort of second to third can to the back of the break is where she breaks races wide open, isn't it?
Particularly in these technical conditions as well with the runs. Gemma Smith, a two-time ocean racing world champion. She's the only female paddler to have won multiple world titles, and you can see why on screen. She's getting a lift from those conditions, but she hasn't gone down the beach in order to chase those runs. So that's a very sizable gap now for Gemma Smith. Elise Wood just making a push back. She's representing Maroochydore, a lifelong member there, so great to see her back in the surf life-saving arena after the Paris Olympics. But Gemma Smith now has afforded herself the luxury of just being able to take things easy here, pick your moment on the way back in, and just make sure that you aren't going to make a mistake as she slows up in front. A wave starting to build.
Yeah, the experience that comes to the fore here is so important. They know they're a long way out in front, but the last thing they want to do is be swamped by a wave with sort of 8 or 10 on it. The girls will paddle hard enough to sort of get their own or pick up one of these ones with sort of 3 or 4 on it. Wood there just putting the pace down, sort of maybe sending a message to these girls and goes, if we get into a sprint finish, I got the speed to burn without a shadow of a doubt. Corin, we didn't talk about her much through that one. She was so good for the Blackfins all week long. Lily Finardi across the line in 4th place, racing for Sussex County in the US. Deandra Godoy not too far away either, so that's 5, 6 across the line. Chasing 8 at the moment. This will be interesting. Kai Sugars there. Oh, someone goes flying across in the background, or Whitney as well. Maybe Chloe Jones there, I don't know. Abby Tolano, who was well and truly out of it, working her way through, but we'll leave all of these ones to the judges. Bella Williams there, I didn't even recognise her in that cap, racing for her original club, Cooks Hill in the Newcastle area. She's a good competitor and someone I'd expect to be through to the next round, but had to do it the hard way.
Well, it was a sprint finish on that wave. There was 3 athletes, 2 going through. I think Williams looked as though she might have snuck through from that front angle, meaning that Kai Sugars could have found herself in a little bit of trouble. And look, this was a rare moment off the start, Josh, just to go back and relive those moments. 5 wide through the break. Yeah. There wasn't much separating our front markers, was there, on that left-hand side of the screen? Nothing
at all, and you can see those waves starting to come through, and it was the far side that, like you said, got the best of it, and that's the next shot there. Half the field gone, half the field snuck through, and surf can be so brutal. You'd know better than anyone when you get a lane. You think, oh, thank God, that's the good side, or, oh, no, I'm going to really have to work to make the most of it. And I think, obviously, the ski's the hardest one to sort of make a difference if you do get a bad lane. Board, you can always, board or swim, you can always run around, but that ski, you're kind of stuck to what you know there, and some of these ladies did a fantastic job. And what about the shots? These 4, expect them to get through to the finals, but they've got a semi to come through first, and those semis are going to be super tough.
Yeah, I was pretty impressed by the paddle from Olivia Corin there on the far side of screen at the moment. Just got a little bit checked going through that break, but not only did she paddle her way back towards that lead wave, but she looked really comfortable doing it too. Yep. No doubt she's setting herself up for another huge season. Last summer, well, that's the best that she's had, so looking to make that step up again.
You're spot on, and I think Olivia Corin starts the summers really well, and sometimes in the last couple of years she might have faded through the back end, and I think last year was the first year which she started really well and then just kept that consistency the entire way through. Finished 3rd in the Iron Woman Series overall, had some great results, and I think that's a result of all the success and hard work they've had at the Northcliffe Club. Naomi Flood, obviously, great coach. She's training with Georgia Miller, was with Harriet Brown, Lana Rogers as well. And I think Corin's learnt to sort of manage her season, but her starts have boded well for this World Championship. She's probably the best athlete in September, October every summer. And maybe it's just so luck that the World Championship...
It was a shot of our IRB racing on screen before. I believe we are going to be bringing some of those finals to you tomorrow, but today our focus is on the surf sports a little bit further to the north here at Curra Beach, and that is currently the last of 4 quarterfinals. There's a shot of our IRBs. Tell you what, Josh, bumpy ride at the moment. I was having a chat to some of the racing teams that are up here competing with that wind.
And
Certainly
that's
not easy.
not at all, but that is one of the best in the business, and I'm going to be as biased as possible. The Thirroul IRB team getting it done out there. I'm pretty sure that white cap with the blue stripe in the centre doing a fantastic job. Don't you love to see it? It'd be a bumpy ride. When I was a kid, they tried to get me to sit in an IRB. I ran for the hills, and that's why my transitions were so good, because I was trying to avoid getting in an IRB. They do a great job down there, especially the Thirroul Club as well. Big shout out to the team. Love your work, all the guys there, and what a ride it is. The best in the business, but if we're talking life-saving, that's how we get it done these days. The boards and skis, they're important, but the IRBs are where it's at, and that is the way that all rescues, or a lot of rescues, are done on our beaches throughout the world. And these drivers down there, when you see them do what they do, it is truly something special. And
great to have the surf sports and the IRBs at the same event together, because look, we don't often get to do that. Like you mentioned about Thirroul, I think I'm one of the only people ever to come out of Caves Beach and not actually race for the IRB team. So we cannot wait to bring you some of that action. But for now, focus returns back to quarterfinal number 4. This is the last quarter, heading towards those semis of the Open Women's Ski.
Yeah, big names in this one as well. Wellborn from Newport, Mills from Clifton, Trinca from Southport, Naomi Scott, the Australian ski race champion, Eloisa De Celis from Spain, April O'Gorman from the US, Gemma Smith Welsh, Scully, Gents, Graham, Hardstaff, Trinca, Volts from Germany, Ali Bull, the 3-time Olympian, alongside her teammate Grace Harris from Alexandra Headland, off and away, and a couple didn't get away all that well, that is for sure. Ali Bull on the orange down here next to Trinca, and then on the far side, Naomi Scott, the Australian champion, sneaks over one, but it's maybe Chelsea Gents in the centre from the Southport Club. Formerly of South Australia, big raps on her, spent a bit of time up here on the Gold Coast recently and is absolutely flying on the ski. She's got off to a cracking start, along with Lizzie Wellborn at the top there. And are we seeing a bigger, stronger, more, ski paddling focused Lizzie Wellborn? Because the paddling out of Newport for these ladies in the last couple of years has been truly incredible.
Yeah, certainly probably, I think we can declare it the strongest ski squad that there's been in the country over the best part of the last decade, Newport, under coach Luke Morrison. So it's Lizzie Wellborn who does have the best of things at the moment. Gents from Southport in the middle of the screen, but there on the right on that orange boat is Ali Bull, and she's content to do the work on her own as well. Normally we see the field come together, like in cycling, where you can get that bit of rest from the resistance, but instead, Bull's doing it all on her own, and now she's in front.
Yeah, fantastic paddle. I didn't know if we were going to see much of Ali Bull this summer. Had a few shoulder injuries over the last couple of years and was kind of nursing those for better or worse through the Paris campaign. And I think there was talk of maybe she might have had to get a little bit of surgery in there, but she's done some rehab and might have come good, and she truly loves being part of this Alexandra Headland Surf Club and does a fantastic job. She leads, Lizzie Wellborn on the outside. Hardstaff there, Gents not too far behind her either. So 1, 2 and 3 go round, and we talk about technique. Have a look at the strength of Ali Bull out in front. That's what it takes to be an Olympian. And our top 4 seem to have snuck away from the rest of the field there. Gents paddling very, very good. Underrated as a ski paddler, but continues to perform.
Well, one good indication, Josh, and look, it might be a little bit trickier to pick up now as they make their way back in, but Ali Bull is taking far less strokes than everyone around her. Her stroke rate, her cadence is a lot lower, even though she's going just as fast as the rest of the field that she's lining up against. So that means that when she lines things up and she wants to lift that rating, there's even more power behind her. But out in front at the moment, it's Lizzie Wellborn who's put the foot down. That was a great run. She's now a long way in front. There could be a little wave starting to stand up behind her as well, and that could be her ticket to the semi-final sorted.
Yeah, fantastic performance. You spoke about the Newport Club and their coaching there with Maury, and I think they've had a change in the last couple of years. Maury back down in South Oz, and he's still involved, but he's really been the core of that over the last sort of 10 years, and a great coach. And if he talks about ski paddling, I shut up and listen. And those girls down there, you can list them. They just continue to perform, and they do a fantastic job. Bull, she responds, goes back to the front, and like you said, so powerful. Ali Bull there, absolutely flying at the moment. Snuck down one. Lizzie Wellborn will have to deal with a little bit of water there, but it shouldn't be too much drama. And It's not really the front of the race that we're all that worried about. It's spots in the second round. 1 and 2 sorted. Ali Bull, Lizzie Wellborn, they'll shoot through. No dramas at all. But the next couple of waves, Hardstaff looked very, very comfortable making her way down. We're chasing a top 8. Oh, and this is going to be it here. Naomi Scott. Brody Trinker's done a great job to get herself back into this one. So Scott cruises across. Brody Trinker gets there as well. Scully, the race is on. Gemma Smith-Welsh, gents, and maybe, is it Grace Harris there who sneaks in for the final spot across the line from Alexandra Headland. And a few of these girls, they will go home. Not where you want to be out the back at the moment. The young lady from Sussex County battling it out at the moment just to get across the line. Very, very good quarter-final for these ladies. A great performance all round, but I think that's all she wrote for a couple of these girls.
Well, that shot on screen really tells the story that we're going to see in these semi-finals. The tide is now starting to drop out, and right where the finish line is that there's a bit of a hole in that sandbank. There's a lot of water moving back out to sea, and that is making things really difficult, particularly when you don't have your boat speed up. You could even see on our lead wave just then, Ali Bull pulled down that wave. It picked her up quite late, and for a second there, she had to put the foot down because her skis, you could feel it starting to want to go sideways. So we'll see a shot of that in just a moment. But for now, let's relive the start. Another little wave coming through, but our leaders slamming through the front of it.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Their ability to deal with that wave that came through and to hit it with speed. The key to getting through that white water is to have as much speed as you possibly can. If you're standing still, the full force of that wave is going to send you flying. And it was back and forth between Lizzie Wellborn, Chelsea Gents and Ali Bull, but it was kind of on the way out. Wellborn had the advantage. Then Bull went to the front. Then Wellborn attacked on the way home. And Bull finally came down that wave out in front on her own. So, bit of a ding-dong battle. Lizzie Wellborn will take a lot of confidence from that result to be able to go around on the front of a ski race with Ali Bull in what is, well, not her weakest leg, probably her second best leg behind her board, but that right there will give her a lot of confidence in her ski paddling come that Ocean Woman event.
Yeah, a really well-rounded paddle from both of our leaders in different ways just then. They came across that line. You can see on screen there just that boat, that orange ski, just wanting to turn a little bit inshore, and out the back there was a few more going over the side as well. But for now, let's head back to the men's arena. The Open Men's Board Rescue Heats are underway.
Yeah, we're into the action. Nobbies in there. They look like they're leading this one. We'll just take a look. It might be. We've had a couple of heats so far. We'll run you through while this one's going. Winners from those ones, Southport Manly and Alex, first, second and third in heat number 1. Heat number 2, Kurrawa Coogin and Allura there. Heat number 3, Newport Biarritz and Moerangi Bay. Good to see the internationals getting it done here. Heat number 4 in the water, the Pirates from Dubai, Tugan, Sunshine Coast, Magdeburg from Germany, Nobbies B, that's them in the mix, Northcliffe and Pacific at the moment from Canada. So good to see Pacific out in front. Kai Harlan and Jake Morris, what a team out there, absolutely flying at the moment, and they've been put in a really good performance. The Nobbies boys there, they are having an absolute crack race on the way home.
And I really enjoyed having a chat with Jake earlier this morning down on the beach about the way that they're embracing Nobbies as well. They had dinner there at the surf club the other night, made sure they introduced themselves to a few people, although it will only be a short stay at the club before they all return to BMD Northcliffe. I think that's a really nice part of all of this too, isn't it?
Yeah, and that's right. And I like probably more your Bella Williams and that going back to their original clubs that they started at. She goes down for Cooks Hill to race there, but I think Nobbies would have jumped on it and thought, oh, well, this is our opportunity. Have a look at Northcliffe charge through. Joey Collins, Matt Bevilacqua. That's a team that can win a board rescue race without a shadow of a doubt. Collins swimming and Bevilacqua paddling. And I think a few of those guys and girls who've gone to Nobbies, mostly out of Northcliffe, let's be honest, might have a bit of a chip on their shoulder as well. They would have been left out of that Northcliffe A team and they wouldn't have had a home. So they've gone to Nobbies and thought, no, I'm going to prove to Coach Kev Morrison or Naomi Flood or the selection committee there that I am the best or one of the best at Northcliffe. And they'll want to do really, really well. So I think you're spot on there. It's a different opportunity, and it'll be interesting to see how they go. Northcliffe get the job done. Nobbies in second place. They will go through. I'm assuming we're taking a top 3, top 4 in that one down there. And the racing will certainly be on.
You think top 4. Our competitors from Nobbies, Kai Harlan and Jake Morris, actually took a bit of a tumble and nosedive there. So they've found themselves in a little bit of a dash to try and get through. On screen, that's Tugan, Kai Kinsella and Ryan Parkham. No, that actually might have been a change in the Tugan team that has been listed. But
yeah, definitely
look,
a change there.
As they're coming across the line, they are going to go through. I could see a few laughs and a few high fives after nosediving one of the waves of the day that came through on that shore break just then.
Yeah, Miller and Zahn from Sunshine Coast Grammar as well. So that might be all she wrote. That's Magdeburg. The Germans, they've had a bit of drama as well. And it might be the Canadians. Yeah, it is. The Canadians out the back. Send it down the mine. Oh, they don't get many waves over on the east coast of Canada. But you love to see it. And actually, they might be the West Coast there, the Pacific Swim Academy there. So very cold. I spent a bit of time on the Pacific side of Canada there. Obviously, my wife and kids Canadian. So very cold. No waves at all. And if you get out in the surf once a year, it's a good year. So a bit of pool work for those guys there. So good to see the Canadians getting it done.
And they've had a great event so far too here in the ocean competition, the Interclub World Titles. Abigail Skinder pulling into that Ocean Woman final yesterday. They were thereabouts in a couple of team events too in those finals. So certainly loving their time here. A little wave back in for them to finish things off and a big smile on their faces as well. That's what it's all about.
Yeah, and they're the Pirates Surf Lifesaving Club from Dubai, another one that wouldn't have seen many waves. They spend a lot more time in the water there at Dubai, an absolute playground, but dead flat over there. So they've done a great job and they're building. I wouldn't mind getting involved with the Canadians, especially in the lead up to the next couple of World Championships. And if we're going to the Olympics, let's go. That has been a big talking point over the last couple of weeks. The Olympic bid that Lifesaving is making, and there was no secret. The IOC was watching that national teams competition, and a couple of the big concerns might have been around competitiveness of other nations, and I think that was immediately dispelled when we saw that women's Ocean Woman Relay final. The Australians were in 8th place at one point, and the rest of the world looked very, very good. The Japanese, the US, the French, the Germans. I think the team from Dubai were in front of the Australians, obviously the Kiwis as well. It is a competitive sport from around the world, and there are nations that are really lifting their game, the likes of Canada and that, like we've never seen before. So that push, it's really something special. I wasn't too sure about it at the start, but it is something that I'd love to see happen come Brisbane 2032.
Plenty to chat about there. These are the official results of women's quarterfinal number 3 in that ski. We brought you that race before. It was Bull, Wellborn, Hardstaff, Scott, Trinker, Scully, Gents, and Gemma Smith Welsh from Sunshine Beach rounded out that top 8. Grace Harris from Alexandra Headland and Warris Mills from Clifton Surf Lifesaving Club in South Africa, both narrowly missing out on progressing. So too O'Gorman, Lucia, Egwils, DeCellis, Graham, Trinker and Volts as well from Nieder on Warstadt in Germany. That is where their ski campaigns will finish. But Josh, as we were chatting about with the 2032 Olympics, look, the way you're looking at the moment and have been competing lately, you could still be pulling on the Canadian cap and racing.
I've got to get it sorted, but I'm in the process of getting citizenship, so we'll see how that goes. I've got to spend a bit of time out there, but hopefully that's happening. Before we jump into the entire Olympic rundown, off in heat number 5, Bietigheim Bissinger from Germany. The Swedes there, Nasset Surf Club, Dordrecht Reddings Brigade from the Netherlands, Wanda, Burley, Mermaid, and the Bulgarians. They were on fire in the pool the last couple of days. Legitimately good swimming from the Bulgarians. I think they had a couple in B finals there. Big contingent, didn't come out for the national teams competition, but here for the interclub portion of the World Championships. Yeah, I'd love to get an Olympic start for the Canadians. The way it's sort of looking, and I don't know how many people have read about the bid for the Olympics in 2032. The Ocean Man, Ocean Woman, the mixed ocean relay, and potentially the ocean relay for men and women as well. So limiting the numbers there in terms of how many each country can send, because it's one of probably the big bugbears with the Olympics. Too many athletes, too many medals, all that sort of thing. So making it palatable for the first time, just send your Iron Man, your Iron Women, or your Ocean Man, your Ocean Woman, and then some relays there, because countries can then pull from other events. Maybe you get your 100-metre sprinter, Andre de Grasse for the Canadians. The Jamaicans can drag out, or the Americans bring Noah Lyle out to run for them. Maybe a pool swimmer, your Iron Man or your Iron Woman does the board leg. You get a kayaker for the ski leg there, or you use your surf athletes. We don't know, but it just makes it a little bit easier for those countries that aren't full blown into surf sports.
So the Australian team, I think we had surf lifesavers in almost every
it anyway.
discipline at the
we
moment.
We can fill
so.
it in there anyway. Don't worry about it. We love to see it. We got your Bree Masters women's 100 runner. Your Ali Bull, your Riley Fitz, you name it, on the ski. You've got plenty of...
Lani Parson wouldn't do too badly. Sammy
board.
Short.
That's
swimming.
exactly right. You fill it out. And that's the idea behind the bid. And I think a lot of it, I'm not involved, but I've been privy to a bit of the information. A lot of it's around pushing the humanitarian side of the Olympic Games. That's where it starts. It's about peace. It's about the humanitarian side of bringing people together, not politics. And the whole life-saving element, I think they like a lot. And bringing that life-saving to all the countries around the world where they don't have swimming lessons, they don't have patrols. A lot of it, maybe people are still drowning in the ocean. So that part of it, while we may not consider it as an important thing every day, it is important when you go out in the big, wider scheme of things.
Yeah, that's right. And look, some of the ideas that are being thrown around for that too, like you mentioned, teams of 4, 2, a man and woman race, that Ocean Man and Ocean Woman, then the 4 combined for a mixed Lifesaver relay.
That's exactly
would
it.
certainly make exciting racing, and that is what we saw yesterday with that M-shaped course as well in both of those events. All 3 of those events, rather, in the youth competition. It was thrilling racing. We cannot wait to see that M-shaped course in action over the Opens finals weekend as well, because with this tide, it's going to be low when we are going to be doing these races, with this little bit of a wave that's currently just making things tricky for one of our international competitors there from Tikheim Bissingen from Germany. Well, there's going to be plenty on offer.
Yeah, you're spot on there. Burleigh Heads, Mowbray Park, absolutely flying. Kai Taylor, Sean Riley out in front, doing a great job. Mermaid, closest to us, perfect performance so far. And the boys from Wanda in Sydney, Noah Steiner, part of that team there as well. He's in with Benny Sutton, so they'll be competitive when it comes to the back end of this one. That actually might be Benny Carberry on the back end there of that board rescue. So a few changes to teams on the line, maybe just managing their workload for a few of these athletes.
And a big smile on the faces of both of those competitors as well, I assume, because Ben is such a big frame, he's probably sinking the back of the board, and Kai Taylor's just trying to get an arm in out in front.
Yeah, that's right. No, it is Riley there. Sorry, I thought for a second
He's
there it was Benny Carberry.
He's put on some size over the winter.
Big old shoulders there from Shawnee Riley. He's done a fantastic job as Wanda picked this one up as well. So these two will cruise through, no dramas at all. Tough event, board rescue. I used to refer to it as a bit of a novelty event because there's so much luck that comes with it. You've got luck on the way out with the line you draw, luck on the way home, and it's probably the least fair of all the events we do, but that's what makes it so great. So tough to win, and your ability to get that board moving on the way home is key if you want to win a board rescue race.
Yeah, that's right. So Wanda are going to take out this 5th heat. That is the team of Sutton and Steiner, ahead of Taylor and Riley from Burleigh Heads Mowbray Park, who, although this event does have so much luck in it, certainly in terms of those lane draws, it's played such a big role. They've really started to grind out some consistency in this event, in open competitions over the past few years too. And the fact that you can be consistent in the board rescue speaks volume about how well you're actually doing.
That's exactly right. If you can be a team that's in the medals or in the final consistently at Australian Championships or World Championships, we know you are truly great at board rescue, because it takes a hell of a lot, that is for sure. And these gentlemen have done a fantastic job into the next round. At the top end, we will say goodbye to a couple of these teams probably more so from the international side of things, because board rescue, very easy to do in the flat, very difficult to do when there's a wave or two. That looks like Dordrecht Redding's Brigade there, the team from the Netherlands, another strong pool rescue team. They're in almost every final when I was at the pool the other day, and very, very good at what they do. So we talk about growing internationally, the Dutch, well, they've been fantastic so far.
Yeah, that's right. And there is a live stream for all of our pool rescue competition as well that is being led by the brilliant Jenny Parry. She is in complete control over there and certainly across it all. And I caught some of the live stream just over the last couple of nights too, Josh, and it hasn't really been done before to this extent. The production team here doing an amazing job with those events. It is thrilling racing. Really, really tight.
Yeah, and you should throw out a big shout out to the Big Voice team that do all our live streams. They are the best in the business, and I think for a lot of competitors, and I got a few messages after the live stream of the pool rescue the other day, maybe they've watched surf sports, they understand, we do pool rescue, but they've never seen it done really, really well. They've never seen world records, they've never seen the best in the business, and the line throw the other day. They love to see that.
Oh,
The boys from South Australia absolutely frothing, and then they were watching those OBS and the OBS relays, and a bunch of Olympians there in the pool doing a fantastic job. I think it's really opened a lot of athletes' eyes to just how good pool rescue can be.
And we had so many Olympians over the last few days too, not just in the national teams competition, but also in the interclub championships as well, competing in the pool rescue. So, as we mentioned, that live stream is currently running as well. You can check out all the action from the pool rescue competition over the next few days. For now, though, we are sticking with the men's board rescue. We have one more heat to get through before we get into those quarterfinals too, and that is starting to heat up as well. So, this is heat number 6 of the Open Men's Board Rescue. In alley number 1 will be Rashtria Lifesaving Society from India, Currumbin Beach. From just down the road, they're in position number 2. Hall Saalkreis from Germany is in 3. Olderspree team from Germany is in there as well, along with Maroochydore, Viking Surfsports from the UAE, and Avalon Beach from Sydney's northern beaches. You can get all of those results at liveheats.com. That's where you can find all of the results from competition over the weekend, as well as the lane draws. But for now, Josh, we are heading back to the surf ski, the women's surf ski. This is semi-final number 1. That is in the water. And just where we left it as well, it's Ali Bull out in front.
Different round, same leader out in front. Ali Bull from Georgia Miller, Naomi Scott, 1, 2, and 3. Top 8 will go through to the final coming up a little bit later on. Garrett doing a fantastic job in 4th place there from the Manly Club. You can see how spread out these girls are. A long way down. Dom Stitt got hit early on, and she'll have to work her way back into it. But Bull, the Olympian, the 3-time Olympian and 2-time finalist from Paris, leads the ladies round at the first can. The training partners from Northcliffe, the Australian ski race champion in Naomi Scott, the former Australian Ironwoman champion in Georgia Miller, side by side there, not too far away, the chasers, but it's all Ali Bull at the moment.
And isn't this impressive from Ali Bull? She didn't quite drop the hammer in that quarterfinal. She did look strong and in control, but just out of that turn on the second can, she got a run straight away. And in these conditions, with the wind coming from this direction, that is the benefit of being in front. You get the first opportunity and you get that clean water in order to surf a wave back in. But she's gone a long way down the beach, Josh.
Yeah, straight line there. The rest of the girls continue to run away. That's Kirsty Hardstaff on the green coming up to join Naomi Scott and Georgia Miller. Kiana O'Fee not too far behind with Ella Garrett. It looked like maybe 1 or 2 of the other girls. Outram starting to work her way into it as well with Phoebe Wills-Grace. So that'll be your top 8 of the last can. Our leaders out in front have cracked a wave, and maybe Ali Bull's taken the wrong line and just missed this one, because Georgia Miller, Naomi Scott, Kirsty Hardstaff, bang, 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 picked up a runner. I think maybe Ali Bull trying to get one on her own as well. These 3 girls, they just have to manage it from here. Georgia Miller says no worries at all. I'll let you 2 deal with that one, and I'll just roll down the back. But Hardstaff and Scott, they're too good. They'll cruise home, and there's no sign of Ali Bull yet. Where is Ali Bull? She went a long way down. There she is. Gets across. She was just cruising along the back of it there. So 1, 2, 3 through Georgia Miller. No dramas at all. And this is where things start to get interesting.
8 will go through to our World Championship final, and it looks as though it's going to be a very tight finish too. There could be 2 more spots on the line as we see Dominic Stitt from Mooloolaba start to lift the rating. It could be one of our competitors there from Southport on the bottom of the frame as well. Deandra Gotto from Newport just missing out there. So
maybe Memphi at the bottom there from Burleigh, actually. So Memphi, and it looks like O'Fee from Mount Maunganui across the line. But we'll leave the rest of those ones to the judges.
Tight.
Super tight.
We've spoken a lot so far since this wind kicked up about getting that line right out of the can. I think for Ali Bull, she might be thinking this afternoon, it might be best to do my work early, because although she got that run on the way down, she had to let 2 waves go underneath her in order to get back inside that finishing flag. So this afternoon, we could see some rolls of the dice. That is going to be very, very exciting when we do get these finals underway, because there are so many options in terms of setting up your race. And here at Kurrawa Beach, well, the ocean can serve up anything.
Yeah, you're spot on there. You can see the lead she had. And maybe she'll go in, sit down, have a chat with Coach Jack Hansen from Alexandra Headland and rethink, renegotiate what the plan is, and maybe listen to what you said before, Sam, about cutting back. And It's a luxury for the leaders. You can cut back, use the runners. Everyone's got to work their way around you. But if you're chasing, it leaves your options just a little bit more limited. Sometimes you might have to take a risk. You can see Ali Bull out of shot there. She's below there. She is there. That in the background, you can see Bella McCabe at the top there. Kiana O'Fee on the yellow. Phoebe Wills-Grace there. Deandra Godoy. A wave came through and caused absolute chaos. It was a sprint finish in the end. That is 1 and 2 across the line there. No dramas at all. Hardstaff and Naomi Scott. 3 in the end was Ali Bull. 4 was Georgia Miller. This is where it got interesting. That is Memphi at the bottom. Dom Stitt at the top. O'Fee and Godoy, I don't think they got through. That was Wills Grace charging across the line, and you can see everybody else going every other direction than they wanted to be there on that back wave. But ski semi-finals, you've been there before. You've done a lot of them. From 6 through to 10, your guess is as good as mine every time it goes through. They're so tight, they're so tough to pick, and there is always a drama.
And it's always going down to a photo finish as well. That's one thing that you can guarantee. The ski semi-finals often spoken about being the hardest round at a major championships because it's all just about getting into that final. And once you do, then you can... I think everyone generally feels a little bit more relaxed when you're in the final because all you can do is give it your best. If you get hit by a wave, so be it. That's just the way things are. So this could be a bit of a wait on the finish line from semi-final number 1 as they confer to the video results there. Of course, our top 4 were clearly out in front. The next 2 there as well did look like that they were home nice and clear, but it's going to come right down to the wire for positions 7 and 8.
While the judges are running through that one, semi-final number 2, I thought with all those girls in semi number 1 that 2 might be a little bit lighter on, but just not the case. A lot of quality. Carla Papak from Burleigh Heads, Mowbray Park, Elise Wood from Maroochydore, Freya Wilson from Sunshine Beach, Olivia Corrin from the Northcliffe Club. Chelsea Jansen's looked great so far this morning. Hannah Scully wasn't too far away from that Australian ski race title on the Sunshine Coast just a few months ago. It was very, very close. Lucinda Kelly, the Olympian Ali Clark, Tiani Massey, well, she'll be counting her lucky stars after the quarterfinal she's had. Gemma Smith, well, she'll go under the radar. Carly Nerthen, the defending board race and Ocean Woman champion. Brianna Massey's looks strong all day long. Brody Trinker, big wraps on her alongside a couple of absolute speed demons, all with the same cap. The 3 from Newport, Gemma Smith-Welsh on the dark pink, Jazzy Locke on the red, and Lizzie Wellborn on the yellow from the Newport Club, all on this end. I want to say the speed's on one end or the other, but the speed is everywhere in this semi-final.
And that is the quality of a World Championship semi-final. While we are waiting for a start in this race, just to confirm the 8 who went through from semi number 1, Naomi Scott, Kirsty Hardstaff, Ali Bull, Georgia Miller, Electra Outram, Ella Garrett, Charlize Memphi, and Dominique Stitt rounded out that top 8. So they are through to the World Championship final that will be contested later this afternoon, and now we will find out who will join them. This is semi-final number 2 of the Open Women's Ski. They are in the starters' hands. The Czech starters have their flags up, and no, it's just like that. It's come back down. You can see Carly Nerthen waving the arm around. She's not happy with this line that's being formed because, as we've spoken about over the last few days, the starter now bringing them back in. Normally we have 2 Czech starters in the water, but just the one today. So when he is happy with the line being straight and set, he'll put his arm in the air. That tells the starter, who is on the sand, that he is then able to fire the gun when he sees, or she, that the surf and conditions are even for the field. Now, in conditions like this, it's often an impossible task, but it's all about making it as even as possible.
And you see as you get higher up in these races, they start to push, they start to sort of, well, tread the line of what's a false start and what's not. And the experience of some of these ladies, like Carly Nerthen, probably the most experienced in this field. She'll put her hand up, let everyone know that she's not happy. The girls will be barking orders left and right, telling people to move, and everybody understands what it's about. Off and away. Wellborn was in very quick, but Jazzy Locke, I think, got just a bit better start. Here comes Gemma Smith start to wind up, and Tiani Massey's starts all morning have been unbelievable, but there's a huge set coming in. This is going to sort of feel the girls out, but no, they sit, pop, and prop over the top, and another one will join them there. Nerthen, have a look at her go. Pure power in the centre there. Welcome back, Carly Nerthen. You're leading the the World Championship semi-final.
A flying start from Carly Northern. The southern end of the line seemingly getting the best of it as well, although that wave stopping a few of those paddlers in their tracks. You can see Trinket from Southport got driven back, so too Wellborn. Now Gemma Smith is making a move to try and draw alongside Carly Northern, who has a big lead, particularly over that northern end of the start line.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Gemma Smith dragging that side back up, and the northern end's just been being left behind ever so slightly, despite having a hell of a lot of ski paddling speed. Carly Northern, so good in the surf, so good when it's tough, and she's strong and has great skills. And when those two waves came through, you could see the way she just punched through the first one, punched through the second one. Now Gemma Smith's come up alongside her. She'll sit on for a little wash ride. It does not get any better than that. A good quick start and then someone to drag you around the cans. Carly Northern, pure perfection so far.
A lot of pace on that southern end of the start line. That's currently the left of screen, but it's going to make things very difficult because as they start to push in to get that clean run around the cans, everyone else is about to jam back together with this wind blowing across the field. I think we're about to see a big pile up at that first can. So it's Gemma Smith from Newport who's out in front, and look at that. There are paddles colliding with all of those paddlers as they make their way around that turn.
Jazzy Locke has gone on the bright orange ski there, or the bright red, has gone from 4th place around that can, or even 3rd, all the way back into, well, I'd say 10th. The big winners from that one, Tiani Massey, she went the long way round with Wood as well. So they're on the far right-hand side, and as they start to work for home, no mistakes for Gemma Smith. She cuts back to the north, pushing back across the chop at the moment, and then you'll see her make some slight turns and start to run down them. Almost pure perfection from Gemma Smith. She must have been listening to you, Sam, in the pre-race, and look at her go away. Northern in 2nd, Massey in 3rd, Wellborn in 4th, Wood in 5th there, and then an absolute log jam for the last 3 spots in this final.
This brilliant camera shot shows the start of the set that is building out that back as well. So Lizzie Wellborn on that yellow ski starting to get a lift. Gemma Smith is making her way into the gutter. Northern now with a good run to push back up alongside Smith ever so slightly, but that wind is playing a big role. It's going to be very interesting to see the line of the field behind hand too, because some of these athletes now need to roll the dice as Gemma drops down the face of that wave.
No mistakes for Gemma Smith, and she'll be in the final. You could see them cutting back across it. It's so tough not to take the easy option and run with it, but Gemma Smith, she has hit this one absolutely perfectly. Bang. Through to the final, no dramas. It's the next wave that we're worried about. Here we go. Corrin pushes down it. Northern will sneak through in 2nd place. There's a few on the next one. Wellborn's there. Carla Papak, Tiani Massey, top 6 to go through. 7 will be Wood. She's in the final, and we're chasing one more. Scully looks like she'll get there. Jens is coming. Massey as well. Jazzy Locke late. Gemma Smith Welsh is out of it. I think Hannah Scully, by the skin of her teeth, will make it through to the final there. The rest of these girls just racing for points for their club, but you've got to feel sorry for a couple of those girls. Tough luck around the cans, but that's what happens at the top level. And when Paris Olympians like Ali Clark can't make the final, that tells you how good these semi-finals have been.
Well, it was a hard race all the way around, but for the most part, it was won here, right here on screen, this start of the race. It was Carly Northern who flew through the break, but the southern end of the line got through relatively clean as well. That's the pink ski of Gemma Smith, that yellow ski of Lizzie Wellborn. They just got over the top of that wave. And right there was Jasmine Locke, so she was right in the thick of things, and here came the jam.
Look at the cans here. She goes to go round and just can't get that ski round, and while she's jamming up on the cans, everybody else is just struggling and getting around the outside of her there. Not Gemma Smith, clean water. And clean water is, well, it's as valuable as gold at the moment in these ski races, because you're just using so much less energy and you're going so much faster.
The consideration for Smith on the way back in was being able to come with that wind when she got into that shore break. That's what she did there. The nose buried ever so slightly under the water, but she could paddle with the direction of the wave and not have to worry about where she was on the line. The same can't be said for the rest of the field as they made their way in as well. It was a very, very tight finish. Carly Northern just coming in on that flag. Olivia Corrin out the back too. Even she's coming across the face of that wave and having to sprint out in front. And then a very tight finish for those last couple of places, Josh.
Stressful but comfortable there from those girls. You can see them charging across at the moment, but this is the next party. Wood will get through. Scully, look at Gents go for her as well there. And it looks like in the end that, yeah, a couple of those big names have missed out on that one. So we're back to the men's board rescue arena, and we're still in the quarterfinal phase of this one. And tough racing down there. A lot of rounds you've got to go through in the board rescue for both men and women. Plenty of events still left for today, and we'll bring you all the action. We're into the quarterfinals now of the men's board rescue action. 3
quarterfinals of the men's board rescue, which makes us think that they might be taking 6 through to make up 2 semi-finals. And then we will be going through to that final A and B later this afternoon as well. We're kicking things off with quarterfinal number 1. And on the right-hand side of screen, that will be Half Moon Bay Surf Lifesaving Club, Mairangi Bay from New Zealand, Wanda from Sydney, Nobby's Beach, just down the road here from Kurrawa, Sunshine Coast Grammar Pool Lifesaving Club, Dordrecht Reddings Brigade from the Netherlands are in there as well, along with the host club Kurrawa and Coogin Headland rounding out our quarterfinal lineup.
Yeah, a couple of teams here that are pretty interesting and ones that you probably at the start you wouldn't have said, oh, these guys will be a shot. But Half Moon Bay, Brendan Smith, an Olympian, he swims the 400 IM in there for them, and a couple of guys that are really, really good and ones you're expecting to do really, really well. So we're going to jump straight to quarterfinal number 2 after that one as well. Newport with Charlie Brooks and Connor Maggs, Bevilacqua and Collins, they'd be the favourite for the event from BMD Northcliffe. Bannister and Jay from Cronulla, Cooper Williams and Braden Casamento. I think if there's a dark horse, it's them in that one. Biarritz with Santo and Noah, Avalon with Warrener and Shout, Halisacres from Germany with Herman and Vasic, and over the page, Karumba, Nick Green and Callum Brennan, wouldn't count them out either. And that's the really insane part about board rescue is you start to run through these ones and you go, oh, they could win, or they could win, or they can win. And before you know it, you've got 15 teams who can win. So we're going to see quarterfinal number 2 of 3 here in the men's board rescue.
That's right, and we will bring you those results from quarterfinal number 1 when they are made official, but they haven't been yet. Instead, this is quarterfinal number 2 that is underway, and it's going to be very interesting to note just how much this water has moved out already. You can see that they're running a lot longer than we have throughout the day. Christy Munro's on the beach watching all of this unfold. Christy, the conditions are changing very quickly now.
Yeah, that tide has really dropped down here now. So as we expected, a much longer run into the water and a bit more of a wade. Still that tricky gutter before they'll get to that more shallower bank out the back. You can see the southern end. It's a little bit more shallower, a few little dolphin dives. And, still a long way until that tide completely drops.
Yeah, thank you, Christy. We'll come back to you a little bit later to check in on those conditions because we could see it exactly she was talking about, Josh, right there in the centre of the frame, the field running out that little bit further, and now that's quite a sizable advantage as they make their way out to that string of 9.
Yeah, you've got to be on your feet for as long as possible out there. That is the key, and running's quicker than swimming. It sounds really stupid, but it makes a lot of sense when you get into the mix at the moment. And the interesting part about the board rescue, it's not so much if you've got the best swimmer or the best board paddler. It's how these teams can combine on the way home. If you can have a good swimmer, a good board paddler, but you absolutely fly on the way home, that is so important to being good at board rescue. You can see the teams starting to make their way into the cans. They'll throw one arm over the top of that and 4 in at the moment. Alexandra Headland first to the can there. Cooper Williams put his hands up. He will send out. There's Braden Casamento. They're off and away. So they're one of those teams, probably the best starter in terms of a surf race with Cooper Williams. One of the best starters on a board with Braden Casamento. But how do they do on the way home? Can they combine as a team and maybe take BMD Northcliffe, Joey Collins, maybe not the best swimmer compared to Cooper Williams, but him and Bevilacqua together on a board, they fly home super quick. So it's about finding that combination of speed in the individual legs, but how good are you when you're combined on the way back?
Well, they're certainly flying at the moment as we see one of our paddlers is ducking underneath that wave. A couple of bigger waves starting to build now on that bank here at Kurrawa Beach. That is going to make things rather very exciting throughout that afternoon. But out in front, it is Braden Casamento from Alexandra Headland as one of our international competitors starts swimming after his board. That is not where you want to find yourself, particularly in a short race like this. So Alexandra Headland, things just opening up for them at this stage, and they're going to be picking up first.
I think that was Halisacres from Germany there that were just struggling. They're on Alexandra Headland, off and away. If it is 3 through to the next round, this is where it's going to get interesting. Newport on the far side, they're the defending 2-time Australian champions. Northcliffe in second would probably be the favourite going in. Alexandra Headland absolutely flying, and the Cronulla boys, they'll be in the mix as well. So this is going to really come down to the final 50 metres. I think Bannister and Jay are going to be strong, but here we go. Alex looking good in one still. The European style of paddle on the way back from, well, I think that is Biarritz there. They're starting to work their way into it, and they've gone past a couple of teams, so gone past Cronulla. So watch for Biarritz there, starting to work their way into it.
Difficult to do in the wind as well, isn't it?
I know, and there's a wave on here. So if these teams don't pick this one up on the way home, it looks like the internationals might get down it. So 1, 2, 3, Northcliffe down, Alex down, Newport miss out, and it wouldn't be so. Oh, he's gone off. That's the race for the top 3 or 4 at the moment, and these two teams, I think we're looking at our favourite tags for the final. Alexandra Headland, Northcliffe just having a little chat on the way home. They know they're through. They look very, very comfortable.
So a relaxed run up the beach for BMD Northcliffe and Alexandra Headland, but the race is on for those all-important positions to go through to the next round. We are waiting on official confirmation, but we believe 6 teams will be going through to the semi-finals. So the intensity now starting to climb now. Newport jogging up the beach. As Josh mentioned, the back-to-back Australian champions, they are into the World Championship semi-finals as we keep an eye on that surf now as they start to make their way up the beach.
Yeah, great performance from those two teams. Very, very impressive. We've got one up at the moment. It looks like there's going to be a sprint on there. Oh, they duck for the line and get through. I don't know who would have got through in those minor placings from the last couple. So it looks like actually we might be taking 5 through from each of these heats. So we'll wait and see 6 through. So drama aplenty down here. We'll figure it out eventually. We're just getting a few lines of communication mixed up here into the booth. But 5, no wonder everyone was so relaxed coming up the beach there. But like you said, Cooper Williams on his feet, so important there. He had a fantastic performance in Santo from the Biarritz Club. Did a great job as well.
Yeah, and we're seeing those race highlights on screen now. The all-important arm over the top, getting that arm up in the air, and then came the skills on the board too. Not easy to swim in conditions like this. Even harder to find your way to the can, Josh. These are all the little things that make a massive difference in a board rescue race.
Talking about watching it before, if you got an opportunity to watch the likes of Braden Casamento go through the break on the board, and we are getting confirmed 6 through in this one, so very relaxed for these guys. If you are getting the likes of watching Braden Casamento, the way he negotiates the break there, it's valuable learning, isn't it? Because he's one of the best. Oh, and the Biarritz there, off and away. So they looked like they were going to cruise through there, but they've just sent it down the mine. Northcliffe, Alex, no problems at all. You can see him having a chat. Bevilacqua, Cooper Williams. Both those boys a little chirpy when they're in the race, so I'm sure there would have been a bit of chat out there. And one of the more fun events of the program.
I found that really interesting, that race, Josh, in terms of those waves that actually came through. We might head back down to Christy Munro on the beach to check in about the size of the waves too, because Christy, from where we're sitting, it looks like it's picking up ever so slightly.
You're very much correct there, Sam. Yes, and you just missed a little bit of action out the back. I heard you call our front 2 runners, but there was a big set came through that a few of our other competitors ended up nosediving. So probably maybe almost getting up to 3/4 of a metre on that back bank.
And Christy, we saw in the youth racing competition over the past few days that in that final afternoon session that it was a lot of running and a lot of power in that break. Are we starting to see that shore break build in force?
Yes, as that water's becoming a little bit more shallow, the waves are dumping with a lot more force. And with an event like board rescue, it's very, very tricky with 2 bodies on the board to come down and actually hold that nose out of the water.
Thank you, Christy. Well, it's going to make for very exciting racing as the day progresses. We are back in the water for quarterfinal number 3 of this Open Men's Board Rescue. And from the far side of screen, it's Mermaid Beach, Manly, Maroochydore, Burleigh Heads, Mount Maunganui, Allura, Tugun and Southport Surf Lifesaving Club. A very even start, Josh. You can see that line of swimmers. There's not much separating them.
Yeah, almost nothing at all separating these gentlemen as they start to work their way out. And this is a good, even sort of heat. Most of those teams are about the sort of same level. Even Burleigh Heads Mowbray Park would probably be the favourite going in. I can't imagine they'll blow this one out. So luckily there's 6 going through. It's a little different to the World Championships. If we go to a normal carnival, this would have been 3 straight to a final, skip around and not bother with it. But I think we're giving the opportunity for a lot of nations to come out here and have a paddle, have a swim. It's a long way to come. We've got to give them an opportunity to go through a few rounds here. So we can see them starting to go to work. And the aim, I guess, for a lot of these guys is they'll probably aim one can to the north or one can to the right as we're looking, and let that wind bring them back onto it right now. Maybe 2 from the top on the black can there. It is Manly. That'll be Hayden Cotter. First to the can, arm over, signals his board paddler, and the Manly paddler off and away. Maroochydore, second place there. That looks like it probably would have been, Adam Palmer swimming for them. So good to see Adam Palmer back. Had a couple of back injuries over the last couple of years. Had an absolute breakout year and set himself up 2 summers ago, but has almost done nothing since then due to back injuries, and he's sort of fought his way back in the last couple of months. So good to see him back and racing in full form.
Not only is he fit and racing again, he's also enjoying it. I've had a brief chat with him, and he said that he's just loved being back into training and ripping back into his work, and that's what it's all about. So look, we've been speaking about the surf starting to build. Not much has impacted on this race. This is very, very tight. And in a board rescue race, that means that the pickup of the patient and that run back in that Josh has been speaking about, the timing, making sure you're keeping that board moving is going to be very, very important.
Yeah, you're that spot on. And the windier it gets, the tougher that's going to become, and the harder it's going to be for these athletes to manage it on the way home. Skill will be at a premium in the afternoon. You can see Manly there in the lead. They come in for their turn. The board paddler will sit, but it looks like Maroochidore's caught up, and Ollie Monaghan's had a hell of a paddle there in that one. And this field's really closing in on our leaders. You can see them start to work for home. They'll dip the nose into the wind ever so slightly and start to push back across, but still out in front, Manly and Maroochydore 1 and 2, and then Burleigh Heads Mowbray Park coming into the mix as well. I wouldn't count out Mermaid on the top side, and maybe even Mount Maunganui down here. Kyle Howell, he's a really, really good board paddler, and he'll work into this one very nicely.
Well, we have 7 teams on screen at the moment, but only 6 are going through. So there's a few nervous looks over the shoulders as these waves start to pick up on that bank. We can see Maroochydore getting down it. So too is the team from Burleigh Heads Mowbray Park. So that is our front 2 at the moment as a wave starts to build up out the back as well. Not enough to bring the whole field through. Top 6 is where you need to finish in order to book your place in the World Championship semi-final.
Yeah, no dramas, and Maroochydore probably looked the best of all the teams in that one. Fantastic performance. Flew on the way home. That is Monaghan on the left, Palmer on the right. Big, strong, strapping lads. Burleigh Heads Mowbray Park in second place. Allura and Manly have flown through. There's Allura at the bottom of the screen. Mount Maunganui there as well, Manly. So that's your 5. We'll be chasing one more. Allura crosses in 3. Manly in 4, Mount Maunganui in 5. We're looking for one more. Will it be Mermaid Beach, Gilling and Wenman? There's another one coming up and across now in front of them. So I think Mermaid Beach, we're going to say goodbye to them. And tough running. There's Tugan as well. They will go home. So these guys, they've got to be disappointed with that performance there. Would have expected to probably get through to the semi-final, but they've just got a crack quarter here.
What was unexpected in that race, as we've been speaking about, this uneven break zone, the wave starting to build, so too the wind, was that it was relatively unaffected by the conditions then. All the swimmers got through clean and together. All of the board paddlers got through without punching through any sets either. So that placed even more emphasis on that run back into the beach when they're both on the board together. And you can see the quality of those teams, like you mentioned, Josh, really start to shine.
Yeah, a couple of these boys off the start went 1 or 2 cans up to the north there. Manly absolutely flying. Hayden Cotter, was a 10K swimmer, but now he is a pure surf swimmer there. The big lads, and like you said, relatively clean, relatively easy on the way out. Not a whole lot of drama at all for most of these gentlemen. Pushing very, very hard towards that can. Cotter was there. Palmer in second from Maroochydore. Oh, a little drama for Burleigh Heads Mowbray Park. Don't tell the officials. Mermaid's there. Have a look at Hayden Cotter. Arm up until he sees that the board paddle is gone. Signalling, arm down, and he'll go and wait. This was sort of the third group off the beach there behind Marucci and Manly there. And like you said, almost a perfect call. They're relatively unencumbered on the way out. All of these athletes, the turn's so important. It's so technical. and they're so fast at it that if you make one little mistake, it can be over before you know it.
It's difficult enough to do at the best of times on a day like today when that wind is blowing across the course in the way that it is and with the strength that it is. It makes it even more difficult. No challenges for our two front runners, Burleigh Heads, Mowbray Park and Maroochydore. And then came the intensity that started to climb for that position in the top 6. To recap those results, it was Maroochydore in 1, Burleigh Heads finishing 2nd, Allura was 3rd across the line, Manly was 4th, Mount Maunganui 5th, and in 6th place was Southport Surf Life Saving Club. So we thought there might have been a team that snuck through on that southern end of the finish line, and they did. It was Mermaid Beach in 7th and Tugun in 8th, who we say farewell to. Christy Munro has been down on the beach watching those quarterfinals. Christy, we've just seen the results made official. The semi-finals, are they far away? Because this is pretty rapid-fire racing now.
Round, so won't be too much rest for our competitors, particularly if you were in that last quarterfinal. As we mentioned, the wind is certainly picking up down here. The swell too, however, still pretty inconsistent, so there's big lulls between those bigger sets coming through. It might just be lucky or unlucky if you time it on one of those sets. Probably the better end, I would say, is the northern end if, in terms of the size of the swell. It's a bit more of a run out to sea down here on the southern end, so it might be a good end to be on the way back out, but a bit more work on the way in.
Christy, for the first time today, we're just seeing shots of the set starting to break out the back as well. Have we been seeing many of those waves? Because we were lucky enough to call the action in the Interclub Youth competition, and gee, it certainly threw up some curveballs in those finals, didn't it?
Yeah, it's a little bit smaller, I think, than the youth had over the last couple of days. But with that dropping tide, we are starting to see those broken waves start a little bit further out to sea. They're not breaking on the swim cans like they were over the last couple of days, but still plenty of challenges being thrown up.
Yeah, you're spot on there. When you look at these finals coming up, we've got some already set. Is there an end that you think would be better? If you were starting down there, Christy, you've been here, you've done this before. Which lane do you think you would like?
Well, with these board rescues, I would probably like the northern end just because it looks a little bit shallower. In saying that, that is the end that the waves are breaking in that shallower water. But I think as time goes on, even the next 10 to 15 minutes, you'll be able to really get up and sprint across that bank.
Thank you, Christy. Well, we'll check back in with you about those conditions as well, because it is starting to shift very, very quickly here. As we start to get set for the semi-finals in the Open Men's Board Rescue, there are 2 semi-finals. They are running in the same area, and then they are going to a final later this afternoon. In semi-final number 1, we do have the team from Maroochydore that we just saw on screen. It's Oliver Monaghan and Adam Palmer. They are on the northern side of the line. Next to them, the team from BMD Northcliffe, Matt Bevilacqua and Joe Collins. So strong. It's Alexandra Headland next, Cooper Williams and Braden Casamento, then Brendan Smith and Jesse Colson from Half Moon Bay, Lachlan Warrener and Harrison Schott from Avalon, Mairangi Bay, Joe Wilson and Jack DeFore, Manly Surf Life Saving Club, Hayden Cotter and James Thompson are next, Daniel Mole and Lachlan Mercer from Kurrawa, and Kai Harland and Jake Morris from Nobby's Beach. Josh, there is plenty of pace, just like we would expect in a World Championship semi-final.
Yeah, that's Kai Harland on screen there for Nobby's, just getting himself ready for that semi-final. And you spot on. I looked at that one and thought, oh, that's a tough semi-final. And then looked at the other one and thought, oh, I don't know. They're pretty tough here. And right now it's just going to be pure performance. So I'm assuming top 4 through to the final. They're 8 lanes, and you've just got to have a lane if you're going to have a shot. So there'll be no holding back from here. I think all the pace will be on that far end with the likes of Adam Palmer, Joe Collins, Cooper Williams and Brendan Smith there. So we've got a 2-time Olympian. But then on this end now, I look at that as well, Hayden Cotter. So probably the far end and Manly as well. I'd expect probably Cooper Williams from Hayden Cotter to get there first, and then from there, it's all your board paddler's ability to run through, and it can be one of the most lonely things as a swimmer, getting to the can first and then seeing that your board paddler may not get out to get to you first, seeing other teams come and know you've got to fight your way back into it, and there's nothing you can do about it. It is truly something that you don't really expect until you get out there. 9 in top 4 to go through to the A final, next 4 to go through to the B final. The boys are set and on the line. Semi-final number 1 of the male board rescue Lifesaving World Championships 2024 from here on the beautiful Gold Coast. We're getting to the business end of the season and they are off and away. You can see young Lockie Mercer, the youngest man in the field, going a long, long way down to that right-hand side. Big, tall lad, unlike his old man, but he's got his father's fight in there, and I think he's got his swimming ability as well because he swims very, very good.
Well, that's the first different tactical decision we've seen so far today in these board rescue races. So it's only a short swim, but there is the potential to make up a lot of ground by doing something different. So we'll keep an eye on Lachlan Mercer as one of our competitors.
Brendan
just
Smith
loses their cap there. You don't want to be grabbing around at that. And now they start to swim. So we've been speaking a lot about how the start line was placed in terms of who got the best run out. We're seeing the northern end of the line on screen at the moment and plenty of pace being shown, led by Cooper Williams on the left. But Josh, it's the southern side of the line that looks to have got the best of it.
Yeah, they've absolutely flown, that's for sure. And one of the boys from Marangi Bay, along with Hayden Cotter there, and maybe Hayden Cotter, and then at the bottom it is Kai Harland who's absolutely flown. So we thought all the speed was going to come from the other end, and it turns out it's been that southern side that's absolutely flown. Harland and Cotter looking like they've done the best of it, but maybe Cooper Williams coming into his own now with just a few metres to go. Joe Collins above him on the right-hand side, and then in the top corner, Adam Palmer not too far away as well. So realistically, we've got a top 5 at the moment chasing 4 spots, and then another 4 that are really got to work to get back into it. Williams is there. He's got a gap. Cotter in second place. Cooper Williams' work through that break was something that was phenomenal.
And you can see with the line of the wash, the kick from the swimmers there, that they all had to cut back to the can quite a long way, some more than others, heading back to that north. So that's something that is certainly going to be considered by not just the next heat, but the final this afternoon, because normally here at Karawa, we see the sweep pushing the competitors to the north. Today, it's the wind that is moving them south. There are no waves standing up on the bank at the moment, which means a clean run for Braden Casamento. Alexandra Headlands in control of this first semi-final.
Yeah, you're spot on there. So Alex in 1, Nobbies, Manly and Northcliffe in 2, 3 and 4. Too close to split at the moment. The rest of the field dropping back, and it's a clear 4 at the moment. Right out in front, doing a fantastic job there is Braden Casamento. You can see how high the rating is. He's a light lad. He wouldn't weigh much more than 70 kilos, and he just ticks along from Warrnambool in Victoria originally. He's turned himself into one hell of an Ironman, but he was a board paddler where he began, and they're going to run this one home. Alexandra Headland off and away. Nobbies, what a turn. They've jumped into second there. Manly and Northcliffe fighting it out for 3rd and 4th. But have a look at Northcliffe go at the top. They've almost come up alongside Alexandra Headland. And Joe Collins and Matt Bevelak were starting to wind up as they chase our leaders from Alexandra Headland.
So they are our 2 clear leaders at the moment, BMD Northcliffe and Alexandra Headland. Keep an eye out for Maroochydore as well, that is now starting to come back into this race. No waves have stood up yet, so we will wait to see whether there is a curveball that is thrown. Alexandra Headlands not sticking around to find out. They're just starting to come down the face of a little lift. They won't get a wave back to the beach there in the way that they would have hoped. Braden Casamento and Cooper Williams on screen, but where is the rest of the field? Because only the top 4 is going through to the A final.
1 and 2, no dramas at all. They're down a wave out in front. Alex Northcliffe there through the next 5. That's going to be tight. Nobbies on the wave behind. All smiles for our leaders, and this might be the moment it was decided. Nobbies at the bottom. Is that Manly as well trying to work their way through? No, Manly's been left behind. So Alexandra Headland, Northcliffe through no dramas at all. Mairangi Bay, I think it is, who've charged through the field on the back half, weren't in it at all, and I think they're going to grab 3rd. Nobbies will grab 4th. What about that one? The little club's getting it done. Manly, they led from the start, but they will not be in the A final.
A big shake-up here in this first semi-final, the World Championship semi-finals of the Open Men's Board Rescue. There were 2 teams that had really impressed throughout the rounds, Manly and Maroochydore. They will not be in that A final this afternoon after a fast and furious first semi. It looked as though that things were relatively set on the way back in, but once again, that wave and that line, as always in board rescue races, playing a big role in determining who was going through. That was A thrilling race, Josh.
A back and forward, and I guess it came down to that final work on the way home. And even though maybe the right-hand side of the line on the southern end looked really, really good on the way out, those teams all tended to paddle back into a bit of a hole, and that northern end was better on the way home for the board paddlers. But, well, Alex were impressive. Very, very impressive there. Northcliffe built into it nicely. I think they're the best team working home, but Alex might have the jump on them in terms of Cooper's swim and Brady's board paddling. So this is going to be interesting for the final, because Alex looked impressive, Northcliffe were great, and the rest of it, it's going to be super tight in that medal competition come the next round. And, well, Manly, they led for a lot of this one, or they were close to the lead for a lot of this one, and did not even get close to getting through here. Marangi Bay flew home on the way in. I think they were using that European style of board paddling with one up on their knees, and they absolutely hammered.
Yeah, that's right. So that is the first semi-final done. We are now racing in the second. From the far side of screen, it is Mount Maunganui, Newport, Currumbin, Southport, Burleigh Heads, Mowbray Park, Allura, Biarritz, Wanda and Coogin Headland at the right-hand side of screen. So they are away and racing. 4 to go through to the A final here. The next 4 to the B final. Both of those held this afternoon, and it's that southern side of the line, just like we saw in that first semi, that has a little bit of a shallower sandbank to work with. They're going to hit that deep water slightly, ever so slightly in front.
Yeah, you're exactly right. And it's a bit of a game. That hole's running out on the south side, the bank up on the northern end. If you've got legs, it's probably a good option. But if you're a pure swimmer, maybe you want to jump in that rip and just let it take you out to sea. You can see the difference of being able to stand up and go just that little bit longer up on your feet there. And these guys on the northern end have got, I would say, 4 or 5 body lengths on the teams on the southern side, and it's 2 out in front and then 5 teams fighting it out for the next 2 spots in the top 4, and that's the magic number. Top 4 will go through, the next 4 will go through to the B final. 1 will miss out altogether. And a reminder, we're not just chasing world championships, we're chasing points for the interclub title as well. We've had 3 days of racing in the pool. We're going to have 3 days of racing here at the beach and crown ourselves a world champion club. That's what these clubs are here for. It's been Northcliffe the last couple of times, but there are a lot here that are coming for the title. Our first team there, arm up and away, board paddler flying in, and that is a great gap on the rest of the field.
What a swim from Callan Brennan. He has absolutely gapped that field on the way out, which over such a short course can be crucial when it comes to determining where you will finish. Top 4 is what everyone is shooting for at the moment. And although Brennan was out in front, you could throw a blanket over the rest of the field too, because there wasn't much splitting them. So this board leg, the pressure's starting to ramp up even higher.
Yeah, very, very tight there for the rest of the teams. You can see how hard these board paddlers are going, and that shot on the left is fantastic in terms of how bumpy that water is there. So difficult to get a rhythm, so difficult to get some momentum up there, and there's a lot of up and down and side-to-side movement from this board paddlers, and any movement that's not smooth, that's slowing you down. So these guys are really trying to fight it out. Coogin Headland on the bottom side, they're absolutely flying, and I think they're working their way up into second place at the moment, chasing our leaders, and they might even get there first. What a board leg from Coogin Headland. Bang, cop that. They've just gone from, I think they were 4th at the jump, all the way into 1st, and Currumbin, not the best change you'll ever see, and the gap opens ever so slightly for Coogin to go into this final.
What a board leg from Coogin Headland Surf Lifesaving Club. We've been seeing them more and more over the past few days of competition. A real resurgence for the club from northern New South Wales. They are ever so slightly in front, but there is not much separating them at the moment. You can see the team from Biarritz on screen there with their back paddler up on his knees and doing butterfly strokes on the front as well. It's a very different style. We don't often see it in Australia, but they are right in it as well. Right now, there is 5 on screen. Coogin Headland in front. Only 4 will go through. That's the back-to-back Australian champions. Newport on the left of screen, Currumbin on the right, and this race is coming right down to the wire. They're
the 2-time defending Australian champions. Newport on the left there, but they're in second place. Coogin, what about this one? But here we go. They're going to be joined by one team nosedives. Coogin goes sideways. Biarritz, they've lost the board, and I think that opens the door for a couple of teams on the other edge. So Biarritz were in this one up to their eyeballs, and a massive mistake for them. But what about that paddle from Coogin Headlands? Set this one up. They'll go through to the final. Newport there as well. Currumbin in the mix, and we're just chasing one more, and it looks like it's going to be Wanda. So Wanda managed to get it done. Skills pay the bills in the end of the board rescue, and our international friends will have to settle for the B final, but they did everything right and deserved to be there in the A.
Oh, that's heartbreaking, isn't it? It can be a cruel sport, surf. It was just the barest of margins that makes a difference. We say goodbye to Burleyheads, Mowbray Park as well. They have been incredible throughout these early rounds, but it is all about being in that top 4 to book your place in the World Championship final. Some big casualties, as we expect in competition at this kind of level. But what another race.
That one, and both of the semi-finals, back forward. You get teams that they use their strength. That might be that opening swim leg. Coogin, fantastic. They were close on that swim leg, but the board leg there, absolutely unbelievable. And the way they worked on the way home was really, really strong. Currumbin, they looked like they were going to run away with it early, but the rest of the field came back to them. And well, Connor Maggs and Charlie Brooks from the Newport Club, somehow they find a way to get it done every single time they do board rescue, and they're just in the mix every time. So 8 teams through to our final. One of them will be world champion later this afternoon. It's only going to get tougher from here. Conditions starting to deteriorate more and more and more as that wind starts to blow, and I like it. Bring on the wind, bring on the swell, make it tough for them, because you've got to earn a world championship.
What a board paddle we saw from Coogin Headland, a team of Kai Onley and Joshua Jones with an electric pickup as well, and they got that first run out of the cans. You could see them there, Currumbin, just a few little adjustments once they got on the board, took a few strokes in order to get in time, and they are the moments where you can really catch up or get left behind. Just that board popping out the back there from Biarritz, heartbreaking to see. Almost a little sideways moment from Coogin Headland, but they're able to keep things straight. It's that nosedive opening things up for Wanda once again. So our top 4, our top 3 even, all quite comfortable there. Then it was Wanda who came up to take 4th place. They are into the World Championship final to be held later this afternoon. Not too far away either.
I was going to say, Biarritz, fantastic from the French club there. They've been really good all morning, and they worked their way into that one and deserved it. But there's a bit of swell out there in that part of the world as well. Some great surfing, so you expect them to be good in the surf there, and it wasn't exactly what you wanted from the boys, and they'll be kicking themselves because you don't get many opportunities. They only come round once every 2 years, and drama aplenty for them. But from the men's board rescue, we go to the women's rescue tube rescue competition, and we've run the heats, one of the heats so far. If you haven't seen this event before, you're tuning in from somewhere around the world where we don't run this one all that often. There's a swimmer, a rescuer, and 2 draggers. The swimmer makes their way out to the cans, just like a board rescue, puts their hand up. An athlete with a set of fins and a tube runs into the water, makes their way out to the can, clips up the swimmer, proceeds to swim them back to the beach, and then the 2 draggers jump in and grab them and pull them up the beach. It is the event that most simulates a life-saving rescue, something that we do on the beach every single day here for our lifesavers and our lifeguards. Let's take a look at the results before we go through to that last semi. Onley and Jones from Coogin, Green and Brennan from Currumbin, Newport, Brooks and Mag. Sutton and Steiner got through. The French competitors, Santo and Noah, they deserve more there. Patterson and Free. Taylor and Sean Riley look so good in those heats, and they will not be in the final, but they have got themselves in the B final. We go over the page. Proctor and Howe from Mount Maunganui, and Highfield and Morris from Allura won't even get a start in the B final. That's how competitive this is, and you've got to feel sorry for those teams that came oh so close.
Yeah, that's right. So that is the Open Men's Board Rescue Final, set to be contested later this afternoon on screen. We are just seeing, well, not only the women's rescue tube rescue in the background, but a really clean shot of exactly what we are dealing with here at Currawong Beach now. It was a picturesque morning, light offshore winds, not much of a wave. And like you mentioned, things have deteriorated here this afternoon. One of the big considerations at the Lifesaving World Championships is that it's a big day of racing in order to get through to those finals, and you're racing the final on the same day, so it's back-to-back racing. The fatigue is setting in. you have to execute your skills when it comes time.
That is exactly right, and you have to manage your day. If you're going around in the heat, you've got to be good enough to get through, but not burn too many matches, because when you've got 10, 12, 14 races in a day and your last ones have to be your best ones, it becomes so important. And in between races as well, go back to the tent, or before you do that, warm down, have a swim, have something to eat, drink, get out of the sun, because it's just those little extra things. It's the wind, it's the sun, it's your time on your legs that can really sap your energy, and being able to manage yourself through to the day and then really fire when it gets to finals time.
So we are 2 heats down of the Open Women's Rescue Tube Rescue, taking 6 through to those semi-finals. And those clubs that have already booked their place in those semi-finals, we've said Nieder-Ulm-Warstadt from Germany. They won the first heat ahead of Sussex County, Half Moon Bay, Hull, Saalkreis as well from Germany. Southport and Lukenwald in there too. In the second heat that has just come across the finish line, BMD Northcliffe Surf Lifesaving Club in 1 ahead of Sunshine Beach. Dordrecht Reddings Brigade in 3. Actually, no, we're still waiting for those results to be made official. It was Bietigheim Bissingen from Germany who did finish in 3rd in that. And if you do want to follow these results live as soon as the competitors are seeing them as well, you can head to liveheats.com. That is where we currently are watching these results go through. So there were our top 3. BMD Northcliffe, Sunshine Beach, Bietigheim Bissingen in 3. It was Dordrecht Reddings Brigade in 4. Kusel from Germany in 5. And entered... Gee, Josh, I've almost stumbled over that one straight away.
I don't know. Enter Nasha Breck from Germany there. And a bit of a false start. We'll just gloss over that, and a big apology to our German friends.
I haven't tripped over many club names so far throughout the competition, and that one really brought me on start.
Yeah, that's tough out there, but we'll have to get down on the beach and maybe try and find them and have a chat with them. It looks like a false start. It is the 1 start rule, so they're going to come through and see who is going to get disqualified. A little nod of the head there. We wait to see who it is. They're just having a chat. The next semi, we've got a quick replay here. Oh, and the little jump there, maybe Alexandra Headland. So is that Alexandra Headland in the middle, or it is Lani Pallister and Emma Woods? So that would have been Emma Woods. And I would have thought with Lani Pallister heading out to get Emma Woods, that would be the red-hot favourite, the Olympic gold medalist from the 4x200 freestyle relay as your swimmer on the way home. Emma Woods is your swimmer on the way out. Almost a certain gold medal, or close to, and Emma Woods has had an absolute brain explosion. And now I understand why the rest of the girls were so excited when they saw it was Alexandra.
Wow, that is a huge, huge moment in the Open Women's Rescue Tube Rescue. You can see the replay on screen there. Woods just across the line ever so slightly. Like you mentioned, there is a 1 start rule. Now we're having the officials come in to have a conversation around it, because that is heartbreaking for the team from Alexandra Headland. Like you mentioned, Josh, they would have been far and away the favourites in this event.
We haven't spoken about Lani Pallister all day. We've kind of left it until those surf races come up, but we have to. The queen of surf swimming, without a shadow of a doubt. To say she's the greatest to ever do it, record-wise, I don't know, but I cannot imagine there'd be many. Or maybe they're going to let her back on. So whether Jack Hansen wandered down there with... whether he wanted down there with a bit of a protest, but it looked pretty straightforward for me. I'll have a chat with him tonight about that one. That is for sure. And
wow.
I thought she was gone. Crisis averted for Alexandra Headland, and now we've talked her up. But yeah, possibly the greatest surf swimmer ever. She's now an Olympic gold medalist, the 4x200 freestyle. Didn't have the Olympics she wanted. Pulled out of the 400 freestyle because of her program. Had to sit out the 800 freestyle because of COVID. Won a gold medal with the Olympics and got a 4th in the 1500. It was a real mixed bag for Lani Pallister. But there's no one who loves surf sports more than she does.
And it's so great to see her here straight away. I've actually seen her speaking in some of the interviews that she's had after the Olympics, saying, I'm going to be chasing the summer of surf lifesaving, and not just doing the swimming. She wants to do some iron races as well this summer, which is just going to be so great to see her back on the beach. Great to see her back on the beach in this exact moment now, so we don't know exactly what just transpired. It could have been perhaps the starting gun or the starting whistle that didn't quite go off as expected, but that was no doubt, going to be a big talking point here in heat number 3 of the Open Women's Rescue Tube Rescue. Just to run over those teams that we do have on the start line, it was Kurrawa, Maroochydore, Newport, Burleigh Heads, Mowbray Park, Currumbin, Alexandra Headland, Sunshine Coast, Grammarpool, and Clifton from South Africa too. A stacked heat.
Yeah, very good heat. Maroochydore will be very strong out there as well. They'll probably have Summer Short and Jess Oates having a swim in there. Obviously, Gemma Smith and Sarah Locke from Newport will be very good as well. Burleigh Heads, Mowbray Park. This one could be a final. Currumbin as well. Nat Pete, Chelsea Jones. They're used to doing this event as part of Australian and New Zealand teams. And this one is an absolute stacked heat. So I can see why they were pretty excited that Alex would go on, because it makes it so tough. Top 6 going through, but that won't make it any easier. Woods first there. I think she's decided to make up for it, and there goes the Olympic gold medalist. And she is no pool princess, that is for sure. Like you said before, she's an Ironwoman. She has had one race in the Ironwoman series as an under 17 in the past. That's how good she was. She was 16 years old and at the top level of Ironwoman racing. Hasn't sat on a ski. I think she sat on it once in the last 3 years and made it through that round in the Ironwoman, then decided better things because the surf got pumping. So if she says she's chasing the Ironwoman, wouldn't surprise me if she'd be at the top end almost immediately.
So as they make their way out to the String of 9 to pick up their patience, we might just take this opportunity to check in with Christy Munro, who may have had a view of what transpired down on the beach. Christy, a little bit of confusion for us in the commentary box. Can you shed some more light on what unfolded?
Yeah, it was confusion down here on the start line too. We're not too sure what happened there, but there was a bit of a quick reset and set to go again. So it is really difficult to hear. That wind is absolutely whipping through. So it's causing a lot of challenges for our athletes. I'm just standing on the beach here with Ali Bull. We're having a bit of a debrief about her Paris experience while we're watching on this Rescue Tube Rescue. So, plenty of action here in the women's arena, and the weather and the wind playing more havoc, not just out in the water.
And Christy, something that we saw over the youth competition was the decision as to where exactly you put on your fins. What do you think we're going to see from some of these athletes? Because over the past few days, some have opted to get into very deep water before doing that. Others a little bit shorter with those fins.
Well, I had the fortunate or unfortunate experience of doing this event a lot, and from my knowledge, getting them on as early as possible is probably the and run with those fins, and you can also run the risk of getting them into a different position, which makes it harder to put on your feet. So I reckon the sooner you can whack them on, the better.
Thank you, Christy. Valuable insight there as we see the swimmers start to pick up their patience at the cans. And Josh, isn't it just interesting to hear some of the conversations going on down the beach as well? I think that would have raised a few eyebrows, exactly what happened with Alexandra Headlands for everyone there.
I think everyone would have been aware of it. I think Coach Jack Hansen would have been storming down the beach to get them back in, because they're doing a fantastic job. Burleigh Heads, Mowbray Park, Alexandra Headlands side by side, not too far away, Newport. So when we talk about global surf sports powerhouses, these are the big three. You add in there one or two others, your BMD Northcliffs, your Wanders, a few other of these clubs, but these are the ones that for the last sort of 5 years, these are the three of the big four, and you love to see it. Lani Pallister out in front. I think she'd probably rather go without the fins at times. They're Burleigh Heads, Mowbray Park, not too far away. They're a powerhouse as well. Another one of those clubs that have done this a lot in the past. We take a look at their team, and that's Lily O'Sullivan dragging Claudia Rose Slavin on the way home. Lily O'Sullivan would have done this part of Australian teams as well, and she's generation next in terms of these up-and-coming Iron women there. There go Grace Harris and Jemima Asher for the Alexandra Headland team, and Soraya Lee and Kirsty Hardstaff for Burleigh Heads, Mowbray Park. They start to make their way in. This is where it gets interesting. If there's waves on, you can turn around, grab the patient, just as Lily O'Sullivan has done in the background, and drag them down that wave to get a little wave there. If you can body surf on the way home, it's really good. And great work from Burleigh Heads, Mowbray Park to come up alongside Alexandra Headland. Expect these two clubs, BMD Northcliffe, maybe one or two others, to really feature in that final. And this is where it gets interesting. The hardest easy job in surf sports. You grab the patient, you rip them up, and you got to get going, and you need to get momentum almost immediately. And that's where Burleigh's done a great job. And I think the girls from Alex need to be a little bit less of princesses there. They've got to get them under the arm and get them going there. It's a tough job, but if you do it well, you can make a massive difference on whether you get it, they're down there, and whether they get a medal or they miss out.
So we are looking for a top 6 to go through to the semi-finals. Burleigh Heads Mowbray Park will take out this third heat, this third quarter-final of the Open Women's Rescue Tube Rescue with 6 to go through. Alexandra Headlands coming across the line. Could have been a Newport cat that we might have spied running up the beach as well. On screen there at the moment, we also have Maroochydore coming up the sand too. So all of these teams look to be making their way through to the next round. We will watch with interest. This finish line is nice and wide, so the conditions are really making things difficult to try and pick up our teams as they come across the line. That's Clifton Surf Life Saving Club from South Africa, who it does look like they will go through to the next round as well. Great to see them represented in the semi-finals here, Clifton.
I had a big chat with the team. They brought a massive crew out, a lot of part of the South African team. They had a great week at the national teams competition as well. Matty Koitsa, he got himself a gold medal in the ski race there. Great finish. But Clifton, they've come in force. They're really building their surf sports, and they're spending a bit of time out here talking with the Australians and in terms of how to set up their summer, how to sort of set out carnivals they're going to try and bring in. I think the goal is a bit of a World Ocean Series type setup over there, and maybe link in with the World Ocean Series guys here to get a point score going, to get a couple of carnivals and get a season really set up just outside the traditional 1 or 2 carnivals in the national championship there. So watch for the South Africans over the next couple of years. Obviously, always been super strong on the ski, one of the best ski paddling nations in the world, but I think they're trying to build up all those other events, your surf races, your rescue tube rescues, your iron, and they had some really, really good competitors. A couple that finished in like 5th in the Ocean Woman event there from South Africa, a couple of medalists in the ski races as well. That, to say they were competitive was an understatement. They were really pushing the top end, and South African surf sports is on the rise.
Well, they'll be going home with a little bit of gold as well. We saw in the youth competition back-to-back gold medals for Clifton Surf Life Saving Club in that event. So no doubt they will continue to bring the energy for us throughout this event. Christy's doing the same. She's down on the beach with one of our Paris Olympians, Ali Bull.
Thanks, Sam. We've just been watching the last of these competitors come across the line. I was lucky enough to catch Ali. She's all packed up. If anyone wants to know how much you need to bring to a surf carnival, this is probably just the half of it. She's resetting up because her next event is a little bit further down in the men's arena. But Ali, so great having a chat to you about your Paris experience. You said there's still so much fire in the belly to keep going.
Yeah, definitely. An Olympic Games is always like no other, and I've been to 3 now, and they've all been so different, and you still come home hungry for more. So I'm so pumped to be down here on the beach and racing for my surf club. Yeah, it was a good little this is happening. This is what's next. So yeah, I'm super pumped to be down here. Got a ski final to Savi, which is good. Wind's up. Who knows what's going to happen? It's going to be choppy.
It is going to be choppy. I know you spent obviously a lot of time in the kayak, especially over this last 12 months, but you'll be able to draw back on those surf skills that you've built up over so many years. We talked about how passionate you are about being a lifesaver. This is obviously your roots, where you grew up, where you learnt your craft, and it's great to be back.
Yeah, definitely. And it's deceivingly cold out here, but I don't think I've not had a smile on my face since I turned up this morning. It's just something different about sitting under your club tent and getting out there racing in the surf. Yeah, it's what we grew up loving doing, and the fact that we still get to do it it's priceless.
We've been talking you up as one to watch in this ski final, but is the surf conditions something that you love about our sport? Really, once you're in that final, it's anyone's race, isn't it?
Oh, 100%. There's a lot of really quick girls on that start line and a lot of really good surf skills as well. And at the end of the day, it's going to come down to who can get out through the waves really quick, but also catch some runs on the way in and deal with that proper side chop. So, yeah, there's a lot of good girls on the line, and honestly, it's anyone's game. So I'm just going to have to get on and go like the clappers and see how it goes.
Final, Ali. All the very best of luck.
Thank you. It'll be fun.
Thank you, Christy, and it's great to see Ali Bull back on the beach as well. Surf Life Saving, her first love. She's certainly doing so with a smile on her face there at the moment. For now, our focus shifts back down to the men's arena, where they are getting underway in the heats of the men's rescue tube rescue race as well. So we believe that we do have heat number 1 that is currently in the water, though they are starting to cycle through these pretty quickly. So we'll bring you that line up as soon as possible. We can see a Burleigh Heads Mowbray Park cap on screen, so that would lead us to believe this is actually heat number 2, and there will be 4 of them as well. So just to recap those results, of what we have seen in heat number 1. We have Trig Island, Newport, Mount Maunganui and Alexandra Headland all going through. At this stage, we believe it's a top 4 that is going to be going through to the semi-finals. So that means that we say goodbye to Clifton Surf Life Saving Club, Half Moon Bay, Currawa and Club Deportivo from Spain, as well as Southport too from Queensland. Although it is quarterfinal heat number 2 that is currently in the water, with teams from Lukenwald, Burleigh Heads, Mowbray Park, Bietigheim, Bissingen, Magdeburg from Germany, Halle Sauerkreis from Germany, Lease, BMD Northcliffe and B Ritz that are currently in the water. Josh, we've just seen the Rescue Tube rescues in the women's arena. It's looking pretty tricky down here for the men as well. Yeah, very difficult event to go and compete in. And I think a little bit more difficult for the men. A couple of the girls, light, very slender in there. A couple of these big boys that do the early swim, you look like you're dragging 80 to 100 kilos on the way home, and it's that balance. Probably your biggest and your strongest swimmer ends up being the rescuer out there. But have a look at that shot and the water movement there. There's, on that left-hand side, a little bit of a hole there coming off the edge of the bank, and that water movement, that darkest sort of area, makes it so difficult, not even just to swim through once, but when you're dragging somebody on the way home and it's such a battle to sort of fight against, that's where it's really going to come into its own. Looks like maybe, is that Harland there, Riley Harland, working his way out for the BMD Northcliffe Club. And, well, they were one of the big 4 that we spoke about earlier on. And yeah, they've been the defending world champion for a couple of iterations now. Obviously, we didn't have the Interclub title at the last World Championships. 2020 was cancelled, but 2018 down in Adelaide. They got the job done there, but they'll be under pressure without a shadow of a doubt here. Rene Rosso in the pool were very, very strong. Currumbin, they got a lot of points there. If Currumbin can have a good couple of days here on the beach, I think they'll be competitive. Maroochydore, Burleigh Heads, Mowbray Park, Alexandra Headland, I don't think they won enough points in the pool to sort of make a dent, but that's probably your big sort of 5 or 6 clubs that could win this national title. As we're just seeing the clip up from a couple of teams here, they'll start to work their way home. That's right. So our field is now starting to make its way back in at the moment. That is BMD Northcliffe on screen with a star-studded team as well. That is Fergus Eadie, Bailey Armstrong, Riley Fitzsimmons and Louis Clark too. Riley Fitzsimmons, he has one race today, and that is to drag his patient up the beach with arms like that. I think he's going to do a pretty good job of it. But at the moment, there's not much separating them. Top 4 going through to those semi-finals. Yeah, what a way to spend a day. Hang out at the beach with your friends, try and win a world title dragging up the beach. And there might be a little bit of pressure on him come to that final because it'll be very, very tight. We saw in that national teams competition, it was 6 of the 8 teams within metres of each other, and it did come down to the draggers. And I sort of not took the mickey out of them a little bit. I sort of said, it's an easy thing. But in the end, those world titles were won with the guys and girls on the beach dragging them home. So super tough to do, important part of this race, and that's what it's all about. You can see the BMD Northcliffe boys making their way in now at the bottom of the screen. Very, very good from their swimmer and their rescuer out there at the moment. They're doing a fantastic job, and this is where it gets interesting. You start to make your way into the break. You try and get down a wave and get caught up by that tube, and you can see the swimmer at the back there, streamlined as possible. Big kick. They're not allowed to use their arms at all. You can see the draggers now making their way into the water as well. BMD Northcliffe, such a proud history in the event. They won the men's rescue tube rescue at the Youth Championships just over the last couple of days too. And it was, Josh, you would have liked to have heard when we did interview them that the draggers, I said to them, gee, it's a tough gig, to drag the patient up the beach like we're seeing now. And they laughed and said, no, it's easy. Okay, so, look, that's certainly not my experience of being involved in the rescue tube rescue. I was never given the nod to have a swim, and I think for good reason, but I struggled just as much with the drag. I think when you're as big as Riley Fitz is there, I think it's no issue at all. He has absolutely thrown them up the beach. Bailey Armstrong's the other dragger in there, so he's a good 6'2" as well. The defending champs in this one from 2018 were Currumbin, so they've got a rich history in this event. Burleigh Heads, Mowbray Park, no dramas at all. They start to work their way up. Corey Fletcher will do the dragging for them. A great performance from these boys. It looks like Just try and picking up those caps at the moment. We've got a few of our international teams that are starting to come through, which is...
That might be Biarritz there. Yeah, it is Biarritz, the green and red of them. They've done a great job in these team events so far this morning. And that might be Lee from Switzerland across in 4th place there. So a great job. Luchtenwald from Germany working their way up and across as well. And this is maybe further in Halle Sacres, and that's Bedingham Bissinger. They're working their way back to the beach at the moment. So a great performance so far from all these teams.
Yeah, very tough to call at this stage of the race, as well as the fact that you don't want to go too early when you do call who's going through, because there is a judge out the back as well, and that's where this race gets very technical in terms of picking up the patient on the other side of the string of 9 too. So there is a lot that goes into this race, but like you rightly mentioned before, Josh, the Rescue Tube Rescue, this is one of the most core events on the program, because this is what we do it for.
Yeah, beating home Bissinger there. That is exactly right. They're showing their ability here in the Rescue Tube Rescue, so they'll work their way back. Like you said, core surf life-saving event down here. We don't see it often throughout the season. Normally at the national championships, state championships, world championships, that's where we sort of save it up for. And so there might be a few teams that are a little rusty, and we can see them boys in on the action. Oh, a couple stumbles there, a lot of stumbles in the end. And the one notable thing over the last couple of days has been the potholes in that little break there. As that tide goes out, they become more and more exposed, and that running in becomes more and more difficult. And see the transition there, throws the fins on, taking the tube out. He'll get into the changeover, big clip up, and then hard work all the way home. Perfect click there, no dramas at all. The swimmer head back, he starts to kick, and it's pure power on the way home. Two boys there looking very, very good, and it's all legs with those giant fins.
Yeah, that's right. The team from Northcliffe progressing nicely through this opening heat. Of course, we have the final of this event this afternoon, which won't be too far away as well. It was originally being aimed at a 1 o'clock start, but I think it might be a little bit tricky for us to get things underway then. We will bring you the latest information as soon as we do know, but we have so much on the way for you here at the 2024 Lifesaving World Championships. Some of those finals, the women's surf ski race, the men's board race. We have both the Rescue Tube Rescue finals for the men and women, so too the board rescue, and then we will be finishing things off with the beach relay championships of the world here for 2024. The opening day of Interclub action, the first day of open Interclub action in 6 years. It's been a long wait since the last time we could hold those world championships, and I think just all the clubs that are here just enjoying being back.
And I think conditions were not too dissimilar in Adelaide probably those 6 years ago. I remember watching it and thinking it was kind of smallish, a lot of wind, a little bit of a run in there, and pretty tricky, to be completely honest. And I thought that day that if you're going to win a world title, a day like today is the day you're going to earn it. And it's more of the same here, because the fields are good, super competitive, conditions are tricky, racing's pretty honest, and if there's ever going to be a tougher world title to win, it won't be much tougher than this, that's for sure.
That's right, so we are one heat down in the Open Men's Rescue Tube Rescue. Just to confirm, the 4 teams who did progress from that heat, it was Trigg Island, Newport, Mount Maunganui and Alexandra Headland in heat number 1. We are still waiting for official results in heat number 2 as we do get started in heat number 3.
Yeah, we have Nordstedt in Germany in the top side there, the green and red cap. Hörswinkel from Germany as well, orange cap with a couple of dots on it. Maroochydore, Sunshine Coast Grammar Pool Lifesaving Club. Mairangi Bay from New Zealand, they got the black cap with the white and yellow stripes through the centre of it. Currumbin Beach, the Indians, and Dortrett's Reddings Brigade in there as well. So, sorry, and Mairangi Bay, that's dark blue with the red there. That's them on screen. Sorry to that. I thought it was thinking Mount Maunganui. So, boys are off and away. That's Maroochydore out in front. They're absolutely flying out at the moment. A couple of really good swimmers in there, Matt Mag and Jolie Piper. So watch for these boys. I think that's Jolie going to work out in front. Club with a rich history of these sorts of events as well. They got Cooper Armistead and Alan McVicker dragging up the beach. Not too far behind them. That looks like Sunshine Coast Grammar School working their way into it. And then a few of the German teams here, the Indian teams as well, and the Dutch on the outside. So very competitive one in this one, and we're about to find out. It looks like Maroochydore doing the best of it so far.
Yeah, that's right. The team's making their way out to that string of 9 as that wind gets stronger and stronger down on the beach. We might take this opportunity to cross back to Christy Munro, who is on the sand for us, covering all of the action this afternoon. Christy, we're seeing that wind get even stronger. Can you talk to us about the challenge of trying to pick out your can and swim into this kind of conditions?
Yes, Sam, I'm right down here on the water's edge, and without having that elevation, it's really hard to spot the cans out there. As I'm sure you can see, there's lots of white chops breaking out to sea and in between that green water before those cans. So hugely challenging task for our rescuers, who are also standing right down here on that shore level to really spot their swimmers. You start to lose sight of them after they've done those few dolphin dives and are heading out to sea. So, yeah, the wind continuing to cause havoc, and I can see some of those chase pack as they're heading in towards the water with their tube and fins, also very challenging.
Talk to me more about conditions, Christy. That looks like the bank, and as that tide's gotten really low, there's a lot of potholes in there. We're seeing a lot of the athletes falling over, and just how tricky is it on that run in?
Yes, it's very, very uneven, and it's also at that very awkward depth. So it's not really shallow enough to wade, but also probably too shallow to porpoise. So you can see the athletes really struggling and almost look like they're walking through some of that difficult depth. But it's just very, very challenging. And I think if it was a flatter bottom, and hopefully as we continue to see that tide drop, they'll be able to do a bit more of a smoother wade.
So we can see the teams making their way out to their patients in heat number 3 of the Open Men's Rescue Tube Rescue. To confirm the results of heat number 2, we had BMD Northcliffe in 1, Sunshine Beach in 2nd, Bietigheim Bissingen in 3, and Dordrecht Reds Brigade in 4. In fact, I've actually just realised that I'm reading the wrong event as I was reading out those results.
There's a lot of events going on.
It actually was still BMD Northcliffe that did finish in front of that second quarter-final of the Men's Rescue Tube Rescue, but in fact it was Burleigh Heads, Mowbray Park in 2nd, Biarritz was 3rd, Hall Saalkreis was 4th, which meant Magdeburg Lifesaving Club from Germany finished 5th, Bietigheim Bissingen was 6th, Luckenwald 7th, and Lies was in 8th. So we say goodbye to Magdeburg, Bietigheim, Bissingen, Luckenwald and Lies from the Open Men's Rescue Tube Rescue.
We are now 3 weeks into competition there. One mistake in 3 weeks is no big one, Sammy, that is for sure. But working very, very hard on the way home. Currumbin have done a fantastic job there. I don't know why I didn't pick them out of the front early on. Another one of those clubs that they love these sorts of events. They go to an Australian titles. They've got obviously some spectacular swimmers in the likes of the Brennan boys out there, and Gus Shivnan was the rescuer, so he's working very, very hard on the way home. Currumbin, one of these clubs that when it comes to the big moments, and you don't see them a lot, but they bring their B game to most of carnivals throughout the year, and then when it comes to national titles, world titles, it is A game all the way, and that's what truly makes them great in there. They're the defending champions in this event. They're also the defending champions in the board rescue, which we'll see later on today as well. So, plenty there. No dramas at all. That is Sunshine Coast Grammar School. They'll grab and Maroochydore. Their draggers are making their way right out into the deep water, but it's all Currumbin who'll cruise through that first one. They'll walk their way up. Big Jade Erskine there on the right-hand side, sporting a fantastic mullet and even better mow out there. He looks the part. That's what I want my draggers to look like. Big, burly, and they've got a mow.
And he's certainly doing it in style at the moment. Currumbin doing things easily as they drag their way across the finish line. 4 to go through to the semi-final of the Open Men's Rescue Tube Rescue. That's Maroochydore on the left-hand side of screen, making their way back up. Sunshine Coast Grammar School right there as well, which would mean we only have one more place up for grabs in those semi-finals.
Yeah, going to make things very, very tight as they start to work their way home. That's Norderstedt from Germany there, just coming into screen, the green and red corded cap, and there's one at the bottom left-hand side. At the back, Haaswinkel gets a little wave there, and it looks like down on that edge, it is Dordrecht Reddings Brigade that just sneak home. A great performance from them, just in front of Mairangi Bay, so the Reddings Brigade, they get there. Yeah,
very tight finish. You don't often see a sprint finish in the Open Rescue Tube Rescue, and I tell you what, when there is one, there isn't much that hurts more than that, particularly for the draggers. No wonder our leaders are taking things easy up the beach. It can be a very difficult task But
you'd be saying to the swimmer, come on, mate, give me a hand. But they're not allowed to. You've got to drag them up. Haaswinkel there, that very distinctive cap. You don't see the polka dots lot.
Well, Courtney and I had the discussion over the Youth Championships, and we've labelled Haaswinkel our favourite club cap anywhere in the world.
Really?
Yeah.
Very interesting.
There's something about it, and it's great to see them so heavily represented here at the 2024 Lifesaving World Championships. We have just seen, well, we've seen a big spill from one of our swimmers rather, as they made their way into the water, but we've just seen heat number 3 of the men's rescue tube rescue. There is one more quarterfinal to come, and then we're into the semis as we whittle our way down to a final to be held later this afternoon.
Yeah, we're getting closer and closer to the business end of day 1 of the Interclub Championships here at the 2024 Lifesaving World Championships. A huge 2.5 weeks of competition so far, which included IRBs, boats, masters racing, national team racing, and of course this Interclub Championships. We'll head back down to the sand. Christy Munro, what have you got for us?
Well, I'm just getting some more information about your favourite cap. I'm also quite fond of that one, and the story goes that they came to a World Championship some time ago in New Zealand and didn't actually realise, coming from a pool-based club, that they needed a cap to compete in the surf. So they went and bought some fabric. It happened to be that polka dot fabric, and it's stuck ever since.
That is a brilliant story. Talk about landing on your feet.
That is the most surf life-saving story I have ever heard in my history. But that makes perfect sense, and yeah, they've done a good job.
Sometimes it's the best things just come naturally, don't they? There was no planning session. There was no graphic designer brought in to throw around some ideas. It was just making use of what you have.
I like it. The cheapest fabric they've got, polka dots. Don't you love to see it? Haaswinkel. So it's a long way to come to not have caps, but they did a fantastic job anyway.
That's right. So that is the third quarterfinal done. We are just waiting for a start now in quarterfinal number 4. You can see some of our runners just trying to familiarise themselves with that sandbank too, because this drone shot shows it perfectly. There is some real troughs now starting to form in that sandbank. That is very difficult to run across, isn't it, Josh?
Imagine if it's like running the hurdles but putting blindfold on you as you go down, because you can't see them, you don't know where they are, but you know they're there. So, and Courtney Hancock, in her absolute wisdom the other day, couldn't have put it more perfectly. If you worry about them, you're more likely to find them.
It's a great point.
It doesn't make any sense, but it's so true. You've just got to go and then understand that somewhere along the line you're going to trip. Try and keep your feet. Try and stay upright, but if you're worried about foot placement and all of that, the only guarantee is that you will go down, and we're about to see 8 of the best in the business do their thing. Heat number 4 of the men's rescue tube rescue off and away.
It begins with Mermaid Beach on the left-hand side of screen, then Langenberg from Germany, Singapore Swim Teachers Association, Eau de Spree Lifesaving Club from Germany, Baden Bruges from Switzerland, Pirate Surf Rescue Academy from Dubai, Noosa Head Surf Lifesaving Club, and Seacliff Surf Lifesaving Club are at the bottom of the frame, and one of our competitors on the right-hand side of screen making a flying start across that bank, certainly taking that advice, Josh.
Absolutely, going like he's been shot out of a gun. What a performance so far. That might be Callum Lowe-Griffiths for Mermaid Beach. They're big, tall lump of a lad, very, very good swimmer, very good competitor. I was just looking at a couple of the names starting here. Taj Ward for the Seacliff Club. He's already got a gold medal in the line throw. He's the world record holder for the line throw there. So coming out of the pool. A couple of these other boys going around, very good, very well noted swimmers. The Carroll brothers for Noosa Heads. They're very, very good. And Kai Thompson, who's a dragger, he'll go around later in that beach flags, beach sprint competition. And I would think he'd be very, very competitive in that as well. So a couple of big names from other areas of the World Championships lining up in this rescue tube rescue.
It's interesting to note that we can see the swimmers almost on top of each other, our leaders at the moment, Noosa Heads, and also perhaps one of our international competitors too, but can't quite pick up their cap there. You don't often see them swimming side by side and on top of each other like that, because they're bound for different destinations.
Yeah, that's Seacliff there, I reckon, that's come up maybe one can. So one of them's obviously gone one can the wrong way. So, and it looks like, yeah, Noosa there, that's Nolan Carroll, I think. He was swimming to the wrong can. Seacliff had the right line, and when you look up and go, what are you doing here, mate? And he's come across. Both those men have got a reasonable jump on this bottom side. It looked like someone on the top side there, Mermaid Beach, has got off to the absolute best start so far. So great performance from all three of these men. The rest of the field stuck there waiting, and that can be a very lonely feeling when your rivals are off and away and they're already working their way through the break and you're stuck on the beach struggling to get out. That looks like it's Baden Bruges there from Switzerland making their way in there. So the Swiss used to doing their best work in the lakes of Switzerland. They're very picturesque and beautiful, but not too many waves out there. But it is Mermaid, Noosa and Seacliff in South Australia out in front, starting to go to work here in the final heat of this men's rescue tube rescue race.
Josh, Christie spoke before we started seeing these races get underway about the decision of getting your fins on earlier, whether you drag them across that bank. That is what our backpack is currently struggling with at the moment, just making sure that they can get across the bank while carrying those fins. Christie said the best way is often just to get them on and go, and you can certainly understand why, because our leaders have done that, they have done that at this stage of the race, whereas the rest of the field just trying to figure out how they can get their fins on when the waves are breaking on top of their heads. It's certainly easy in theory, hard to do in practice. So we have three clubs well clear out in front at the moment. It's Mermaid Beach on the right-hand side of the screen. Then we go back to Noosa and Seacliff. A long gap back to fourth place. And there will be four teams going through to the semi-finals.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Here we go on the turn. Noosa in there. Oh, he just gets that tube around. The brother combination, Killian and Nolan Carroll. Killian, the dragger there, clips up, arms up, let's go all the way home. They're doing a fantastic job, but maybe Mermaid still in front on that top side. Seacliff, this is second and third, so Noosa on the left, Seacliff on the right. They start to work their way back home at the moment. You can see the rating so good. Noosa really starting to move. Mermaid might still be out in front on that far edge, and Noosa working hard in second place. You can see the shot there. Noosa trying to get out of that rip. So Seacliff, and they know that there's a massive rip off their can, so they're trying to work their way back across, and I think maybe Noosa's gone into the lead here. Mermaid Beach just labouring ever so slightly, and despite working their way across the entire course, Noosa's still out in front.
It's rare to see teams kind of splicing through each other's lines like that, isn't it? We had almost a collision for the team from Seacliff with one of our international teams that were making their way out to the can. So this race has really been strung out, and it's because of that tide and it's because of that wind as well. So important to make sure you set your line towards the can and you can see clearly as you do swim towards it. 4 teams to go through to the semi-finals of the Open Men's Rescue Tube Rescue. There's the team from Seacliff. Great to see Tommy May up here, a stalwart of the racing scene here in Australia of surf sports, and he's one of the draggers.
Yeah, and quite the ski paddler as well. Can absolutely give it some on a ski. So here we go. Seacliff get a little one in there. This will push them back up on our leaders. It's still Noosa. They're working their way in there at the moment. It's their beach sprinter and their beach coach from Noosa getting in on the act. And the Nolan and Killian, the Carroll brothers, have done a fantastic job there for Noosa. They're only young, took part in that youth competition earlier in the week as well. They've come here to the Opens to have a race, and you can see both Mermaid and Noosa just cruising up. No stress at all. No reason to roll an ankle, especially when Kai Thompson has those beach flags and beach sprint finals coming up over the next couple of days here. They'll take it very, very easily.
Yeah, looking forward to seeing him in action. It's a really good point that you make too, actually, about just if you have the opportunity, not getting caught up in it and trying to run across those gutters, because you're right, a rolled ankle could certainly really mix things up. Seacliff now, they've picked up their patient and they are on their way back in. Also, one of our international teams has made a big move. Is that the cap of Baden Bruges from Switzerland that's come right back into things? Because they have come from a long way back. I think it is. It is Baden Bruges who are now closing in as well on Seacliff. So they have done incredibly well on the way back in. They are going to come across the line and book themselves a ticket into the semi-finals.
Yeah, fantastic swim there from their dragger. He's gone out, whipped them back in, and they were sort of sitting pretty, but they were a long, long way down on our top 3. They ended up closing that gap almost completely out there. So what a performance from them. Great job to get themselves through to this next round. And we can see some more of these teams starting to just try and fight their way back in. Langenberg there in the centre. That's them with the blue and yellow caps. Another one of the German teams. They're dragging their athlete up the beach, and it can seem brutal, but it's so important there. It's one of those skills that we practice all the time. A couple of these other clubs doing their best to get in on the act. Langenberg there starting to fight their way home. So Stefan Honold, Lucas Horbot, Mika Thorswesten and Julian Gerbe, they're doing a fantastic job dragging their guys up the beach. The foursome from Langenberg in Germany, they'll be very happy with that.
A tight finish here in quarterfinal number 4 between all of our teams as they make their way across the line, battling for those places. Unfortunately, though, they won't be going through to the semi-finals. That top 4 has been decided. And those semi-finals, not too far away either. Of course, it isn't just about being the first 4 across the line. We still wait for the judges to confirm that they were clean pickups at the can as well. And right from the start, you could see the swimmer from Mermaid Beach running a fair way to the north. Normally at Karawa Beach and anywhere along this stretch, you see competitors run to the south when they're running into the swim, but that is how strong this wind is here this afternoon.
Yeah, that's exactly right. And as it continues to push, it'll make that water move so much more. The other thing that I guess people don't think about is the change in the tide. You notice, and there was a swim that was done where you swim the entire coast of the Gold Coast there. As the tide changed, it became so difficult to sort of push against it with just all that water moving out and away. So you had the wind, the change in tide that we've seen as it starts to run out. It makes it so difficult to fight against, and nobody's bigger than Mother Nature, so you cannot battle against it here. And all you got to do is manage it as best you can, come through there and be able to deal with it. And these clubs, they did a fantastic job. Some battled harder than others, but not Noosa sitting very pretty, and the Carroll boys will be very happy with that one.
So this was the action of quarterfinal number 4 of the men's open rescue tube rescue. Noosa doing it very comfortably on their way back up the beach, and for good reason, taking it carefully across that sandbank there. Plenty of potholes in there along the way as well. We are building towards the finals package here on the opening day of competition in the Interclub Open Championships as well. It was slated for a 1 p.m. start. It's now 12:30 local time, but we probably will be looking at a slightly later start. I think 1:30 might be a fair expectation, and it is going to be a huge program when it does kick off. The Women's World Championship for the ski race will be getting underway. The men have the board race. Then we have our board rescues and our rescue tube rescues before we finish things off with the beach relays as well. Some huge events will be going down in just under 1 hour's time here.
Yeah, spot on, and I am looking forward to that one as well. If you want to see a full draw of all the heats, semis and finals, head to liveheats.com.au, and for all information, LWC 24, Lifesaving World Championships 24. .com.au. A big thank you to not only the Queensland Government, but the Gold Coast City Council, Tourism and Events Queensland, the ILS for being big supporters here, as well as Surf Life Saving Queensland for running this event. We're not too far away from the next round of this one as the athletes are getting called in for their results of the last one. And a big shout out as well to all our strategic partners and major sponsors. It would not be possible without all of them. Of course, Risk Intelligence, Kurrawa Surf Club playing host to this magical event, Race 1, Ampol and Event Co. A huge thank you to everybody who supports us, because without them it would not be possible. 3 big weeks on one of the most beautiful stretches of sand anywhere in the world. The home of surf sports, Kurrawa Surf Life Saving Club on the beautiful Gold Coast. You've got Burleigh to the south, Northcliffe, Surfers Paradise, Southport to the north, and then, well, one of the most beautiful bays anywhere in the world. When you've got the likes of Stradbroke Island, both south and north, this is one of the most beautiful places in the world. If you ever get the chance, get out here and visit it, because it is absolutely spectacular.
That drone shot certainly showed it off. What a stretch of sand it is. So just getting ready, the teams for the semi-final of the Open Rescue Tube Rescue. As we mentioned, those finals are now being slated to start at 1:30. That is 55 minutes time, so not too far away as we work our way towards the finals package on the opening day here of Open's competition. We'll be staying with these semi-finals for just a little while now, and there will be a short break in proceedings not just in the program, but also on the live stream as well before we return for those finals packages. So semi-finals, hopefully not too far away from a start.
It's been a long morning of racing for these athletes, and their ability for the next hour to turn it around, get themselves set and come back for the finals will be super important. You can see there's all laughs and smiles down there on the beach. The Newport boys very happy with their performance, and a few others as well. But the time between now and finals, and I think if you're in that board race final, you're in that board rescue final, you'll be happy that maybe you didn't do the rescue tube rescue, and picking your program and weighing up points for your club and individual success will be something that's very difficult, and that most of the athletes here at the World Championships would have had to have grappled with over the last couple of months.
Tough thing to navigate as an athlete as well, this little break. You know, we've been speaking over the last couple of days about the fact that when you're assembling for a finals day at, say, an event like the Australian Championships, you're racing those finals first thing in the morning. Here, you've done a full day of racing to get to this point. So, Josh, my question to you as an elite athlete, also as a coach as well in surf sports, is what would you be telling your athletes? What would you be doing in this pretty short break as well?
I think the work for this has been done in the lead up. Have you done enough training? Is your nutrition there? Has your hydration been right? And as much as this sounds pretty harsh, it's not a social event. When you get to this end of the World Championships and finals like that, although you might be seeing athletes from all over the countries, your friends, your family, from whoever and wherever, international athletes that you haven't seen in 2 years, or there's a time and a place for that social aspect. And wandering around the beach, watching people, talking to people, that's just taking energy out of your legs, and it's going to affect your performance in the long run. I think between your heats and your finals, warm down, eat, drink, keep yourself hydrated, stay out of the sun, because that is the one that burns more matches than anything. It's the one that sucks and saps the energy out of you as you go throughout the day. It was Dean Mercer that said to me when I was a kid, and he said, do your race, warm down, sit in the tent, eat, drink, don't do anything else. And your ability to do that over 3 days here at the World Championships, 5 days at the Australian Championships, means that when you get to the final afternoon and the final event, you have something left in the tank. Get your sleep when you go home at night, go to bed early, don't stay out late. Make sure you're nice and rested and recovered, because you only get one shot at it, and your shot may never come round again. And as much as we like to be social and see everybody and talk to everybody, you'll have plenty of those opportunities coming in the years to come. So be a little bit selfish over the carnival, and then really live it up when the carnival's done. And that was sort of the plan for most of the athletes for a long, long time.
It's a really good point about just how much it takes it out of you, not only being on the beach and walking around on the soft sand all day, but also just having all those conversations. It's easy to do because the World Championships this year, for predominantly, of course, we have a lot of athletes here from Australia. It's been a while since the Australian Championships now, about 6 months or 4 months it's been. But for our international athletes, for everyone to be together, united on the beach, there's such a great feeling on the beach, such a great community atmosphere. However, you're right, you are here to race too. So those finals now about 50 minutes away, we're hoping. We still need to get through these last couple of races. That is the Open Men's Rescue Tube Rescue, the 2 semi-finals. Up in the women's area, they have just been finishing their board rescue, so they aren't too far away from a break either. But for now, our focus turns to semi-final number 1 of the Open Men's Rescue Tube Rescue.
Yeah, good one too. A lot of stack there, off and away. We'll run through this from top to bottom. Burleigh Heads, Mowbray Park, Dordrecht Reddings Brigade from the Netherlands, Currumbin Vikings in 3, Seacliff with the black cap from South Australia in 4, Mount Maunganui in 5, Baden Bruges from Switzerland, they've got the white and black corded with the red stripes, Newport the yellow with the 2 maroon, and Mermaid Beach at the bottom there, they are the blue with the red and white stripes. All 8 teams off and away, relatively clean. Maybe Mermaid down the bottom side with Callum Lowe Griffiths. Watch for Currumbin as well on the top end, and Burleigh Heads Mowbray Park on the far side there. A lot of early speed here with our swimmers, and these boys, they came to play in the semis. There's no mucking around now.
So a nice even start across the field as we say goodbye to Josh Minogue for a short break. Christy Munro is going to step back into the commentary position. As we mentioned, we are pushing through to those finals, which are coming up very, very quickly. The officials had them down for a 1 p.m. start. That is 20 minutes away, so we might not actually see a break in proceedings at all. We might be pushing all the way through. So for now, myself, Sam Jordan, And Christy Munro will be taking you through to those finals. Christy, welcome back to the commentary booth. This is the semi-finals of the Open Men's Rescue Tube Rescue. Semi-final number 1 is in the water. Currumbin with a flying swim. The top 4 to go through to that A final. And although it has been a pretty big day of racing so far, these are the rounds when it counts. You need to book your spot in the race for the World Championship.
Yeah, it's really great to be back up here with you guys in the commentary team. You can see just how long these races are out there, and taking a while to get through the heats, but we're getting closer and closer to that finals package.
So the swimmers just making their way across that bank at the moment. They are going to be charging out our rescuers to pick up their patients at the can, and there isn't too much separating our top 4 at the moment. One of our clubs just on the right of screen, that could have been Baden Bruges. They looked really strong in the last round from Switzerland, just putting on their fins that little bit later, while our leaders are starting to charge ahead. So Currumbin is in front at the moment. Gus Shivnan is the rescuer. He's making his way out after Callum Brennan's really impressive swim. We have Newport also in the water too. Jackson Borg will be towing Connor Maggs on the way back to the beach, but it does look quite tight for those all-important top 4 positions.
A race in 5 at the moment as they are spread right across the ocean. We saw in those board rescue rounds some of the alleys were more advantageous on the way out than the ones that are on the way back in. So we expect that lead to chop and change throughout this race.
So in 1 at the moment, we can see the team from Currumbin just ahead of Newport in 2nd place. They are 1 in from the left. And then it is very, very tight between the likes of Mermaid Beach. We have Seacliff in there as well. The northern side of the line, Burleigh Heads, Mowbray Park are not too far behind. So the pickup for Newport is on screen at the moment. Jackson Borg is now going to drag Connor Maggs back into the beach. They are in 2nd place, but closing that gap ever so slightly to Currumbin as well. Christy, you've been in this event many times throughout your career. Talk us through the pickup and what's involved as they make their way back to the beach.
Yeah, it's probably the main part of this event that you really have to practice. The clip up as well as getting your fins on really fast. So there's probably not too much to it, but you really want to make sure that you've got the clasp and the hook up in the correct positions in your hand, just so that you've got one go at it, one clip, and you can turn around and head for home. Obviously, it's harder to do when you're fatigued and also in these conditions where there's a lot of bump and a lot of chop in the ocean. It's not as though you're in a pool and you've got nothing else to contend with, but our teams at the top end of this semi-final certainly having no problems at all with those skills, and you can see the team there from Newport really pulling away from the rest of the field as they head towards that wave zone.
And some waves do look like they're starting to stand up as well. Now that they're starting to come into that bank, our leaders, Currumbin, just not quite getting that initial lift. Newport could be eyeing off this next wave as well. We can see there's just starting to drop down at Newport. No, they won't. So Newport on the bottom of the frame there. It's Currumbin on the top left-hand side, and sets are starting to come through. This is going to make things very interesting.
Yeah, 3 coming down that wave there. They won't hold these waves all the way to the beach that you would see normally in a body surf, but certainly getting a really great run of it. The team from Mermaid Beach on screen at the moment there, and the draggers have a huge amount of urgency.
So Matt Gilling and Callum Lowe Griffiths have just charged down the face of that wave. That has taken them from anywhere between 3rd and 5th position into 2nd. It will be Currumbin who is going to take things out. Now there is a sprint on as well. Newport was sitting pretty throughout most of that race. The head has gone down to try and get across the line. That could be the battle for 4th as they make their way across that line. Our club from Switzerland, Baden Bruges, they looked pretty impressive throughout these rounds, but it does look like they are going to miss out on that A final. And Chrissy, just when we thought things were pretty clear cut, it was flipped on its head in the blink of an eye when that wave came through.
Yeah, the waves really making an impact in this semi-final. You can see the size of that whitewater just behind our team on screen. They won't get too much assistance from that. Unfortunately, they would have liked that when they were a little bit further out. But yeah, not much of a swell, but certainly enough to make a big difference.
Seacliff on screen there. They're walking their way up. Unfortunately, won't be going through to that A final. The draggers, as Josh and I were speaking about, just where they can, making sure that if they don't have to sprint through that pothole section of the sandbank, they don't, because, gee, there is a bit of a risk there for a rolled anchor, at the very least, a faceplant into that sand too. It's very tricky conditions out there now, isn't it?
Yeah, you could see a little bit there with that drone shot, just the potholes that are there facing our competitors. So a really tricky bank to navigate, not only as they head out towards the can, but yeah, for our draggers as they are carrying the patient. You can see just that undulation of the sand. Here's a replay now.
And also, here's a good example of what we are looking at. You can see some of those runners just starting to slow down ever so slightly, but as Joshua was putting it, gee, sometimes slowing down makes things just even harder. Sometimes you just have to put your head down and sprint without fear of what you are stepping into. Currumbin on screen, very, very dominant throughout this event. They have been for a very long time in the rescue tube rescue as well in the open men's division. Really impressive swim, and this is a good shot too. All that different coloured water shows just how uneven this sandbank is. Although it is a beautiful day here at Kurrawa Beach, that wind is making things quite tricky for the crews, quite tricky for our rescuers who are trying to drag their fins over the sandbank. Christy, it was a really good insight you gave us before about just getting those fins on as soon as you can when you do get to that depth. We saw some of our teams opt to try and get through that shore break, but when you start dolphin diving with one arm, you're dragging a tube, you've got the fins in the other. It's not necessarily the fastest way to do things.
Yeah, we've spoken also in the past about the size of the fins that are used in this event. They're a lot bigger than your traditional fins that you might see at the pool on the weekend. So as soon as you can get those on, you can really get motoring and getting going, and so you'll actually swim a lot faster than you will if you're wading or porpoising through that deep water. So that would be my tip for the teams as they head in towards these finals. If you can get your fins on and go, that'd be the way to do it.
So that is semi-final number 2 on the start line. When we do get those results for you from semi-final number 1, we will bring you those. However, you can head to liveheats.com to get those results in real time, just as fast as the competitors, their supporters, and us in the commentary team are getting them. But instead, our focus turns to semi-final number 2 from the right-hand side of screen. We have Biarritz out of France, Maroochydore, Noosa Heads, Trig Island, BMD Northcliffe, Sunshine Grammar Pool Lifesaving Club, Hull Salkreis from Germany, and Alexandra Headland, and are making their way across that bank.
Maroochydore on screen at the moment. You can see as they get through that really tricky deep water, there is a secondary bank that they can get up and wade across. It's only short though, so a few steps of wading before you're back into porpoising, and most of our teams now in that green water into their swimming stroke and trying to get sight of their can just to ensure that they're on course.
We're seeing Maroochydore on screen at the moment, but what about Zachary Tabuai from Alexandra Headland? He's there on the right of screen all on his own. It's not an easy position to find yourself in, but if he can line up that can nice and cleanly, he will try and minimise the damage that we are seeing, because there is a huge rip on the left-hand side of the line now. Wow, that has really started to churn up throughout the last half an hour of racing, and Biarritz is starting to benefit from that.
Yes, you can absolutely see that different colour water. That is the indication that there's a great run out or a rip. Might be a little bit more tricky coming back in if you do find yourself swimming into that hole or into that run out, but the teams on that northern side making the most of it.
Wow, Zachary Tabuai from Alexandra Headland, he is to the can first, a very impressive swim. And then it is tight going from the rest of our field. Maroochydore, Biarritz, we had BMD Northcliffe in there as well. And it will be interesting, as you point out, Christy, just how difficult it is to swim back into that moving water. You can see that huge patch of dirty, sandy-coloured water on the far side of the line. Kurrawa, the tide is starting to drop out, that wind is getting up, and it is no longer that picturesque day that we did start with here. A lot of water moving.
A perfect description of just how we do read the ocean as lifesavers. Typically, we would say that that dirty, churned up water is an area of the beach you would want to avoid, but for racing, it's certainly an alley that you want to jump into on the way out. Probably a little bit too far out of this particular arena for the competitors to gain too much of an advantage from.
So BMD Northcliffe has shot to the front of this race at the moment. That's Thomas Lewis on screen from Alexandra Headland. They are still right in contention to go through. That top 4 is where you want to find yourself, but it was Northcliffe who did surge to the front as well. And now this race is starting to tighten back up in a very big way. You can see six surf clubs right there in contention, but only 4 will go through. So, Christy, as our rescuers are making their way towards their patients at the can, what's starting to go through their mind at the moment?
Oh, they just almost got their rope tangled up there, the team from Northcliffe. And as we saw just with that previous shot, the team from Alexandra Headlands were actually, I think they were heading to the yellow can instead of the orange. So they had to make a very last-minute change of direction. They've almost got that clip-up done now. No, they're struggling a little bit away now. They are the team from Alex. And Northcliffe got held up on that can. So they've opened up this race for those chase 2 or 3 teams. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 teams now vying for those top 4 positions.
Now the intensity is starting to rise. No doubt the draggers who are waiting on the shore are feeling that as well, because this race is getting tighter and tighter with every passing stroke. Right there on screen, we have the club B Ritz, we have BMD Northcliffe. On the right of screen too, you can see that does look to be Sunshine Coast Grammar Pool Lifesaving Club rather, on their way back in. It's Northcliffe with a slight advantage. Maroochydore too is right in contention, but look at that cluster of teams.
They're all coming together now, happy to let that sweep take them a little bit down the beach. They know they've only got to finish somewhere along that finish line, so they don't have to actually finish on the same peg that they started. You can see that rip that they're just swimming into now, that sand that's heading out to sea. Won't worry them too much though, because they are nearly in that wave zone, and their their draggers will probably only be another further 20 metres. Northcliffe trying to drag his swimmer onto any little wave. That's a brilliant body surfing.
Wow, that is such impressive surf skills from BMD Northcliffe. The patient dropping down the face of that wave on his back, keeping afloat, and now BMD Northcliffe have a more relaxed run up the beach to take out this second semi-final. But the big question is who will join them. 4 to go through as the intensity really starts to rise. Now you can see Maroochydore in the background, but this is going to be a very tight sprint finish.
It's number 1 across the line. I think it might be the team from Alexandra Headlands who are in a little bit of trouble. They're off screen at the moment, so that looks like 2nd, 3rd, 4th and 5th.
Sunshine Coast Pool Lifesaving Club are there, Trig Island are there, so too Maroochydore. It might be the team from B Ritz that misses out as Trig Island just tries to get across the line. We will wait for that from the judges, but it does look like B Ritz agonisingly short. You don't see rescue tube rescue races get much tighter than that, as you see quite the animated expression from Noosa Heads to their counterparts from Alexandra Headland across the line. But it did look like it was B Ritz in that all-important 5th position, because that would mean they just miss out on qualifying from the A final. B Ritz and Trig Island just embracing there in that sprint finish. That is one of the more exciting finishes you'll see in a rescue tube rescue event.
That was a quality semi-final. We do have B finals, so if it is any consolation, just getting 5th in that final, missing out on the A final, but they will get a chance to swim again a little bit later on this afternoon.
That's right, so Trig Island on screen there, not too far away now from a final. A couple of handshakes from BMD Northcliffe on the beach as well, and for good reason. When the race came down to the wire, those skills and that experience was certainly on show as the team starts to relive the race there with coach Kev Morrison. Another team into an A final. Kev would be very happy about that.
Yeah, they're just talking through or debriefing that event, making sure that did they pick the best line out, or is there another option come the finals. All of the teams quite acutely aware now of the different runouts that the different alleys are producing. Obviously they won't know yet what colour can they've drawn for the final. That will be a random draw, so they'll need to wait and see, and all teams will reassess these conditions as we expect them to change when the finals package begins, hopefully in a little bit less than an hour's time.
Alexandra Headland first to the can and did so well, but that was the influence of that rip on the northern side of the line. This was our sprint finish. 3 were going through there, the legs, the arms waving in every direction, and it will be B Ritz who misses out on the A final by the barest of margins. It doesn't come any tighter than that.
A lot of our teams having difficulty with their clip up out at the can too, which I think costs them some very important meters. So just can't afford to have those mistakes when you get to this level of competition.
So we are waiting for official results in that second semi-final, but In our first semi, it was Currumbin, Mermaid Beach, Newport and Mount Maunganui that have qualified for the A final in the Open Men's Rescue Tube Rescue. That is the last water event in the Open Men's Arena for now. They will be pushing through with these beach relays, I do believe. That finals package has now been delayed ever so slightly, so we were aiming for a 1 o'clock start for those finals. It won't be the case now. Maybe 1:30, could be 2 o'clock. Either way, we'll bring you that latest information as soon as we have it here in the commentary booth. The officials just trying to figure out all of those details at the moment. So a really exciting way to finish things up in the Open Men's Arena. Our Open Female Arena is still running. They're just working their way through some of those Open Female Board Rescue rounds, but we will be bringing you the beach relays when they do get underway pretty shortly. It does look like, Christy.
Yeah, it's a beautiful beach track that our athletes have to run on here at Kurrawa. We've really enjoyed bringing these events to you the last few days with the Interclub Youth Competition. We had some fantastic competition. Some incredible athletes from Clifton, South Africa really shone on the beach events. This is where we would certainly expect some of our international competitors to shine. You can see the far end of the course is where our competitors are called to marshal. Will be a little bit of time just to get our teams together.
So we're in somewhat of a holding pattern at the moment as we just relive some of the races that we have seen so far today. This is a perfect shot to illustrate the kind of conditions that we were met with this morning. When we did start racing, it was a slight offshore wind. That surf was pretty clean, and although it was tossing up, a bit of a challenge for some of our competitors, particularly in these ski races too, when some of those waves started to break on the shoreline. Gee, you can see out the back there, it was relatively smooth on the ocean. It is not like that now. So these were some of the rounds of our Open Women's Ski races. That final is coming up in not too long of a way. So around about 1 hour's time, when we do have that confirmation, we will bring you those details as soon as we know. As you can see, Jasmine Locke, she managed to get through this round, but it was tricky, and as that wind continued to increase, Christy, it became even trickier.
Yeah, it's definitely hold on to your hat weather down there in that wind. So I'm not too sure what we've got in store for us this afternoon. I wouldn't expect that wind to drop too much. I think that is the conditions our competitors are going to be faced with. As we look through more of the highlights from this morning, we saw Elise Wood, top of screen, making it through these early rounds with absolutely no problems. Alyssa Bull, one of our other Olympians, also qualifying through for the women's ski final. You can see there Elise Wood on that green ski, really enjoying being back in the surf and racing on her, I don't know if I call it her favourite craft, her second favourite craft. I've never asked her which one is her favourite. Probably can't ask her that question. We can see here another one of the heats of the women's ski qualifying rounds coming through. A much closer race this one was.
Well, there were some really important lessons for the paddlers throughout these rounds as well, because as I mentioned, when we started, that wind was really non-existent, but with each race that did go around, that northerly got stronger and stronger. We had a couple of competitors that did get caught out a few times. You can see Ali Bull, who you spoke with, Christy, after her semi-final. She went a long way down to the beach, and no doubt that would have been a pretty nervous moment if she had to cut back. In fact, she's doing it right on screen there, or is that Jasmine Locke from Newport? Yeah, that's Jasmine Locke on screen. But Ali Bull, there she is there. This was her quarter-final race when she did breeze through in first place. She had to cut back a pretty long way, and that was the challenge for some of our competitors. The temptation there to chase the runs, but you do have to make that path back at some point on the run home.
Yeah, Lizzie Wellborn also qualifying through these early rounds. I don't want to say which is my favourite final to look forward to this afternoon, but I'm very excited about watching the women's surf ski final package this afternoon. Some really hot paddlers fresh off the Olympics lining up there. You can see Gemma Smith, we spoke about her this morning, refocusing into her surf ski and Ironwoman competition this season, and she's looking in great form as well, isn't she?
Yeah, I cannot wait to see Gemma across the summer. She said that she isn't quite locked into racing the Ocean Woman across the summer just yet, but given the work that she's doing for the Coolangatta Gold, I think we are going to see her more and more doing that. So that was the women's ski races, that final coming up That'll be the first final that we do have this afternoon, but we also have the rescue, tube rescue, and the board rescue races as well. This is some of the highlights of those rescue, tube rescue races. Chrissy, you've been talking us through it. You're an expert when it comes to this race. I was never good enough in the swim to be involved in this one, and you know what, I was pretty happy about that because it's a grueling event, isn't it?
Yeah, it's one of those events where you think, why was I lucky enough to be good at the rescue, tube rescue, and a lot of components going into that race. Obviously, we have the swimmer who will make their way out to the cans, the rescuer, and then the very sought-after position of the two draggers. You'll often see they'll have a little bit of a fun with that event throughout the qualifying rounds, but it's a very serious job come the finals this afternoon. So we are just having a bit of a reset as we bring our way back up to the beach arena. We have the men's beach relays just getting themselves set into the heats. We'll be bringing those to you very shortly.
I'm back in the booth, which is great to be back up here. And beach relay time, Christy, I don't know about you, but this was something I haven't done since under 10s, but I've called a lot of beach events, and the improvement of these athletes, well, not so much the improvement, but just the quality of this competition has just risen and risen and risen over the last couple of years. National teams competition last week, shockingly good from the Egyptians. They won both the men's and women's beach relays. On the women's side of things, the Aussies kind of battling it out for third and fourth, same as the Kiwis, but internationally, beach sprinting, very, very good. And I hope a couple of the guys and girls from those international teams have hung around this week for the individual beach sprint, because it'll be something truly special to see. It's going to be a hell of a day out here. The beach relay, the defending champions in terms of interclub from 2018 were both Karawa. They got the title both times down in Adelaide. And the Egyptians were back-to-back defending world champions in terms of the national teams. So there'll be a couple of teams here looking to really shake things up. And that is for sure heat number 1 coming up not too far away. We have the Rashtira Lifesaving Society in lane number 1 from India. The Currumbin Vikings, Baden Bruges from Switzerland. Half Moon Bay from Victoria in 5. Mollymook Surf Lifesaving Club in number 6, and the Singapore Swim Teachers Association from lane 7. The Currumbin boys very happy with themselves there, all fired up. 4 laps of the track. You got to get the changeovers correct, because that is the most important part of a beach flags competition. A drop baton is a dropped medal, that is for sure here. So I think Jade Erskine leading off the Currumbin Vikings beach relay team there in lane number 2. I ran 75k with Jade Erskine the other week, and he goes good for a big lad. He shocked me at how well he runs, so expect a bit of speed from him here. And he's also got the flying mullet out the back as well, so watch for that there. He's in lane 3, I think. The Indians, they're in lane number 1. The rest of the field, they're making some blocks down there. So here's the field as we line up. The Indians, the Australians, the Swiss, another 2 of the Australian teams. Mollymook there, I expect big things from them. Scrivener, I've seen him in a lot of beach flags competitions. He'll be very, very good. The Singapore Swim Teachers Association in 6 at the bottom.
They have a very rich history of beach relays, do the Mollymook Surf Lifesaving Club. I know that long time ago, but back when I was competing at the World Championships, they had a very long run of world titles in this event.
They're still very, very good. Probably haven't had the beach relay success, but in terms of beach flags competition, they've been right at the top of the tree for a long, long time. The boys are set. Heat number 1, men's beach relay off and away, and almost immediately into the action. Very good from Mollymook. You can see the jump, and that's probably the class between all these teams there. Changeovers will be important, and probably the only thing that could stop Mollymook from taking out this one. Oh, big one. Big mistake from the Indians there, but pretty clean from the rest.
Yeah, 1 drop baton. That might just be a little bit of pressure. You can see him really fighting to catch up. Mollymook just keeping their changes very safe in this early qualifying round.
Oh, 2 drops as well. Baden Bruges and Currumbin both went down. That's let Half Moon Bay back into it. So plenty of mistakes all round, but not from Mollymook out in front. They are going, I don't even think they've got out of first gear, let alone into second gear. The race for qualification is going to be super important. You can see Currumbin have wound up into second place. Baden Bruges there. Half Moon Bay just fading ever so slightly. It was Mollymook in 1, Daylight second, Currumbin in 3rd. And the Baden Bruges boys did a great job there as well. I think that'll be all she wrote. There is the Singapore Swim Teachers Association team. Great run from them. And the Indians, a fantastic performance, but a few drop battens from our Indian friends as well.
Yeah, it's a tough ask being in that first heat. A lot of nerves, and perhaps some competitors who are jumping into club teams may not have done a lot of beach relay running in the past, and it's something that you really have to practice.
Yeah, spot on there. You can see these change over the Indians. Oh, look at the drama of plenty. I think a couple of the water competitors in there. That's probably why, but Half Moon Bay, the Indians fought back into it very, very well, and no wonder the men from Mollymook are very, very good. Have a look how big and strong they are. Absolutely flying there. No problems at all. And that rich history of Mollymook speedsters, and what a beautiful part of the world it is as well. If you've ever spent some time down there, great little golf course and some great waves as well. So get down to Mollymook, check it out. I'm sure the locals will hate me for saying that because they don't need any more visitors down there. But they're very, very quick across the sand. That is for sure. Heat number 2 coming up next. In lane 1 we can see, that's the Magdeburg team there from Germany. In lane 1 it's Lee from Switzerland, Magdeburg for Germany, South Brighton in New Zealand, Langenberg from Germany, the Sri Lankan Masters team, the Sri Lankan unit, and Club Deportivo Nacional Adia from Spain as well. So a real international feel about this one. No Australian teams, 2 from Sri Lanka, 2 from Germany, one from Switzerland, a Kiwi and a Spanish club here. This one's going to be very, very interesting. A few of these guys I've seen running around all week. Cyril Senfen from Switzerland. He was in absolutely everything last week. Ski, board, swim, you name it. He was there in the mix. The Sri Lankan Masters team, I think they've opted for 5 runners here. I think that's a bit of a mistake there. And the Sri Lankan unit's only got 1, so we're having a bit of a shocker at the moment, but I'm sure they'll figure it out when they're down on the line there. All the gentlemen down on this edge. And that first one, Mollymook looked very, very good there. There is 4 heats of this men's beach relay, and Mollymook are the red-hot favourites so far.
Yeah, we only look to have 4 teams digging their blocks at the moment, so we might have had a few scratchings from this second heat.
Yeah, definitely. That looks like something that may have happened there. Langenberg's definitely in there. A couple of the others, we'll just wait and see who will line up. So it looks like there was 1, 2, 3 teams that went through from that first heat. So we're chasing a top 3 from each of these to go into the next round. The Sri Lankans, there, Langenberg as well, lined up. We're in the pants. That one. The South Brighton boys fired up and ready to go. Magdeburg is there closest to us as well. And is that the team from Lee on the inside? The Swiss contingent. We'll wait and see. Very, very tough. When you don't know a lot of these caps, you don't see them all that regularly there, but the 2 Sri Lankan teams look fired up and ready to go.
Yeah, they have now joined the lineup, so 6 lining up for this second heat, 3 to go through, we believe. A full international heat, this one. Not only are we not so familiar with a lot of these caps, the runners probably won't be too familiar with each other either, so there might be a bit of pace on, because it's not like you can look sideways and know that you're definitely faster than one of these other teams, like we do sometimes get a little bit of that inside knowledge with some of our Australian teams.
Yeah, you're spot on there. You've got to just give everything you've got, and that's what it's all about. They'll really fire up here, the boys, especially early on. Those first couple of legs, you've got to get out nice and hard, and the lad closest to us, he's got the sunnies on, looking very, very serious. That is for sure. South Brighton as well. Lee, South Brighton. Magdeburg, South Brighton with the yellow cap. Langenberg in there with the blue and yellow corded Sri Lanka, and the Spanish on the outside. So a full unit set and ready to go. They're just getting final instructions from the starters. As we know, the Beachies very precious about conditions. They want to make sure everything is right down there. They do a bit of gardening, make sure their starting blocks are built, set and ready to go. I'm assuming the Masters team from Sri Lanka is the ones wearing the shirts, but I'm not 100% there. So we've got the Sri Lankan unit and the Sri Lankan Masters team both in there as well, set and ready to go. Heat number 2, men's beach relay. Quarterfinals off and away. South Brighton off to an absolute fly with a yellow cap in there. On the outside, the Spaniards, Club Deportivo as well, going great guns. But our New Zealand friends, South Brighton Surf, we first through the change, very, very clean there. Not too far back is Magdeburg in third place, and then it's daylight back to the Sri Lankan Masters, the Sri Lankan unit. It looks like Langenberg and Lee as well, with plenty of work to do at the halfway mark.
Morgan Foster led out that team from South Brighton. He's a very, very famous name in beach sprinting, has been around for a very long time, and they are leading from the front at the moment. South Brighton, the team from New Zealand.
And they'll be able to absolutely switch off here on the way home. No issues at all. Top 3 to go through. South Brighton will get there. Club Deportivo from Spain and Magdeburg from Germany. 1, 2, 3. That will be all she wrote. We say goodbye to the Sri Lankan unit, the Sri Lankan Masters team, Lee and Langenberg as well. So unfortunately, Club Deportivo not through either. But have a look at the big lad from South Brighton in New Zealand. If you thought Mollymook were good, these guys, they might be up to the task. Expect to see them in the final as well. You want to be the last runner when it comes to these heats, because it looks like if you're in a good team, you do absolutely nothing early on, but when it comes down to the end, all the pressure will be on.
Yeah, it's also probably the position you want to be in. Those runners who draw the first and the third legs are running really into that very strong northerly headwind, so they've got a lot bigger job ahead of them. The second and fourth runners are getting that beautiful breeze behind them, but you're absolutely right. With such a great lead, we were able to see a lot of our fourth runners switch off. South Brighton, he is just jogging across the line, knows his team is comfortably through to that next round, and it's going to be a great matchup when we get to see them with the Mollymook.
You're spot on. The Kiwis, the Spaniards, and the Germans, 1, 2, and 3. That was it. Sorry, I said Club Deportivo were out. They actually got themselves through in second place. So Brighton, Club Deportivo Nacional Aladia from Spain, excuse the pronunciation there, Magdeburg for Germany in third. That will be all she wrote from that semi-final. And a great performance. The rest of the field lining up. Heat number 3, Haaswinkel. That's them in the background warming up. The bright orange. And didn't we love that story earlier on about how their caps came about? Haaswinkel, so mostly a pool rescue team, if you weren't watching, came out to the World Championships, didn't have caps, went to the local, did they go to Spotlight or something like that? Grabbed themselves some material, that's all they could afford, and it was orange with polka dots, and I love it. And have a look at the caps there, some of the best in the business. Noosa Heads won't be too bad next to them. Clifton, super strong. Chugan in this one as well. Halisakris from Germany. South Maroubra from Sydney, and Karawa right here, the defending champions, the home beach, and well, some very, very quick men. Carlos Jimenez, Connor Laughlin, Brandon McMahon, and Jackson Collins, and I'm hoping it's not Jackson Collins, the ski paddler. Because if it is, we're in for a show here, because he's just got back from Paris, silver medal in the K4, and I'm just praying that they're not making him beach sprint down here. But if they are, I'm sure he'll be able to get it done. He's got a bit of skill about him. Watch for Noosa here. They'll be good. Kai Thompson, he's very quick across the sand. Sam Ross, Hayden Dewberry, Kai Woods. Clifton, Samuel Boyson for Clifton. He has been an absolute phenomenon at that national teams competition. I think he finished third in the beach sprint over there. He is lightning fast, so watch for him. Boyson, he's a very, very quick lad across the sand, and I can't see him there, but I think he might be... that's him there, ready to run. Yep, just in the background, so he might be getting himself set here to run. And This is going to be a really good one from each of the teams. South Maroubra, I've just looked at their lineup as well. I think South Maroubra are a shot here. Blake Drysdale, Jet van der Wallen, Jake Lynch and Luke Nurick. We're not used to seeing South Maroubra so much because half of those boys have come out of Helensburgh, Stanwell Park and then Newport, and I think they go as the red-hot favourites here. Blake Drysdale, former Australian Beach Flags champion. Jake Lynch, former Australian Beach Flags champion. Van der Wallen, Luke Nurick, absolute speed demons. I think we've got a new favourite.
They're a hot team, aren't they? As you mentioned, looking at that start list, it's really hard to compare. I think the team to give them perhaps a bit of a run will be that team from Clifton. We saw them so strong throughout that the international competition, as well as the interclub youth. Some really fantastic runners coming up in that surf club as well, Clifton Surf Lifesaving Club from South Africa. They're obviously putting a lot of work into their beach program, and it shows. So we'll keep our eyes on those, and also keen to see if we will see Jackson Collins running down to bring his team home from Kurrawa.
He'd be probably quicker paddling down, but I don't know. He might be really, really good, and I'm just hammering him. But I hope he's got speed to burn the big fella, because in a kayak there are very few better than him. Off and away, heat number 3. Oh, a little stumble from Haaswinkel at the bottom there. Have a look at South Maroubra go. Absolutely flying on the top side there. No dramas at all leading them out. And Clifton in the middle, very, very comfortable. Oh, the drop from South Maroubra. Now we're going to find out just how good they actually are. Jake Lynch there, a little drop. They're going to have to get back into it because only the top 3 will qualify. Noosa, Clifton, Kurrawa, 1, 2, 3. South Maroubra. This could be a giant boil over if they're not going to get it there. Noosa out in front, flying at the moment. Let's take a look at this final leg because South Maroubra are in all kinds of trouble.
Noosa, Clifton, South Maroubra on screen look to have done the job, but it's close. Kurrawa there, possibly going to have to settle for 4th place. He's not having a lot of urgency, so maybe they are taking 4 through.
You'd want to hope so with a performance like that. It might be 4 from this one, but I thought Connor Lofton would have absolutely gunned it there, but maybe they are taking 4 through, because that was, well, dramatic scenes, and somehow South Maroubra got themselves back into it, and it's all going smoothly until somebody drops the bat.
Yeah, it was a very unexpected mistake there from such a quality team. They'll be glad to get those nerves out of the way. You wouldn't expect to see a similar mistake come the semis and the finals. A team we would probably expect to be lining up in the finals.
I've just had a look there. From these bigger heats, I think they are taking 4 through to the next round. So that is good to know. Connor Lofton wouldn't have made too many mistakes out there. Have a look there. South Maroubra on fire. A little stumble. Here it is. Bang. Drop. Oh, and then panic stations from South Maroubra. They got themselves, worked half that gap back, and this is where they really worked into it. Noosa, good changeover from Clifton. There's South Maroubra there. That's how good they are. They can work their way back to the front, but heart in the throat stuff for South Maroubra there.
Not the way you want to have to run in one of these early rounds, but they've got the job done nonetheless. So they live to fight another round, which we would expect to see happen relatively quickly. They'll run through these quarterfinals, run through the semifinals, and then our relay teams will get a short break before they come back for their finals this afternoon.
Yeah, B final, A final, that is for sure. So heat number 4, or quarterfinal, essentially number 4. This one will be interesting as well. A couple of teams here that I think will be very, very good. Nordstedt in Germany. Maroochydore Surf Lifesaving Club from the beautiful Sunshine Coast. They will line up. I think they're going to have they've got a couple of surf guys in there. Joel Piper and Ollie Monaghan. So boys are quick, but they're not beach sprint quick. We go to BMD Northcliffe, and this one will be good too. I'm pretty excited about this one. That's Jason Goff there. He'll start for them. He's their pure speed demon, and he'll want to set it up because he's got Mitch Morris, Zach Morris, and Riley Fitzsimmons. Another silver medalist from the Paris Olympic Games, not in running, doing the beach relay. So he got a K4 silver medal there in kayaking. Dortrick Redding's brigade there. That's the red cap with the white stripe down the centre of it. Biarritz, that is the green and red corded cap there, the French club. And then the Pirates Surf Rescue Academy from Dubai. They will be in that top lane there. You can see that is the Readings Brigade and Biarritz lining up. Jolie Piper for Maroochydore there. The reason that we've got so many water competitors here competing in this is because of the limits on the clubs. 10 competitors only. 80% of the events at the World Championships are done in the water, or they're swimming events. So you load your teams up, and realistically, you can only have one beach competitor. Taking two, you might be able to do it, but it might be a liability. So some of these guys are going to have to fill in. Jason Goff for Northcliffe, let's say he leads them off, and then he's got 3 water competitors coming home behind him. It's all about winning that overall title, and for Northcliffe, just get as many points as you can. Whereas South Maroubra, they're just coming here to win the beach relay. That's all they care about. They're not worried about going and racing for anyone else or any other events in the water or the overall point score, so they can bring 4 beaches and really light this thing up. So it's a bit of a haves and have-nots.
Yeah, it's going to be a big ask for our teams who do have some of our water competitors filling in for some of those positions. As you mentioned there, South Maroubra and perhaps Mollymook coming in as beach sprint specialists. So they're bringing a team of 4 runners, whereas some of our teams may have 1 or 2 beach sprint specialists and another couple of fast swimmers who are also handy on the beach, we hope.
Fast is a loose term when it comes to this. We're set and ready to go. You can see Jolie Piper there, doesn't bother building blocks, and we're about to find out the difference between a water competitor and a beach one. Jason Goff from BMD Northcliffe leads them down very, very quick out in front. Oh, it's the silver medalist from Rio, Riley Fitzsimmons in kayaking. Oh, down the bottom, Nordstedt, big drop there. Marucci in second place, BMD Northcliffe out in front. Dorstrecht's Reading Brigade there as well with Biarritz, and the Pirates Academy not too far behind either, but plenty of work to do for Nordstedt in Germany.
Maroochydore moving through the field as they overtake Northcliffe. Has a little cheeky look over his shoulder. He's done well for his team. They'll hand over to their final runners now. They know they're fairly safe.
Yeah,
no amount of urgency for our 4th runners. Like you said, in these early qualifying rounds, it's probably the best position to be in.
Yeah, very comfortable. Maroochydore in 1. Northcliffe there, no problems at all. The Dordrecht's Readings Brigade and Biarritz as well. So the Netherlands and the French club in 3rd and 4th. The 2 Australian clubs, 1 and 2. We say goodbye to Nordstedt, who dropped the baton very early on. And the Pirates Surf Rescue Academy came home like an absolute steam train on the outside, but just couldn't get enough ground off our leaders. And what about big Riley Fitz? I thought he looked like a front rower in State of Origin, winding up off the back fence there. And I just hope he doesn't do an injury to himself or hurt himself. He's far too valuable in the water for this Northcliffe club, but he's done a fantastic job. Safety first for all these teams, and they are our semi-finalists, all sorted out. And I've just got a text message through from a couple of people watching the live stream at home, and a big shout out to Ty Dowker there. He'll be in commentary with us tomorrow. He wants to know where the Egyptians are. They went home. They said they were the sons of the pharaohs, are the pharaohs of the sand when they won. I don't know what that means. They were very excited, but he wanted to know where the Egyptians were, and unfortunately they were just here for 2 gold medals and then have decided to go home.
Yes, they've completed the international competition, and a lot of the athletes who make up the international competition may be from all different clubs, so not all having the possibility to stay on and race for the interclub. So certainly some internationals have been able to do that, join forces and race for the one club here at the Interclub Championships, but we do sadly have to say goodbye to some of our other international competitors. It would have been great to see the Egyptians alongside South Maroubra. Mollymook would have been a really hot competition.
The hard part is you'd love to see Currawong at full strength and Northcliffe at full strength and all of those clubs really light it up, but just you can't bring 1,000 competitors to the World Championships there, and it would have been, you're spot on. I think they mix it with the best in the world. I think they're as good as anyone, and it would be fantastic to see that. And maybe they'll come back out for the Australian Championships, hopefully in a couple of months, and we'll be able to get that on as well. As the boys from Dordrecht Readings Brigade having a bit of fun out there. I think they've been unfortunately disqualified from one of the changeovers there, and they all seem pretty happy about it, but disappointing for them, and that's allowed Nordstedt, after their very, very dramatic changeover, to get themselves into the next round. And it seems like unfortunately, the Pirate Surf Rescue Academy have been disqualified as well. So maybe those two teams under a little pressure in those changeovers have just gone early on those changes. Take a look at the results there, and the top 4 will go through with the 2 bottom teams disqualified. Marucci, Northcliffe, Biarritz and Nordstedt there. A little international feel about it, and we've got our semi-final set. Christian, we're not too far away.
Yeah, it is a very technical event, the beach relays. We will usually have to wait for those official results before we can confirm who our qualifiers are. One of the main areas these DQs come from is just catching that baton across that start line. So you do have to have the baton in your hands before you cross over the start line at each end. So some of our teams probably just sneaking over there, and our officials doing a great job. Unfortunately, it's not a nice job to enforce those DQs, but yeah, it's a very, very difficult job having to stand on that line, and you'll see the officials there. They'll do a quick thumbs up or a thumbs down if one of the teams has not caught the baton in that appropriate spot.
Yeah, that's it. You can see South Brighton there getting themselves set for that first changeover. The men make the long walk to the start line. Semi-final number 1, not too far away. Sri Lanka unit in lane number 1. South Maroubra in 2. Club Deportivo Nacional Aladia from Spain. Moves ahead. South Brighton. Magdeburg in Germany. Maroochydore will back up and go again. And Nordstedt, after, well, they were out and now they're back in, will get another shot almost immediately. That's a tough semi-final. I think some of the big guns in this one here, obviously South Maroubra look very good. South Brighton look fantastic. And Maroochydore, for half filled with water competitors, they look pretty strong as well.
They did do well. I noticed you did write some of your mates off in that race earlier on, but they actually ran faster than I was expecting.
Me
so
too.
I think they'll be looking to potentially land themselves a spot in the final. I agree with you there. South Maroubra, South Brighton, Maroochydore and possibly Noosa Heads look to maybe be the strongest 4 teams who will go through if they make no mistakes, possibly through to an A final. We will also have a B final coming up for the beach relays as well. So, yeah.
Isn't that incredible? Because I thought I was being extremely nice. I could have said much worse things about their running down. No, they do a great job. Ollie Monaghan, Joel Piper will go around in this one. And the next one, Riley Fitz, a couple of the Morris boys in there as well. So we're not just talking part-time beaches. We're talking full-blown water competitors who the only time they cross the sand is to head down to the water. So it'll be super interesting to see how they go here. And as we saw in the last one, it can come down to changeovers. You may not have to be the best team in this field. You might just need to be good enough to get close. And a couple of disqualifications might be enough for these teams to survive and get themselves through to the next one. So Sri Lanka, South Maroubra, they'll be closest to us. Club Deportivo Nacional Aladia. From Spain, they're the blue cap with the 2 white stripes. Noosa Heads, the white cap with the maroon stripe down the centre. South Brighton is in all yellow. Magdeburg, black with a pink stripe in the middle. Very good looking cap. Maroochydore, white with blue and black stripes down the centre. And Nordstedt, red and green corded cap there. We say goodbye to Christy Munro for just a few minutes before this finals package. We say hello to Sam Jordan. We're going to get involved in this one, and beach relay action, the semi-final number 1 of 2 here in the men's beach relay competition, and we're not too far away from that finals package either.
Great to be back, Joshy. That countdown is on. Like you mentioned, we are getting very close now to these finals this afternoon. We will be rolling straight into these finals as well, so you don't want to go anywhere. We'll have all of that coming up in, I dare say, maybe about 20 to 30 minutes' time.
Yeah, not too many runs left for these guys, just a couple, and then we're straight into that finals action, and we're not messing about, straight into some really, really important finals here. And I don't know if you've been out, well, you've been down on the sand watching these, but a lot of water competitors filling out these relay teams. Man by the name of Jackson Collins running for the Kurrawa Club, Adam Palmer and Ollie Monaghan for the Maroochydore Club. And in the second semi-final, another Olympic silver medalist in Riley Fitz for the Northcliffe Club here. So it is It is speed and, well, will, I'm going to say, out there. And Christy said I was actually a little bit mean to the water competitors, but I thought I was being nice. It's not the best technique, but they get it done. But that's how you win a world title for the point score. Swimmers are a premium. You need to be able to account for how many events. And with only 3 beach events on there, taking 1 is probably the right number. 2 if you can sort of spare it. But there's a couple clubs here that have just brought pure beach competitors. South Maroubra on the side there with Jake Lynch and Blake Drysdale leading them up.
That is brilliant. And that is what the World Championships are all about as well, the interclub competition. That's why the athletes enjoy competing so much, because it is such a fun feel. I didn't know that about Jackson Collins and Riley Fitzsimmons. It's great to see them back in surf. Nothing will humble you after an Olympic medal like doing the beach sprint
back
relay.
Down to earth.
Unbelievable. That is so great to see, and that is such in the spirit of these World Championships as we just get ready for a start.
Sri Lanka closest to us. Watch for South Maroubra. That's the dark blue, white and light blue cap. Noosa will be quick as well. Off and away already. South Maroubra out in front. Off to an absolute flyer with Blake Drysdale. He's a big lad, but nobody flies across the sand better than he does.
And it's interesting to see the way Drysdale is running on the edge of the lane as well. He's given his teammate lots of room to grab that baton cleanly, which is so crucial at the best of times. But in wind like this as well, you need to make sure those changes are very clean and very far below the line from South Maroubra too.
Yeah, they are taking it safety first. It looks like New Brighton in second place. Sorry, South Brighton in second place. Noosa Head's not too far away either. Here comes the change. Very clean out in front. Noosa in second. South Brighton in third there. We're chasing a top 4 through to the final. On the far side, maybe Maroochydore. Maybe Maroochydore will get home there. 1, 2, 3, 4. That is all she wrote. And we'll say goodbye to Club Deportivo Nacional, the Sri Lankans as well, Magdeburg and Nordstedt on the outside. So the German clubs go home, the Sri Lankans as well. And we say goodbye to the Spanish lads there, but South Maroubra, didn't they look a class above? And I reckon they've got another gear or 2 to give.
Very interesting to note that for a number of our final runners there for both South Maroubra as well as the chasing packs, who as soon as they got that baton clean, they almost shut off the engines. You could see that there's a little bit of gamesmanship involved here, and for good reason, because it takes a lot out of you, obviously running at the best of times, let alone on soft sand like we're seeing today. That's why if you have a look at some of the more experienced runners, they are moving to the side of the lane, because that is where there has been less traffic and it is easier for them to get their foot dug into the sand and to accelerate there. There's a great example of it just there, running on the side of the lane. And although there was a little bit of effort from South Maroubra and Noosa, that head comes back. And look at that, a few jogs looking around. Cannot wait for this final. It is going to be electric.
The heats, they barely got out of first gear. I thought a few of them were walking home in terms of that final runner. This, they might have just dropped it in a second and started to feel it a little bit. But in that final, it is all guns blazing on the way home. That is for sure. So semi-final number 1, run and 1, and it is South Maroubra from Noosa, South Brighton, and Maroochydore survives. So Maroochydore will be really happy with that. Big points by making that A final. They're going to get a lot from there, and to fill their team with a couple of water competitors and get big points, they're chasing that that interclub world title without a shadow of a doubt. They had a big presence out in the pool the last couple of days, and now here they're just doing the things you need to do if you want to win an interclub world championship.
Yeah, that's right. And this is what makes the Lifesaving World Championships so unique as well, as we just see some of the shots about athletes digging out their starting blocks. Very deep holes there, aren't they?
It's very, very tough. This one's going to be, I think this one's probably a more even semi-final than the one we saw before. This is going to be very, very good. Currumbin Vikings in 1 on the right-hand side. Mollymook, they looked lightning in heat number 1. Kurrawa, they're carrying a couple water competitor in there, but it doesn't matter because he's an Olympic silver medalist. He'll produce something there. Clifton Beach in South Africa. Watch for Boyson. Absolutely flew at the national team's competition for a bronze, so he is flying. Biarritz from France. Baden Bruges from Switzerland. BMD Northcliffe with Jason Goff leading off. They should lead early, maybe, along with Mollymook, but can they hold on? And then the Half Moon Bay team, the Mooners on the bottom side. Watch for them. Tex Dixon, a board paddler / Ironman. Daniel Lopez Garza, a ski paddler.
Great ski paddler.
Cooper Goulding, an all-rounder and real good clubman, and Brendan Smith, an Olympic swimmer.
Brilliant.
Just put them in and wind them up and watch them go.
Absolutely brilliant. I'm very interested to see what we get from Clifton Surf Lifesaving Club. They have been outstanding on the beach so far across the interclub. They won the youth men's beach relay. Jake Hutton did the double in the individual sprint and flag. Look at Jaden Erskine. He's got the upright position there on screen, and they
a little jump. And I don't know who that was from Half Moon Bay, but he was pointing at someone, and you know you're not a beach competitor when you're blaming everybody else over there.
If it wasn't Erskine who false started, it should have been. He needs every little bit of advantage he can get. No, I'm winding. He is quick across the sand. But look, this is what we're speaking to about.
It was.
Oh no.
Oh, just the little movement. I've seen worse false starts today.
I agree. Yeah, no, it does look like Currumbin are being told that they're not going to be able to line up here. I don't know if that's a false start.
It's just a little bit too much movement
the leg twitched, but
and they're blowing up.
But there was no step forward. That's a very interesting decision. You can see the conversation is currently being had with the official there, but
I think they might protest at this point. I think they're going to put their hands up, protest, show him the clip.
The phone is being handed over the fence, so I don't know whether someone's filming it saying, hold on a second, you didn't false start, but there was definitely a twitch in the leg, the front leg of Jaden Erskine, but from what the replay we saw, we might get another look at it in a moment. No, we don't, because now the semi-finals underway. That is a big call here in the competition for points overall.
Yeah, exactly right. BMD Northcliffe out in front. Boyson for Clifton in second place. Mollymook in third. They'll build throughout this one. Still, big Riley Fitz flying for Northcliffe. The Olympic silver medalist in kayaking's producing something on the beach. Clifton in the middle there. Here comes Kurrawa into fourth place. We're chasing a top four to go through. It's all been pretty clean so far.
BMD Northcliffe extending their lead through Riley Fitzsimmons. He's often been described as the fastest paddler on sand. He showed it just then, but now it is our heavyweight beach sprinting clubs that are taking control.
Oh, big mistake there in the middle from maybe Nordstedt. They struggled there. Oh, Bay Ridge, sorry. So the fight for fourth place is on. Mollymook gets through. Clifton are there. BMD Northcliffe, no dramas at all. And it looks like Kurrawa will survive. And Bay Ritz were in for all money, but a drop flag at the other end, and they are blowing up there because they know it's a missed opportunity. You can see heartbreak from the French team. Not what you want. A drop flag, that will cruel you.
Oh, that is heartbreaking racing for B Ritz. We've seen them now come so close this afternoon in both the men's rescue, tube rescue, and the beach relay as well to being in that A final. Look, this is a replay. It was a fairly even start as well. Northcliffe flying second from the left there. That's Currumbin still trying to pick up the pieces of what was a very controversial, a very contentious decision here. And that was just, we thought that was going to be the change where Bear Ritz did drop the flag. No, there were clean changes across the board here. Mollymook now starting to extend further in front. A very impressive run leg from Riley Fitzsimmons. And here it was on the left of screen from Bear Ritz. The flag just dropped at the last second. And we thought they may have been able to try and close Kurrawa down, but finishing fifth. And you can see the look on their faces as they came across the line. That is heartbreaking.
Yeah, devastating, especially when it means so much to them. They've come so far and little mistakes. And that is the final event of the heats package today. It's a massive heats package. We're not too far away from finals. Stick with us. We're going to be back in just, less than 20 minutes' time for that finals package to come back. Sam, what a morning it's been.
It's been an incredible morning, and there is so much more here on the way at Kurrawa Beach. Those finals are commencing in a little over 5 minutes' time, so keep your stream open, keep your screens on, and we'll see you in about 5 minutes for the finals here on day one of the Open Ocean Interclub World Championships.
action.
Welcome back to the 2024 World Lifesaving Championships, being brought to you from Kurrawa Beach here on the Gold Coast. You are joining us this afternoon for the final package of day one of the Open Interclub competition. We've had some fierce racing this morning throughout our qualifying rounds, and we are almost set to bring you some very, very fast and furious finals package this afternoon. We will start with the women's single ski final as we take a look at our drone shots from the Gold Coast. We've had some beautiful conditions this morning. We were met with really lovely racing conditions this morning. We've seen the wind blow up as we expected, so we've got a very, very strong northerly wind down here on the beach for our athletes to contend with. Here's a lineup of the final events that we will be bringing to you this afternoon: the women's surf ski race, men's board race, women's rescue tube rescue, men rescue tube rescue, the women's board rescue, men board rescue, the beach relays, and we'll be finishing this afternoon with the mixed ocean lifesaver relay.
And it is going to be a jam-packed afternoon of racing as well. We have worked our way through the rounds so far here at Kurrawa Beach today, and now we are getting ready for a start in our finals package. It's a wild afternoon here at Kurrawa Beach. The conditions have changed dramatically throughout the day. Let's head down to Josh Minogue, who's on the sand. Josh, what are the conditions looking like now?
Thank you, Sam. It has been really big changes compared to this morning. The wind is blowing and it is coming straight out of the today. It's going to be very tough for these girls to take a straight line in this initial event. It's really going to push them onto the inside, so they're going to have to work across it. A massive advantage if you're starting on the northern side. A little bit easier to come back onto that first can.
Josh, what about that run on the way back home? We saw that played a really big role in these women preliminary rounds.
Yeah, they've absolutely already at that finishing line. They've pushed it further to the south. It's given the girls a little bit more leeway to come around that third can and just run with the wind. So they shouldn't have too much trouble, but it's a much longer paddle, so that might come into play into the hands of your Ali Bulls, your Elise Woods as well there. And you can see the girls start to make their way in. The wind's blowing. They're pointing their skis off into the corner. Plenty of speed on the outside. A couple of Olympians and Carly Nervin down on the right-hand side at the bottom end, and Gemma Smith and Tiani Massey up on that left-hand side. So expect that to be where the speed comes from.
Thank you, Josh. We'll cross back to you soon. We've just seen the start list for this Women's Surf Ski World Championship final. Of course, it was Naomi Scott from BMD Northcliffe and Gemma Smith from Newport who did win the two semi-finals. But now we are looking at a whole different playing field this afternoon, as Josh just explained. That wind is getting stronger and stronger throughout the afternoon, and no doubt, Christy, it's going to make things very tricky, very technical, particularly around the cans as well.
Very testing conditions for our women's ski paddlers this afternoon. Josh letting us know that that northern end is probably the favourable end to be on, where we'll see Georgia Miller, Tiani Massey and Gemma Smith starting from. We do have our Olympian Ali Bull at the very opposite, so she's right down the southern end there, but we've also got joining her Carly Nerther and Elise Wood. So some of our fastest paddlers coming from each end of the field.
They're just trying to get set for a start now. So, as is the case with ski races, our Czech starter in the orange shirt on the right-hand side of the line, he will line them up straight. And then once he's happy, he'll put his arm in the air. That's when the starter knows he can fire the gun, but it's up to the starter to make sure it's an even playing field. There's a good example of this water that we have rushing across the gutter as well. So it's a very tough afternoon to be holding that ski straight. But it's all about getting in clean. Very, very tricky to do when the wind is like this.
Probably looking like a little bit more deeper water there on the right side of the screen as we are bringing these pictures to you, but everyone looks fairly set and ready to go. The Czech starter's arm is in the air, so they're now in the starter's hands.
So it's a wide start line here for the World Championship final. It will be very interesting to see just what kind of role the conditions play. There's a lot of water moving here at Coral Beach. The wind is strong, and there are sets that will occasionally break out the back. So the starter just trying to get an even playing field for all of our paddlers here. Ali Bull on the left-hand side of screen, our Olympian that represented Australia in the sprint kayaking. His final also has Elise Wood, a 3-time Olympian as well. Gemma Smith was the one setting the pace through the early rounds. She's on the far side of the screen as it currently stands. As we draw closer to a start now, nervous looks on the faces of our competitors. The Czech starter just not quite happy with what he's seeing there. Georgia Miller on the far side, position number 1. Was making her opinions clear, but here we go. We're ready for a start. And we are racing in the Open Women's Ski World Championship final. In the middle of the screen, it was Naomi Scott who has flown away, but now Elise Wood is getting into her work from Maroochydore. The 3-time Olympian has shot out through the break. She leads Ali Bull, her Olympic partner from Alexandra Headlands, and Carly Northern right there as well.
Yeah, well, we knew the speed was going to come from one end, and it ended up being the southern end who has got the best of the start. Elise Wood charging out in front there on the green ski, followed closely there by Ali Bull. She's not giving up an inch, really trying to get that inside run. She knows that's going to be an important position if she can just get up on the inside there before they hit that first can.
We knew that that start was going to play a big role. Josh Minogue, you spoke about the conditions before the start of the race, and it certainly opened up for the southern end of the line there.
Moment for Elise Wood, and she's brought her best paddle so far today. She's been an Olympian and she's been an Australian champion. She's trying to become a world champion here. She's going to have to push back into it, and that's going to allow the rest of the field to close that gap. But what a start on that bottom side. A couple of the Olympians absolutely flying, and Naomi Scott got off to a cracker as well.
Well, Josh, just as you say that, just as you predicted, Gemma Smith has made a move back towards the front of the race as well. She was a long way back off the start, but now she is drawn level with Elise Wood. So it's Wood, Bull and Smith out in front. We go back to Wellborn from Newport in 4. Georgia Miller, Naomi Scott, Carly Northern, all there chasing as well. But our top 3 are now starting to get away, Christy, as they come together, the 2 Olympians around that turn.
An opportunity there for Gemma Smith, who was out there in clean water. Sometimes it pays to be wide. Our other 2 competitors there, we saw Elise Wood and Ali Bull clashing paddles, so slowing each other up and just giving Gemma Smith the opportunity to take the lead.
The 2 Olympic kayakers, they paddled the K2 together for so long, well, they couldn't be separated just then. And it's Gemma Smith who has the opportunity to take advantage. Smith now chasing a run down the beach with that wind. She does have an opportunity to chase the back of this wave here. This could be a big moment in the race as Smith extends further and further in front, but now Bull and Wood get a run as well.
Ali Bull, Elise Wood tacking back up to the north. They can see they're just outside of that finishing arena at the moment, so not able to pull down that wave, and they're going to be joined by almost the rest of the field now.
Here comes 6 paddlers, Northern, Miller, Scott, Wellborn, Corrin, all starting to come together, and they are starting to clash together as well. It's Carly Northern on the northern end, but Lizzie Wellborn gets down that wave too. Ali Bull drops down late, but she's being taken out, and she'll block Gemma Smith as well. It's a late push to the line from Olivia Corrin, but that is too close to call from commentary. Corrin shooting down the face of that wave to join Northern and Wellborn with a chance to win the World Championship. Well, it was all Wood, Bull and Smith, but in the blink of an eye, a change at the front of this World Championship race, and now a very nervous way.
What a massive upset. We saw Elise Wood coming down on that 3rd wave, so she just lost touch of it on the way back in. It looked like Gemma Smith and Ali Bull on screen there was still in contention right until the very end, where they still had to tack further back up to the north and ended up taking each other out on that wave, allowing Lizzie Wellborn, Olivia Corrin. There was another competitor that on the line at the top of the screen there. Is that Carly Northern?
Carly Northern did look like she was lunging towards the line, but of course keep in mind that the drone is not in line with the finishing flags. It could be a case of perfect timing for Olivia Corrin. She had that speed to shoot down in front. Of course, we saw on that replay angle there, Ali Bull getting tangled up with Gemma Smith. What a dramatic finish to kick off our finals package this afternoon. We are standing by and waiting for confirmation as to who might have got there. Naomi Flood, she's had so much success in the ski herself. She's now the coach of Northcliffe. She's having a word with Olivia Corrin. She thinks that her competitor might have got there, and she might have been right as well. What an incredible race to start our finals this afternoon.
Well, they did everything right to set themselves up in a great position. Down on the closest to screen there, Elise Wood, Ali Bull. Josh, you're down there on the beach. Could you see who got it from your angle?
No, I'm down here with a couple of the girls, Carly Northern, Lizzie Wellborn, both on that final wave. Neither of them know who won. Carly, talk me through that final stage.
Oh my! The right time, I knew.
And Lizzie, you came so close. You shot down that one. I thought you had one for all money, but you just bogged out in the final stages. Did you think you'd won?
I did think I was going to maybe be the only one on that wave, but being on the podium at Worlds is still pretty cool. I've never got a medal at Worlds in the ski, and I just thought it's pretty cool that Carly's come back. She's a 2-time world champ. She put it out there. She was coming back to this to do it again, and she's on the podium. Yeah.
We're still down here. We have no idea. Carly Northern, Lizzie Wellborn, Olivia Corrin came hard late down that one. The judges are still in deliberation. I might try and jump in here and have a chat with Liv. Liv, I've never seen anyone finish a race as quick as you did. You almost got there. Do you think you've won it?
Oh, I'm not sure. I wasn't actually supposed to be doing the ski race today, but I've subbed in. And I'm just feeling like really strong in my ski at the moment. I'm enjoying the process and just having some fun.
Not too bad for not supposed to be doing the race. And you're definitely on the podium, but gold, silver or bronze, you've got to be happy with that.
Oh, definitely. At the end of the day, it's just awesome points for the BMD Northcliffe team, so they just put my best effort forward and hope for the best.
Where do you think you finished?
Oh, it's too close to call. We'll see what the official results say.
We'll wait and see. We'll throw back up to you guys. We're still waiting for the judges down here. It might be another minute or two, so we've spoken to all three of these girls, and we'll wait and see what the final result is.
Josh, a very nervous wait. It did look like on the drone angle that it was going to be between Carly Northern, who's representing Half Moon Bay Surf Lifesaving Club, and Olivia Corrin. Christy, those replays told the story. Olivia shooting down the face of that wave at what could have been the perfect time.
She had the right momentum, didn't she? We spoke in those earlier rounds about Carly Northern. She's just one of those competitors that whenever there's a big moment, a big final, she's always up the front. She just knows how to race. So regardless of the colour, we know that this is going to be where our podium competitors come from. So hard to tell from that angle.
Josh was right. I don't think I've ever seen a ski with more speed coming across the line. It is going to be very, very close between Northern and Corrin. Of course, Lizzie Wellborn right there too. One paddler who did get themselves back into position to contest that was Tiani Massey. We didn't say her name that entire race, but she moved her way through the field. Massey, Bull and Smith coming together right at the end and taking each other out. It was Ali Bull whose ski got thrown a little bit sideways there, but that also is what we've spoken about here today in terms of making sure that you give yourself enough room to head to the north so that you can come with the conditions to the south, because Smith, Bull and Massey got tangled trying to come inside those flags there. So we're still waiting for those results to be announced. Josh Minogue is in the thick of it down there on the beach, and we know that the moment that he does find out who it is, he'll jump back in and tell us as well, because there's a nervous way, there's a very excited way. You can hear all the competitors reliving their war stories as well. It was a race of so many twists and turns. It was Elise Wood and Ali Bull who shot out in front. They then collided around that third can. Gemma Smith took advantage and almost pulled down on a wave of her own, only to find 7 of her competitors were catching right back up next to her as well.
It had everything, that race. The first quarter of the race, it looked like it was really going to be a race in 3 with Elise Wood, Ali Bull and Gemma Smith. As it turned out, none of those competitors are going to find themselves on the podium. We know who our top 3 are. We are just waiting for confirmation on the positioning. It will take a little while for our judges to review that video footage because it was too close to call.
And that makes the wait for these athletes that we're seeing on screen now, being our open men's board final, even more nerve-wracking as well. A little bit longer than they might have planned to be standing down there on the start line, but it is going to take a little bit of time for our officials to review all of the footage as to who got across the line first. As we've mentioned, what makes things even more difficult is the speed to which Corrin was coming through to the line too. So it was a long way from being clear-cut, but we will not be too far away from that. One thing is certain, and this was pointed out by Josh, was that we do know our top 3. Carly Northern from Half Moon Bay Surf Life Saving Club, so experienced, so accomplished in the sport. Well, she is back and she is on the podium at a World Championships along with Lizzie Wellborn from Newport and Olivia Corrin from Northcliffe, who wasn't even doing this race this morning. She said she's jumped in at the last second, and it could prove to be the key for success too. So we are seeing the officials starting to walk back over now. We might cross back down to Josh Minogue. Josh, are we any closer, or are we about to get our announcement as to who did take this out?
Yeah, we're not too far away now. They're just double checking, obviously, the tape, and that they're about to make the announcement down there. And we can see the girls all waiting with bated breath. 3 girls very, very close in the end there, and then probably 3 or 4 girls who are absolutely heartbreaking. And it looks like maybe Olivia Corrin there, who just snuck home in the final stages. So, and a little bit more confusion as well. So she can't even believe that one.
Well, we're seeing the celebrations now on screen. The team from BMD Northcliffe are jumping up and down celebrating because it does appear that Olivia Corrin has been crowned surf ski world champion. The run from Naomi Flood, her coach, to celebrate with one of her athletes. Olivia Corrin, as we mentioned earlier in the day, had a breakout summer last season where she has started the new season in the best possible way. Christy, she wasn't even racing this event this morning, and now she is a world champion.
She couldn't believe it, could she, when they announced her name? She said, "Really, me?" So that's how tight it was. The athletes themselves actually had no idea where they had finished, but she just came over the top so fast, so strong, and just timed her run perfectly.
It's Carly Northern, who at this event is representing Half Moon Bay Surf Life Saving Club. She will finish with the silver medal. That is an incredible story to have Carly back in our sport as well. And Lizzie Wellborn is also on the podium representing Newport Surf Life Saving Club. Wow, what a dramatic way to kick off our finals this afternoon. Our new world champion is down on the beach with Josh Minogue. Josh, you can hardly believe it.
She cannot believe it. She wasn't even going to do the event at the start of the day, and now Olivia Corrin is the world ski race champion. How does that feel?
Oh, honestly, it feels unreal right now.
You said to me you weren't even going to do it. What made you make the decision to jump in, and where did that final 50 metres come from?
There are a few last-minute changes in our team today, so I just wanted to jump in and help the team out and just get as many points as I could.
There was Olympians, world champions, Australian champions in this one. Did you think you were a shot at the start?
Honestly, definitely not. I was just stoked to make the final and obviously get as maximum points as I could, but the swell and the wind was a good challenge to battle, and obviously I took a really good line in and managed to pip the others on the line.
And you got a few people to thank?
Oh, definitely. I'd like to thank Floody and the whole GON for their support, BMD Northcliffe, Shore and Partners, and Race One for providing me with all the epic gear.
Olivia Corrin, world champion, has a nice ring to it, doesn't it?
Oh, it does.
Congratulations, ladies and gentlemen. Olivia Corrin, winner of the women's ski race.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Josh, and congratulations to Olivia Corrin from BMD Northcliffe Surf Life Saving Club. She is the world champion out of Carly Northern and Lizzie Wellborn. They were our top 3. Tiani Massey from Maroochydore finishing in 4th. An incredible fight back from Tiani ahead of Ali Bull and Gemma Smith. that is our top 6. You can see our top 10 on screen for all the results. Head to liveheats.com because that is where you can get all of the information right across the weekend here at the 2024 Lifesaving World Championships. The first final to be held this afternoon on day 1 of open competition, and there is another huge final coming up in just a few moments' time, and that is the open men's board race. They've been standing there waiting for slightly longer than they would have expected after the delay in confirming those results, and now they are preparing for a start in this event. Christy, we've seen what the wind has done to the skis. This is going to be fast and furious racing on the board.
Yeah, certainly. We saw that southern end being the best end for the skis. Not quite sure what this board final will throw up at us. We'll have a look at the start list on screen.
So these are our finalists for the World Championship. Highfield, Howe, Fletcher, Steiner, Piper, Guthrie, Dixon, Beattie, Ely and Maggs are the first 10 that will be listed on the start line. They will be starting to the northern end of the start line. Then it goes to Riley, Verco, Casamento, Taylor, Bevilacqua, the defending champion from 2018, next to Odin Parish, of course. That was the last time the interclub competition was held, was 6 years ago, and you would have to say that Matt Bevilacqua has been the most impressive through the rounds again today. Doesn't that speak volume to not only the longevity of Matt Bevilacqua, but just his ability to rise for the big occasions, because he has been flying so far today.
He's looked very, very strong, very impressive in these opening rounds. He will start at the second last southern end of our start line, so we would expect him to get an absolutely flying start from that position. But as we've seen, absolutely anything can happen on these runs on the way home, and the men will have just seen that play out with our first final being the women's ski final. Hasn't it set us up for a really exciting finals afternoon?
I'm still absolutely buzzing after that. That was one of the great races. It was one of the great dramatic finishes as well. I think there'll be a lot of people reliving that finish from that drone angle for a very, very long time. Of course, we knew it was going to be close when Corrin shot down the face of that wave. We just didn't know how the flags were going to line up. Of course, that is where the start line is measured, from one flag to the other. You can see Matt Bevilacqua sending out high fives as too. He's looking quite relaxed as someone who's about to race the World Championship final. Always a good sign for athletes when they're smiling and enjoying the experience.
And they do all train together at their home club. So, yes, the men would have been watching on with just as much excitement for that first final, but now it is their turn.
The boards are now being picked up. The foot is being placed on the start line. This is the Open Men's Board Race World Championship final. Steely looks of determination out into the ocean. It is going to be an explosive start across the sandbank as well, as we are racing with a World Championship title on the line. It did look as though the athletes to the north did get the best of that start. They could run out that little bit further as one of our athletes has fallen in a hole. We believe that's Corey Fletcher from Burleigh Heads Mowbray Park, the Australian representative, just having a little misstep there, and that's allowed the southern side of the line. And of course, it's Matt Bevilacqua out in front. Josh Minogue, we knew that Matt Bevilacqua was going to be pushing the pace, but he has exploded into the start of this race.
I just saw him 2 minutes before the race started. He said he didn't love the fact he was on this side, but after he saw that ski race and Elise Wood shoot out, he thought, I'm onto a good thing here. But he's going to be up against the same thing that those girls were. He's going to have to force his way back across, and all the speed from that northern side is going to use the wind to come across onto him out there. He's very good off the start, Bevilacqua, but the quality of this field is second to none.
So it's Matt Bevilacqua from BMD Northcliffe in 1. Kai Taylor representing Burleigh Heads Mowbray Park is in 2. Braden Casamento from Alexandra Headland is in 3. But now we can start to see the northern side of the line make a move. That's Tex Dixon on that red and white stripe board, who is leading some of that pace across the bank. On screen, though, it's Matt Bevilacqua. He's looking strong and in control.
Looking very in control of this race. He is dragging the field right behind him. He hasn't had a chance to break away, though. He should still hit this can with the inside run, which will give him a slight advantage. You can see there Tex having to paddle about 5 wide, so not an ideal position to be in. Braden now pulling up alongside. No, it's a Newport competitor, Connor Maggs.
I believe that's Charlie Verco, who's now in second place. Kai Taylor has been squeezed out the back, and that is Max Beattie from Surfers Paradise in the yellow board, who has moved into 3rd. Tex Dixon in 4. We go back to Taylor in 5. Pat Ely there in 6. from Sorrento too. But here is the opportunity now for Matt Bevilacqua and Charlie Vercoe. Vercoe has just added another Molokai board title to his name in the off-season, but he's going to have to find even more explosive speed to go with Bevilacqua there. They're going stroke for stroke as they round that buoy, and now the opportunity to try and catch some runs on the way back in. Will they go with it or will they cut back? That is the big tactical decision to be made.
Looks like most of the field choosing to cut back as best they can. I could see that Vercoe was wanting to really get on the other side of Matt Bevilacqua, which he has done so now. So they've obviously picked a line in and he's wanting to chase those runs at the north.
Bevilacqua is in front. Charlie Vercoe is in two. Keep an eye on Paddy Ely. The man from Perth has made a big move through the middle of this field and he is on an incredible run. The field comes shoulder to shoulder. Paddy Ely's been squeezed out and he almost falls off his board. That was a big move for Ely. He's known to be so strong in these runs and he has just shown why. It's Bevilacqua in one. Vercoe is in two. Ely's in three, but now a wave is starting to stand up out the back. Max Beattie, Odin Parrish. There is going to be 8 of them on this wave. Bevilacqua's in front. He's off his board and bunny hopping across the bank. He needs to go. He is the defending champion. He won this race in 2018 and now 6 years later, Matt Bevilacqua from BMD Northcliffe is going to defend his board world championship title.
Unbelievable. I do not know where he found that extra wave in front. I thought he was going to be swallowed up by the pack, but Matt Bevilacqua, he's looked fantastic all day. Josh, are you down on the beach?
I am. I'm here. There's absolute chaos. 6 years between the titles. Everybody's jumped in. Let's go. Bevilacqua, it took 6 years to defend your title. Talk to me about that one.
Oh, that was just unbelievable. You know, it's really hard to win these board races. They're just, everyone's so good, you know. You really need to have a perfect race. And I shaped that race one board, you know. It's every bit of my knowledge went into that thing, and to win on that, you know, it's bloody awesome.
Vercoe, Pat Ely, side by side, board to board the whole way home. When you got down that little one, you saw everyone behind you. What was the feeling like?
Yeah, I saw the orange nose of Charlie, and he's just won Molokai, you know, a race that I really love. And I was like, oh, God, now we've got the runs, the 2 Molokai champs. So what a way to do it, you know, holding off these young kids for a little bit longer.
You're the world champion, back-to-back, 6 years in between. That's got to feel good.
Yeah, I just really love my board paddling, you know. Learned my trade in the ice cold down in Clifton and, you know, just always been close to my heart. Chasing you when I was 18, mate, and it's been a while since, but I'll keep hanging on and enjoying it.
Congratulations, brother.
A great moment there between Josh Minogue and Matt Bevilacqua. They were club mates for so long and just got to share a special moment on the beach after what was a special performance as well. Bevilacqua was in control of this race from the very start.
He had to fight all the way for this title. Matt Bevilacqua got the start that we expected him to, led the field around the can, was caught at the last stages but just never said die.
We can see on the race replay here, Tex Dixon on the right of screen of that red and white stripe board did a lot of work to come back up towards our leaders, but Bevilacqua with that inside line and the lead took complete control. Kai Taylor going on the wrong side of the can there. That's where he disappeared to. That is heartbreaking for the man from Burleigh Heads Mowbray Park. Squeezed to the inside of the can, and that left the race in 2 out in front. Bevilacqua and Vercoe going stroke for stroke. Keep an eye out for Pat Ely on the green board. He's back in 6th position there, but he absolutely fired through this field like a gunshot. Here he went now. He came down between Bevilacqua and Vercoe, and you thought at this point of the race, as Tex Dixon slips off the back, that it could have been a race in 3. Little did we know what was on the way in that sprint finish as well. Christy, Matt Bevilacqua has been racing at the front of our sport for such a long period of time. He has won so many races, but I've rarely seen him as emotional and as animated as he was just then with Josh Minogue. That speaks volumes about how much this means.
You can see he's really just racing for the joy of it in this potentially later stage of his career. I think he's got plenty of years left. 6 years in between world title crowns, and he's the happiest man on the beach beach at the moment.
Of course, we haven't even touched on the sprint for the minor medals as well there. I do believe it could have been Noah Steiner from Wanda. He was just on the edge of frame. It looked as though he potentially finished second ahead of Odin Parrish for the bronze. Last time we saw Odin in a major final, it was a sprint up the beach for the Australian board title. He finished third on that day as well. So that consistency is impressive. Max Beattie back in a major championship board final. He could have been fourth across the line as well. Another incredible story that's just played out here to see the resurgence of Max so far today, shaping up to be a huge season. But that was another exhilarating final. We've had two of them this afternoon here at Kurrawa Beach. We have a lot more to go. It does not get any more exciting than that. What a start to our finals.
And what a job for our officials on that finish line. We are still waiting for those official results to come through with those minor placings. First, second and third looked reasonably clear cut, but the minor placings, everyone came across the line there as a rush. So we'll bring those official results as they come through on live heats. But two of our finals have just absolutely lived up to expectations.
Well, a rare moment to take a breath now. After those two finals, I feel like my heart rate is up. That is as exciting as surf sports get as we start to get ready for our next run of events as well. A and B finals in the board rescue and rescue tube rescue races. It will be the rescue tube rescue races that will be going first. We have the female Rescue Tube Rescue B final that is getting ready for a start. Of course, we saw these events going through the preliminary rounds today. The A final for that World Championship is to come. But valuable points are on the line here, Christy.
Yes, we spoke earlier as we watched those preliminary run-throughs of the beach relays. All clubs are vying for that overall club point score. Everyone wants to be the champion club of the world, so we will see everyone fighting for those final positions right through these B finals.
Of course, we will bring you those results once they are made official in the Open Men's Board World Championship final. But if you are sitting there wanting to know how your favourite competitor went, you can go to liveheats.com and get the full spread of results from the early rounds right through to the final. They also have all the start lists as well. Anytime you see a kite like that on the water, Christy, you know it's windy. That is very, very challenging conditions today. Very fun conditions for all of our kite surfers out there. But it's also tough to run a carnival in. While we are waiting on those board results, and we will bring you those when they are made official, I want to talk about the Rescue Tube Rescue because we saw the challenges that the wind can pose earlier throughout the day, but now it's even stronger. It's a tough event at the best of times. Just how tricky is it on days like today?
Yeah, we've spoken about the rescuer having to run in with that inflatable or flotation device, which is the rescue tube, as well as those big fiberglass flippers, and they will be blowing around a lot in this strong northerly wind. So it's a really tough job making sure that you just get yourself into position. We've seen how shallow it is out there on that bank, so it's a really judgment call as to how far you wade as opposed to how quickly you put on your fins to just head out there to your swimmer.
So those results in the Open Men's Board World Championship final have just been made official. As we've spoken about, you can get them live at liveheats.com, but confirmation that our world champion, back-to-back world champion 6 years apart, is Matt Bevilacqua from BMD Northcliffe Surf Lifesaving Club. In second place was Noah Steiner from Wanda. Third was Odin Parrish, who is representing Nobby's Beach, but of course he's transferred there from BMD Northcliffe in order to compete at this event. So first and third for the Surfers Paradise Powerhouse, which is just down the road. In fourth was Max Beattie from Surfers Paradise Surf Lifesaving Club itself. Fifth was Connor Maggs from Newport. Sixth was Charlie Verco, also from Newport, after pushing the pace on the way back in. So if you want to see the full results of where the entire field finished, head to liveheats.com. But for now, our focus turns to the start of the B final in this Open Women's Rescue Tube Rescue. We will bring you that start list in just a moment. But on screen, we can see the team from Bickingham-Bissingen from Germany. They've been so consistent. They've been competing in every event across the interclub competition, today in the Opens and also the youth in the past few days. They're having a great time down here in Australia as well. A few high fives. Our officials are having a great time as well. It's not an easy day to be on the beach. You can see holding onto their hats there in this wind as well. Certainly very tricky stuff to run a competition in. No doubt it's pretty tricky to fly a plane in too.
Yes, our officials doing a fantastic job just resetting the course for this Open Women's Rescue Tube Rescue.
And this is the start list for that race. Dordrecht Reddings Brigade from Germany is in 1. Kusel from Germany is in 2. Bickenheim Bissingen also from Germany is in 3. It reads like a German national championships at the moment. It's Hull Saalkreis in 4. 5 is Half Moon Bay from Victoria in Australia. Luckenwald from Germany is next in 6. And Niederolm-Warstadt from Germany is in 7. This is the B final of the Open Women's Rescue Tube Rescue Racing for bragging rights and valuable points. That A final and those World Championship medals will be coming up in just a few moments' time after this race. So for now, our focus is on the B final. We might take this opportunity to cross back down to Josh Minogue. Josh, we saw the board field making their way across that bank, and there were a few potholes that caused a little bit of difficulty for our competitors. What are we expecting to see in these rescue tube rescue races?
On there, Sam, there was a lot of girls heading into the water in the sort of gap between the last final and this one. Just checking out the bank, sort of walking into about waist depth to get a real lay of the land on just how many potholes there are out there. And there wasn't a lot of girls who returned in with smiles on their faces, that is for sure. It's a bit of a minefield out there. You think one side might be a little bit better than the other, but it's just the luck of the draw in the end. If the water starts to push through with a wave or two, I think that far southern side, you can run a little bit further out. But as the tide goes out, or as those waves sort of run back out, maybe the northern end has a little bit less water on it out there. The girls in the B final are set and ready to go, and the entire A final is sitting at the back, watching this one go, trying to figure out where the best line is. You don't have too much leeway racing to Cairns, but you can go a little bit north, a little bit south, and maybe make your run a little bit better.
Thank you, Josh. That's valuable insights to what we are seeing out in the water as well. Some nervous faces in the crowd. The team's just coming back in for one more briefing. So, Josh, we might ask one more question of you as well. You mentioned there what the sandbank's doing, but what are we seeing in terms of the movement of water? Currawal Beach is probably the hardest in surf sports to read at the best of times, but with that sweep going one way and the wind going the other today, what do we think we're going to see from our teams?
Yeah, you're spot on there. Your guess is as good as mine. I think you manage the bank, maybe look up where you are to the can and just make small adjustments. You talk about being one can or half a can, either to the south or the north. We saw those guys sort of wash back to the north against the wind, so maybe there'll be a half can to the southern side and then hope that you wash back on perfectly. But your guess is as good as mine. This is where the coaches make their money. They're down here, last-minute instructions with the athletes, telling them just where to go, how to move, and you can't fight Mother Nature. We know that. So you've got to make the adjustment on the sand and then hope to swim straight and you'll hit that can.
Thank you, Josh. Yes, they're just getting their final instructions from the officials. All of our teams in there having that conversation too.
As you mentioned, a very international feel to this B final. We've only got one Australian club making the list of the B final, and that is the team from Half Moon Bay. We'll see Carly Nerthen join her teammates backing up after getting a silver medal for the ski race just a few moments ago. So I think she might be joining her team as a dragger, so a little bit more rest for her, but just getting the final instructions there. It is a very technical event. A lot of instructions goes into this particular race, a lot of technicalities to make sure you cross off on.
Christy, you've been lucky enough and worked hard enough to win a lot of races in your career and then have to back up for even more. What's it like backing up after getting a result like that for Carly Nerthen? I know it's tiring to race back-to-back, but I can imagine too there's a pretty elated feeling right now.
It's a lot easier to back up when you've had a fantastic result. It's a little bit harder to put your foot on the line when you've had some disappointment. This is an event that does take a lot out of our competitors. I used to rate this event as harder than an Ironwoman race, just in terms of the lactic acid that builds up in your body, particularly for the rescuers who will swim out there with these large fiberglass fins. It's a pain and a burn in your quads like nothing else I have experienced. So we'll see how they pull up after this event. Hopefully there's a bit of a rest for them before they will need to line up again.
Well, they are about to enter that pain zone. This is the B final of the Open Women's Rescue Tube Rescue Race. 5 of the 7 teams from Germany, with Dordrecht Redding's Brigade from the Netherlands on the far side of your screen. Closest to the camera at the moment, Nida Olm-Wartstart from Germany. And there on camera, Half Moon Bay from Victoria. So the goggles are on. Not too far away from a start here at Coral Beach. Our first afternoon of finals racing in the Open Interclub World Championships for 2024. As we've mentioned throughout our broadcast, this is the first time we've been able to hold the Interclub Championships since 2018. So it has been a celebration of surf sports here so far. So many catch-ups, so many laughs, smiles, reflecting on the memories over the years too. But we're making so many more new memories here today. And that is what we saw in our opening 2 races of the day. World titles to BMD Northcliffe, the Open Women's Ski with Olivia Corrin, and the Open Men's Board with Matt Bevilacqua. But for now, it's the B final of the Open Women's Rescue Tube Rescue. We are away for a start, and that all-important sprint across the sandbank as one of our teams just goes down. That was our sumo from Half Moon Bay, a slight stumble, but Christy, you can't afford to have any reluctance across the bank, can you?
Yeah, it's a quick stumble and a get back up to your feet. You can see they're reaching that second sandbank now, so it's a little bit more stable underfoot. A few more steps of the wading, and then they're quickly into that porpoising, that dolphin diving, and out into the green water. We have a clear leader at the moment. Is that the team from Half Moon Bay?
It is. Half Moon Bay is in front ahead of Nida Olm-Wartstart, closest to the camera at the moment. And then it is very tight. Perhaps Bickingham-Bissingen from Germany is in the bronze medal position of this B final at the moment. So it's Half Moon Bay in 1, Nida Olm-Wartstart in 2, and Bickingham-Bissingen in 3 at this point of the race. We might cross back down to Josh Minogue. Josh, you made the reflection earlier today that if you had that hesitation running across the bank, it would probably be slower than if you did sprint. I think we saw a little bit of that on show there.
Followed by the A final of the Women's Rescue Tube Rescue, the 2024 Lifesaving World Championships here at Carraway. Over 2 days ago, the club Open competitors have been up at the pool.
They come into that first can. It is Half Moon Bay first off, and you can see her. She's making a run a long, long way to the north. She's decided to go at least 2, maybe 3 cans up further than where she is. A couple of these other teams off and away as well. So a top 3 into the water. The rescuers are on their way.
Thank you, Josh. It was Half Moon Bay first to that can ahead of Nida Olm-Wartstart from Germany. They were in the second, and they are on the right of screen at the moment. And then we had Bickingham-Bissingen from Germany in 3. And now the real challenge begins. Christy, you've explained it so eloquently. You need to get your fins on as early as possible, but not too early so that you have to continue running in them.
Yeah, a little bit of a slip up there from our competitor from Half Moon Bay. She had a sneaky look to her left just to see the lead that she has. It's a fairly comfortable lead. Everyone else looks like they are just about having their fins on now. So perhaps a 10 metres or so lead to the team from Half Moon Bay, which is not a huge amount in this event. A lot of technical aspects to it, as I mentioned. The clip up now will be the next thing that our competitors will be focusing on.
So Half Moon Bay are in control. They've been front of this B final of the Open Women's Rescue Tube Rescue since the starting gunfight, and that is quite the advantage at the moment. Although in saying that, we're seeing a big move being made from Nida Olm-Wartstart from Germany as well. They are closing the gap down to our leaders from Half Moon Bay. You can also see that it is Bickingham-Bissingen is currently in 3rd, but Kusel, the team from Kusel in Germany, is making a big move up to the field too. So Half Moon Bay still in control, but now that lead is starting to shorten right up.
Yes, she's rounded the can there now. Look, you could see having to swim a little bit back to the north just to navigate that course. Slight problem there with the clip up. They still are yet to do. Now she is away, Half Moon Bay. So that was not the perfect clip up. She'll be a little bit disappointed with that. We won't know how much ground she has lost, and it has been a change in the lead. So that slow clip up has cost Half Moon Bay the lead.
That is a massive move in this B final of the Open Women's Rescue Tube Rescue. It is Niederolm Warstart from Germany that has hit the front. You can tell that they've spent a lot of time executing these skills, and they just produced it on the World Championship stage in this B final as well. A big move being made across the field from Kusel from Germany as well. They're in that third place position, but swimming at a complete diagonal angle to the rest of the field. So we do wonder whether they'll start to straighten back up or whether that's a tactical decision to go with the wind, although you'd have to say at this point they're going a little bit too far.
Yeah, really interesting decision there. I would have to think she is way off course, but maybe she's seeing something that we are not from our vantage point. Back on screen now with Half Moon Bay. They're almost back to that wave zone now. We won't know whether they've been able to make up much ground on the leaders, but probably at a better end of this run-up off to the sand.
The drag into the finish line is never easy, but on a day like today, it is going to be extremely challenging. There's a lot of potholes to contend with as our leaders start their drag of their patient up to the finish line. It's Niederolm Warstart from Germany. They're now navigating that gutter inshore. There's a few potholes. There's a few little things to trip them up, but they are about to come up the beach and take out this B final.
That was a classy performance. So strong, not only for their swimmer and rescuer, but their skills were flawless. So a well-deserved win in this B final.
So that's Niederolm Warstart, who is currently coming up the beach. Half Moon Bay is second. There's going to be a very interesting battle play out for third between the German rivals Bietigheim, Bissingen and Kusel. We don't know where Kusel has gone. They were swimming a long way south. You can see they've hit the sand now almost at the same time as Half Moon Bay. So there's a late surge back towards the line here between Kusel and Half Moon Bay. It's going to be very, very tight. There you can see the team on the left of screen. Kusel might just get there for second place. Well, we didn't know where they were going in that swim, but that has paid dividends because they came from a long way back to contest that second place. We'll wait for those results to be made official before we declare it from the commentary box, but either way, it was a roll of the dice that paid off.
Yeah, they may have just snuck into second place there. We can see another team coming across the line here. They might be our fourth and fifth. Also very, very tight across the line. Difficult job for our judges. Fourth, fifth, looks like six coming across the line.
Well, that is Kusel on screen, so I've been incorrectly calling that red cap. It's actually Hal Saalkreis from Germany as well that did make that big move down to the south, and they may have snuck home for second. Hal Saalkreis from Germany. That's Kusel on screen in the slightly pinker shade of red there on the skull cap. Plenty of smiles as they come across the line. A great effort and difficult racing in these kind of conditions as well.
Yes, we'll wait for those official results to come through, but absolutely no doubt about our winners. We'll see if we can get in touch with Josh, who may be down on the beach. Are you there, Josh?
Yeah, I am here with our winners from that last B final, the Women's Rescue Tube Rescue. Ladies, how tough were the conditions out there?
The waves are really big, so yeah, for me, for German condition, it's really tough, yeah.
And you've been out here for a little while now. How have you enjoyed your time in Australia?
Australia's great.
And what about the level of competition here at the World Championships? Is it very tough?
Yeah.
Well, congratulations on your win in the B final.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Josh. Big smiles there for the team from Niederolm Warstart. Loving their time here in Australia, and it's so great to have them here as well. Germany, so renowned for its life-saving skills, and Christy, we certainly saw that on show because when it came to those skills, those little skills that mattered, they absolutely nailed it.
This is one of the blue ribbon events internationally, so we expect our German clubs to be very, very strong, and they certainly didn't disappoint in the B final. Just having a look at the replay, those potholes also difficult, and hearing the competitor speak in the interview there, really tough conditions. She mentioned for Germany it's big. Well, it's also rough for the Gold Coast as well, so really doing a great job executing those skills in what are very tricky conditions.
Half Moon Bay had the best of the early proceedings. That was Niederolm Warstart in second. Half Moon Bay on screen there. A great swim to get to that cam first. The patient was also picked up first as well by the rescuer. But it was just that pick up, that collection and that turn from Niederolm Warstart that took them right back into contention of this race.
Yeah, we could see on screen here, we weren't actually sure how much ground, but they go into the can here first and just had so much trouble with their clip up. It is a very, very technical and tricky thing to do under fatigue. So by the time she clipped up, had a bit of a look to her left, and she could see that they had slipped back into second place.
Keep an eye on Harl Salcrease as well. That's Half Moon Bay on screen, but Harl Salcrease with a very big move. They're so far south, they're out of the frame at the moment. But that move did pay off for them because they were right there to try and pinch second off their fellow German competitors. In Bietigheim, Bissingen as well, and Half Moon Bay. So that was the B final of the Open Women's Rescue Tube Rescue. Those results yet to be made official. As always, you can get them on lifeheads.com. But now we are preparing for the World Championship final here. Official, just adjusting the start line. This tide is changing still throughout the afternoon. So there are plenty of adjustments that are currently going on. And I think for a lot of our teams, if not all, they want that run to be as short as possible.
Yeah, the length of that run is just getting longer by the minute with that outgoing tide. You can see, as Josh mentioned, a lot of the competitors taking this opportunity to have a walk into the water. It's a very tricky bottom of the ocean, lots and lots of potholes to navigate. So just wanting to have a look at what is in front of them, in front of their alley, just getting themselves as familiar as they can with the bottom of that ocean that they are about to race across.
And for good reason as well. This is a World Championship title that is going on the line. We have World Championship medals and, crucially, points in the World Championship overall point score as well. Those results now starting to be made official from that B final. And yes, it was Niederolm Warstart from Germany that did take it out. And it was Harl Salcrease from Germany that will finish with second in that B final. So it was a very, very big roll of the dice, but it paid off in a big way. It's going to be very interesting to see whether any of the teams in our A final try and do something similar, because, Christy, we didn't know about it when they were doing it, but it paid off in a big way. They finished ahead of Half Moon Bay.
Yeah, we weren't sure what they were doing. They knew exactly what they were doing, and it has gained them a second place in that B final. From the results of that B final, we would expect probably the speed to come from that southern end, particularly, well, not just the way out, but now that we've seen there's something working there on the way back in as well. So we'll keep an eye on those teams in the A final who will line up down that southern end, and it will be some of our teams from the USA. We've got BMD Northcliffe and also Clifton from South Africa.
Yeah, that's right. Let's run through the full start list of this World Championship Open Women's Rescue Tube Rescue Final. And in alley number one, or that's the results rather of the B final, so that is confirmation that Niederolm Warstart finished ahead of Harl Salcrease and Half Moon Bay. Lukenval taking fourth, Bietigheim Bissingen in fifth. Dordrecht Reddings Brigade from the Netherlands were in sixth, with Kusel from Germany rounding out our B final, as attention turns to that A final now. And the start list in alley number one, it is Maroochydore. Next to them is Alexandra Headland. Then Newport lining up next to Currumbin, Burleigh Heads Mowbray Park, Clifton Surf Life Saving Club, BMD Northcliffe Surf Life Saving Club, and Sussex County from America, featuring two members from BMD Northcliffe in Lily Finardi and Sarah Tazaki lining up next to their regular club mates. So no doubt with a little bit of extra motivation as well. We might head to Josh Minogue, who's down on the beach. Josh, as we prepare for a start in this World Championship final, we do wonder how many teams just took note of what happened in the B final, because these conditions, they're very interesting.
Yeah, super interesting for these girls. I think all the teams were standing behind their lanes having a look. Coaches were there as well. I saw Michael King of the Burleigh Heads Mowbray Park crew. I saw Naomi Flood from the BMD Northcliffe crew really getting into the ear of their athletes. They're telling them where to go, and you can see already the girls off the start heading a little bit further north than the last one, so they're maybe 2 cans north of their line out at the moment. A few snuck through really well. BMD Northcliffe, no dramas at all, and Burleigh Heads Mowbray Park had a big trip, but maybe the big mover, Maroochydore, has gone a long, long way north, further than everyone else.
That is a big move, Josh. Thank you very much. And yes, in front at the moment, it does look like it's Sussex County from the United States, bottom of the screen, with BMD Northcliffe in second position. So, Christy, you pointed out that there was something going on in that water there. A little bit more sand for them to run out as well. That drone shot that we saw before really told the story. and it's paid off for them in a big way.
It's a short, sharp sprint out to these cans. You can see they're well over halfway now. They will make their way probably over this last 30 or so metres. It won't take them too long at all. I think Northcliffe have now snatched that very narrow lead ahead of our team from the USA, and may even be the team from Newport, middle of the field. They're doing strong as well.
It's Georgia Miller from BMD Northcliffe who is in front, and she will put her arm over the can and will be first to get there. A little slip from Sussex County to pull themselves up onto that buoy. And then I do believe it was Burleigh Heads Mowbray Park who were third there as well, but not much separating the field at this point of the race. We can see the competitors now running out across that bank. It's Burleigh Heads Mowbray Park on the right of screen. Now we can see BMD Northcliffe and Sussex County as well. The fins starting to go on, Christy. How difficult is it to get those fins on when there's so much water? And what is the technique that they're trying to do as well?
You'll see most of the athletes will roll on to their back. They'll carry their fins in one hand and just try to slip them on in one swift motion. So that's how the best in the world will get it done. You can see Northcliffe have done a brilliant job of transitioning with their fins on. They're still just a narrow lead over the team from USA.
But the big movers at the moment is Newport. It's Gemma Smith is down to be the swimmer in this race, and she has exploded across that sandbank. Newport are now narrowly ahead of BMD Northcliffe. Sussex County slipping further back to the field in what is a very tight race at the moment for that bronze medal. You can see Georgia Miller at the back of that black and white can there yelling words of encouragement. It's not long before she will be kicking her way back home, but Northcliffe and Newport, tough to split at the moment.
Yeah, huge move there by Gemma Smith. She's very, very experienced in this event, has raced at many Australian and World Championships, but what a fast, swift pick-up by the team from Northcliffe.
That is experience on show from BMD Northcliffe. There's Burleigh Heads Mowbray Park as well. So we have a number of our teams now making their way back home as that pressure starts to climb. That pickup from Northcliffe has given them a big advantage. You were right, Christy. They executed it to a perfection, and now they are in front, swimming towards the World Championship.
Yes, we can see Northcliffe in the lead. Heading back there, it looks like the team from Burleigh Heads. I'm not quite sure if the Newport team are on that screen, but we would expect them to be finishing strongly.
That's right. So it is Northcliffe in front at the moment. Burleigh Heads Mowbray Park, rather, are in second. They look to be the one team that can swim them down at this point of the race, but Northcliffe doing everything right so far. They have won both of the finals that we have seen so far today for World Championships. Can they add another? As some waves start to stand up across that bank, Northcliffe are now into their draggers. They are not far away from starting that run up the beach, but it's a big move from Clifton Surf Lifesaving Club. The South Africans have put themselves into medal contention as well.
Clifton now are chasing that silver medal. It looks as though Northcliffe still have hold of the gold. You can see Burleigh Heads there fighting hard with the team from Clifton. It's a race in two for that second and third place.
BMD Northcliffe are in front. They're onto the dry sand and they pick up their patient under the arm. They are going to run up the beach and add a third World Championship title to their name this afternoon. It is 3 from 3 for BMD Northcliffe. Burleigh Heads Mowbray Park across the line for second. Newport will come back to take the bronze medal. It was a great finish from Newport. We thought Clifton Lifesaving Club might have had it sewn up, but it was a late resurgence from the team for Sydney's Northern Beaches. Clifton, the South Africans, finishing in fourth. We go back to Alexandra Headland, Sussex County. Maroochydore coming across the line now as well.
Well, that race, it had everything, didn't it? We saw the lead change a little bit throughout that race. Northcliffe, though, looked so strong from start to finish. Lots of sportsmanship there amongst our teams and huge smiles on the faces, of course, for our team from Northcliffe.
What an afternoon Northcliffe is having here at Karawa Beach. There have been 3 World Championship finals, and they have won all 3 of them as well. It was such an impressive performance. They were in control from start to finish, and now they're about to get the gold medals around their necks. But before then, they're standing by with Josh Minogue.
I am here with the ladies of Northcliffe. Congratulations, you're the world's Rescue Tube Rescue Champions. How tough is that event?
Oh, it's pretty tough. The legs get there and flipping it up under pressure. Again, it's like 100 toe back in the pool, so to do it here with the gon, it's pretty special.
Georgia Miller, do you feel like a little bit of shark bait out there getting dragged on the way home? What's it like to be the patient?
It is honestly so confusing. You have no idea where anyone else is. You just, kicking your absolute legs off. And so lucky to have Zoe dragging me in. She's had the most hectic schedule in the pool, and then to come up and back up again and again. And these girls here, I felt like I was flying. They are so good across the sand. I'm like, you guys can do that more often for sure.
I was going to say a big couple of days in the pool, obviously, for the ladies. The Italians have did a great job over there, but Northcliffe starting to rack up the points here in the finals package. What's the expectation around the club? Obviously, another world title's the goal.
Absolutely, it's the goal, and we'd be lying if we said it wasn't. So, we're going to put our best foot forward in every single event. The team is going so well, and we're all really getting behind each other. So it's so awesome to be a part of this VMD Northcliffe crew, and fingers crossed come Sunday we can be champions of the world, but it's going to take a lot to get there. We are a little bit further behind than we would like, so we'll just keep clawing it back.
I'll just have a chat with the two important ladies, the draggers in there. Is that the best job in surf sports?
I mean, it's probably a pretty tricky one, but not compared to what these guys have to do, so we just have to finish off all their hard work, really, and get across the line.
And another world championship, feels pretty good?
Oh, it's so special, especially with the gun. I just love it.
Well, congratulations, ladies. World Rescue Tube Rescue Champions, BMD Northcliffe.
Thanks, Joshy.
Thank you, Josh, and congratulations to BMD Northcliffe, world champions in the Open Women's Rescue Tube Rescue Race. There wasn't much separating them across the bank. Newport really did make the go at the early proceedings as well, and then it was the class of Georgia Miller. She's one of the best surf swimmers the sport has ever seen, and she was first to that camp.
Georgia Miller really did set it up there for her teammate Zoe Crawford. There's Zoe on screen at the moment. We heard Georgia say she had a huge program in the pool, Lifesaving, gaining lots of points for her club, and she certainly finished it off for them here today.
It was a very, very clean pick-up from BMD Northcliffe, and that gave them some crucial metres. It allowed them to get that wave. Look at the comeback from Clifton as well. They got a cracking body wave, and for a moment, we thought that they were going to come across the line for the bronze medal. This was the moment. Northcliffe clinched another World Championship title. Burleigh Heads Mowbray Park finished in second. They were ecstatic about that. And it was Newport who has been given the bronze medal ahead of Clifton Surf Lifesaving Club, Sussex County finishing in fifth, Alexandra Headland in sixth, Maroochydore in seventh, and Currumbin in eighth place. Those last three teams all on the northern end of the line. It's something that we're going to keep an eye on, Christy, as well, because like you pointed out before the race, it did seem like there was a little bit of cleaner water to the south. It seemed to make a difference there.
Yes, certainly our official results on screen for you there. That is the Open Women's Rescue Tube Rescue. Those world champions will be crowned a little later on in our festival zone where we have our presentation dais. They will be sticking with us, though, on the beach, watching their teammates. We've still got plenty of finals to bring to you this afternoon. I believe we may be moving on to the men's Rescue Tube Rescue event very shortly.
Yeah, that's right. We've seen the women battle for the world title. Now it's the men's turn. We're beginning with the B final of the Open Men's Rescue Tube Rescue Race, ending alley number 1. It's Baden Bruges from Switzerland. 2 is Burleigh Heads Mowbray Park. 3 is Hull Saalkreis from Germany. 4 is Noosa Heads. 5 is Seacliff. 6 is Biarritz. 7 is Alexandra Headland. They are the 7 teams that we have making up this race, the B final of the Open Men's Rescue Tube Rescue World Championship. Of course, Biarritz so close to getting through that A final. They've had a couple of heartbreaking results today, but they have a chance to certainly impress in this B final now. So the next race after this will be our World Championship for the Men's Rescue Tube Rescue. For now, all of our focus is on the B final. That's Hull Saalkreis on screen at the moment. I wonder if they're going to do the same thing that their women's team did and swim straight to the south. That was one of the great gambles. Seacliff in here too.
They've had plenty of opportunity to see. We've had 2 finals now in the women's races unfold right in this very arena. So a great opportunity for our men to really analyse the tactics, and work out, well, what worked, maybe what didn't work for some of those teams, particularly, I think, some of those drag techniques and the depth at which our draggers went into the water. We saw there Clifton probably in a second or bronze medal position and just losing touch on that drag. So we do talk about two of those major positions in this team being the swimmer and the rescuer, but so often those final stages come down to those two draggers and just their speed and their technique. So a lot of things to think about on the line here for our men's teams who are lining up in this B final.
There has been a late change to the draw on liveheats.com. It does appear, we'll wait and see when we get a shot of the start line, it does appear that we've lost Burleigh Heads Mowbray Park from this B final. So that means that they won't be accruing any points as a result too. You don't just get the last place in the B final if you don't line up, you are removed from the points for this event. And there are valuable points on offer as well.
Yeah, we might be able to wait for an update down on the beach. Hopefully it isn't an injury that has forced that team to withdraw, but we'll wait to find out.
Well, this is our amended start list. So this is the way they're currently lining up, with Baden Bruges from Switzerland in 1, Halle Saalkreis from Germany in 2, Noosa Head, Seacliff, Biarritz and Alexandra Headland make up now 6 teams that are being listed. We might head back down to Josh Minogue, who is in the thick of the start line there. Josh, we're being told no Burleigh Heads Mowbray Park on the start line.
Yeah, I'm just trying to make my way to find the Burleigh guys and sort of find out what's going on. I think a lot of it's to do with the program over the week and events that maybe they don't think they can score a lot of points in. They're going to go and try and focus for later races. But if you come back to me in a minute, I will have an answer for you.
I think that you might be bang on, Josh. That would make the most sense. We saw them go around in those semi-finals earlier today. They finished 5th in the first semi-final to send them to the B final. But with more World Championships to come, not just this afternoon, but also over the weekend, could be the right decision. Just the final instructions, a little conversation between our starting official and Baden Bruges, the Swiss Surf Club. So great to have them here. Competing in the Interclubs team competition. Can only see 5 swimmers on the start line as well, so we will try and pick up if we are missing another club. It does appear that Noosa Heads has also pulled out of this B final, so we are down to 5. And they are away and racing. And gee, we were wondering about the difference between the two ends of the start line. That is a very obvious example of what the teams at the northern end are having to deal with.
Yeah, really flying out closest to the bottom of the screen there. You can see the team from Alexandra Headlands just really able to run and porpoise, whereas our other teams were having to start their swim a lot earlier.
So out in front at this point of the race, it's Biarritz Surf Lifesaving Club from France. Narrowly short of that A final. They have a chance to make a statement, and they're certainly going about doing that right now. That is the red and green quartered cap. On the right of screen is Alexandra Headland, and they are now starting to close down that gap.
Might be also the team from Seacliff, narrowly there in 3rd, and we will look further north to the teams from Germany. I can't quite pick up that cap on the top end of the screen.
Yeah, so it's Baden Bruges on the very far left of screen. They're just behind Halle Saalkreis at the moment. We go to Seacliff in 3rd, but out in front, very close. But it's going to be Alexandra Headlands that gets over that buoy first. The second team is Biarritz. They just quite were struggling to get that arm over the top of the buoy. Bit of a gap now back to 3rd. That is Seacliff. 4th to the can will be Halle Saalkreis. As Baden Bruges makes their way out to that can now, we are just about to have all of our rescuers in the water, and they are away and racing.
Fins on now for the team from Alexandra Headlands as well as Biarritz. Biarritz doing the better of that fin on, so they have the slightest of margins ahead of the team from Alexandra Headlands. Seacliff Surf Lifesaving Club still in 3rd.
We've seen the surf skills from Biarritz right throughout the day here, especially in the board rescue races and the rescue tube rescue races as well. As we know, and as we just saw in the Women's World Championship final, it's those little skills that will make the difference when it does come time to try and win this race. Of course, we are 2 teams short to what was originally listed. Josh Minogue can provide us with a little bit more information from the beach.
Yeah, thanks for that, guys. Tactics down here have proved the reason why both those teams haven't lined up. They're in the B final, minimum points for there, and with a big program this afternoon and also over the next 2 days, they've decided to sit this one out. It is a super tough event for the swimmers especially and the rescuers, so they don't think that the maybe 1, 2, 4 points, whatever they can get there, is worth the effort of this massive drag on the way home. So they're being pretty strategic in here. A couple of the clubs, we heard Northcliffe talk about how important it was to win that World Championships, and I think Burleigh, they're playing the game as well. As Alex pushes on the way home alongside of Biarritz, both of those swimmers just missed the start. Their athlete got to the can. Both of them were kind of looking at each other, and the crowd started yelling, go, go. So a few mistakes starting to creep into the athletes this afternoon. Very late in the day. They're very tired from all these rounds, so it's going to become a real impact, especially when we get down to those finals later on.
Josh, a few mistakes starting to creep in as the day goes on. We've just seen a few shots of a few waves starting to come in as well, breaking over that string of 90s. That's something we're starting to see more often because although we are focused on this B final, we have board rescue world championships to be won later today.
Waves that they might not be breaking at the cans, but they're just standing up ever so slightly compared to this morning, and it's definitely enough for a board rescue team to pick up, and like we saw in those ski races, enough for an athlete on a bit of fast craft to really crack. So when these board rescues finals come, it's going to come down to a bit of luck. If you've got some speed early and one stands up for you, you could get a run all the way from the can. It's going to make it interesting for us because that'll mean any of the 8 teams could still be in it regardless of the order at the pickups. But that's all still to come as Biarritz, they come up and cross the line to take out the B final.
An execution of skill from Biarritz. They have been so impressive throughout today in terms of making the most of those moments when they arose. They had an opportunity to sneak further ahead on the way back in. They did absolutely everything right. Biarritz from France will win our B final of the Open Men's Rescue Tube Rescue. Alexandra Headlands will come across the line for second, with one of our German clubs in the mix there for third. We will wait to see who that was. There was a couple of stumbles there, but plenty of smiles from Hull, Sale Crease as they put down their patient. Seacliff right there, as well as they make their way up the beach.
Yeah, Biarritz just too strong for that B final, taking it out there ahead of Alexandra Headlands. A very interesting update there from Josh, with 2 of our teams electing to not participate in that B final, and hopefully that just stresses the difficulty of this event. It might not look like it, but it's one of the most difficult events on the program. Josh, we'll throw down to you on the beach with our winners of that B final.
I'm here with the Frenchmen there, winners of the B final in the Rescue Tube Rescue. Tell me about that one of the toughest events of the weekend. Must feel good to win the B final.
Oh, it's good to win something at least. You know, us coming back from France and coming here on the Gold Coast, so good to be here anyway. So yeah, not made the A final, but at least the B final, and made the win on that. It's already good with the France, so no.
And your club's been in the thick of the action all weekend long. You've had a great time out here?
We're having a good time. With 9 of us from Biarritz. It's good to be here. Some of them are the first time in Australia. Good world champs. I mean, it's so good.
Do you have a message for all the French fans back at home? Do you want to send them a message down the camera?
I do. Agour Deneli. Bonjour à tous en France et au Pays Basque. On vous fait des gros mouchous ici depuis la Gold Coast et on pense à vous. Mileshker.
Well, thank you, guys. Congratulations, Biarritz, winner of the B final.
Thank you, Josh. So great to see Biarritz not just here competing, not just winning races, but doing so with a smile on their face as well. They certainly enjoyed that one. And as they said, nice to win something here at the World Championships. They have been right in contention for all of these World Championship finals, and they really showed why in this race too. Pretty dominant from the start, Christy.
They were very, very strong. As you mentioned there, a little bit unlucky not to secure a spot in that A final. You could sense that there was a bit of disappointment, but happy with a win in the B final. It's a beautiful part of the world, Biarritz in France. They do get a nice swell on their beach, so these conditions wouldn't have worried them too much, and such a dominant performance.
Just as we're seeing the race highlights on screen at the moment, it was funny to note exactly what Josh said. You could see when the rescuers from Alexandra Headlands and Biarritz started running, they were looking from side to side and even over their shoulder at the crowd on the way back in, because they didn't know whether they actually were right to go or not. A nice, strong body position from our patient up the beach there, helping our draggers. From B Ritz, who did take out the B final ahead of the Australian team, Alexandra Headland. Harl Saalkreis from Germany did finish third ahead of Seacliff Surf Life Saving Club. And on the right of screen right there, Baden Bruges from Switzerland. But now our focus turns to the A final, the World Championship final here at the 2024 World Lifesaving Championships at Kurrawa Beach on the beautiful Gold Coast in Australia. This is the final of the Open Men's Rescue Tube Rescue. They're ready for a start, and from the right of screen we have Trigg Island, Newport, Mount Maunganui, Sunshine Coast, Grammarpool, Maroochydore, Currumbin, Mermaid Beach and BMD Northcliffe all making an absolutely flying start, Christy.
Yeah, you can see there the cap of BMD Northcliffe getting a fantastic start, narrowly leading out there ahead of the Mermaid Beach team. Again, this southern end seeming to get the best of it.
And more of a gap that we've seen between those two different lines as well. That's a very interesting decision. As we've spoken about throughout our rescue races today, so rare to see a pack form on the way out. Right now, we've got some swimmers chasing the feet of one of our competitors too.
I'm just trying to pick up that cap third in from the left-hand side of the screen. I'm not quite sure if that might be the club of Maroochydore.
I think it could be Currumbin at this stage. Yeah, it is Currumbin out in front. So that is Callum Brennan on the right of screen as we see it right now, who has absolutely flown out, hasn't he?
He's absolutely flying, yeah. Very, very impressive. You can see he will hit that yellow can first, signal to his rescuer, narrowly ahead of the team from Mermaid Beach. They'll be both in the water.
Wow, what a swim it was from Callum Brennan. Currumbin in one at this stage of the race. It could have been Sunshine Coast Grammarpool right there as well, with Lucas Miller, who was swimming very difficult to pick them up as they charge out across the bank. BMD Northcliffe always hunting within range as well. Such a strong team, and as we know, they have won all 3 World Championship races today, which is just incredible. But already in the blink of an eye, Christy, it's Currumbin streaking out to that string of 9.
Currumbin, they have turned up ready to race. They probably have about a 5 metre to 15 metre lead on the field. Look at how fast these swimmers go with those fiberglass fins. They'll be reaching those swim cans in no time, ready to do their clip up. They'll be hoping for a clean, efficient clip up so that they can give their team the best chance on the way home.
And they are very close to doing that at the moment. So it is Currumbin in front right now. They are at that can. BMD Northcliffe, though, are hunting them down. Currumbin are in one. Just a little bit of adjustments there as they picked up their patient. Christy, what did you see of that exchange?
Oh, it looked not too bad. Yeah, you've got to take into account the fatigue that they'll be hitting those cans with. It probably wasn't the smoothest that they've practiced, but they've still got the lead. You can see there Northcliffe probably got slightly better of the pickup. However, they've still got maybe a 5 to 10 metre buffer to swim down.
So it's Currumbin in control right now, but BMD Northcliffe is coming hard. That gap is getting shorter and shorter. It's a long way back at the moment to third place, and it's very hard to call. Perhaps Maroochydore has the best of it, but right now that race is for the gold medal and that World Championship title. Currumbin swimming back in towards that break zone as waves are starting to stand up. Currumbin almost gets down the front of that first one. The second one doesn't quite stand up for them to take advantage. And now there's something for this third wave. BMD Northcliffe is coming hard though, and now they're down the face.
Northcliffe have picked up that whitewater. They are still on it, so their draggers are already in touch. We can see Currumbin have also made up the pickup. It is absolutely a drag race to the finish.
It's a sprint finish for the World Championship title in the Open Men's Rescue Tube Rescue, and BMD Northcliffe has won it. All 4 World Championship finals are going home to the surf club of BMD Northcliffe Currumbin with a huge smile on their faces as they come across the line for the silver medal, and there's a real race on for the bronze now too.
That looks like the team from Sunshine Coast. Grammar on the screen. Maroochydore too are still in contention for this bronze medal. We'll wait to see who actually gets across this line. I can't really see the rest of the field there.
I think it will be Maroochydore, perhaps. Maroochydore on that southern end of the line. Yes, it is the cap of Maroochydore. They've ended up on top of our gold and silver medalists. BMD Northcliffe, what a sprint finish. We've spoken throughout our afternoon finals package about that sandbank just seeming to run a little bit further out and also look a lot smoother. There's less potholes there too, and Northcliffe took advantage of that.
Yeah, wow, I could not see anyone coming over the top of Currumbin. But right at that final stage, Northcliffe just getting a perfect run down that white water, and they capitalised on that. Those draggers did a fantastic job. Unbelievable. Northcliffe, what a clean sweep they are having this afternoon.
It has been a dream afternoon for BMD Northcliffe. It could not have gone any better than it has. They won the women's ski, they've won the men's board, they won the women's rescue tube rescue, and now they are adding the men's rescue tube rescue title to that as well. The winning team is with Josh Minogue.
I am with the boys. 4 finals, 4 gold medals for BMD Northcliffe. That's not a bad start to the afternoon, is it? How tough was that one, Bales?
Yeah, it was short and very tricky conditions out there, but Northcliffe, we've been really targeting this. You saw the girls, so we really planned out that line perfectly and just nailed that wave on the way in.
And what about dragging the big fella home? He's not light, is he?
Oh, mate, he feels like he's fucking 20 kgs. He feels like nothing.
Is it all that kick in the back end?
Oh, yeah, he's such a good patient. I couldn't ask for a better man.
What does it feel like to combine and get this one done for the Northcliffe Club?
Yeah, it's huge. I've never worked with Louis on the rescue tube before, but we knew from the heat that as soon as we did it, we're like, this is a winning team. We knew it. We were quiet, and the toes too. We got the biggest boys on the beach, so it's huge for the club.
The Twin Towers out there, I thought they were going to walk out to the cans. They're so big. Let's jump in here. What did you think when you grabbed him? The other teams were coming fast.
Just rip and grip. Rip and grip.
Keep it simple. I love it. Congratulations, boys. Northcliffe, a 4th gold medal in as many finals.
Wow, what a performance from the team from BMD Northcliffe. Certainly excited about that as well. They could barely keep the emotions in check, and for good reason as we relive those race highlights. It was Currumbin who had the best of the start of the race, but Northcliffe just never went away, did they?
Yeah, we didn't know if they could do it from the lead that Currumbin had, but listening to that interview there, they certainly had the belief. They knew they were the team that could get this job done, become the world champs, and they have done it. So a fabulous performance from the team from Northcliffe. A silver medal and a excellent fight all the way to the home for the team from Currumbin. You can see them on screen now. They gave it absolutely their all.
Yeah, that's right. BMD Northcliffe made a move late. It was in that break zone. Currumbin would have been thinking they maybe could have had it won, but it was just a couple of stumbles and that deeper water they had to run through. It did prove the difference. A great shot to show just how close it was there at the end. Big celebrations too. Has to be noted, Riley Fitzsimmons on the right of frame. We did see him just claim the World Championship in the Rescue Tube Rescue as a dragger for BMD Northcliffe. Well, just a few weeks ago, he won a silver medal at the Olympic Games for Australia in the kayaking. He's going to be tough to beat in that ski race as well. But he started his campaign on the perfect note. It was BMD Northcliffe Surf Lifesaving Club who won not just that men's Rescue Tube Rescue, but the women's as well, to go with victories in the female ski and the men's board. 4 from 4 so far today. An unbelievable afternoon. With more to come, it was Currumbin Beach, the silver medalist. 3 was Maroochydore. They are our medalists for the world titles for 2024. Sunshine Coast Grammarpool Surf Lifesaving Club were 4th ahead of Mermaid, Newport, Mount Maunganui as well. And then in 8th position, it was Trig Island Surf Lifesaving Club from Western Australia too. So another thrilling final here in the Open Men's Rescue Tube Rescue. And now attention just starts to turn back to the board rescue races. We're beginning with our B final in the Open Female Board Rescue. And in alley number 1, it's Karawa. 2 is Half Moon Bay. 3 is Clifton from South Africa. In 4 is Sussex County from the United States. 5 is Manly. 6 is Surfers Paradise. 7 is Currumbin Beach. And in 8th spot on the start line of this B final of the Women's Board Rescue, well, there actually isn't an 8th position. There is 7 in this B final. 8 will contest the A final. So we're not far away from a start in this B final of the Open Women's Board Rescue race. we might take this opportunity to go back down to Josh Minogue on the beach, because after that sprint finish that we saw between Northcliffe and Currumbin, Josh, it does look like that southern end of the start line and the finish line for these rescue races is better to go out and in on across the bank. Is that a fair comment?
Yeah, I think it's just a little bit shallower on that far end there, and that's why all those rescue tube rescue teams ended up down on that end. But if you're on the top northern side, you don't really have that option. You're going to use the wind, you're going to use the run to push back across, but there's a little bit of a hole in the centre of the finish line out there, so they might have to stay on the board a little bit longer, and the teams on the southern end will be running up the beach. It's going to make things very interesting. This is really board rescue conditions. Different lines, different cans have different courses, and it's going to be really tough to figure out which ones are the best ones until the race has been run and won.
A lot of skill goes into this race, Josh. I don't want to say it's a lottery, but in a race so fast like a board rescue, you're right, waves popping up, sandbanks, they make all the difference, don't they?
Yeah, you're exactly right there, and every single one of the A-final girls is down here watching this one. They're currently just moving the start line further to the south, so all those teams are moving down closer to that bank. There's a few little conversations going on between coaches and officials there, so they've taken out that bit of a hole on the northern end, and most of the teams will be heading out on the bank on the southern side.
It's a very interesting insight, Josh. How far are we talking in terms of that line being moved?
I would say 20 metres down, so a really significant shift, almost back over the finish line of those board races earlier today. A little bit more even still, maybe you'd rather be down that southern end, but a lot more even than it was before.
Wow, it's a big change, Josh. Thank you very much. We'll come back to you a little bit later. Christy, we've been speaking throughout all those rescue tube rescue races about that southern end being perhaps the best of the conditions as that tide drops out, the officials making that smart decision to shift the whole start line down there.
Yeah, great call from the officials, just noticing that that hole on that northern end was probably growing and really causing those competitors a little bit of a disadvantage, which we don't want to see here at the World Championship. So they have the option of shifting that start line, which they have done. It'll add just a slight delay here before we get this B final underway. You can see them just readjusting that course. So I imagine they have not reset the swim cans out the back, so the competitors will have to make an allowance for that, whether they do have to swim back that extra 20 metres that they are now starting further down the beach.
Also gives us an opportunity just to take a breath after some pretty rapid fire finals too. BMD Northcliffe Surf Life Saving Club taking out all 4 gold medals today that we have seen this afternoon. A dream start to the Open Championships. It's the big story that we've had the pleasure of watching unfold here on the live stream of the 2024 World Lifesaving Championships at Kurrawa Beach on the beautiful Gold Coast. It's a windy day, but it's a picturesque day as well. It started early this morning. There wasn't much wind then, but it has got stronger and stronger throughout the day, all leading towards these races that we are seeing now. So this is the B final of the Open Women's Board Rescue that is lining up. We'll have the B final, then the A. The same will be done for the men's. We'll finish off our races this afternoon with the beach relay finals. We cannot wait to see those.
It has been a fantastic near 2 weeks of racing for our World Championships. Over 7,000 competitors across the international and the interclub competition, and over 50 countries taking part. So we are so excited to be bringing the Gold Coast to the world. We hope you are enjoying the live stream wherever you are joining us from.
And we have certainly enjoyed bringing it to you all as well. The World Championships back in Australia and back on the Gold Coast here for the first time in 36 years. It was last held at Southport, which you can see, well, on the right of screen there, where those 2 tall towers are. That's about where Southport is, maybe a little bit further down, not far away at all. The 38th year of the World Championships in this format as we know it, held every second year. But of course, with travel restrictions around the COVID-19 pandemic, this is the first time in 6 years that we've been able to hold the interclub competition. One of the great stories that we've already been able to witness was Matt Bevilacqua defending his title 6 years apart. What an incredible story that was. Let's head back down to Josh Minogue, who's on the beach and he's just taking it all in during this little delay, Josh.
Yeah, I'm down here wandering through the start line. There's a few conversations going between coaches and the officials about the movement of that start line, because obviously if it evens it up for everybody, somebody who had an advantage doesn't have an advantage anymore. So there's a little games being played down here, conversations all around. We're just waiting for this B final to kick off. And the ladies looking very nervous. It's been a long, long day. They know they won't get many opportunities at a World Championship in a board rescue, that is for sure. So the A final looking very serious. The B final a little bit more relaxed down there. They know they're racing for points and nothing else. So the girls are not too far away. The conversations seem like they've ceased and we're about to get back to racing.
Josh, I wasn't going to ask you to name names, but are we talking coaches of the A final or is it the B final competitors that are unhappy with this start line?
A final, very, very upset. I'd be happy to name names, but I won't. And it seems like we've got it sorted right now, and there's a few serial offenders down here.
Okay, well, that just goes to show how important every single point, every single place is at the World Championships. We've been referring to the club point score over the last week of competition here when the interclub competition did kick off, but it's certainly exploded to the forefront of discussion this afternoon, hasn't it? Now we're starting to see these world titles being run and being won. A beautiful drone shot as well from our production team here. The IRB racing at the bottom of the screen. Gee, that's tough racing at the best of times, let alone when there is wind like this. I was speaking to one of the competitors who was thrown out of his boat yesterday. Wild, woolly racing here at Currawong Beach. So we're now getting ready for that start in the B final of the Open Women's Board Rescue Championship of the world. 7 teams in the B final. We are about to see 8 go head-to-head in the A final to try and win gold. Christy, what a day it's been.
Yeah, it's been spectacular. I'm absolutely loving these drone shots that we are bringing to you. As Josh mentioned, we're getting quite close to a start in this B final. Officials just making sure the course is set and fair. Competitors and team managers are well within their rights to protest the course before the event starts. So they might have just questioned the start line, being able to have that moved. You cannot protest the course after you've completed the race, so it's no point waiting till you have finished the race to complain about where your position was on the start line. So the competitors doing the right thing, maybe voicing their opinions on where they were positioned on the start line. It may have been those athletes who were at that northern end asking for that start line to be moved south, and yeah, good on them. Fair enough.
It is a World Championships, isn't it? It is a World Championships. There is so much to race for. Only held every 2 years, but in this case, the first time in 6 years. We are so thrilled to be with you, bringing you all the action. My name is Sam Jordan, sitting alongside Christy Munro with Josh Minogue down on the beach. It has been an incredible afternoon of racing, and now a little bit more of a delay. We might go back down to Josh, who is on the sand. Josh, it just continues to keep being delayed.
I was just about to come back up to you. There has been another move down here. They didn't move the start line, but they've just moved the cans and moved all the competitors down the row of cans. So plenty of changes. They're trying to get the most fair course for everybody out there. And like most things, everybody's got a different opinion of what's fair, what would be good, what would be bad. So plenty of discussion. We're dragging it out at the moment, and we're not trying to slow anything down, but we're just making sure it's nice and fair for the athletes out here, especially for that B final. They'll probably reassess after this one for the A final to make sure the big one's super important. The girls in the B final, super relaxed, not too much stress down there. The girls in the A final, there's a couple that are laughing and smiling. A few very, very serious. Southport, Maroochydore, all having a good time. Newport, very serious. A couple of the other teams, Northcliffe, very serious as well. So the big clubs came here to play this afternoon, and it's an absolute who's who of the best ocean woman competitors in this one. I can see Georgia Miller, Naomi Scott, Olivia Corrin, Lizzie Wellborn, Tiani Massey, Brodie Trinker, not too far away either. So it's a who's who here.
Josh, while we've got you and we're reflecting on the A final that is to come, you mentioned the serious faces there of some of our competitors, one of them being the team from Northcliffe. like we saw with Matt Bevilacqua in the board, Northcliffe are the defending champions in the Open Women's Board Rescue. Georgia Miller winning that race with Maddie Dunn. Maddie no longer racing, but Georgia is going to be in that race. It would be quite the achievement, wouldn't it? 6 years apart.
Yeah, you're spot on. So tough to win back-to-back anything at the top level of this sport. But to win back-to-back world championships 6 years apart is truly incredible. The win for Bevilacqua, super emotional. The road and the work that goes into these ones between those two world championships, it's so long, it's so tough. And only athletes understand how much work goes into winning one, and then to back it up 6 years later would be something truly incredible. We'll keep an eye out for a lot of these athletes, and to be honest, after Carly Nerthen's ski race performance, her board race and her ocean woman over the next 2 days, she's a chance of going back-to-back as well. So keep an eye out for her. Not somebody we thought about at the start of the week, but after going so close in the ski, she could be a two-time back-to-back champion at the end of today.
A lot to play out across the week, and we're seeing an interesting storyline play out already in this B final of the Open Women's Board Rescue. That was the team from Currumbin who ran a long way south. Josh, while we still have you down on the beach, were you expecting a move like that? We've spent a lot of time getting this start line nice and even.
It's Murphy's Law, isn't it? They moved the start line all the way down onto the bank, and then the girls ran all the way back up to where it was originally. But that is the way it works with board rescue. They all see a little hole in the centre there, and a lot of the girls saw that maybe it was a little bit easier to get across that inside gutter and onto the bank. So those middle couple of lanes, the blue and white can, the yellow can, and maybe even the red can, look the best of it so far. They're the ones that everyone wanted to go to.
Well, at the moment, it is Currumbin that is a long way out in front. Call it experience. But Kirsty Higginson was the run who ran straight across that bank. She has a little bit of cutting back to do, but she has quite a sizable lead at the moment, Christy.
Huge lead there for the team from Currumbin. I think we might head back up to Half Moon Bay, maybe in second position, but Currumbin just about to signal to their rescuer, and it might actually be Kirsty on the board, so that might have been Chelsea Jones who has swum that leg for Currumbin. You can see Surfers Paradise also signalling hi to their rescuer, who is away now too.
Manly was right there as well, along with Clifton Surf Life Saving Club too. That was Savannah Voigt from Clifton Surf Life Saving Club in South Africa. As they now start to charge across that bank, it is Currumbin on the left of screen. They're so far in front, and they're on a different line that they've now flown out of screen too, so it's Currumbin out in front. The battle that we are seeing right now is the battle for second, and it is very, very tight right across that line as well. We can see Half Moon Bay on the right of screen. If you go back to the left, then you can see Surfers Paradise, Manly right there, Sussex County not far behind as well, and Kurrawa Surf Life Saving Club on the right of screen. But at the moment, it is all Currumbin out in front. So Kirsty Higginson picks up her swimmer Chelsea Jones. Now they start heading back to the beach.
Yeah, class performance there by the team from Currumbin. We've seen them do very, very well in this board rescue event. They may have been unlucky not to sneak into that A final, but they are wanting to stamp their dominance in this B final, and they are doing just that. You can see there the team from Sussex County on the screen. A wave now forming.
A wave has formed. It's brought a team almost all the way through. Surfers Paradise coming a long way back to Currumbin. We thought that lead from Currumbin might have been too big to close down, but as is always the case, a twist and turn. Another wave now standing up for Surfers Paradise. They're going to get down it. Can Currumbin go with them? They do, so it's a race in two for this B final.
Surfers Paradise alongside Currumbin. It's going to be a race in the get-off and a sprint up the beach. We can see Currumbin on screen now. Surfers Paradise with a little bit of a stumble.
Well, we spoke about that sandbank across the start of this race, and it will be Currumbin that benefits from it. Surfers having to wait for their swimmer, their back paddler rather, to get across the line. So Currumbin in one, Surfers Paradise in two. Hard to pick up the cap from that angle, but yes, it is Manly that will finish third in this B final as well. Very interesting racing there, that sandbank. After all of that conjecture and after all of that discussion, it played a big role, but it was the class of Chelsea Jones and Kirsty Higginson that made the difference.
Yes, you can see the team there from Clifton just coming across the line, Half Moon Bay, Kurrawa. Well, I might have called it almost too early, thinking Currumbin had it in the bag, and what a wave that the girls from Surfers Paradise pulled up right alongside of them. But Currumbin have done the job. They are the winners of this B final. Josh, we'll pass down to you on the beach.
Thanks, guys. I'm here with Chelsea and Kirsty. What a swim. That was unbelievable. You absolutely flew out to that can. You've had a massive 2 weeks, obviously the national team competition into this Interclub Championship. How do you keep doing it?
Oh, I am a bit tired, but it's easier to get up, and especially all these team events today with the Currumbin girls have been epic, and yeah, it was a good way to finish our afternoon off today.
Higo, you told me you'd done 6 sessions in the lead up to here and a B final champion. It must feel pretty good to get out here and get in the mix.
Absolutely, it's so much fun. Like, I wouldn't not be here, race for Chelsea. It's epic, so much fun, and yeah, I just love it getting out there. I was saying before, I think the last board rescue I did was World Champs in Adelaide, so 2018. So it's nice, and also nice to be the board paddler. Usually I'm a swimmer and I'm not a swimmer, so yeah, just enjoying it.
And obviously Currumbin, big ambitions for that overall title, more points for the club. You guys are doing a fantastic job.
Yeah, we started off pretty well at the pool, and yeah, all the guys threw down epic times, good podium finishes in all our relays. So yeah, we're here to have fun and get some more points on the board.
Well, congratulations. B final winners, good points for Currumbin. They're on fire.
Congratulations to Currumbin, and so great to see them racing with smiles on their faces as well. Kirsty saying she hasn't raced a board rescue event for 6 years. Well, she hasn't missed the World Championships. Here she is again and doing so well too.
Yeah, I know she spends a lot of time in the ocean. She loves her surfing, so she may not have done any specific training events, but she does keep herself very, very fit. A real lover of the ocean. There she is on screen, Kirsty Higginson.
And that's right, and it was the team from Currumbin that both in the swim and the board leg, and then when they came back to the beach, they used that sandbank. With that in mind, we might try and get the expertise of Josh Minogue. Josh, we were speaking so much about that before the start of this race as we see footage of the Currumbin team on their way back in. How much do you think the A final is going to try and replicate that?
I think there might be a little bit different down here. I just spoke to a few of the coaches. They all want to be on that far right-hand side of the start line on the way out. It's so much shallower, so much further down there. So it's super tough for the teams up on that northern end. You look at the likes of Lani Pallister, Olympic gold medalist on that far end for Alexandra Headland. She's going to have the swim of her life to get out into this one. But if anyone can do it, she can. The girls are on the line, set and ready to go, and we're not far away from the board rescue final.
Thank you, Josh. Well, we better run through this start list of the Open Women's Board Rescue World Championship Final. And in lane number 1, it is Alexandra Headland, the team of Pallister and Woods. Scott and Corrin from BMD Northcliffe are in second. O'Sullivan and Slavin from Burleigh Heads Mowbray Park. Wilson and Smith Welsh from Sunshine Beach. Wellborn and Locke from Newport. Massey and Longhurst from Maroochydore, Trinker and Trinker, the two sisters from Southport, and then it's Sutherland and Williams from Cooks Hill closest to the camera, and they have that sandbank to be able to try and use. So that is going to be the big question as we get underway in the Open Female Board Rescue World Championship Final. But from lane number 2, a flying start from Naomi Scott from BMD Northcliffe. And she is going to be first to put her head down. But right next to her, it's the Olympic gold medalist, Lani Pallister.
Well, Josh said they're going to have their work cut out for them from that end of the field, but knowing that, they will probably rise to that occasion. It looks as though Lani Pallister has a narrow lead over Naomi Scott at the moment. They will know that they have the odds against them, and they'll be digging deep.
Lani Pallister, it speaks volumes to her skill and experience in the ocean. Although she is an Olympic swimming champion in that 4x200 metre freestyle relay, she is a clubby first and foremost. She flew across that sandbank. You can't just roll into surf sports and do something like that without years of work.
She has a little bit of a way to go to swim back to her swim can. She's getting close to that now. There she is, the green and white can. But at the other end of the field, it is the team from Cooks Hill who have also signalled to their rescuer.
Bella Williams, so she races for BMD Northcliffe. She's returned to her Nippers club to contest these World Championships because of the fact that there is a limit on how many competitors you can enter from each club. And we did wonder what that sandbank was going to do just then. It certainly did make a big difference. And this is the situation across the line. Very, very even. Cooks Hill is to the right of the frame at the moment as well. There is nothing separating this field as they make their way out to the string of 9.
You can see Emma Woods on that orange board to the left of the screen there. Olivia Corrin from BMD Northcliffe second in from the left, but it looks as though maybe the team from Burleigh Heads might have taken a bit of a narrow lead. There you can see Cooks Hill, who have just snuck back into screen, probably still with the best of it down on that southern end.
Well, one can in from the right. That looks like Southport that's currently in front. Southport, the team of Brodie Trinker and Morgan Trinker, are on their way back in. Maroochydore was right there too, with Massey and Longhurst on screen. We're seeing Alexandra Headland. They're well to the left of the line. That's Pallister and Woods. But there is an opportunity for our teams on the right if that wave comes, and that is the big question now. Where will that wave stand up as Maroochydore edges slightly in front? It's Maroochydore over Southport at the moment. Have a look at this. A little wave is starting to stand up on the right as Southport nosedive down that little wave. That is heartbreaking. Maroochydore. And is that Newport? Yes, it is. Maroochydore and Newport are now in the front. A stumble from Newport. That's Maroochydore that is going to take it out. Tiani Massey is already celebrating as they cross the line to win the World Championship final. The gold medalist in the open female board rescue. Newport charging across the line. It's going to be tight there for that silver medal between Southport as well. But look at the scenes of celebration for Maroochydore.
Maroochydore, they flew home on that southern end. They can hardly believe it. Close racing there from Southport, Cooks Hill. The Alexandra Headlands team may have had to settle for fourth place. There's Burleigh Heads coming across the line. All smiles, though, from our world champions, Maroochydore. They will congratulate the team from Newport. We believe that they finished with the silver medal.
It's going to be very tight for that silver medal between Southport and Newport, but there's no denying our winners, Maroochydore. Just getting down that little wave. We wondered whether Southport were going to drop down the face of it too. Unfortunately, with so much water just rushing back up, moving from side to side across that sandbank, just sticking that nose ever so slightly. But Maroochydore absolutely flew on their way back into the beach. They were perfectly in sync. They got those little runs. We did wonder whether Alexandra Headlands were going to make a run from the northern side of the line, but instead it was the team from Maroochydore who will win the World Championship. They're standing by with Josh Minogue.
Board rescue champions has a pretty nice ring to it, doesn't it?
I actually don't know what to say, but yes, it was honestly so fun. Honestly, this is the first season me and Tiani have paddled together, so it's pretty special that we can go win it on our home beach and then back-to-back at Worlds, so there's no better feeling.
And the swimmer board paddle is important, but it's how you gel together on the way home. Is that the difference?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Zoe and I individually may not be the fastest on the way out, but coming in together, we really gel together really, really well. And as a team, we just trust each other. We back each other. We're best friends, and there's no better way to win a gold medal than with your best friends.
What does it mean for Maroochydore?
Yeah, it means everything, Getting that win on our home beach back at Aussies, some people said it was a fluke, and I think that proves that it certainly wasn't. So.
I don't think anyone's saying it's a fluke, that's for sure. What were you thinking when Tiani was celebrating? You still had about 30 metres to go.
I honestly didn't realise that we were out in front. I thought we were battling it out for second, but as soon as I saw Tiani celebrate, I was like, oh my God. And I looked back and we had a gap, and it hadn't really sunk in until we crossed the line.
Well, the Black Swans of Maroochydore absolutely flying down here. Congratulations, ladies. Australian champions at home soil, and now you're the world champions.
Thank you, Josh.
Thank you, Josh, and congratulations to Maroochydore, the team of Tiani Massey and Zoe Longhurst. Tiani said it there that they just have that chemistry on the way back in on the board, and What a moment. What a scene of celebration that we're going to catch up to as well. But look, this was the tale from the start of the race. Cooks Hill, that's Bella Williams on screen, usually races for Northcliffe. She's competing for Cooks Hill here, her Nippers club, in order to get a race. And for the most part, we thought that battle might have been playing out on the left-hand side. That was Lani Pallister, the Olympic champion, on screen. They were one of the first to go. You can see the board paddlers there. It was Bella Williams from Cooks Hill who actually, out of the frame of the camera, did get there first on the right. Some beautiful moments of celebration for Maroochydore too.
Yeah, a race that really had it all, that board rescue race. Great job for the team from Maroochydore. Just too strong on the way home. The team from Northcliffe and Alexandra Headland doing the best they could from that northern end. There's the team from
was the moment for
Southport.
Absolute heartbreak there. They were contesting the gold medalist. Tiani Massey was celebrating a long way for the line, and look at what it meant when they crossed the line as well. That is a beautiful moment here at the 2024 Lifesaving World Championships. And those results are now starting to come through as well. It was Southport who recovered to claim that silver medal. An incredible finish for Brodie Trinker and Morgan Trinker to come across the line in second, just ahead of Lizzie Wellborn and Sarah Locke for third. It was Cooks Hill, the Newcastle Surf Club, north of Sydney, that finishes in fourth. So great to see them represented here in Opens competition. Alexandra Headland in fifth, ahead of Northcliffe, the defending champions from 6 years ago, but of course a different team now. Burleigh Heads would finish seventh, with Sunshine Beach rounding out our top 8 of the World Championship final. Maroochydore claiming the gold, the first gold that hasn't gone to BMD Northcliffe this afternoon, so an incredible streak of 4 straight races has now been broken, but they're going to be out for more. We're beginning our men's board rescue races with the B final there as well. So plenty of interested onlookers from our A finalists. We'll see them just about 10 minutes time. But for now, we go back down to the B final too. So we're standing by for a start in the B final of the Open Men's Board Rescue. On the far side of the screen, that's the northern side of the start line, is Half Moon Bay. Then it's Manly, Burleigh Heads, Mowbray Park, Kurrawa, Maroochydore, Biarritz, and Mount Maunganui. They are our 7 clubs contesting the B final, but already it looks like we are missing a couple of clubs as well. So once again, looks like we have no Burleigh Heads, Mowbray Park. We do have the rest of the field, it does look like. So again, no Burleigh Heads, Mowbray Park. Another interesting decision that's been made here. Not sure whether they're in the beach relay or whether they're saving people for the beach relay, or if it's a case of saving athletes for the rest of the competition, but they've opted against having another race in the tank at the moment, instead leaving 6 teams to battle it out in this B final. So as mentioned, Half Moon Bay, far side of the camera now. Closest to the camera, Mount Maunganui.
Yes, they will have seen that excitement unfold from the women's A and B final. This is the men's board rescue B final. They're ready for a start. They're away now. The team closest to us, Mount Maunganui, running a little bit further to the south. Alongside them, Biarritz, with that green and red quartered cap on screen. There is the team from Kurrawa.
And chasing them all the way down the beach was Adam Palmer from Maroochydore too. So he's ran at least a can length, if not 2, to the south. He's watched both of those races and he knows that's exactly where he wants to be. A very split field at the moment that we can see from our high camera. It's a very interesting situation as we had some teams go to the left, as you can see there, Kurrawa and Manly almost swimming in a straight line. And there are our teams to the right. Palmer on the left of frame from Maroochydore. He's just watched his clubmates win that gold medal in the women's board rescue. To the right of him is Biarritz. To the right of that is Mount Maunganui. But unlike those last finals, it might be the northern side of the line that got the best of it, being led at this stage by Half Moon Bay.
Yeah, you can absolutely see everyone avoiding that middle section of this course with a wave almost about to break right on our swim cans. Biarritz seemed to have signalled first to their rescuer, narrowly ahead of the team from Maroochydore. You can see Maroochydore there heading in towards their swimmer.
I think we might have just had a moment of confusion. I don't know whether my eyes have deceived me, but I think we have 2 swimmers on the one can. We'll try and get a look at that again, because that could have been B. Ritz and Maroochydore who have come together there on the same can.
Oh, I missed that, yes.
Maybe my eyesight in that glare of the sun isn't quite what it should be, but that could be an interesting moment in this B final. For now, we'll keep focused on the action at hand. That is Maroochydore out in front by quite a distance. And, well, we've got two swimmers at the back there. I don't know whether that was the can or...
That's our swimmers on the northern end, so that's Half Moon Bay and Manly, just having a bit of a rest out the back there while they wait for their...
that orange can in that green and gold that is now to the left of screen. So look, we'll wait and see if anything is unfolded there, or whether I'm getting a little bit delusional after a long day of commentary here at the 2024 Lifesaving World Championships. For now, we have Manly on screen. They are picking up in second place in this B final, doing so with a smile on the face of Hayden Cotter, which is always great to see our competitors out there having fun, gritting their teeth through the pain. That's Maroochydore on screen. We were thinking that we could see them battling for that gold medal in the World Championship, but that lane draw for them in the semi-final was not kind. We're seeing their class on show now. Adam Palmer, of course, was swimming out to that can. He's been picked up by Oliver Monaghan. Now they're flying back to the beach. They're now actually about to stand up on that sandbank and make their way across the line. So that's Manly on screen right now. And they've just been joined. No, that is Maroochydore on screen, but there was a wave coming through for B. Ritz and Mount Maunganui. But Maroochydore, back-to-back race wins. Of course, this is the B final of the Open Men's Board Rescue. After just winning the Open Female Board Rescue, B. Ritz comes across the line. Mount Maunganui not far behind. We believe that's second and third at this point. Yet to see the rest of the field from the northern end. And once again, Christy, it's that southern side of the line that is getting a big advantage.
Yeah, it's very, very clear after these board rescue events. We'll be excited to see who's lining up in those positions for the A final of the men's. Congratulations goes to Maroochydore. They're the winners of this B final. Unlucky, as you said, not to make it into the A final, but the next best thing is taking out this B final. They're down on the beach now with Josh.
I'm here with the Maroochydore boys. It's not the A final, boys, but it is. It's a consolation prize.
Yeah, it's good points for the club, you know, for the overall. So we were just happy to be in one of those finals, and we got a bit unlucky in our quarter, but super good points for the club, so we're pretty happy with it.
And back-to-back wins for Maroochydore, not a bad little patch of form. Obviously, you guys want to be super competitive in that overall point score.
Yeah, 100%. Like, the guys did really well the last 3 days in the pool, and just trying to back it up on the beach and get as many points as possible. So B final will take it.
A final coming up next. I'd like to get your insight on it. Obviously, this end may be a little bit easier to get that run out. Which end would you rather be at?
Yeah, I'd rather be on this end. Super shallow bank, you know, set it up well for your board paddler. So it's looking good on the right-hand side.
What would you do if you're at the other end?
There's still a bank over there, and you kind of got the wind pushing you towards the cans. But, you know, either way, you just got to dig in and see what happens.
Love your work, boys. B final champion. Congratulations.
Thank you, Josh, and congratulations to Maroochydore. Great to get their insights about the conditions as well. It's not often that we get to do that as we see the race replay. Adam Palmer, he ran a long way to the south there, flew across that bank alongside the competitors from B. Ritz and Mount Maunganui. That's Hayden Cotter on screen, one of the best surf swimmers in our sport, charging out in front. Now, look, this is where I was thinking that there was some kind of confusion. I think we did have two competitors on the green and yellow can, so we'll wait to see what that means for the overall places in this B final. Not as costly as in an A final. That was the teams from B. Ritz and Mount Maunganui.
It certainly looked like the team from Mount Maunganui were heading to that same can, but Ritz were there first, and it looked as though they might have got their can right. So we'll wait to bring you those official results. We do obviously have judges out in the boats, so as you mentioned, not as critical in this B final. We won't want to see mistakes like that, though, come the A final.
Oh, look, two of our international clubs who have come a long way. Let's just let them take the points in the B final. It was great to see them rather finish second and third across the line. But look, now our focus turns to the World Championship final. On the far side of screen, it's Coogin Headland next to Nobby's, Newport, Alexandra Headland, Wanda, Mairangi Bay, Currumbin Beach, and BMD Northcliffe off and running. That is Joe Collins, who is out in front. He is one of the fastest runners in surf sports racing, and he has turned on the speed right there.
Well, Northcliffe and Currumbin are going to be incredibly happy with their line, their positioning on the line there. They have picked the absolute hot alley. We've talked about that southern end all day, and look at the pace that is on from Northcliffe and Currumbin.
They are going stroke for stroke at the moment. This is an unbelievable showing of speed as Joe Collins on the right of screen, Callum Brennan on the left as they start to line up their can. They have a big advantage over the rest of the field. I think we go back to Benjamin Sutton, Noah Steiner. They're racing for Wanda. We have Cooper Williams swimming for Alexandra Headland as well. Alexandra Headland looked to being third, but out in front it's Joe Collins gets there first for BMD Northcliffe, just ahead of Callum Brennan from Currumbin. It will be Cooper Williams from Alexandra Headland in third. In four, the team from Mairangi Bay, but at the moment it's a race in two. Out in front, Matt Bevilacqua, the back-to-back world board champion, has found his rhythm and he is flying.
Yeah, he's just got a little bit of a jump there. You can see just slightly ahead of Currumbin. We'll pan back now to the rest of the field. It looks as though maybe the team from Coogin have made a little bit of a move slightly ahead of Alexandra Headlands, but it's all Northcliffe and Currumbin. Look at that gap that Matt Bevilacqua has opened up for his team.
It was tight between the two of them when they did get to that can, and now it is advantage Northcliffe. A clean pickup. They are paddling back to the beach to try and claim the Board Rescue Championship. They've had so much success this afternoon. As a wave starts to stand up, Collins lifts the rating, Bevilacqua stays in time. Look at them flying across these runs on the way back in. They're looking so smooth, Christy.
They are looking for any little bump of assistance. They're going to get one now if they can just adjust themselves. Yes, have they held it?
Digs into the water, but they keep the board on that wave, and they are going to win the World Championship because of it. They're cheering, they're celebrating, the smiles are on their faces, they're great friends, and now together they are world champions. Northcliffe, the winners of the Men's Open Board Rescue World Championship Final. Joe Collins and Matt Bevilacqua. That was a masterclass of board rescue racing. It's a sprint for the silver medal. We have Currumbin on screen. It is going to be tight to see whether they get the nod over one of our clubs from the northern end of the line. We will try and pick up what cap that was. I think that could have been the back-to-back Australian champions, Charlie Brooks and Connor Maggs, who may have come across the line for the bronze medal behind Currumbin and BMD Northcliffe. This has been a fairy tale afternoon for the club. Matt Bevilacqua won the board at the start of our finals package this afternoon. And together with Joe Collins, they have just produced what could be described as a perfect board rescue race.
I can't believe how fast that race went. Just the speed at which they got out to those swim cans, and then with Matt with that pickup, it was one of the fastest board rescues I've ever witnessed. They were always going to be a very, very hard team to beat, but particularly from that alley. Josh, you're down on the beach with our world champs.
That's right, we will go down to Josh on the beach now, who is standing by with Matt Bevilacqua and Joe Collins. They're just telling war stories from the race, and for good reason as well. Josh, that was one of the best board rescue races that we have seen in a very, very long time. We'll go down for an interview with our champions in just a moment as they go back to get some more photos now. And that is a race to remember as well. Joe Collins and Matt Bevilacqua. The perfect race in that board rescue. Look, we knew that Sandbank was going to have the advantage for them. If we relive it now, Joe Collins, this is as fast as you'll ever see someone run across the sand.
Yeah, he was really out to get the best start possible. Didn't get a huge jump from Currumbin, still fairly tight in that first swim leg out. I think the massive move was when Bevy hit his board, and he really probably put a good 15 metres. They absolutely nailed that pickup, and there was really no stopping them when they turned for home.
And crucially, they got a run straight out of the cans as well. It wasn't this first little bump, but it was this wave that was starting to build. We did wonder, we've been discussing whether these waves out the back would have an influence, and they certainly did in this situation. That was extraordinary. A little nervous moment on that shore break. They wouldn't have known it at the time. It was a nervous look over the shoulder from Matt Bevilacqua, but they were a long way in front of the rest of the field. The claim started early, and for good reason too. Joe Collins and Matt Bevilacqua, look at what it means. 5 out of 6 World Championships going to Northcliffe this afternoon. We keep talking about it, but we have rarely seen a day like it in World Championships history.
It's very, very impressive. Great start for Northcliffe. Day 1 of this ocean competition. We've had 3 days in the pool for the Open Interclub Championships. So very, very vital points on offer as we move now up to the beach track arena. And we have our A and B finals for our beach relays. Women to go first to the women's beach relay B final.
It's an incredible way for us to say goodbye to the ocean events for the afternoon. That is the last event that we will see in the water instead. Our focus for the rest of the day will now be at the beach track. And if those board rescue races went in the blink of an eye, then buckle up for these beach sprint relay championships of the world. Of course, we are starting with the B final. And from the right-hand side of screen is lane number 1. Nida Onwartstart from Germany, Currumbin Beach in 2, Sunshine Coast Grammar Pool Lifesaving Club in 3. The Indian Lifesaving and Lifesaving Sports Federation is in 4. Bietigheim Bissingen is in 5. Maroochydore is in 6. Langenberg is in 7. And Clifton Surf Lifesaving Club is on the left of screen. That is lane A. Now, Christy, it's been a little while now, about a couple of hours since we've actually seen the beach sprint competition underway up here. You rarely see a track as smooth as what we are right now. Look at that down this track. It looks like there's been barely a step on it because of that wind.
Oh, I'd argue that there's no better track in the world at the best of times than this Kurrawa beach track. It's almost purpose-built right up alongside their boardwalk. It's a beautiful big stretch of beach here, and you can see the crowd starting to come up from that water area to surround our beach track for these afternoon finals. It's a real showcase.
It's a real showcase, and it's a real favourite of the program too. So much excitement, so much tension around a beach sprint relay, not just because of the sprinting down the track, but also because of those all-important baton changes. It is so crucial to get those right, because one little slip up, and that can be race over. They're moving into the starters' hands now. And they are racing in this B final of the Open Women's Beach Relay, and look at that speed from Currumbin in lane number 2. They have a big advantage over Clifton Surf Life Saving Club, who is currently on the far left of screen in 2nd place, but it's Currumbin in 1. Maroochydore now starting to make a move. They're chasing down Clifton Surf Life Saving Club. A big smile on the faces from Currumbin as well. We're pulling surf athletes up to the beach for all important points. A clean change from Currumbin. Maroochydore has moved into 2nd. It's Clifton in 3rd.
You just saw Chelsea Jones hand over there. We saw her compete in the board rescue. Currumbin still with a lead over Maroochydore, and the team from India closing fast.
The Indian Lifesaving Federation are now into 3rd place, but it's Currumbin out in front, showing plenty of speed. But here comes Maroochydore. Here comes Maroochydore pushing towards the line. Currumbin desperately trying to hold on. It's going to come down to the wire, but I dare say Currumbin gets there by the barest of margins over Maroochydore. That was Tiani Massey that was running that last leg for Maroochydore. She just won a world championship in the board rescue and straight up to the beach track.
I believe both members of that board rescue were in that beach relay team, along with Elise Wood and Eve Warren. So we'll have to wait to see if they've done enough. Very, very tight finish there with the team from Currumbin who are on screen. Also, a lot of competitors coming up straight from those water events to join their teammates.
Currumbin absolutely flying out of the start there. We did expect that as well, putting a beach specialist in first. A big difference in those skills and that acceleration. And from there, it was always going to be a case of trying to hold on. As we mentioned, Maroochydore were back in about 3rd or 4th after that first change, but they really made some strong moves as they charged down the track as well. Then it came down to Tiani Massey. You looked at the acceleration there and you thought that Maroochydore were going to get home, but there was a second kick from the Currumbin Beach Vikings. They fought all the way to the end, and I think it might have been enough. Our camera was a little bit further in front of that finish line than I first thought. So that is going to be a very tight finish, but it does look as though Currumbin Beach holding on for that win. In the B final of the Open Women's Beach Relay. And they're standing by with Josh Bernard.
Ladies, what a performance. Another final for you, Chels. Water to the beach, you can do everything.
We're just here to get some good points for Currumbin, so to take out the win on the B final and the beach sprint too is good points.
How important is this club and how important is it that you come here to the World Championships and do a really good job?
Yeah, no, like that's why I'm here this week, to do my part as the team in Currumbin, and Cammie's joined. She raced last week as well for the French national team, so yeah, it's good that we can back it up and perform for Currumbin too.
And how much are you enjoying being part of Currumbin?
Yeah, it's amazing. Like, it's amazing club and a lot of fun, and I'm so happy to be in Currumbin.
Congratulations, ladies.
Thank you.
Thank you, Josh. And yes, congratulations to Currumbin. Very crucial points when it comes to the overall point score. After a very, very successful campaign already in the pool, Currumbin right in the fight for that overall championship. But now our focus turns to the A final. There is a World Championship on the line right now in this Open Women's Beach Relay Championship final. In lane number 1, Noosa heads. That is the right of camera as it currently stands. In 2 is Kurrawa. 3 is Anglesea. 4 is Sussex County from the United States of America. In lane number 5 is BMD Northcliffe Surf Lifesaving Club. Next up is City of Perth in lane 6. 7 is North Cronulla Surf Lifesaving Club. And in 8 is Okanake Surf Lifesaving Club from New Zealand. We've been speaking throughout these preliminary rounds of the beach relay, Christy, about who is racing in the surf and who is racing on the beach. If you have a look at this start list, we can see that Kurrawa Surf Lifesaving Club is stacked with some very, very big names on the beach. Brittany Inga, Olivia Bain. We've seen them have so much success before. Brittany Inga, an Australian representative. And down at North Cronulla as well. Alex Rampoldi, Emily Rampoldi, Sari McKee. Sari won the 2K beach run in the youth competition. And Caitlin Williams was right there in the flags final as well. So some of those clubs with less ocean competitors can afford to pick a team of beach sprinters.
Anglesea too, a club with a very rich history of great beach sprinters and flaggers. The team from Anglesea there, you can see them just on the left-hand side of screen.
Anglesea winning our first semi-final today. It was City of Perth who won the second semi. They are on screen right now. Some nervous moments here up at the beach arena. As you can see, a big crowd is on hand for the Beach Relay World Championship final. Steely looks of determination as the crowd falls silent.
The team from Noosa closest to screen, they have the youth beach sprint world champion in their team of Josie Holmes.
Quality right across the field as they are away and racing. And at the moment it is North Cronulla which gets the best of the early exchange. It's North Cronulla ever so slightly ahead of our team from Sussex County and Kurrawa. City of Perth making a late charge as well. So clean baton changes right across the board. And now Kurrawa is starting to open up.
Kurrawa with a narrow lead, although the team on the top of the field, they're fighting back.
North Cronulla and City of Perth. It was a flying baton change from City of Perth as BMD Northcliffe drops that baton. City of Perth is now well out in front. Kurrawa is in 2 with North Cronulla in 3. It's a very, very big gap back to 4th place. As we're on to the anchor leg now, so it's City of Perth in 1, but here comes Kurrawa. Kurrawa is making a late charge towards the line. It is going to be close, and Kurrawa, the home club, will take out this World Championship. Kurrawa wins on its home stretch of sand ahead of City of Perth, and North Cronulla rounding out that top 3. A late charge towards the line, and Kurrawa will claim the gold medal.
What an amazing final run there from the team from Kurrawa. You can see she had a little bit of a cheeky look right on the finish line with a dip of the head. I think she will know she has got it, although we will have to wait for those results to become official. The judges will verify the changes at each end. They looked safe from where we were sitting. The team from Kurrawa ever so narrowly ahead of the team of City of Perth.
It really was an extraordinary race. North Cronulla exploding out of the starting blocks as well. We saw Kurrawa and Sussex County from the United States actually got across that first leg in first. But that baton change, you can see that those three Australian clubs, City of Perth, North Cronulla and Kurrawa, have put the work in, because that was where the difference was made. It was a lot of distance to make up for Kurrawa at that final leg, but a lunge across the line. Very, very tight. But we do believe Kurrawa has finished in front. And yes, those results now being made official. So Kurrawa are your world champions in the open female beach relay by the barest of margins. It was a lunge on the line with City of Perth to win the silver medal. And North Cronulla charging home for the bronze. They are our three medalists. But out in front, it was Kurrawa, the home club, claiming a gold medal. Standing by with Josh Minogue.
I'm here with the champions, Kurrawa. Not only you win it on your home soil, but you're also the back-to-back champions from 2018. I don't think any of you girls were part of that team back then, but it must feel good.
So good. We came off a win at Aussies this year and last year, so we felt like we had a little bit of pressure and expectation on our back, but we're just so happy that we did it and we got the gold again.
Britt, talk to me about those final maybe 10 metres in there. You had a little look across at the City of Perth. Did you know you'd won it?
Yeah, I thought we did, but obviously you got to wait to be sure.
Congratulations. Tell us about those first few legs. What's it mean to get it done here, and was there a little bit of pressure?
Yeah, so much pressure. We've come back to back, and we knew coming in today it would be a lot of pressure, but we knew we put a good race together.
And you think being on your home beach helped a little bit?
Oh, 100%. Like, we train here all the time, so it's awesome to have the home beach advantage. And, yeah, we just went out there and gave it our all and it came away with the win, so we're stoked, honestly.
And World Champions has a pretty nice ring to it, doesn't it? The Kurrawa girls on top on their home soil.
Thank you, Josh, and congratulations to Kurrawa, world champions on their very own stretch of sand. You just heard it there, Christy, that they said they felt an advantage by running at home. It certainly showed it. What a dramatic finish as well, City of Perth. That was so close towards the end.
We spoke earlier about this being one of the best beach sprint tracks in the world, and how fortunate are they that this is their home track. This is where they get to do all of their training. They may have had a lot of local supporters here cheering them on. I'm sure they felt that support and they've got the job done.
So it's Brittany Inga, Emily Cardi, Olivia May and Tamara Johnston who, after claiming multiple Australian championships, now add the honour of being world champions. Holly Fraser, Imogen Harrington, Megan McCaffrey and Jacqueline Lord from City of Perth claiming the silver ahead of Alex Rampoldi, Emily Rampoldi, Sari McKee and Caitlin Williams from North Cronulla, our bronze medalists. Anglesea, Sussex County, Opanake, Surf Lifesaving Club from New Zealand, BMD Northcliffe, they were the following results. Noosa Heads finishing in 8th, rounding out that A final. And there's not long to wait for the next race because the B final is already on the line of the men's beach relay. In lane number 1 is B Ritz, 2 is Baden Bruges, 3 is Magdeburg, 4 is Club Deportivo, 5 is Half Moon Bay, 6 is Sri Lanka, 7 is Norderstedt from Germany. They are now in the starters' hands and they're already away and racing. So an even start across the board. You can't split those first couple of teams by too much. He's one of our international clubs that's extending further and further in front. A very tight opening couple of legs.
Might be the team from Bay Ritz that are in the bottom lane closest to the beach. They have zipped away. They've got a handy lead now.
It was Baden Bruges on that opening leg, but you're right, Christy. B Ritz with a huge advantage now, running on the edge of that lane too, getting into that smooth sand. Now we're seeing a move from Magdeburg too. So Magdeburg, the German club, making a big play. B Ritz looking over the shoulder already. He's barely hit his stride, but you need to keep going because there is pace coming very fast. That was perhaps the most relaxed anchor leg that I have ever seen. in a beach sprint relay. Norderstedt charging home to claim second place. Third was very tight, but there was no doubting B. Ritz. He knew he had it won from the time he had the baton.
He is not puffed whatsoever, just doing enough to get his team across the line. They had a fantastic lead, so not too much work to be done for our fourth and final runner, but it is the team from Biarritz who will take out the Open Men's Beach Relay B final.
A very, very even opening leg. It was Biarritz on the outside. Baden Bruges, though, might have had that slight advantage, and now Biarritz starting to kick into gear. The French champion club, they're so strong. We've seen them in action all day. Magdeburg from Germany, Club Deportivo from Spain right there as well. It was a truly international race, this B final. We go back there to Half Moon Bay, and our team from Sri Lanka, Lifesaving. Great to have them here as well. A big push on the line. It will be very tight between Baden Bruges and from Norderstedt in Germany, but they will make up those two positions. I think Norderstedt might have just got the nod ahead of Baden Bruges. Those results are starting to be made official now. So it's Biarritz who have taken out the B final of the Open Men's Beach Relay, and they are joined by Josh Minogue.
I'm here with the boys from Biarritz. You said you thought you could have been in the final, but a drop baton in the heat cost you a spot. Must feel good to win that one.
Yeah, mistakes were made, but I think we did pretty well here, and we are all proud of ourselves. So yeah, it's cool.
And a good way to end the day?
Yeah, good way, a very good way. Like I think the boys in the ocean won. They won the boat rescue, or no, they did second and first for the final B, also for the rescue tube. So yeah, a good day.
Well, congratulations, guys. Well done. B final champions.
Thanks. Have a good day.
Thank you, Josh, and congratulations to B. Ritz. As we heard them say before, after winning that B final in the Open Men's Board Rescue, it's great to win something, and they've certainly won that B final in very commanding fashion. You can see those results coming up at the bottom of the frame, but for now, Christy, we're turning our focus to the A final, the World Championship of the Men's Beach Relay.
Yes, it's going to be an incredibly fast field. You can see there the team from Northcliffe. Alongside them is a team from New Zealand, South Brighton, in that yellow cap.
To run through our start list for this Open Men's World Championship final, in lane number 1, that is the right of screen as we currently see it, is Maroochydore. In 2 is Kurrawa. 3 is South Maroubra. 4 is Mollymook. 5 is BMD Northcliffe. 6 is South Brighton from New Zealand. 7 is Noosa Heads. And in lane number 8, the far side of the camera as it currently is placed. Now on the left, it's Clifton Beach Surf Lifesaving Club. We can see the names now on screen as well. A number of beach competitors are mixed with a number of surf competitors as well. It is all about filling out your team and getting points for the club. A reminder of those semi-final results. It was South Maroubra. They're lining up in lane 3. They won the first semi-final. Mollymook won the second as well, but there was not much separating any of these teams.
No, they looked very, very impressive in those semi-finals. The team from South Maroubra alongside the team from Mollymook. They have drawn lanes side by side in this final. They seem to be the two teams to beat, but they won't have it their own way. Plenty of speed on the line from all of our teams.
We are buckling up for what is going to be an incredible final. This is our last race of the day here at the Lifesaving World Championships for 2024. And we are not far away from a start now. Maroochydore in lane number 1, that's on the right-hand side of screen. Clifton, the South African heavyweights on the beach. They dominated youth competition. They are on the left and the far side of the camera as it currently stands. And we are away and racing in the Open Men's Beach Relay World Championship final. Northcliffe exploding out of the start. They have the lead over Clifton. Then back to South Maroubra with Noosa Heads right there as well. Clean changes across the line. Riley Fitzsimmons, the Olympic silver kayak medalist, has been mowed down from BMD Northcliffe. We're seeing a big move through the middle of the field as well from Mollymook. So Mollymook is now in front. A baton drop from South Brighton. It's Mollymook ahead of South Maroubra in 2. It is Clifton in 3 right there with Noosa Heads as well. Here we go for the final change. And it's it's all coming down to the wire now. Mollymook out in front. It's Mollymook in front, but here comes Noosa Heads. Noosa Heads with a late lunge at the line, but Mollymook will win the World Championship final ahead of Noosa Heads in second. It might have been South Maroubra, the bronze medalist. That race over in the blink of an eye. Electric speed right across the field.
Yeah, Mollymook really making a move in that second leg, and they didn't look back from there. Such a strong performance, a huge history of beach relay, beach sprinters, the club of Mollymook. The history continues for them. Noosa coming home so strong to nab that silver medal.
Yeah, that's right. It was Northcliffe who exploded out of that start. That was an incredible start from BMD Northcliffe. South Maroubra going with them too. Clean changes on that first leg. Riley Fitzsimmons, welcome back to Surf Lifesaving. He was mowed down by all of those beach specialists, and that is where those beach teams took control. Mollymook went into that third leg in front. They extended that lead further. It was Mollymook in one. South Maroubra was right there. But Noosa Heads would come through to split them. No denying our winners, though. They were celebrating before they even finished. It's Mollymook Surf Life Saving Club who are standing by with Josh Minogue.
As the other two boys start to make their way down, one of the most beautiful parts of the world on the New South Wales south coast is Mollymook, and it's home to another World Beach Relay Championship team. How good does that feel to be called World Champions?
Oh, bloody awesome, you know. Boys working really hard for this, you know, we put a good team together, and for it all to come off, you know, it's all worth it, and yeah, bloody stoked for the fellas.
How much work's gone into this win?
Oh, good 2 months of non-stop work. Just after Aussies, we came off that win, and then we just put a real ton of work in, and the boys really stepped up today, so very proud.
What about Noosa and the rest of the field? Obviously super tight towards those final stages. What did it feel like to get away from it at the end?
Yeah, I was a little bit nervous the last 20, but I had trust in Jamie to finish off the race for us. So, yeah, it's pretty tight competition, but stoked to get the win.
And it just adds to the history of, obviously, Mollymook, such a strong beach club for so many years, and you guys are writing another chapter.
Exactly right, and we're going to do it for many more years.
Oh, you've heard it here first. Mollymook on fire, World Beach Relay Champions. Congratulations, gents.
Thank you, Josh, and congratulations to Mollymook, the team of Jake Stewart, Brock Scrivener, Jack Bridges and Jamie Smith, who will be around for many, many more years to come. Huge smiles on their faces, photos. You can see one of their supporters in the background too, just waiting to jump in for that photo. Wow, what a performance it was. They take the gold medal and the crown of being the World Open Men's Beach Relay Champions. Samuel Ross, Hayden Dewberry, Kai Thompson and Kai Woods from Noosa claiming silver ahead of Blake Drysdale, Jet van der Wallen, Jake Lynch and Luke Newrick from South Maroubra making up our top three. Clifton Surf Life Saving Club in 4, back to Maroochydore, BMD Northcliffe, Kurrawa finishing in 7th place with South Ryder from New Zealand, rounding out our top 8 in the World Championship final after that unfortunate backdrop. But Chrissy, for Mollymook, what a performance it was.
We spoke about how fast that final race completed. It's been a wonderful afternoon of finals here. I have loved bringing the live stream to you wherever you are, all over the world. Tune in again tomorrow. We've got 2 more days of racing here on the beach for this Open Interclub competition.
Thank you very much, Christy Munro. I'm Sam Jordan, and on behalf of Josh Minogue as well, thank you so much for joining us on day 1 of the Open Interclub competition here at the World Championships. We'll see you tomorrow for another huge day of surf sports racing.